Chapter 1, The Apartment Room's Terrifying Change. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 10.5. Muscle, 11. Sturdiness, 10. Agility, 9.75. Hand-eye coordination, 9. Flexibility, 11. Reflex, 11. Balance, 8. Vitality, 10. Health, 9. Endurance, 11. Intelligence, 7. Learning, 6. Reasoning, 8. Awareness, 9.25. Willpower, 12. Judgment, 8. Perception, 7. Intuition, 10. Charm, 7.2. Courage, 10. Persuasiveness, 7. Character, 7. Leadership, 5. Appearance, 7. Skills, shooting, intermediate. Military boxing, intermediate. Electrical work, beginner. Special skills, none. Evolution points, 0. Items on hand, none. Fuck. Can anyone tell me what the fuck is going on? Xiaobi's head throbbed, and his body was sore all over. Waking up with a hangover, he stupidly stared at the ceiling while trying to fathom this unimaginable situation before him. He had only gone drinking with his friends the night before, and after waking up, a so-called status panel appeared in his mind. Could this have something to do with the classic of Mountain and Seas that I picked up? I remember that, before I passed out, the book emitted a blinding light. Xiaobi reached out beside him to find the wire-bound book, but it had disappeared. Dim light passed through the window as if night had just descended. Xiaobi decided to put aside the matter of the status panel as he scratched his hair, which had not been washed for almost a week. Moving to get out of bed, his stomach grumbled, having not eaten for an entire day. But just as Xiaobi rose up, his head felt so heavy as if it was pressed down by a mountain. He shook his head and let out a light sigh laced with a trace of alcohol. He decided against making rice and just cook a cup of instant noodles instead. After 2 steps, Xiaobi suddenly stopped and stared blankly. What the hell is this? What the hell happened here? How did my room become so ruined after a single night? The floor and table were covered in dust. His new poster of Zhang Liangying that had just been posted on the wall a few days ago had already become yellow and tattered all over. Even Zhang Liangying's beautiful face became monstrous, as if an old devil was looking at him with a terrifying smile. The walls were covered by a mist of cobwebs, and the fruits placed on top of the coffee table were withered and rotted to the point that the mold on them had turned black. The fruits below even seemed to have turned into mush. The aluminium-framed window that the landlord had just installed not that long ago was now covered in a layer of white ash, and the glass was filled with cracks and covered in dust. The computer beside his bed was also covered by cobwebs and was accompanied by an empty water glass with a withered worm inside of it. Dust filled the air, making Xiaobi choke as he tried to breathe. Everything seemed to be ash-gray without any light, as if looking at television static. After just one night, it seemed like everything in the room had aged for centuries or even millennia. Mother, is this a dream? This must be a dream. Xiaobi turned around, laid back down on the bed and closed his eyes, thinking that everything would return to normal after waking up. After turning over countless times in bed, he finally came to terms with the fact that this was not a dream, and everything was real. He got up again and sat on the bedside. Xiaobi kneaded his face and tried to think as if his life depended on it. How did this happen? Wasn't I only drunk for a night? How could this happen? Could I have run into a demon? Or maybe, is this an elaborate prank? The chance of this being an elaborate prank is too low. The status panel in my mind is something that humans could not create. After exhaling another alcohol-laced breath, Xiaobi felt that his mouth was very dry. The frightening changes in his room had made him forget about this. After coming to his senses, he became a little alarmed. He raised his thermos bottle, but it was empty. Xiaobi shook his head, thinking that he could only go by water. He touched his pockets and found his wallet had disappeared. Then he opened his closet to search for it, but he discovered that all the clothes inside were all tattered, looking like they were obtained from a garbage bin. Luckily, the clothes he left on the bed had not changed. After picking them up, A strange odor of alcohol and sweat permeated them. He scrunched up his face as he wore the clothes, then scratched his head and left the room. The sight of the corridor chilled Wai Xiaobi's mind. There he saw tattered wallpapers and damaged wall lamps, confirming that the condition of his room was the same as the outside. However, Wai Xiaobi still carried a bit of hope. He arrived at his neighbor's door and loudly knocked on it. Still, there were no signs of activity. The tenant next door was called Zili Jun. He was a second-year university student, who moved here from the dorms. He could be considered as a veteran shut-in, who would play games in his room from sunrise to sunset. It could even be said that he was a pretty good gamer, and had even earned money from it. Afterwards, Wai Xiaobi again tried to knock on the door with all his might, but the results made him smile bitterly. He hesitated for a bit before gritting his teeth and forcefully tried to open Zili Jun's door. The landlord was a miser. Therefore, the door locks were cheap and unreliable. Adding to that fact, the door seemed to have aged, so Wai Xiaobi only needed to hit the door twice to open it. The situation inside the room made Wai Xiaobi's face tense up. The floor, desk, and coffee table were all covered with white dust, and all the items inside the room had all aged. It was very similar to his room. Gritting his teeth, Wai Xiaobi turned around and ran towards the apartment entrance. He carefully opened the gate as he looked outside. Wai Xiaobi lived on the first floor. There was a flower bed outside that was used by the landlord to plant garlic, spring onions and other vegetables. However, Wai Xiaobi could only see a ruined flower bed. Everything in it was dried up and was rotten. There was not a single patch of green to be found. Dead leaves were scattered on the pavement beside the flower bed. Even the bicycles next to the flower bed had rusted. The ash-colored background and the dilapidated building far away made the entire place appear as if he was in the aftermath of a nuclear war and the place had been abandoned for years. Hell. This must really be hell. 10 minutes passed before Wai Xiaobi realized that he needed to do something. If it were someone else, even if it were a soldier from the battlefield, they might not have been able to calm down after waking up in this bizarre situation. Could it be that I have to live in this ghost town forever? I wonder if other places have also changed like this. As a retired soldier, Wai Xiaobi was not scared nor at his wits' end, though it wasn't a surprise as his mental strength wasn't shabby. After all, his highest attribute was his 12 points of willpower, which was very effective in these kinds of situations. Chapter 2, A Slug. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So far, Wai Xiaobi had found a dagger, a disposable lighter, 3 empty wine bottles, a pack of salt, and a small backpack. He found the dagger while searching Zili Jun's drawers. He never imagined that the honest and harmless Zili Jun would actually hide such a lethal weapon. There was an expression, devil in disguise, which probably referred to cases like Zili Jun. He seemed honest, but in fact, his restless heart was merely suppressed by his surroundings. There was a bit of rust on the blade's edge, but it was better than the steel pipe he had seen earlier that was rusted and full of holes. Wai Xiaobi sharpened the dagger on a whetstone. He smiled with satisfaction as he slowly returned the dagger to its original sharpness. The lighter could be used to light a fire and illuminate the way. The empty wine bottles could be used to hold water or even act as a convenient weapon. As for salt, it was an absolute necessity. Oh right. There was an erotic magazine inside Zili Jun's drawer. Although it's tattered, I could still use it to wipe my butt when I need to. No matter how poverty-stricken he was, Wai Xiaobi did not have a habit of using a flat piece of wood to scrape his excretion. Since the situation was like this, he knew that there only one thing he could do to survive this changed world. He would not abandon anything useful. Wai Xiaobi fastened the dagger on his belt, held an empty bottle in his right hand, and placed the rest of the things inside his backpack. Then he carefully pushed open the gate and walked outside. Wai Xiaobi's body shivered as the cold autumn wind passed by, blowing around the withered leaves on the ground. After a moment, he smiled at his own nervousness. He stood at the courtyard gate after passing by the flower bed. This place was Qihu City, and his apartment was located between the urban and rural side of the city. Following the city's constant expansions and economic development, the farmers had also found a new way to earn money. They converted part of their farmland into apartments, earning them quite an impressive sum. The white-collar, grey-collar, and blue-collar workers, that were struggling for livelihood, would rent a room in these apartments due to the low costs. And the cost of their decision was waking up an hour or half an hour early, eating pancake with soy milk, and riding the bus or metro to their work. Actually, this kind of situation was not unusual in big cities. Because of this, the scenery outside the apartment was obvious, a single concrete road with fields on two sides and garbage packed everywhere. Xiaobi's heart chilled after seeing the place. There was not a single person to be seen. A few walls were even collapsed into ruins. Luckily, he was already mentally prepared, so he did not fall into too much despair. Xiaobi carefully walked forward, sticking close to the wall. He remembered that there was a small store close by. Although the things sold were Kangshi-fu and non-fu Sanquan imitations, they should be enough to provide him relief. After walking for a bit, Xiaobi arrived in front of the store. The sign was already broken in half. The original Fat Mama's store was only left with Fat Mama. The aluminium door had also half disappeared, and it just so happened to leave a small gap to enter and exit. Xiaobi ducked just enough to enter the store. The lighting inside the store was dim, so he ignited the lighter. A yellow-colored flame appeared, slightly brightening the store interior. He made sure to open his eyes wide and search for anything useful, but the things in sight had mostly rotted. After diligently searching a bit more, he finally found 2 boxes of mineral water and a box of hardtack produced from who knows where. Xiaobi did not even take the drinkability of the mineral water into consideration. He was so thirsty he felt that he might even spontaneously combust. He opened one bottle and frantically poured it down his throat. It feels so good, so invigorating. He felt incredibly happy after drinking more than half of the bottle. What was happiness? When there was something you needed the most, and you obtained it after a bit of hard work. That was happiness. Afterwards, he placed the remaining bottles of water and hardtacks inside his backpack one by one. The backpack was not big, so he was only able to fit 5 bottles of mineral water and 10 packs of hardtack. He placed the rest of the water and hardtacks in one corner of the store in case he needed it in the future. After he was done with everything, Xiaobi felt exhaustion well up in his heart. Finding out everything that had happened tired him. Xiaobi suddenly heard a sound. He immediately grabbed the empty wine bottle in his right hand and placed his left hand on the dagger. He moved softly and quietly towards the door and carefully peered into the street. Xiaobi's hair stood on end when he saw it. On the messy streets, a man wearing a t-shirt and jeans gasped for breath as he ran. 2 meters behind him, a slug-like worm, thick as a wrist, a meter long, and covered in blue slime chased after him. No one would ever call a slug like that cute. The only word that could ever describe it was disgusting. Xiaobi, on the other hand, did not feel disgust after looking at the slug. He only felt a bit numb on his back and worried for the escaping man. At this moment, Xiaobi finally recognized the man. He had seen him a few times before. The man wore a guard's uniform and frequently ordered zhejiang mian from the noodle stand beside the street. But Xiaobi did not know his name, whether it was because of the giant slug's acute senses or because of Xiaobi's movement. The slug seemed to have sensed him, and turned its 2 antennae towards the small store. Traces of blue lightning sparked quietly between its antennae, and it opened its circular mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its appearance would truly make all who saw it shocked with fear. Without a doubt, the giant slug was not good. Moreover, its sharp teeth were a clear indicator that it was not a vegetarian. Seeing the giant slug suddenly slow down, the man running in front immediately sped up, attempting to run away. However, at that moment, the giant slug shot out a brilliant blue electric arc. The man did not even make it 5 meters before he was accurately struck by the electric arc. Being shocked by electricity, the man collapsed on the ground. Chapter 3, Air-Breaking Lightning. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Indecisiveness leads to disaster. After hesitating a moment, Xiaobi exerted all his strength and threw the empty wine bottle towards the slug. Crackle. A thunderous sound echoed as the slug worked its antennae and fired another blue lightning, breaking the sound barrier. In Xiaobi's eyes, the empty wine bottle did not even reach 5 meters before it was struck by the lightning. Bang! The empty wine bottle exploded, scattering glass shards in all directions. Xiaobi originally thought that the slug would not be able to fire lightning again after firing once, due to lack of energy, so he was very surprised at its cheat-like ability. This scene did not scare Xiaobi at all. On the contrary, it made him even more excited, as the blood in his body pumped faster. The feeling he had of being stranded instantly disappeared. Xiaobi secretly cursed in his heart and let out a low growl. He strode outside and threw another empty wine bottle with his right hand. Probably because the air-breaking lightning consumed huge amounts of energy, the slug needed a certain amount of time to accumulate electrical energy. Therefore, Xiaobi's throw was able to accurately hit one of the slug's antennae. This was not something normal people could do. If Xiaobi was not a former soldier, if he did not have a high hit rate with a hand grenade, or if he did not have a good amount of luck, he might have missed the mark. The giant slug's antenna was incredibly fragile and extremely sensitive. When the bottle hit it, the antenna discharged lightning in all directions, and then curled in pain. Taking the opportunity while the enemy was down, Xiaobi charged towards the side of the slug. Dagger in his right hand, he pierced it in the slug's head. Xiaobi, himself, did not know why he did what he did. Was it to save others, or was it to save himself? However, there was only one thing in his mind: kill the slug. Xiaobi clearly felt that the giant slug's exterior was actually quite tough. He was only able to insert the dagger about half a centimeter before its thick muscles pressed together, stopping the blade from moving forward. He suddenly felt his hands burning. Looking down, he discovered the blue-colored juice sputtered out from the wound, sticking to his hands like glue. This blue juice was corrosive. The giant slug did everything it could to struggle and almost rid itself of the dagger. Xiaobi was now unable to do anything. If the giant slug were to regain its strength and shoot lightning again, he would definitely be unable to escape. He fiercely growled and violently pushed down the dagger with both of his hands. Spare it. The sharp dagger instantly pierced through a layer of muscle, but more blue juice covered Xiaobi's hands. He felt as if they were soaking in boiling water, and almost let go of the dagger. However, Xiaobi knew that this was a critical moment of life and death, so he dared not tolerate single bit of carelessness. Kill! He shouted, spread his legs, and twisted his waist to move his arms. With all his strength, he strongly pulled down the dagger, leaving a 30-centimeter long wound on the giant slug's body. The giant slug immediately thrashed around, having received such a heavy wound. Because of its struggle, the front of Xiaobi's body became covered in the blue juice. His body felt as if it were in an oven, and he lost the strength to hold on to the dagger. Then he was sent flying by the giant slug towards a metal trash can a few meters away. Crap! Xiaobi could not even shout out curses anymore as the blue juice corroded the front half of his body, sending him in extreme pain. He almost couldn't open his eyes anymore, and the pain in his stomach after hitting the trash can was so painful that he felt like he was dying. The giant slug was too strong, to the point that it could probably lift up a calf. With its endless vitality, it thrashed on the ground like a fish out of water. Xiaobi struggled to open his eyes and looked at the giant slug. He was secretly terrified after seeing that the blue juice spurting out of the giant slug was slowing down, and even the wound was slowly closing up. However, what horrified Xiaobi the most was that the giant slug's antennae were once again sparkling with lightning. Not good. Xiaobi knew that worms had tenacious vitality. If it were a human injured like that, they would probably have been close to death. If time continued to drag on, he would probably earn himself a free trip to the Yellow River after the giant slug accumulated enough electricity. Curse it. His entire body was in so much pain that he could not even muster any strength. He regretted the fact that, after retiring, due to his life being constantly on the move, he had worked out less. Even his stomach protruded slightly. If it were not like this, he would probably be in much better circumstances. Calm down. I must remain calm. The more panicked people were, the more the energy they consumed, thus entering a state of weakness. What's more, his stomach might now have internal injuries. Xiaobi extended his tongue and bit it. The pain from his tongue was transmitted to his body, immediately lessening the pain. However, this was not enough. He placed his right thumb on the web between the left thumb and forefinger, and gave it a strong pinch which lessened the pain in his stomach. This could be counted as one of Wai Xiaobi's skills. During the countryside survival training he had when he was in the army, he regularly met with occasions where clean food was impossible to obtain, thereby causing diarrhea. He would then do the same thing to lessen the pain in his stomach, allowing him to maintain his concealed position. Naturally, this was only a temporary effect. He felt a bit of his strength return after the pain in his stomach subsided. However, the dagger had fallen on the blue puddle, which might have already corroded it. Wai Xiaobi searched through his backpack for something he could use against the giant slug. Oh, salt! A smile instantly appeared on Wai Xiaobi's corroded and swollen face. He strove to stand up and once again charged towards the giant slug. He already stopped caring about any possible counterattacks from the giant slug. After getting close to the giant slug, he carefully evaded its thrashing body and opened the bag of salt, pouring the contents into the giant slug's wound. SSSSS. When the salt landed on the slug's wound, it looked like a man who had been kicked in the groin. The slug exploded into the sky in the next instant, flying up a dozen meters before falling down. Chapter 4. Risky Kill. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At this moment, the slug suddenly thrashed even harder. It kept on striking the pavement, leaving craters on it. Wai Xiaobi couldn't help but be secretly shocked. If he had not quickly retreated, he would have been hit by the slug. Whether or not the blow would have resulted in broken bones, he wouldn't have been able to stand anymore. While the slug struggled, Wai Xiaobi did not just stand aside to enjoy the scene. Instead, he poured salt on his hands and waited for the slug to stop struggling. Then, he wiped the salt on its wound, causing it to struggle again. The slug could not regenerate due to being repeatedly rubbed with salt. Its juice, which had since changed from blue to blue-green, continuously bubbled out of its wound. Before Wai Xiaobi's salt ran out, the giant slug finally stopped moving. The slug's current appearance was completely different from its original appearance, becoming incredibly shriveled, similar to a dried corpse. Its bright blue color had turned into a disgusting blue-green. The blue-green juice gave off a stifling fishy stink, spreading all over the place. A single whiff was like eating crap that was fermented for 2-3 days. Wai Xiaobi, however, had just been through a life and death battle, so the smell did not really affect him. The status panel in his mind showed a few changes, but he was currently not in the mood to study it. Instead, he went to find a wooden stick and carefully poked the giant slug a few times. Seeing as he couldn't feel any signs of life from the slug, he could safely say that the giant slug was truly dead. Wai Xiaobi finally relaxed his breathing. All of the exhaustion and pain that he had suppressed bubbled forth as he sat down, no longer wanting to move. However, Wai Xiaobi knew that it was not yet the time for him to relax. Now that one giant slug had appeared, there was a possibility that a second one, a third one, or maybe even a bigger monster could appear. He must go back. From his point of view, the apartment was the safest option. As he thought this, Wai Xiaobi at once struggled to get on his feet. But while returning to the apartment, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. This fragrance was very strange. It was not the fragrance of flowers that he had seen before, nor was it an artificial fragrance. On the contrary, it smelled like cooked meat. Wai Xiaobi couldn't help but swallow as the smell lured out his appetite and saliva. This fragrance was definitely a bit strange. He had previously eaten until he was full in the small store. It should be impossible for him to be this hungry in such a short amount of time, no matter how fast the food digested. Wai Xiaobi wriggled his nose like a dog. The stink from the rotting corpse of the giant slug enhanced the fragrance, making it even easier to detect. After circling once, he concluded that the fragrance came from inside the giant slug's corpse. In truth, he almost vomited as he approached the corpse and gave it a whiff. The combination of the stink and fragrance was more unbearable than anything he had experienced. However, Wai Xiaobi could not just give up his search for the origin of the fragrance. Before, he was still better off, since his stomach just growled a few times. But now, he itched to find the origin. To be more accurate, the fragrance had stimulated his hunger. He extended his hand and poked the dead slug. His head ached. Without any knives, how was he going to open up the slug's tough skin? Even if it had died, its skin's properties had not changed. After poking at the slug's wound with a wooden stick, he luckily spotted the dagger that he let go of. To be more accurate, it should not even be called a dagger anymore. The dagger had already transformed a lot due to the blue juice's corrosion. The handle had disappeared, and the original 25cm blade had shrunk to around 10 centimeters. Wai Xiaobi wiped the blade with a soft cloth. Stunned, he examined the blade in his hand. Normally, the blade would be unusable and lighter after being corroded by the blue liquid. Instead, what was left of the blade had become much heavier than the original. Furthermore, after wiping it, the blade became even more dazzling, as if it had been painted with mercury. It was clear that the changes to the dagger after being corroded could not be explained simply. Wai Xiaobi did not have time to question this occurrence. Instead, he found two soft pieces of wood to serve as a new handle, placed the blade in between, and bound it with a cloth, creating a simple but crude knife. Afterwards, he frowned as he used the small knife to cut open the slug, all the while enduring the smell. Wai Xiaobi retched upon fully cutting open the slug due to the strong stench flowing from the corpse. After retching, he once again tried to endure smell, using a wooden stick to poke around the dissected corpse. What is this? Wai Xiaobi pulled out a meatball the size of a fist from inside the slug's corpse. The meatball was connected to a few strands of blue muscle. Following the blue muscle, he noticed that it was connected to the antennae. Moreover, the antennae let out a few sparks when he touched it. This meatball must be the organ that produced electricity. There were a few animals on Earth that could produce electricity, for instance the well-known electric eel. The two sides of an electric eel's body was covered with tens of thousands of tiny electricity generators that were capable of generating 650 volts of electricity to kill its foes. However, the slug's meatball was slightly different. It was solid to the touch. A liquid could be seen flowing inside of its translucent flesh. He moved it closer to his nose to give it a whiff and smelled an enticing strong fragrance. There was no doubt that the fragrance emitted from the meatball. Wai Xiaobi put away the meatball and used the stick to poke around some more. After he could not find anything more that attracted his attention, he returned to the small store and grabbed a few more hardtacks. He picked up his backpack and prepared to return. Before returning, he walked over to the fallen man to check on his situation. A huge scar from the lightning could be seen on the man's back. The body showed no signs of life as it gave off a faint meaty smell. Wai Xiaobi couldn't help but feel speechless from the electricity that the giant slug was able to produce. It was important to know that the electrical resistance of air was high. Although the air was currently moist, which decreased the electrical resistance, breaking through 20 meters of air resistance would need the output voltage to be more than 100,000 volts. Chapter 5. Thunderworm Electric Ball. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The more Wai Xiaobi thought about it, the more lucky he felt. When the giant slug had noticed Wai Xiaobi's existence, the man ran quicker. This attracted the slug's attention, leading to the slug launching its attack on the man first. Otherwise, Wai Xiaobi might have been the one who died since he was so close to the door. Wai Xiaobi offered the nameless man a moment of silence. Then, he steadied his mind and searched the man's pockets for something useful. Sigh. This man did not have anything on him other than this business card. Name, Guan Mingjun. Position, Daxing parking lot guard. Guan Mingjun was not a bad name. Unfortunately, he was already dead. Fear for this world arose as Wai Xiaobi looked at the corpse. He did not know whether this was a dream or reality. Wai Xiaobi thought that it would have been better if this Guan Mingjun were still alive. That way he could have received information about what happened. But now, that man's only worth was to lie down on the ground and give off the smell of rotting flesh. He dragged Guan Mingjun's corpse to a courtyard close by and covered it up with trash since he did not have the time or mood to dig him a grave. Wai Xiaobi needed to quickly return to the safety of the apartment for shelter. After the slug's death, the street became quiet once again, causing Wai Xiaobi to tense up. He was afraid that another monster like the giant slug would pounce towards him. As he reached the apartment without further incident, he felt his luck must have taken a turn for the better. He closed the courtyard gate and the apartment doors. Then he used broken bowls, iron wires, and other various objects to create a makeshift alarm. Only after the alarm was completed was he able to relax. Upon returning to his room, Xiaobi sat on the bedside. The scene of him fighting the giant slug still lingered in his mind. He had never encountered such an exciting situation before, even as a former soldier. Being able to see blood during training was already not bad for a soldier in times of peace. Naturally, special forces were in a different situation from him. Xiaobi's willpower remained firm, and he quickly put the scene of the fight behind his mind. With a careless movement, his entire body began to sting, bringing him back to the reality of his situation. He extended his hand, took out the meatball, and wiped the remaining juices on it. The more he wiped off the stinky juice, the meatball's fragrance became more tempting. It was so fragrant to the point that he began to salivate, and his stomach followed with a growl. At this time, the status panel once again appeared in his mind. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10, lightly wounded. All stats are decreased by 20%. Strength, 8.4, muscle, 11, sturdiness, 10, agility, 7.8, hand-eye coordination, 9, flexibility, 11, reflex, 11, balance, 8, vitality, 8, health, 9, endurance, 11, intelligence, 5.6, learning, 6, reasoning, 8, awareness, 7.4, willpower, 12, judgment, 8, perception, 7, intuition, 10, charm, 5.76, courage, 10, persuasiveness, 7, character, 7, leadership, 5, appearance, 7, skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, special skills, none. Evolution point, 100. Item on hand, Thunderworm Electric Ball. Xiaobi did not really care about the lightly wounded status nor the 20% decrease in stats at all. He only felt that his body, compared to before, had weakened a huge amount. He noticed two changes that happened to the status panel. One was that his evolution points had become 100, and the other was his items. He could not help but pay full attention to the new words, Thunderworm Electric Ball. Soon after, another panel popped up with explanations. Thunderworm Electric Ball, 2-star creature. Thunderworm's electricity generating organ, not poisonous. Edible. Usage unknown. So it seems that giant slug was called a thunderworm. The thunderworm truly deserved its name. The electrical resistance of air was very high, higher than most major resistors. Under normal circumstances, breaking the resistance of dry air by just a millimeter needed more than 1,000 volts. The thunderworm easily broke through the resistance of slightly moist air with a distance of 4 meters, needing to use the voltage of at least tens of thousands. Should I eat this? This idea appeared in Xiaobi's mind. He couldn't help but be surprised by his own thoughts. What the hell am I thinking? He had been through a survival training when he was a soldier. He had eaten earthworms, locusts, snakes, caterpillars and other things before, and sometimes he even ate them raw. However, he knew that worms and snakes did not have any poison. Even if caterpillars had poison in them, he knew how to deal with it. However, the meatball came from the giant slug. Even when disregarding everything else, just the fact that the giant slug's juices had the property to corrode made it hard to believe that the meatball wasn't poisonous. Even if he knew the thunderworm electric ball was not poisonous, it was still difficult for him to accept it. I can't eat this. Xiaobi instantly rejected this idea that floated up from his mind. He lied on the bed and prepared to rest, forgetting to inspect the 100 evolution points that appeared in his status panel. The battle with the giant slug had tired him out. Even as he lied down on the bed, the stinging pain continued to assault Xiaobi's entire body, almost making him lose consciousness. However, the stinging pain from his corroded skin simply did not allow him to fall asleep. The best he could do was close his eyes and rest. After a while, Xiaobi couldn't help but grab the meatball and give it a squeeze. The meatball immediately let out a fragrance that stifled him. It smelled so attractive that various food like fried chicken leg, braised pork, kung pao chicken, beefsteak floated up in Xiaobi's mind. This was truly an unendurable torture. The urge to consume the meatball kept rising in his mind, while his stomach kept growling. Xiaobi did not know why the smell made his stomach so hungry. The allure of the fragrance had completely made him lose all urges to eat the hardtack. Torture, endurance, impulse. These three things interweaved together, and were about to be the death of him. After enduring for God knows how long, Xiaobi's gaze was already lifeless. He unconsciously grabbed the meatball with his right hand and moved it to his mouth. First bite, second bite, third bite, and it's gone. Only after it was gone did Xiaobi notice that he had already eaten the meatball, without leaving anything left over. Vomit. Xiaobi immediately felt nauseous. The blue juice left on his hand let out a strange odor, indicating that the meatball was definitely not as delicious as it smelled. Chapter 6. Overturning Seas and River. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Vomit. After coming to his senses, Xiaobi hastily stuck his hand down his throat to make himself puke out the meatball. He did not want to die from food poisoning just like this. However, the only thing he was able to vomit out was the disgusting mixture of the hardtack. Not even a single trace of the meatball came out. After vomiting, he began to feel dizzy and eventually just resigned to his fate. Since it had become like this, he could not care any less. So what if I die? I have nothing in my life anyways. Xiaobi made a bitter smile. Xiaobi's life was the same as any normal commoner. His household was a very normal household. His father was a worker at a state-run factory. His mother was a grade school teacher. It was an extremely normal family. When he was in grade school, Xiaobi had big dreams. He dreamt about becoming many things: a scientist, a general, a millionaire, or other similar careers. His grades were also very outstanding. He was a child who wanted things that suited his brilliance. However, after entering junior high, the streets full of arcades and videotape rental stores had attracted Xiaobi. After he almost failed getting into a county high school, he had gone from being an outstanding student to a bad student, who frequently skipped classes. After failing his college exams, his parents had simply sent him to enlist in the army. Xiaobi was once again able to renew his passion in the army. Although he was not able to obtain a third-class merit medal, he was able to obtain a few outstanding soldier medals. The military leader had even said that Xiaobi was a natural-born soldier. For this reason, the military leader recommended Xiaobi for military college. If Xiaobi was able to pass, then it would have been a good opportunity for advancement. However, the Xiaobi, who loathed studying, was unable to pass, and in the end, he retired from the army and returned home. He thought that returning to his hometown to find work would be easy after his fine performance in the army. However, he had underestimated the world. After returning to his hometown, he found that the only place that would accept him was an almost bankrupt power plant. He worked for 2 months before he personally submitted his resignation. He then moved to Qihu City and became one of its contractual workers. Xiaobi would have a slight regret every time he recalled all this. If he had studied better in the past, he could have entered into Tsinghua University, Peking University or even Fudan University, and then he would have been a department manager in some place by now. Even his current boss was a normal college graduate. However, there was no pill for regret in this world. Xiaobi was originally going to work like this for the rest of his life. When he reached a certain age, he would return to his hometown and open a small store, and maybe find someone to marry along the way. However, fate seemed to have something new in store for him. Waiting for his unknown fate was a cruel situation to be in. Xiaobi rubbed his slightly aching stomach, while lying on the bed. The moldy smell entered his nose, causing him to go into a sneezing fit. If I die, then I die. Xiaobi did not know how, but after sneezing a few times, he was able to fully relax and take a rest. The events that happened after he woke up had almost split his mind in half. Only now was he able to relax a bit and feel the exhaustion sink in. After a while, Xiaobi unconsciously sunk into the land of dreams. Fight as we're ordered, do as we're told. Train in your guns, bayonets, and hand grenades. Take aim and shoot. A short and powerful song roused Xiaobi from his sleep. This song was something he had learned while in the army. He was not clear about the lyrics, but remembered it was called something like Army Training Song. It was a song often sung before eating meals. A group of old people would roar it with their coarse throats and then charge towards the dining hall. They were so energetic and full of vigor, like hungry tigers coming down from the mountains. This was without a doubt one of the only memories Xiaobi had in the past. Xiaobi's first reaction after waking up was to extend his hand and grab the empty wine bottle beside his bed, but his hand only grasped air. This had surprised his muddled mind, and he immediately opened his eyes. He was still in the apartment room, lying on the bed, while the mobile phone alarm beside his pillow rang. Something's wrong. Xiaobi propped up his body and looked around the room. The dust on the floor and table had disappeared. The poster of Zhang Liangying, that he had posted up a few days ago, still looked brand new. Zhang Liangying's charming face still remained blindingly brilliant. The oranges and apples on his coffee table were not rotten. The aluminium frame window that the landlord had just installed was not covered with neither white ash nor cracks. In short, his room had returned back to its original state. What is happening? Could everything have been a dream? But wasn't it a bit too realistic? Xiaobi came back to his senses. He immediately touched his waist and found something hard on his belt. It was the dagger that he found from the shut-in's room, only it had shrunk to the size of a pencil and lost its handle. This was the result from being corroded by the slug's juices. Xiaobi was shocked. He then touched his pocket, discovering that the lighter was still there. He looked inside the tattered bag beside his bed and found that the water, the hardtack, the erotic magazine, and even Guan Mingjun's business card were still inside. Xiaobi's back broke out into a cold sweat. What the hell? What the hell is happening? Was I dreaming or was that actually real? Xiaobi rubbed his head. He turned off the mobile phone alarm and sat on the bed for a while. He stared blankly outside at the dawn sky as his brain went into overdrive. He had previously woken up to a world that seemed as if 100 years had passed, where almost everything was tattered and broken. He had found a dagger, went towards the small store and found water and food. He met with the man and the slug, eliminated the slug, and then unconsciously ate their meatball. After thinking for a long while, Xiaobi still could not understand what was happening. However, he no longer needed to think much about it anymore as his stomach suddenly overturned just like the seas and rivers. It was so painful that his face turned completely white, having no choice but to grab a roll of paper and charge to the toilet. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A string of fart-like noises exploded forth from the toilet. Soon, a horrible stink spread, almost causing Xiaobi to retch. He looked down and found that his butt was almost in contact with the liquid inside the toilet. The white urinal had already changed color. There were huge amounts of dark bloodstains and even meat-like pieces in it. Xiaobi's face paled at the thought that he was going to die soon. After a while, he disregarded the thought. Now, the pain from his stomach had lessened and his body felt incredibly relaxed after relieving himself. Chapter 7, Changes in the Status Panel. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After cleaning the toilet and washing his butt, Xiaobi once again lied down on the bed and paid attention to his status panel. The reason was because changes had appeared in his status panel. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status. The average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 10.5. Muscle, 11. Sturdiness, 10. Agility, 9.75. Hand-eye coordination, 9, flexibility, 11, reflex, 11, balance, 8, vitality, 10, health, 9, endurance, 11, intelligence, 7, learning, 6, reasoning, 8, awareness, 9.25, willpower, 12, judgment, 8, perception, 7, intuition, 10, charm, 7.2, courage, 10, persuasiveness, 7, character, 7, leadership, 5, appearance, 7, skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, special skill, Release electricity. Maximum strength 5 volts. Maximum current 1 milliampere. This skill was formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution point, 100. Item on hand, none. The item on hand disappeared, since he had swallowed the Thunderworm electric ball after all. However, the effects of eating the Thunderworm electric ball while he was muddle-headed had appeared. He had obtained a special skill, release electricity. Xiaobi grabbed a ballpoint pen and produced a small spark between his fingers and its tip. So weak. This was Xiaobi's first thought after releasing electricity. After seeing the electrical power the Thunderworm produced, Xiaobi held contempt with the small amount of power he obtained. The cause of the suffering that I experienced should due to the appearance of this special skill, but is this really all there is? The electricity that he could produce was only 5 volts and 1 milliampere. Whose idea was this? A human body would still be safe even if it was exposed to 24 volts of electricity, and the safety limit for electric current was 10 milliamperes. The amount of electricity that Xiaobi could release was only enough to recharge his phone battery. The electric current was so worthless, it could only cause numbness in one finger. Apart from this, it did not have any offensive power at all. The good thing about this was that as long as he continued to release electricity, it would slowly level up. If he used it while exercising, his strength and agility would also increase. The other thing he noticed was that the lightly wounded status had disappeared, and his status had returned to normal values. After thinking about it, Xiaobi felt that there was no loss. Right, there's still the evolution points. Xiaobi finally remembered about the evolution points. A panel that seemed to explain about evolution points appeared as he thought about it. Evolution points, obtained by killing creatures from the dust world, capable of increasing the sub-attributes of any status, skills and even special skills. It is difficult to obtain, so be careful in using them. Xiaobi hesitated after seeing the explanation. He pondered for a bit. If these evolution points were actually the real deal, where should I put them? Xiaobi had only obtained these points after fighting to the death with the Thunderworm, so these points were indeed hard to obtain. He did not want to waste a single point at all, especially after almost dying. He inspected the status panel, causing more explanatory panels to appear. The information in them was almost enough to explain the happenings of his current situation. The world that he entered after waking up from his hangover was called the Dust World. The Dust World, a world that had a foot in reality, but at the same time, was its own individual world. The things and buildings that he had seen in the Dust World were most likely objects in the real world that had been projected into it. However, the Dust World had a special property of turning the things projected into it into ruins. Naturally, the information about the Dust World only covered trivial matters. What mattered to him the most right now was his status. Based on the status panel, the average status value of a human was 10, so Xiaobi's status could be regarded as outstanding. Xiaobi was slightly proud that his strength value was much more higher than the value of a normal person. It could be seen from the status panel that strength was determined by muscle and sturdiness. Xiaobi's muscle was 11 points, and his sturdiness was 10 points. Combining them together gave 10.5 points to his strength. This value was higher than an average man's by 5%. It was not really that much higher than an average man, but the average of 10 points would have been found after summing up the strength of all adult men and dividing it by the amount of adult men surveyed. In other words, a normal college freshman would have at least 6 points in strength, while an adult man working in civil services would have at least 7 points. And an adult man doing hard labor in construction sites would have a strength exceeding 10 points. As for professional boxers, commandos and others, they would have at least 13 points. On the other hand, a normal adult woman's strength would be less than an adult man's strength by 3 to 4 points. Xiaobi's strength had without a doubt exceeded the majority of adult males by at least 15%. This proportion was already quite good. Having a 10% higher strength value was enough to gain an advantage in most one-on-one fights. For the same reason, Xiaobi's 9.75 points agility had also exceeded the normal adult man by quite a bit. Among the sub-attributes, his flexibility and reflexes were rather high. This signified that if Xiaobi was in a fight, the speed of his fists would be a lot faster than a normal adult man by more than 20%, hitting the enemy before they could even swing a punch. However, his balance was mediocre at only 8 points. This was probably the reason why he was always slow when crossing the balance beam when he was in the army. His vitality was 10 points, and in it, he had 9 points in health. This means that his health was very normal compared to his other stats. Although he could not avoid common diseases like colds, the symptoms should not have that much effect on his body. However, if his luck was bad, he could still have a serious illness. His 11 points on endurance meant that he was better than most people in long-distance running. Chapter 8 to 2-star life form. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. An important point that needed to be mentioned was Xiaobi's intelligence. It was only 7 points, which was not high at all. Under his intelligence was a 6 points in learning. This was below the majority of adult men. Luckily, his 8 points in reasoning was able to pull his status up a bit, but his intelligence was mediocre compared to most of his stats. This also clearly explained what happened to his past grades. His awareness was at 9.25 points. Under it was his willpower at 12 points. This was the attribute with the highest value in his status. Willpower's value was without a doubt a decisive factor on success and failure. A man with strong will would never give up easily in the face of most obstacles and setbacks in his path. It could even be assumed that if Xiaobi's willpower was not high enough, he would not be able to take the pain and instead be killed by the Thunderworm. After all, the Thunderworm was a 2-star life form. Although Xiaobi had not yet grasped the significance of it being a 2-star life form, he was only a 1-star, so the gap was still evident. The reason why his awareness was low was obviously attributed to his 8 points in judgment and 7 in perception. Under the main attributes, Xiaobi's charm attribute had the most lowest sub-attributes. His 7 points in both character and appearance indicated that his looks and temperament were normal, and his 7 points in persuasiveness signified that his eloquence was mediocre. To sum it all up, the total of his main attributes was 53.7, or out of the 60 total average value. His attributes were lower by 6.3 points. However, Xiaobi did not feel disheartened. This was never a big deal from the start, since he had a few attributes that were on average. The skills below his 6 attributes, namely shooting, military boxing, and electrical work, were things that he had learned before. The words in the parenthesis signified how skilled he was in those specific fields. Beginner would be the lowest rank and intermediate was the second rank. Xiaobi had yet to see any higher rank, so he did not know what they were. Xiaobi's electrical work skill did not meet the standard for working with a real estate company. If he did, that Zhang Mifu, engineer Zhang, would not have sent him to work in the high-voltage electrical room. After all, that place did not need a high-level electrical knowledge. He only needed to make copies of the data inside, and if a problem appeared, he would work together with another electrician to solve the problem, but the problems were never that big. Should I place the evolution points in the main attributes, the skills, or the special skill? This was his current question. Xiaobi hesitated for a bit, but he came to his senses when he heard the sound of people outside and the sound of car horns. He disregarded everything. Not being left in that world was already a very happy thing for him. I'll think about the points allocation later. Xiaobi grabbed his mobile phone and checked the time. It was already 7:30 a.m. Today is Monday and my work is 8:30 in the morning. Crap. My salary will be cut if I'm late. Curse those capitalists. Xiaobi quickly got up from the bed and quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face. He picked up his wallet and mobile phone, then changed his clothes. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped in hesitation. In the end, he decided to wrap the dagger with a strip of cloth and tie it to his lower leg. The thing that was a bit strange was that the dagger had not been included in the item on hand. He thought that there must be some sort of qualification for it. Xiaobi opened the door and saw that his neighbors were also leaving their rooms one by one. This made him feel a trace of warmth. No matter who it was, A person who came back from the dust world would feel as if they returned to the human world when looking at this scene. Good morning, Sister Lee. The noise you were making with Brother Huang yesterday night kept me up all night. A beautiful and slender woman wearing a professional suit came out from the opposite side. Following her was a 30-year-old man with a normal height and somewhat handsome, Wai Xiaobi, who regained his normal life, made a joke as he moved towards the courtyard. However, a scolding sound came from behind him. Wai Xiaobi, were you eavesdropping on the wall yesterday night? Come back here, see how your sister will whip you to death. The man named Huang Diejun, on the other hand, awkwardly spoke. Lan Xing, lower your voice. The person who was closest with Wai Xiaobi was this person, Li Lan Crossing. Li Lan Xing was approximately 26 years old. She was a beautiful businesswoman with a cheerful disposition. She had treated the 24-year-old Wai Xiaobi like a little brother. The other person was her boyfriend. His name was Huang Diejun, a 30-year-old white-collar worker with a meticulous disposition. To be more accurate, he was a bit narrow-minded, especially when it came to men who were close with Li Lan Crossing. He would always carry an indescribable hostility towards them. Wai Xiaobi rushed out to the courtyard and looked at the Fatma store. He lightly sighed and bought 2 bottles of soy milk and a 10 yuan amount of pancake from a side stall. He started walking towards the bus station while eating and drinking. Yuan is Chinese money. 1 yuan equals 16 US cents. The pancakes could be considered the mainstream breakfast in Qihu City due to its affordability. Wai Xiaobi felt weird inside. Normally, a bottle of milk and 2 yuan worth of pancakes would have been able to make him 90% full. He did not know why, but today when he saw the pancakes, he became incredibly hungry. So he bought 5 times the amount. Could it be because of all the electricity released? Was its consumption too big? Wai Xiaobi cleanly finished the pancakes before he had even gotten off the bus. The smell of the pancake drifted all over the bus. Given that there were many people going to work now, Wai Xiaobi was forced to bear the stares of many people. We have arrived at the Ahao office building. The ticket seller's hoarse voice sounded. Wai Xiaobi hurriedly got down and burped. He looked at the time in his mobile phone. It was now 8:10. He was relieved that he was not late, and in fact, there was still some time left. He slowly walked 2 steps and looked at a passing beauty wearing revealing clothes, before entering the office building's underground parking lot. The Ahao office building. It was 38 floors high. It was a twin tower-styled building from the 9th floor upwards. The name of the owner of the office building was Wan Diehao. He was the Diehao Group's chairman, and also one of the well-known richest people in Qihu City. He owned more than 10 small and big companies such as the Diehao Greenery, Diehao Construction, Diehao Interior Design, and many others. It was rumored that he also dealt with underground dealings, so he was rather powerful in Qihu City. Wai Xiaobi's workplace was the Daohao Real Estate. The main headquarters of the company was on the 37th floor. The CEO, Finance Department, Human Resource Department and other departments were settled there. On the other hand, Wai Xiaobi entered an elevator close to the parking lot entrance. He then pushed the B5F button. When he reached the 5th basement floor, a straight yet complicated underground passage could be seen. There was also a huge wooden door used for security. This place was the engineering department of the company. The real estate company's electric work, water work, woodwork and other works were concentrated in this place. This was also the place where all the plans were drafted and meals were taken. Chapter 9, Work. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Although the ventilation fan kept sending the air upwards, the air still did not smell good. If it was the first time a person came and they had just eaten, they might have directly vomited out their food. Wai Xiaobi had been working here for almost 3 months, so he was used to the smell. He even felt a sense of security whenever he smelled the engine oil mixed with rubber and sewer water in the air. The clock-in machine was located beside the elevator. After he clocked in and passed through the passage, he arrived at a wooden door labeled lounge and walked inside. As the name implied, this place was the engineering department's lounge. This was the place where the department held their morning meetings and where the employees changed their clothes. There was a long table in the middle of the lounge with wooden chairs all around it. Going further inside, There was a wooden couch and a line of wardrobes across the wall. There was also a water dispenser and a long mirror in the corner of the room. There was also a ventilation fan hanging from the middle of the ceiling. This was what the entire lounge consisted of. Compared to the security department's lounge with a punching bag, treadmill, and dumbbells, or the sanitation department's beds and kitchen, or even the 37th floor headquarters coffee machine, cloise and tea set, chessboard, etc., the engineering department's lounge seemed poverty-stricken. Even the long mirror and the water dispenser were second-hand goods passed down from the sanitation department. This situation was unavoidable. In electrician Liu Ansheng's words, the engineering department was a money-spending department. The security department could still take parking fees. The sanitation department could sell rejects and clean the above floors for money. Where should the engineering department earn their money from? The property owner's real estate fee? That was impossible because that money was the company's income. The money earned from extra services were also directly received by the finance department as the company's income. Whichever company it was, the engineering department would only spend money and did not earn that much money in return. Even if they earned money, the money would directly enter the finance department's account books. This way, the engineering department's status was understandably lower than others. Wai Xiaobi changed his clothes while thinking of these things, smiling as he thought. "You're here, little Wai, aren't you early today?" A skinny, thick-eyebrowed 45-year-old man entered the lounge while carrying a teacup. With a firm pace, he walked to the wardrobe and opened his section as he called out to Wai Xiaobi. "You are also early, Brother Wang," Wai Xiaobi replied while attaching the Dahao Real Estate's chest insignia. The middle-aged man was named Wang Weidong. He had entered the company at the same time as Wai Xiaobi. He was an electrician that took advantage of his seniority to judge everything. During the human resources interview, Wang Weidong was an unceasing torrent to the point that the human resource director just blankly stared at him. Normally, a company like Dahao Real Estate would not hire Wang Weidong due to his age. However, Wang Weidong was an expert in waterworks, elevator maintenance and managing the central air conditioning. Being an expert in many different fields while being an electrician was undoubtedly a huge plus. As a result, he was recruited at the same time with Wai Xiaobi. Wai Xiaobi was also recruited for his electrical work, but he only had the skill due to learning it in the army. The gap in skill between him and Wang Weidong, who had 20+ years of experience in estate maintenance, was too huge. If that human resource director was not an army retiree, Wai Xiaobi might not even have passed the first round of interviews. Wai Xiaobi took on a learning attitude and called Wang Weidong as Brother Wang, learning all the skills he could from him and at the same time, improving their relationship. They both sat on the wooden chairs and chatted for a while. The other employees also began to enter the room in succession. The once quiet lounge was now filled with noise. The employees of the engineering department were not that many. There were 16 people in total for all type of works, including the main engineer. Before everyone finished changing into their uniforms, a semi-bald 30-year-old man with a thermos entered the lounge. He frowned at the chaos in the lounge. "Everyone, get a move on. We will soon begin the meeting." This was the engineering department's main engineer, Engineer Zhang. The managerial position of the engineering department was currently empty. As a result, Engineer Zhang currently oversaw the overall administrations. Everyone trusted him due to his extensive skills in handling electric work, waterworks and the central air conditioning system. Wai Xiaobi was fond of this system where your skills decided your position just like in the army. Unfortunately, his skill in electrical work was weak, so his position was not that high, making him slightly depressed. The morning meeting finished in 20 minutes. The night shift personnel reported the problems that they found and could not resolve. Then, Engineer Zhang assigned people their work. Most of the problems in the engineering department were trivial matters. For example, 2 light bulbs in passage O3 had burned out, or a leakage was found in B2F's toilet, or the monitor in the reception desk was malfunctioning, etc. After all, this twin tower building was only built 4-5 years ago, so it still would not have any big problems for a long while. These tasks did not really concern Xiaobi. After the meeting, he brewed a cup of tea and walked to the high-voltage electrical room. Xiaobi's main position in the engineering department was to go to the high-voltage electrical room. His main job was to oversee the electrical room and adjust the voltage values of the office building according to Engineer Zhang's instructions. Xiaobi pushed open the wooden door, crossed over the rodent control board, avoided the power cabinet, and arrived at a long table. A computer monitor and a small air conditioner was on top of the table. In front of the table was a young man in uniform. The young man's face was white, while his cheeks were flushed red. A small pimple grew on his nose, destroying his image. "Superstar, it's time to go home," Xiaobi greeted the young man and chuckled. The young man lazily stood up and looked at Xiaobi while stretching his body. "I have once again earned another day's wages. Life is so hard." "Good morning, Xiaobi." This young man was named Tenziu Kun. His name was similar to a well-known superstar, so he was nicknamed Superstar. He was barely older than Xiaobi by 1 year, but he loved acting older than him. "Oh right. Did anything happen while I was sleeping for the night?" Xiaobi asked. "Nothing happened. I'm going to go change my clothes." Tenziu Kun left the high-voltage electrical room as he spoke. The high-voltage electrical room had a 3-shift system. The day shift was from 8:30 a.m. in the morning until 6 p.m. in the afternoon. The night shift was from 6 p.m. in the afternoon until 8 o'clock a.m. in the morning. There was a total of 3 people in the rotation. Chapter 10. Financial Straits. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The environment inside the high-voltage electric room was not very good. The rows of power cabinets emitted heat, causing the entire room temperature to be higher than the temperature above ground by 10-20 degrees. In short, a person could comfortably sleep here while wearing sleeveless clothes in winter, while the temperature in summer would reach 50 degrees. In Xiaobi's words, this place was not a place for humans. The only thing that brought cooling was the small air conditioner beside the monitor on the table. Xiaobi took the chance to check the night shift records while Tenziu Kun was changing his clothes. Luckily, nothing was wrong. Xiaobi waited for Tenziu Kun to finish changing and saying goodbye before he began making his rounds in the high-voltage electrical room. He took the day shift record book and began to copy the values of the power cabinets, converters, etc. After that, he sat down in front of the monitor and rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. "Why am I hungry again?" He grabbed the mop and went to the toilet. He washed it and brought it back to begin cleaning the room. After one round of cleaning, he looked at the spotless electrical room, feeling cheerful about it. Any good results born from human effort would make people happy. He looked outside to see if there was anyone around before closing the door. Then, he began hitting the sandbag behind the door. Xiaobi only had a few hobbies such as reading light novels, playing games and training his body, like hitting the sandbag. This sandbag was secretly brought in by Xiaobi. Other people would treat the work inside the electric room as a pleasant task. They just needed to sit down, stay idle, walk around the room and work without leaving their station. The night shift could even sleep during their hours. This would be a wonderful job for anyone, except for the unbearable heat. Xiaobi was different. He felt that working there was too dull, so he had no choice but to find a way to have fun. As a result, he decided to train his body, which was not even a bad choice. If he did not do this, his body would have already been a complete wreck. Exercising while releasing electricity could slowly stimulate the growth of his strength and agility, was it? Xiaobi remembered the description of his special skill. Let's try it and see if there are any results. Xiaobi's heart shook. His skin felt a bit numb as he felt the electricity moving throughout his body. However, it did not take long for him to realize that maintaining electrical output while exercising was actually very draining. He weakly sat back down on the chair after about 100 punches. The feeling of the electricity going through his body remained as the muscles in his body trembled. This kind of feeling felt very unpleasant. Xiaobi was not yet adept in using the special skill. As a result,
His body suffered a bit while using it when boxing. Groan. Half an hour had passed. I should go copy down the numbers again. Xiaobi endured the pain and tried to pick up the pen. Just as his hand approached the pen, a spark appeared between his hand and the pen. It was very small, but it was visible. His hand numbed a bit as he pulled it back. He had already stopped releasing electricity, so he was bewildered at what had just happened. Looking at his hand and then again at the pen, he thought for a bit before picking up the pen again. This time, a spark did not appear, so he guessed that it must have been the static electricity that accumulated in his body. Xiaobi recorded down the values in the monitor while his brain tried to make out an explanation. There was one thing he understood. The steel plate on the ground must have had a bit of static electricity and it had passed through his body. There was simply no way for his body to accumulate enough electricity to release a spark. He understood this point even though he had only been working as an electrician for 3 months. The high voltage room's floor was made of steel plates that were elevated by half a meter. Doing this would not only make it easier to manage the cables, it would also protect the power cabinets and prevent the accumulation of static electricity. Static electricity was the bane of electrical rooms. If the place did not use steel plates, he might have fainted from the discharged accumulated static electricity in his body the moment he left the place. This was not even a joking matter, since this had actually happened in other places that did not use these steel plates. After using these steel plates, the amount of these incidents happening had become close to none. The thicker the steel plate, the quicker it would direct away the accumulated static electricity in the body. Xiaobi walked as he once again recorded the numbers in the rows of power cabinets again. The power cabinet was covered in thick rubber pieces. This was a safety measure used in order to prevent the electrician from being electrocuted. Xiaobi took one step and suddenly sensed something wrong with his body as a numbing pain began assaulting his body. An electrician would be very familiar with this phenomenon. This was the feeling of having an electric current pass through the body. It seems that spark that happened when I touched the pen was not an illusion. My control over this special skill must still be quite bad. He looked at his hand that was glowing with electric light as he touched the metal covering of the power cabinet. Xiaobi's mind was in disarray as he tried to think of a way to train his control over the electric current. When he walked to the front of the 2-meter-tall voltage converters, he suddenly felt the hidden fierce energy hidden inside the transformers. He felt an indescribable reverence towards the huge electrical energy stored within it. Xiaobi always felt that time passed by quickly in his day shift. He would just record the data in the monitors and follow Engineer Zhang's instructions to turn on or off some of the electrical circuit switches. He often passed the time with satisfaction, making him feel the shortness of time. The only problem he felt was that during noontime, his stomach became extremely hungry. Originally, a 3.5 yuan box meal was already enough to fill his stomach. Now, he had to buy 5 boxes before he was full. Damn. Xiaobi became slightly anxious at the amount he was eating. He had eaten through 17.5 yuan for lunch. If this continued on, wouldn't his 3 meals cost him 45 yuan? Xiaobi had just finished his probationary work period and became a full-time employee. But the monthly wage was only 1,200 yuan. Although this amount was not small in his hometown, in Qihu City, 1,200 yuan would eventually become 200 yuan due to rent, food expense and other expenses. Chapter 11. Muscle Attribute Increase. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The previous numbers showed just how hard-pressed for money Xiaobi was. 45 yuan for food expenses per day would increase his expenses by 1,350 yuan per month. My god, I don't even have to mention the rent and other fees. My salary would not even be enough to pay for my meals. After calculating, Xiaobi realized that he had to find another way to earn money, or else he would be thrown out of his apartment by the landlord. It was now 6 o'clock and time to change shifts. Xiaobi threw the strange condition of his body to the back of his mind. He greeted the colleague who was going to take over and rode the elevator up, leaving Dahao office building. Xiaobi was near his apartment when his stomach let out a long grumble. He rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry again. It would be problematic if this continued on. He took a detour for the nearby noodle stand and ate 5 bowls of noodles. Thinking about the dead Guangming Jun, Xiaobi walked towards the Diexing parking lot. The Diexing parking lot was not very hard to find, so he went straight inside. After asking around Guangming Jun's workmates, he learned that he had skipped work. This removed all of Xiaobi's doubts and confirmed his suspicions. The Guangming Jun in the dust world was the same as the Guangming Jun in this world. If a person died, they wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, him skipping work would not have been a strange phenomenon. Xiaobi's confirmation weighed heavily in his mind. Previously, his subconscious still considered his experience in the dust world as a dream, an extremely realistic dream. But now that he confirmed Guangming Jun's death in the dust world meant his death in the real world, he couldn't help but become extremely anxious for his own future, distracting him from what he was doing. Crash. Xiaobi at the time was a little muddle-headed, so when he passed by a food stall, he accidentally knocked down a table. The table was already unsteady, so in just one hit, the table and all the food and beer on it fell to the ground. He instinctively wanted to apologize since he already knew he was in the wrong. After all, he still had enough morals to admit his own mistakes. However, the diner, whose food was now on the floor, was furious. Slap. Fuck you. The diner's palm landed on Xiaobi's face, knocking him down. The sting on his face, although painful, woke him up from his daze. Xiaobi felt an acute pain in his head as warm liquid dripped down his forehead. Realizing that his head was injured, and he was bleeding, he looked up and saw 3 hooligans surrounding him. They were youths who had their sleeves rolled up, with colored hair, appearing like birds' nests. The one who had slapped Xiaobi had triangular eyes, but his eyes were crazed and bloodshot, indicating that he was probably a drug addict. The green-haired boy on the left was holding a shattered beer bottle. The red hair on the right also grabbed a beer bottle and plunging it towards Xiaobi's head. Facing the hooligans' attack, Xiaobi could only defend himself using his hands to block the attack. Pow! Bang! Xiaobi was able to block the beer bottle, but was kicked in the stomach by Triangle Eyes. He lost his balance from the kick and fell down backwards. Crackle! Ping! Break! There was a loud noise. Xiaobi fell down on the table behind him, sending food and beer everywhere, causing the eating customer to run away and escape. A normal person would never involve themselves in these kinds of fights. Their normal choice would be to run away. Fuck. Xiaobi became angry as pain spread in his body. However, the pain in his head and arms had already affected his fighting strength. He knew that he simply could not win against 3 people in his current situation. The hooligans' bodies and skills were not bad. With the ability between them being fairly even, Xiaobi's relatively slow reaction time to their ambush was quite normal. Qihu City's economy was flourishing, but as a result its society had become complex. People in the dark side were only few. They did not have a care for anyone else. If provoked, the best consequence was being sent to the hospital, the worst was being left dead in the middle of the street. Xiaobi, under this intense situation, could not afford to think about trivial matters. He needed to increase his strength to deal with these hooligans. He could not directly put his evolution points in his strength attribute, so he chose to increase his muscle attribute. Concentrating on the muscle attribute, the evolution points in his status panel quickly decreased while his muscle attribute began to increase from 11 points. 11.01, 11.02. 11.03. 100 evolution points had been used up without even using half a second. Xiaobi's muscle attribute quickly increased from 11 to 12 points. If anybody was staring at Xiaobi, they would have noticed that his muscles were quickly expanding. Although it was not by much, it was still visible to the naked eye. His muscle attribute was not the only thing that changed. The pain in his body had also gradually lessened. Although it took a long time to describe this, only a few seconds had passed. What are you looking at? Stupid brat. Bring out 30,000 yuan, or else, he. Triangle Eyes thought that Xiaobi had already given up, so he begun extorting him. At the same time, red hair on the right smashed the base of the bottle, and Green Hair on the left held an attack pose to place pressure on Xiaobi. They had already done this many times. Normally, even if they were not provoked, they would still stir up trouble, let alone with Xiaobi himself. Knocking down the table. Taking advantage of people by extorting them was their way of benevolence. Beating up Xiaobi was only a way of scaring him. "Okay, I will give you all my money," Xiaobi said so that the hooligans would let down their guard. Triangle Eye approached first to take the wallet as Xiaobi took it out. Without a single word, Xiaobi's fist punched Triangle Eyes on the face. The face was one of the most sensitive yet important parts of the body. A punch to the face would not go as far as killing a person, but it was definitely enough to inhibit a person's strength for a short period. Xiaobi naturally understood this from his army training. The increase in his muscle attribute had greatly increased Xiaobi's strength. The punch had actually caused Triangle Eyes to crouch down and cover his bleeding nose. However, Xiaobi immediately followed up with a right hook to the chin. Chapter 12, Various Attacks, Attribute Growth. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After being sent backwards, Triangle Eyes fell down to the ground. His body spasmed as blood flowed from his nose, creating a frightening scene. Perhaps because these hooligans were too used to being tyrants, the remaining lackeys just stared blankly after meeting resistance for the first time in a while. However, the two hooligans were not inexperienced in fighting. Xiaobi once again sent a punch towards Green Hair, striking him down. During that moment, Red Hair moved to thrust the broken beer bottle towards Xiaobi's underarm. If the sharp edge of the broken beer bottle pierced through his underarm, it probably would not have taken long before he would bleed to death. "I'm going all out." When this thought appeared in Xiaobi's mind, he felt an electric current surge up from within his body. His muscles' power and his body's flexibility increased, and frantically, he twisted his body, barely dodging the broken bottle. Pow! Counterattack. Xiaobi's left fist hit the Red Hair's ear. Red Hair only felt a wave of dizziness before weakly falling down. He let go of the broken bottle, breaking it to pieces as it landed on the ground. 12 points in muscle, adding on the 10 points in sturdiness, then dividing it by 2, gave the result of 11 points in strength. Using his 11 points strength to attack these hooligans' vitals was enough to thoroughly eliminate their fighting strength. Xiaobi was publicly recognized as a good-natured person, but after entering and returning from the dust world, the succession of changes in his body had stifled his psyche. The three hooligans' arrogance had turned the built-up feeling deep inside Xiaobi's heart into rage. The anger in his heart had dispersed a bit after knocking down the hooligans, but it was not enough. Didn't people from ancient times have a word for this? The victor should chase the cornered enemy. Do not be like the warlord. Explanation. In Chinese history there was a warlord who let go of his enemy only to be backstabbed by the same enemy in the end. These hooligans were the enemy. If they did not receive enough pain, they might find trouble with him in the future. Even if Xiaobi reported this to the police, it would be impossible for the local police station to protect him 24/7. Xiaobi grabbed Triangle Eye's arm and smashed it on the floor. With a loud crack, the hooligan's bone broke. Xiaobi followed the set pattern and did the same thing to the other hooligans. A bone fracture would probably need them at least 100 days to recuperate. Xiaobi was confident that if these three hooligans came to find him after 100 days, he would not need to be worried about anything. Before leaving, he also did not forget to search through their wallets. Although the three of them looked sloppy, the money in their wallets was not a small amount. Xiaobi left 500 yuan to the owner of the food stall for the damages and took more than 3,000 yuan left over. At the very least, I now have food for 2 months. Xiaobi was feeling hungry again after beating the three hooligans. He was so hungry that he felt as if his stomach acid rose all the way to his mouth, crippling his entire body. Worried that the police might find him, he went into a restaurant and spent 50 yuan to reward himself. After returning to the apartments, the corridor was completely empty, probably because it was already late at night. The droning sound of television could even be heard from the rooms. Xiaobi weakly sat on his bedside. He stared at the ceiling for what seemed like a long time, remembering the earlier fight. Naturally, Xiaobi was slightly remorseful because of the fight. After all, He was not an obedient child who only knew how to study, and fighting was a normal occurrence in the army. His strength did go up a bit after putting in his evolution points, but what was most crucial was the electric current that passed through his body, stimulating his muscles. This was the power that caused his muscles to grow in an instant. If the electric current had not stimulated his muscles, he would have been toast after those three hooligans were done with him. A female voice from outside the door increased Wai Xiaobi's attention. It was the voice of Li Lanxing and Zili Jun. "Little Zhu, your complexion looks bad. Are you sick?" "Ah, Sister Lan, nothing is wrong. It's probably just because I've been staying up too late." Zili Jun's voice was slightly bashful. He was, after all, a shut-in, so seeing a beautiful older sister would unavoidably startle him. Wai Xiaobi listened to Li Lanxing's voice. His heart grew warm, so he opened the door and laughed loudly. "Sister Lan, aren't you early today? Where's Brother Huang?" Wai Xiaobi nodded his head at Zili Jun as a greeting. Li Lanxing's face became gloomy as she frowned. "He's working overtime again today." "Sister Lan, since Brother Huang is not here, don't forget to call me if you get lonely." Wai Xiaobi chuckled and closed the door, causing Li Lanxing to scold him. "You little brat, how dare you tease your sister Lan? Stand still, watch me sew your mouth shut." At this time, Zili Jun's face was already bashfully red. He quickly hid back into his room. Although shut-ins were well versed in porn, they were incredibly shy when faced with reality. Wai Xiaobi looked at the darkened sky while leaning on his bed, making the status window appear. Name, Wai Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11. Muscle, 12. Sturdiness, 10. Agility, 9.75. Hand-eye coordination, 9. Flexibility, 11. Reflex, 11. Balance, 8. Vitality, 10. Health, 9. Endurance, 11. Intelligence, 7. Learning, 6. Reasoning, 8. Awareness, 9.25. Willpower, 12. Judgment, 8. Perception, 7. Intuition, 10. Charm, 7.2. Courage, 10. Persuasiveness, 7. Character, 7. Leadership, 5. Appearance, 7. Skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner. Special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 7 volts. Maximum current 1.5 mA. This skill was formed after Wai Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution point, 0. Items on hand, none. He looked at his status and noticed that other than the 1 point increase in muscle and the 0.5 increase in strength, his special skill had also improved. The maximum voltage that he could now produce increased by 2 and the electric current increased by 0.5 mA. Although it was not much, he couldn't help but feel happy about it. The increased amount was small, but looking at the proportionality, it had probably increased by 55%. The progress of his release electricity special skill was probably from his fight with the hooligans. But although he had benefited from using the electricity, it had also left him in extreme hunger. Wai Xiaobi felt that good things will always come with bad things. The good thing was upgrading his special skill, and the bad thing was that his wallet will empty faster. Chapter 13, Expired Food. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Previously, one meal had cost Wai Xiaobi 50 yuan. However, if he wanted to quickly level up his special skill, his savings would not even be enough. Even if he raked in 3,000 yuan from those hooligans, he would only have 7,000 yuan. Only 7,000 yuan? Wai Xiaobi bitterly smiled. Based on the current day's spendings, 7,000 yuan would probably only last for a month, and then he still had to pay rent and other expenses. He leaned on the headboard, spending a long time trying to calculate
but failed to find a way to earn more money. Xiaobi was only an ordinary person. He did not have a special background nor method. It would be very difficult for him to find a quick way to earn money. Moreover, if he was indeed capable of finding an easy way of earning money, he wouldn't have come to Qihu City for work. It probably wouldn't be bad for him if he could meet a few hooligans every day, but this was clearly impossible. Xiaobi rubbed his head and lied down on the bed. The only thing he could do now was move one step at a time. Another day passed and it was time to get off work. At this time, Xiaobi noticed that the Xing Xing supermarket next to the Diehao office building was having a food sale. The price of the expired food was less than a third of the original price. Xiaobi couldn't help but feel extreme happiness. He madly swept through the supermarket and bought 800 yuan worth of food. He carried 8 bags full of food and walked towards the public transport station. After strenuously squeezing inside the public bus, Xiaobi was finally able to breathe. It was currently the time for most people to get off work, so even after the bus stopped at another station, more people got on and squeezed inside. Xiaobi had already retreated to a corner, as he tightly guarded his 8 bags of food. Everyone getting on the bus quickly squeeze in the back. Hurry up, the driver's loud voice sounded. For contracted public buses, the drivers were the boss. They always wanted to cram the bus full of passengers from front to back and up to down. The inside of the bus was already like a can of sardines. Wait! A crisp and sweet female voice echoed from outside the bus. The bus that had already begun to move suddenly stopped, causing the passengers inside to stagger forward and curse. The bus doors opened again. Damn! How could another person get on the bus? It's already tighter than a duck's ass in here. Xiaobi secretly cursed, but his eyes suddenly widened as he saw a young woman wearing a long white skirt trying to squeeze inside. Although she was not as graceful as a goose, she was extremely beautiful. She had a slim body, a delicate neckline, and a fragrant smell. Excuse me, can you move a bit? The woman's cheeks were red as she faintly breathed, making her face look like a peach blossom. As she spoke, a fragrant smell assaulted Xiaobi. His nose twitched a bit. He was a soldier for 3 years already, so even a female pig looked better than a cicada, and saying this was not even a joke. When Xiaobi was in the army, everything close by, even the housefly in midair, was male. Although he had already retired for more than half a year, he had never touched a woman until now, especially one this beautiful, so fragrant. The young woman's attire was not revealing, but her snow-white neck, and her faintly visible delicate collarbone aroused a certain impulse from Xiaobi's body, as he couldn't help but bend downward. He tried to prevent people from seeing his swollen little brother, before he became a laughingstock. Seeing that Xiaobi did not speak, the woman looked at Xiaobi and then looked at the bags in the corner that Xiaobi occupied. Her face was slightly disappointed. She had no choice but to stay there. Her entire body was full of unease from the feeling she had about the men's gazes, as if they wanted to gobble her up. Even as she got on the bus, a few shameless men had already become erect, leaving her embarrassed. I'm sorry. Xiaobi finally responded and hastily squeezed to the side. He shifted the position of the large bags to make space for her. Thank you. The woman relaxed and took the space left. There were quite a lot of perverts in the bus. Seeing that the woman was squeezed into a corner, a rather educated-looking middle-aged man also squeezed over. His eyes filled with desire and greed. Although this matter did not concern Xiaobi, as an upright man, his desire to protect young women would be aroused, especially for one this beautiful. Xiaobi's right arm quickly landing on the handrail near the woman, blocking the approaching middle-aged man from squeezing in. He also changed his gaze to become slightly ferocious. The middle-aged man's mood dropped considerably due to Xiaobi's obstruction. However, when he saw the muscles bulging out of Xiaobi's t-shirt and his ferocious glare, he subconsciously retreated. He even accidentally stepped on the person behind him, causing them to throw curses at him. The middle-aged man apologized, and peace returned to the bus. Xiaobi also averted his gaze from the woman's body. But because he was so close, her fragrance kept on drilling through his nose. His body began to become extremely restless.
so he had no other choice but to focus his attention elsewhere. If he did not do so, he would most likely make a fool of himself soon enough. This was the first time he had been this close to a woman, so he was experiencing a little hardship. Finally, the bus stopped. Xiaobi carried the food he bought and hurriedly squeezed out of the bus. The young woman also followed him down the bus, which had slightly surprised him. Naturally, Xiaobi had not misunderstood about whether or not she had fallen for him. Instead, he simply thought that she must have lived around there. They were only strangers going together by chance. Xiaobi did not even look at the other person anymore and just walked towards his apartment. After entering the courtyard, he discovered that the woman was still following behind him. Seeing Xiaobi turn around, the young woman blushed. She knew that Xiaobi must have been skeptical of her. "I live here." The young woman summoned up her courage and spoke. After all, she did not want others to see her as a shameless woman. "Oh, I also live here. Why have I never seen you before?" Xiaobi wanted to slap himself for speaking without thinking. He was really bad at speaking. It was no wonder his persuasiveness was only 7 points. His tone would have probably been seen as if he was questioning her honesty. "I just moved here yesterday." The woman spoke in a low voice. From the looks of it, she was quite a bashful person. With only a few words said, her head was already hung low. "Okay, let's go in. If we stand here too long, people might think that something is wrong." Xiaobi shook his head and took the initiative to go in. The young woman truly lived here. The entire apartment had 10 rooms. Xiaobi lived at the end of the hall, while the young woman lived directly across his room. Xiaobi opened his door and stopped when he heard the young woman push open her door. He saw her skittishly walk in and close the door, almost as if there was a wolf chasing her. Chapter 14, Entering the Dust World Again. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi bitterly laughed and closed the door. From his point of view, the young woman's interaction with him was only for show. He knew that he could never obtain a beautiful girl like her. He couldn't even properly support himself. Xiaobi shook off the young woman imprinted in his mind and began to prepare dinner. From morning till evening, Xiaobi had been maintaining a constant release of electricity for around 10 hours now. At noon, he had eaten boxed lunches, 6 boxes of them, and now, he was hungry again. In order to economize, Xiaobi's dinner right now was the food he had just bought on sale. He placed 5 hardtack pieces in a pot, added water, and boiled it over a stove. After reaching a certain temperature, the hardtack had become a fragrant paste. The smell was pretty good, but it did not look that great. Xiaobi knitted his eyebrows and held the pot, gulping down the food. This was the first time Xiaobi had eaten this full, that his stomach even slightly retched, almost causing him to vomit. He drank a cup of hot water to make the thick liquid paste go down smoother, then laid down on his bed. He had to let his body rest while his brain kept thinking. A few days had passed since he left the dust world, and since then, he had never returned to the strange world even once. Xiaobi boldly guessed that the reason he was able to enter the dust world was because he was drunk. Although his reasoning was 8 points just like most people, making such a conclusion did not really require a person to be on a Sherlock Holmes level. After making his deduction about entering the dust world, Xiaobi felt a little hesitant. He knew, from his previous experience, that the dust world was not a peaceful world. Normal people would never think of entering that world again if they had a choice. However, the more Xiaobi thought about his continuous decreasing amount of money, an indescribable sense of urgency appeared in his mind. Naturally, if this was the only reason, Xiaobi would only need to stop releasing electricity. This would simply decrease his expenses to the point where he could return to barely living with his monthly wage of 1,200 yuan. However, he was never one to be resigned to this kind of fate. Since he had encountered such a mysterious situation, he might as well try to change his future. He knew he would not be able to forgive himself if he just gave it up like this. Xiaobi came back to his senses after contemplating his situation for a long time. He sensed that his right hand was now holding on to something. It was a bottle of Jiangjin liquor, the cheapest kind. It was 250 grams that cost 6.8 yuan per bottle with an alcohol content of 38%. 250 grams is approximately 250 milliliters. This was a part of the groceries he had bought today, but there it had not even been discounted. He did not even know why he had bought it. Wai Xiaobi lightly sighed. It seemed like his subconscious mind was suggesting an idea that he just could not give up on. He twisted the bottle cap and began chugging down the liquor. Wai Xiaobi's alcohol tolerance was not that high. In just a few gulps, he had finished drinking the whole bottle and his stomach immediately started burning. 2 minutes had not even passed when the wine bottle crashed to the floor, signaling that Wai Xiaobi had fallen asleep on his bed. My head hurts. Wai Xiaobi did not know how long he had slept for. As soon as he woke up, his head had already begun to ache. However, his muddle-headed brain immediately sobered when he saw the ruined ceiling. He immediately sat up and inspected his surroundings. I really returned to the dust world. The light entering the window was dusky. The floor and the table were covered in dust. Zhang Jingying's poster had yellowed. Countless spider webs were hanging on the walls. The orange and apple had already rotted and covered in mold, while the fruit below had become like dirty mud. The aluminium window frame was still covered in white ash, while the glass was covered with dust and cracks. The computer screen was covered in webs. The water glass did not have any water in it and instead there was a corpse of a dried up worm inside. The air was filled with thick dust that could make people choke. Everything was the same as when he had left the place. Nothing had changed. Since this was the second time he saw his surroundings, Wai Xiaobi did not panic as much anymore. It could even be said that he was completely calm. He touched the dagger on his waist with his right hand and opened the door. At that moment, Wai Xiaobi looked at the tightly closed door across from his apartment. Her beautiful face floated inside his mind as a strange idea surfaced. Should I go in and take a look? He hesitated for a bit, but then made his decision, kicking down the door in front of him. Bang! The lock on the worn-out door was completely unable to block Wai Xiaobi's 11-point strength. The door opened instantly. However, because the door suddenly opened, as a result, air quickly moved into the room, causing the dust inside to soar up. It was like a tiny sandstorm surging in the room. Crap! Wai Xiaobi secretly cursed and dodged to the side. It did not take long for the dust to settle down again. Wai Xiaobi was now faced with a strange phenomenon. This was because the inside of the room did not seem to have any traces of a human having lived there. He was disappointed that the secret objects that he had hoped for did not exist. However, he quickly rid himself of this feeling when a strange sound could be heard from the street outside. Kaluluji, Kaluluji, Zeba. Zeba. It was very clear that this sound was coming from an unknown creature. Picking up an almost destroyed chair, Wai Xiaobi silently approached the courtyard gate, reaching the wall. He placed the chair down and stepped on it. He planted his hands on the top of the wall and carefully peeked outside. What is that? Wai Xiaobi could never have imagined the creatures that he saw. It was a group of children, all around the height of a 10-year-old, wielding clubs. They were moving through the street and stopped from time to knock on the courtyard gates of the neighborhood. They were also the origin of the strange sound from earlier. Why are the children here? Could it be that they are like me who came here from the real world? Wai Xiaobi did not dare get careless because the sounds they were making were just far too strange, giving him a sense of unease. The children continued to move forward and slowly approaching nearer to him. Wai Xiaobi almost let out a surprised voice when he finally saw what the humanoid creatures actually looked like. They appeared to be 10-year-old children, but looking closely they were actually a group of monsters. They had the head of fish and the body of men. Their feet were webbed while their hands were human. Their waists were covered in fish scales and their bodies were covered with a strange layer of white membrane. Their appearance looked like the monsters from television shows. At first look, their appearance looked rather terrifying and even Wai Xiaobi's heartbeat sped up. Bang, bang. A fish head raised its club and knocked another neighboring courtyard gate. This time, there was movement from behind the courtyard gate. Chapter 15,
Killing Fishmen. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Who is it? A sleepy and irritated male voice sounded. The fish heads stopped making any more sounds after they heard the voice from within the courtyard and quickly began surrounding the place while holding their clubs up high. Xiaobi, after seeing this scene, hardened his heart. These fish heads were not peaceful creatures. Their actions seemed to say that they were the hunters and the owner of the voice behind the courtyard was their target. Should I warn him? The fish heads were only 4 feet tall, and their muscles were not developed. Even Xiaobi could probably deal with 3 of them at a time. However, there were 12 of them, and each had a weapon at hand. If he revealed himself, then the damaged courtyard gate might not even be able to block their advance. After considering things, Xiaobi jumped down from the chair and picked up a rock. When he was about to get back up, he heard the sound of the neighboring courtyard gate open. Creak, creak. The sound of the door opening could clearly be heard thanks to the quiet streets. What are you doing? The man who opened the gate suddenly let out a scream, which was sometimes accompanied by the sound of clubs hitting his body. Too late. Xiaobi's heart became heavy. He didn't even care about the creaking sound from the chair and jumped on it, looking over the wall. At this time, the neighboring courtyard gate was widely opened. The group of fish heads continuously waved their clubs, beating the body on the floor. Xiaobi had never seen the man before, but he knew that he was a tenant for the neighboring apartment. Without a doubt, this tenant entered the dust world because he was drunk or for some other reason. The tenant was the complete opposite of Xiaobi. Xiaobi had been cautious the first time he entered this place, while the tenant did not have any sense of danger at all. In the end, he opened the gate and got beaten up by the fish heads. Their clubs did not even exceed half a meter, but because its head was round, the damage it could cause the body was not small. Under the continuous pounding from 12 clubs, in only a few minutes, the man stopped moving, and red blood flowed from his head. Xiaobi knew that the man could not be helped anymore. If he rashly went out, he might also be a goner. The fish heads did not stop at all as they continued on pounding at the man's head. They only stopped when they heard the sound of the man's skull shattering. The tallest of the fish heads, who seemed like their leader, bent down and extended its finger. It dipped its finger in the man's head and tasted it. Sala sala. The fish head leader nodded its head in satisfaction. It cried out and commanded 6 of the fish heads to carry the man's corpse, while it led the group out. There were even 2 bodyguards behind it as they headed to the other side of the street. After the group of fish heads left, only 3 fish heads were left behind. From the looks of it, they seemed to be unsatisfied that their leader had left them behind. They stood there for a while before entering the apartment. Soon, the sound of wood echoed from inside, as if they were trying to find something. There's only 3 fish heads left. Xiaobi felt a bit guilty that he was unable to save the stranger, but his confidence rose when he saw that only 3 had stayed behind. He checked to the end of the street to make sure that there were no indications of the other fish heads, who were carrying the corpse. Xiaobi returned inside his apartment and picked up 2 beer bottles. He then placed a bit of mud in his pocket before opening the courtyard gate. Moving as quietly as possible, he hid as he moved closer to the other courtyard gate. Xiaobi took a quick peek inside the courtyard before entering for precaution. There was only 1 fish head left in the courtyard. It was currently using its club to destroy Rusted Bicycle. The other 2 fish heads had disappeared, but they must have gone inside as the apartment door was open. The fish head's back was currently facing him, so when the fish head wedged the club into the bicycle, Xiaobi charged in without any hesitation. He fiercely smashed the beer bottle on the back of the enemy's head. Smash! The beer bottle had been completely destroyed in this attack due to his 11 points strength. A sharp noise spread throughout the courtyard. The fish head, having been hit on the back of his head, was stunned and was about to turn around. It didn't get knocked out. Smash! Xiaobi used the beer bottle in his other hand to smash at it again, breaking the bottle in the process. This time, the fish head finally fell down. The sound of running came from the apartment, signaling that its friends had heard the loud noise. Although they did not seem to be coming very fast, Xiaobi did not dare let his guard down. He picked up the fish head's club and charged to the apartment door.
preparing to ambush them from the side. One of the fish heads charged out just as Xiaobi got in position. It did not even notice Xiaobi as it moved towards its knocked-out comrade. Xiaobi tightened his grip on the club when he saw the fish head appear, but held back his impulse to attack. He did not know if this was the correct decision, because if the second fish head was too slow, he would then be facing them 2-1. His luck was not bad. After the first fish head reached the defeated fish head, the second fish head quickly came out from the apartment building. Now's the time. Xiaobi fiercely striked down onto the fish head's back, and with just one hit, the fish head went limp and fell down. He could not yet let himself feel relieved and fiercely pounded on it again. What happened after surprised him. The round and moist fish head had been hit so hard it had actually caved in and cracked. A white and red mixture came out from the crack, and even splashed on his face. This must be brain juice. There's no mistake about it. When he used the club to smash the fish head's skull, a warm feeling appeared in his mind, as if adding something to the experience. However, Xiaobi did not have the time to care about this at the moment. He touched his face and saw the other fish head looking at him with hesitation, frightened. It immediately turned around and ran away from the courtyard. Not good. The last fish head is running away. Xiaobi immediately understood the consequences of letting this fish head run away. Once the fish head escaped, it would without a doubt bring more fish heads. He also realized after facing them, that he could only face 2 fish heads at a time. Moreover, he also needed to discharge electricity to beat them. Chapter 16, Electrical Energy. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi made the electrical current surge in his body. His strength and agility sharply rose. He caught up with the fish head and swung the club towards the fish head. The fish head, though, was not an idiot. It immediately dodged when it saw the club flying towards it, but it lost all its momentum to run, losing its last chance to escape. After swinging the club, Xiaobi took a big stride and pulled out the knife in his waist. He took advantage of the fish head's evasion and struck the back of the fish head with all his strength. The incredibly sharp knife cut like tofu, leaving a huge cut on the fish head's back. Its body was not that tough, so the knife easily damaged its backbone and even caused some internal organs to be damaged. As a result, Xiaobi only needed to stab the fish head once before it fell to the ground with its limbs still jerking. Xiaobi finally relaxed after this. He had obtained an increase in strength and agility after releasing electricity, but the strength of the electricity this time had been much stronger than the time he beat up those hooligans. The muscles in his body began spasming as soon as he relaxed. He lost all control of his body, the knife first falling to the ground with his body following after. His muscles kept jerking for about 20 seconds, so he just took this chance to lie down on the ground and rest for another 10 minutes. After regaining enough energy, he stood up once more. The best thing that Xiaobi should have done in his current situation was to rest for at least half an hour, but he knew that he did not have that much time to rest. He picked up the knife again and looked at the fish head with a bit of hesitation, but soon, the image of the man being dragged away by the fish heads floated up in his mind. He gritted his teeth, crouched down, and thrust the dagger down the fish head's brain. With a strong thrust, he completely destroyed its brain, immediately stopping the fish head from spasming. After doing it once, Xiaobi did not hesitate anymore. He walked towards the fish head that fainted in front of the bicycle, and thrust the dagger in its brain, killing it while it was still unconscious. Next, Xiaobi gathered the 3 fish heads and cut open their bodies. He felt slightly disappointed that nothing special appeared in their bodies. But what he did discover was that the internal organs of the fish heads were different from a human's. The fish heads had a pair of gills below their ribcage. They did not have any lungs or noses, and their muscles were blue. When thinking about it, he realized that this was not wrong. The fish heads indeed had a fish head, so having gills was not strange occurrence. The only value in these fish heads' corpses was to become food. However, Xiaobi did not have any desire to turn them into food. He tossed the corpses of the 3 fish heads inside the apartment, closed the gates, and returned to his own apartment. He first found something to block the courtyard gates, before eating the hardtacks and mineral water he had found before from the small store. Xiaobi would quickly become hungry every time he suddenly uses his special skill to its full potential. The feeling of hunger was extremely unpleasant. If he did not have the hardtack at hand, he probably would have fainted from hunger or eat anything that he could get a hold of. This was one of the reasons why he quickly left the neighboring courtyard. He did not want to suddenly wake up from eating something similar to a human arm due to his extreme hunger. Xiaobi had exhausted a lot of energy while killing the 3 fish heads, causing him to consume more than half of the reserves he had in the apartment. However, the food shortage did not matter much to him. After eating his fill, he lied down on the bed while rubbing his aching stomach and decided to take a look at the status panel in his mind. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11. Muscle, 12. Sturdiness, 10. Agility, 9.75. Hand-eye coordination, 9. Flexibility, 11, reflex, 11, balance, 8, vitality, 10, health, 9, endurance, 11, intelligence, 7, learning, 6, reasoning, 8, awareness, 9.25, willpower, 12, judgment, 8, perception, 7, intuition, 10, charm, 7.2, courage, 10, persuasiveness, 7, character, 7, leadership, 5, appearance, 7, skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 8.5 volts. Maximum current 1.8 mA. This skill was formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution point, 30. Item on hand, none. Compared to before, there were a few changes in the status panel. His special skill, release electricity, could now release 8.5 volts of electricity and its electric current rose to 1.8 mA. The voltage increased by 1.5 and the electric current increased by 0.3. This increase was lower compared to the previous increase. However, he now understood that suddenly using this special skill could quickly increase the voltage and electric current. The only problem was that he needed large amounts of food. The more he thought about his emptying wallet, the more ugly his face turned. The other change to the status panel was the 30 evolution points he had obtained from killing the 3 fish heads. It could be deducted that he needed to kill 10 fish heads to be able to obtain the equivalent evolution point to 1 thunderworm. However, the thunderworm was unquestionably stronger. Xiaobi himself knew that if he did not have a weapon for killing the slug and fought for his life, he would have been turned to ashes even if there were 10 of him. For the same reason, 10 fish heads could not even compare to 1 thunderworm. After thinking about this, Xiaobi was very satisfied that he could obtain 10 points from killing 1. After thinking about his attributes and understanding them more, he realized that the dust world was unquestionably filled with many dangers. The most useful attributes in this world would be those that could increase a person's survival rate. These attributes should be strength, agility and vitality. These 3 attributes were necessary in fighting. Strength determined the ability to injure and kill the enemy. Agility determined the speed of a person's attacks and their ability to dodge the enemy attacks. Vitality determined the length of time a person could keep fighting. Chapter 17. Kaluluji. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi was at least able to understand this concept. Where should I place these 30 evolution points? Xiaobi was hesitant. From his previous experience, he understood that 1 evolution point could increase a sub-attribute by 0.01 points. Then, 30 evolution points could give 0.3 sub-attribute points. For now, Xiaobi did not place them in his skills. He thought about it for a bit but suppressed his urge to use the evolution points. Kaluluji. Kaluluji. A familiar sound came from the streets. Xiaobi immediately peeked through the gate and checked the direction where the sound came from. Those fish heads had returned again. Seeing the faint silhouette of the fish heads, Xiaobi lowered his head. The fish heads did not seem to be that smart. The fish heads had probably called out to their friends that stayed behind and did not receive a response. Despite this, they did not put up their guard at all and split up to search the streets. Xiaobi hid in the corner while holding on to two clubs. He glanced at the courtyard gate from time to time, waiting for the fish heads to come over. Garda. A surprised voice suddenly came from the fish heads who entered the neighboring apartment. The sound of running could immediately be heard entering the neighboring courtyard. The fish heads should have just found the corpses. Xiaobi quietly moved the chair and got on to take a look. He saw several fish heads quickly entering the apartment, and looked at the street, noticing that there were two fish heads still outside. It seemed that these two fish heads did not hear the surprised cry of their comrades, nor did they notice the other fish heads' movements. The two of them were currently wandering close to the small store as if they wanted to enter it. This is my chance. Xiaobi was not willing to sit and await for his death. From their quick appearance, it seemed like they had a camp close by. So they must be creatures that lived in a group. Their numbers might even be larger than it looked. Xiaobi needed to earn enough evolution points before those fish heads entered his apartment. Killing those fish heads that were by themselves was the best choice. The fish heads' sense of hearing was weak. Xiaobi waited for the fish heads to enter the neighboring apartment, before leaving a small crack on the apartment gate and walking out. At this time, one of the two fish heads had entered the Fat Mum store, while the other was beating up the roll-up door, amusing itself with the falling dust. The situation looks good. The distance between his position and the small store was 30 meters. Xiaobi took more than 10 steps to sneak behind the fish head and fiercely smashed its head with the club in his right hand, while the club in his left hand followed closely behind. After the consecutive attack, the fish head's brain juice squirted out. Xiaobi was able to notice one thing about them this time: the fish heads were inferior to human beings in all aspects. This was the case for even their skulls. They were significantly more fragile than a human's. The movement of killing the fish head outside would inevitably startle the fish head inside. However, if the fish heads were not ambushing their prey, their reaction times were slow. The fish head inside held the club in its right hand and held the pack of hardtack on the left with a grin on its face. The moment it walked out and noticed the corpse of its comrade and Xiaobi, it did not even have the chance to raise its club and was struck down by Xiaobi's club. The fish head was not even able to retaliate from Xiaobi's attack, letting out its dying breath. That's two. Xiaobi picked up the bloodied hardtack and walked in the store. He placed all the remaining hardtacks and mineral water into his backpack. For these next few moments, he might not have the chance to go back to his apartment to hide anymore, so he quickly prepared enough food and water for himself. However, Xiaobi noticed that the fish heads still hadn't come out of the apartment after leaving the store. He began to think, what are those fish heads doing? Xiaobi returned to his courtyard gate and closed it properly. He couldn't help but be curious as he lied down at the edge of the wall and looked outside. A fish head came out from the apartment at this point of time. It held the club on its right, while holding something on the left, gnawing on it happily. Xiaobi squinted his eyes. After the fish had walked closer, Xiaobi was finally able to see what it was holding. It was an arm with scales. The fish head was without a doubt eating the arm of its own brethren. Xiaobi almost vomited when he saw this. There was a proverb that went, "Even wild beasts look after their young." It meant that dogs would never eat dog meat, and humans would never eat human meat. If this line was crossed, then it was suitably called a monster. Any normal person, who saw this scene, would definitely have a stomachache. At the very least though, this was better than seeing humans eating humans. Soon, the fish heads appeared one after the other from the apartment. The last three that came out carried the corpses of the dead fish heads. walking across to the other side of the street. These 3 damaged corpses would probably become a part of their food reserves. The remaining 4 fish heads began wandering around the streets again. They noticed 2 more fish head corpses after moving close to the small store. The fish head leader seemed to be angry, grumbling on the spot. It then assigned 2 fish heads to carry the corpses away. The leader and the remaining fish heads split up and knocked on all the doors one by one, as if they were searching for the murderer. The matter of having 5 fish heads killed seemed to have completely no effect on the fish heads, as they still did not put up their guards at all. This undoubtedly gave Waixiaobi another chance. Waixiaobi opened the blocked courtyard gate a bit and waited for the fish head to knock on the gate. He then used his left hand to quickly open it and smashed the club in his right hand on its head. Waixiaobi had become adept at using the club after killing the previous 5 fish heads. In just one hit, the fish head stood sent into a daze and then was immediately smashed by Waixiaobi's club again. The sound of its skull cracking could be heard. The fish head, unable to remain upright, fell to the ground. A crack on its head could be seen leaking out blood and brain juice onto the ground around it. After killing this fish head, he was noticed by the fish head leader. Waixiaobi picked up the club on the ground and immediately charged at the fish head leader with clubs in both hands. The fish head leader was much stronger than a normal fish head. Waixiaobi quickly smashed down the club in his left hand when he got close, but was blocked by the fish head leader's club. Despite this, the club in Waixiaobi's right hand was able to smash down on the leader's shoulder. However, he never would have imagined what followed after. When the fish head leader was hit, it opened its mouth and sprayed water towards Waixiaobi. Chapter 18, Hunger. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Although it only seemed like a water jet, Waixiaobi did not let down his guard. He quickly leaned his head sideways, but it still slightly touched his cheek. Waixiaobi immediately felt pain on his cheek, as if his cheek was burning. Without any hesitation, he used all his strength to swing down the club again. This powerful attack created a dent in the fish head leader's skull, causing blood and brain juice to splatter everywhere. This attack had used all of Waixiaobi's strength, and all that spluttered out landed all over his body. Luckily, he had already been through a similar experience, so he did not vomit on the spot. Nonetheless, he was still disgusted by it. This attack, naturally, had left Waixiaobi powerless, so he directly sat down on the ground, ignoring how dirty it was. He wanted to take this chance to rest his body. He unconsciously touched his left cheek. There was a sharp pain despite his light touch, and blood had stained his hand. He finally understood that the power behind the jet of water from the fish head leader was nothing to laugh at. Normally, water at high pressure could at most send a person flying, but the water jet sprayed by the fish head leader was like a knife of water. If Waixiaobi did not quickly decide to lean his head, then a hole would have probably appeared through it. He would then lose the power to retaliate and instantly become a corpse. Compared to normal fish heads, this fish head leader had given him 40 evolution points. This really reflected the fish head leader's strength. After all, this kind of secret water jet attack would leave most opponents dead or disabled. Waixiaobi, after regaining his strength, could suddenly smell a fragrance in the air. This smell, it seems familiar, but it's also a little strange. Waixiaobi frowned. After taking in the fragrance for a few moments, he squatted down and used his knife to cut open the fish head. He dug around for a little before pulling out a solid blue meatball from the fish head leader's throat. The fragrance came out from this solid blue meatball. This seemed to be very similar to the Thunderworm electric ball, but instead, this one smelled more like water. Waixiaobi closed his eyes and concentrated on the status panel in his mind. Name, Waixiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11. Muscle, 12. Sturdiness, 10. Agility, 9.75. Hand-eye coordination, 9. Flexibility, 11. Reflex, 11. Balance, 8. Vitality, 10. Health, 9. Endurance, 11. Intelligence, 7. Learning, 6. Reasoning, 8. Awareness, 9.25. Willpower, 12. Judgment, 8. Perception, 7. Intuition,
10. Charm, 7.2. Courage, 10. Persuasiveness, 7. Character, 7. Leadership, 5. Appearance, 7. Skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 8.5 volts. Maximum current 1.8 mA. This skill was formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 100. Items on hand. Fishman Water Ball. His evolution point had reached 100 thanks to the fish head leader giving him 40 points. The blue meatball in his hand was called the Fishman Water Ball in the items on hand category. Moreover, the real name of a fish head was Fishman. Xiaobi concentrated on the Fishman Water Ball, and an explanation popped up. Fishman Water Ball. The source of an elite fishman's strength. Elite fishermen used this to shoot up to 3 sharp water jets per day. Not poisonous. 3 sharp water jets. Xiaobi recalled the previous situation. A lingering fear appeared in his heart. Luckily, I was able to deal with it decisively. Otherwise, if that elite fisherman sprayed 2 more jets of water, I would have most likely not been able to dodge them. Not poisonous. Xiaobi ignored the body on the ground, returning back to his room and immediately swallowed the Fishman Water Ball. Compared to the disgusting flavor of the Thunderworm electric ball, the Fishman Water Ball tasted like a flavorless ice cube. In a flash, it melted into an ice-cold liquid as if it had been thrown into a furnace, disappearing as he swallowed it. Xiaobi lied down on the bed after swallowing the Fishman Water Ball with a feeling of anticipation. The elite fishman's ability to shoot out a jet of water was not bad. If he could obtain this special ability, then his future battles would be a lot more easier. After lying down for a while, his body still did not exhibit any change at all. The only thing that had changed was that his evolution points increased from 100 to 120 points. Xiaobi sat up and sighed. Without a doubt, the Fishman Water Ball did not give him any special ability and only converted into 20 evolution points. This meant that the elite fishman had given him a total of 60 evolution points. So all in all, it really was not that bad. Xiaobi pondered for a bit. If he fought with a single fishman, he would win 100% of the time, but the amount of energy he used would be a lot. If he met an elite fishman or a group of more than 5 fishmen, he would definitely be in danger. Which attribute to put the evolution points in was his final problem. In the end, Xiaobi concentrated on his muscle attribute. His muscle attribute immediately increased from 12 to 13 points. After using 100 evolution points, his muscle attribute increased by 1 point, making his strength 11.5 points. Xiaobi could distinctly feel all his muscles contracting and spasming. Xiaobi's forehead was instantly covered in beads of sweat from the pain he was feeling. He curled his body into a ball and rolled around on the bed trying to distract himself from the pain. After 10 minutes, Xiaobi sat back up with his entire body drenched in sweat. He felt incredibly weak after his muscles spasmed out of control. His muscles did not seem to expand that much compared to before, but he could feel that he was definitely stronger than before. The result of increasing his muscle attribute was very clear. The amount of strength he was able to exert had become stronger. This was a progressive growth, leaving Xiaobi with a bit of expectation for the next evolution point allocation. Hunger did not only appear due to using his special skills. Allocating evolution points resulted in the same. Xiaobi immediately ate 4 pieces of hardtack and drank 2 bottles of mineral water. Only then was he able to suppress his hunger. There were still 20 evolution points left, but Xiaobi did not touch them and decided wait until he accumulated more. After resting a bit, Xiaobi once again went back behind the courtyard wall to stand guard. The ones that returned this time were not only the first 3 that left, but all 5 of them. Chapter 19, Expert. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After increasing his strength, Xiaobi had an easier time dealing with the rest of the fishmen. However, for safety reasons, Xiaobi did not fight them head-on. Instead, he
he attacked them one by one when they were split up. These 5 fishmen had given Wai Xiaobi 50 evolution points. The club that Wai Xiaobi had been using broke into pieces when he killed the 5th fishman by smashing the club on its head, splitting the club into 2. Breaking one club didn't really matter. By then, Wai Xiaobi had killed many fishmen, so the amount of clubs he had obtained was quite a lot. As soon as he returned to his room, he was suddenly hit by a wave of dizziness, so he quickly laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Fight as we're ordered. Wai Xiaobi's mobile phone alarm went off, waking up Wai Xiaobi from his sleep. He shook his confused head and noticed that he had already returned to reality. He quickly washed his face and opened the door. The day was a Saturday. As it was on the weekend, the corridor was quiet as everyone enjoyed their hard-earned break. The unstable door squeaked open as Wai Xiaobi left to start another day. Wai Xiaobi just remembered that he was on the middle shift, so he was working from 6 in the evening. But since he was already awake, he did not plan to go back to sleep. Wai Xiaobi walked out of the apartment with a hungry stomach. He wanted to eat breakfast outside as eating hardtacks or hardtack-based food every day was probably going to make him go crazy. Wai Xiaobi heard a noise from far away just as he sat down in front of a small snacks stand. He turned around and couldn't help but drop his jaw. Good lord. A group of more than 20 youths with steel pipes were chasing and shouting to kill a middle-aged man wearing a martial arts uniform. Qihu City was not the provincial capital of Sichuan, but it was one of the top 5 cities with the highest economy. A certain said phrase highlighted Qihu City's position in Sichuan. The north has 2 metropolises, but the south puts forth Qihu. A situation like this appearing in the middle of the street of a large city rarely occurred. After all, frightening hooligans did not dare oppose the law. Seeing the fiendish group, the customers hid to the sides of the stand. Even the owner of the stand did not care for his belongings and hid far away. Without even approaching Wai Xiaobi's location, the middle-aged man had been pushed to a corner by the sheer amount of breakfast stands blocking him. A fight soon erupted. The middle-aged man was somewhat amazing. He turned his body and kicked the baldy in front of him, sending him flying, and knocking down 3 more people behind him. This surprised the youths, making them stop in their tracks. The middle-aged man knew that there were many obstacles in the street, making it difficult to run away. As a result, he picked up a bench to deal with the youths after sending the baldy flying. On the other hand, the breakfast stand owners standing far away wanted to put away their chairs and tables, in order to avoid any damage that would follow. At the same time, a few diners were already calling the cops. However, those youths could not even be talked to. Most of them were chasing the middle-aged man, while some of them had split from the group to surround him and were threatening the diners to stop filming. An old man had even become one of the casualties as he was hit on the shoulder and limply fell to the ground. This Black Tiger gang is simply too arrogant. How could they just bash people in the middle of the street? That's right, even the Zhao Laosan was not this unruly. A few diners, who stood close to Wai Xiaobi, were murmuring. After listening to their words, Wai Xiaobi was able to form an image of the so-called Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang was just a newly formed group. They had gone on a rampage and sent Zhao Laosan packing and now viewed this district as their property. Their reputation had increased due to their willingness to attack and kill people. The store owners did not even dare refuse them when they asked for protection money. The reason that they were chasing the middle-aged man was probably because he had offended them. However, chasing to kill someone in the middle of the streets was far too arrogant. The middle-aged man fought hand-to-hand with the members of the Black Tiger Gang while the diners were speaking. Wai Xiaobi looked at the middle-aged man's body. He saw that the middle-aged man had a strong body that could send those hooligans flying from time to time. Wai Xiaobi, deep down, was interested. Wai Xiaobi knew how to fight with military boxing, but he did not understand much about traditional martial arts. He could only tell that the middle-aged man's martial art was strong from the fight. More than 20 hooligans had been beaten into a sorry state by him. Every attack he launched had sent those hooligans flying, causing them to fall to the ground. At that moment, the amount of people fighting the middle-aged man seemed to become overwhelming. The location was also filled with chairs and tables. In a moment of carelessness, he had been hit by a steel pipe from the hooligan that was lying on the ground. The middle-aged man frowned and his forehead beaded with sweat. Leg injuries had a huge effect on middle-aged people. Because of this, the middle-aged man had slowly been taking more hits from the steel pipes. The hooligans were slowly gaining the advantage. Wai Xiaobi saw that the middle-aged man was now on the point of collapse. Whether it was because of the thought of becoming this person's apprentice, or because of the hooligans' unfair methods, he could not continue to just sit and watch. He carried a bench and charged towards a hooligan, whose back was facing him. If this person was a fishman, Wai Xiaobi would have just directly smashed the bench on his head. However, no matter how big his crimes were, he was still a human, so Wai Xiaobi could not just kill him. He struck the hooligan on the neck, causing the hooligan to go weak. Wai Xiaobi had already defeated 3 hooligans before the rest of the gang noticed him. As a result, the hooligans surrounded Wai Xiaobi. Wai Xiaobi did not have the energy to care about the middle-aged man anymore. 5 hooligans holding steel pipes charged towards Wai Xiaobi, but he was only able to force them away by making a sweep with the bench. These hooligans were not weak, in fact they were most likely trained. As a result, Wai Xiaobi did not dare get too close to them, otherwise he knew he might not be able to defend himself. This is the police. Hands up. This is the police. Do not move or I will fire. Just as Wai Xiaobi was about to run out of energy, the sound of a car siren appeared. A door opened and a loud voice followed after. The police had arrived. Just like what was previously said, Qihu City was one of the top cities in Sichuan. How could it tolerate criminal gangs from rampaging through the middle of the street in broad daylight? As a result, the police quickly rushed over as soon as someone reported this incident. Chapter 20, Bajiquan. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The hooligans did not dare continue on after seeing the police arrive. They all turned around and tried to run away. Even the middle-aged man, who was attacked by the hooligans, tried to get up with all his might. Out of the 20 over hooligans, only a few lucky ones were able to escape. The ones remaining were arrested and those that tried running away even after being arrested experienced more suffering. Wai Xiaobi and the middle-aged man were also cuffed and locked in the same prison cell as those hooligans. Wai Xiaobi couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He was only acting heroically with a just cause, yet he was also cuffed. The feeling of being cuffed for the first time in this circumstance was very unpleasant. The more a person struggled, the more the handcuffs would get tighter. The cold handcuffs could bring a person a new understanding of the feeling of wrist pain. Luckily, a few brave diners took the initiative to testify and followed in the police car. Luckily, Wai Xiaobi was the first person to say his statement when they arrived at the police office. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The young police officer, who recorded Wai Xiaobi's testimony, let out a smile. After Wai Xiaobi left the police office, he stood outside waiting for the middle-aged man and the diners who were willing to testify. Thank you for your testimony. Wai Xiaobi shook the hand of the diner with a smile. No problem. However, you need to be careful. It is bad to provoke the Black Tiger Gang. Those diners, who were willing to testify, were not cowards, but they still warned Wai Xiaobi and the middle-aged man. Everyone exchanged their phone numbers. The diners took the initiative to leave, leaving Wai Xiaobi and the middle-aged man behind. Thank you for helping me. Are you alright? The middle-aged man looked at Wai Xiaobi. No problem. Ow. Wai Xiaobi stretched his body, trying to show that he was fine. But then he suddenly felt a sharp pain from on his back. It was probably caused by his carelessness when he let a steel pipe hit him. Seeing Wai Xiaobi's grin, the middle-aged man laughed and took out his phone to make a call. Little Wu, I am at the police office, come meet me. The middle-aged man then invited Wai Xiaobi. How about we go to my dojo in a moment to apply medicine? Dojo. Wai Xiaobi was excited. The middle-aged man's identity was close to his guess, so he nodded his head. Little Wu, who the middle-aged man called, quickly arrived driving a shabby minibus. The man, on the other hand, was much more energetic. His huge hands holding the steering wheel made it look as if he was playing with a toy. Master, what happened to you? Little Wu stuck his head out the window before he even stopped the car. He looked at the middle-aged man and impatiently asked, no problem. I was just targeted by those dogs of the Black Tiger Gang. Let's get in the car, The middle-aged man opened the car door with the latter half of his sentence addressing Wai Xiaobi. After getting on the car, Wai Xiaobi found out that the middle-aged man was named Cheng Bai Wu. He originated from Suzhou and had been practicing martial arts ever since he was a child. He had previously entered a renowned martial arts school for Bajiquan in Kangzhou Menkan. The reason he came to Qihu City was to open a dojo, of which his business was thriving. However, they were soon targeted by the Black Tiger Gang, who came to collect protection fees. Collecting a protection fee from a dojo was simply a shameless and stupid thing to do from Cheng Bai Wu's point of view. As a result, those hooligans, who came to collect protection fees, were beaten black and blue by him. The Black Tiger Gang had previously attempted revenge. Unfortunately, other than the students who paid to learn martial arts, the dojo also had his personal disciples. These personal disciples were different from the students. They had followed the ancient tradition of discipleship and would inherit their master's legacy and martial arts. Naturally, they were much more intimate with the master than normal students. It was just as they say, a teacher for a day, a father for life. This saying applied to these personal disciples. The one who drove the car was Little Wu, whose real name was Yao Wu. He was one of the 3 disciples under Cheng Bai Wu. His nature seemed to be low-key as he had not spoken the entire ride. Creak. The minibus stopped in front of the alley. "We're here." Time to get off the car. Cheng Bai Wu opened the door and took the lead to get down first. He walked a few steps into the alley and stopped. Wai Xiaobi followed behind and saw a huge horizontal signboard with red letters written in calligraphy. Cheng Clan Baji Dojo. Loud shouts could be heard from within the open double doors beneath the sign. When Cheng Bai Wu entered the door, a succession of voices could be heard inside. "Master, you have finally returned," said one of Cheng Bai Wu's personal disciples. "Good day, Teacher Cheng." This came from one of the martial arts students. "Continue as you are." Cheng Bai Wu was the master of the dojo, so his prestige was not small. With just one line, everyone returned back to punching and kicking. Yao Wu went back to park the car, so Wai Xiaobi followed closely behind Cheng Bai Wu. He curiously looked at everything in the yard. The alley outside was small, but the yard inside was not. After entering the big doors, there was an open space with sand on the ground to the left. A group of youngsters were training the while led by a young man. On the right was a space with limestone bricks and human-shaped wooden pillars. A few 18 to 19-year-old youths continuously knocked against these wooden pillars, while others were punching and kicking them. Wai Xiaobi's eyes sparkled when he saw one corner of the wall. There was a huge tree planted there. A suntanned youth of about 25 years of age repeatedly leaning against the tree, and the leaves of the tree continuously shook. Iron Mountain Lean. Although Wai Xiaobi had never learned martial arts before, there were many articles written about Bajiquan. Iron Mountain Lean was the most famous among Bajiquan's close combat techniques. It was said that if this skill was learned to its pinnacle, it was possible to send a person flying, as if they were being rammed by an elephant. The skill user would stick their bodies to the enemy, so it was impossible to block. Wai Xiaobi began calculating. If he learned Bajiquan right now and used the power of the status panel, he could survive in the dust world with much more ease. By the time Wai Xiaobi came back to his senses, Cheng Bai Wu had already walked in the central hall and was looking at him with a smile. Wai Xiaobi couldn't help but blush in embarrassment as he quickly caught up. The central hall was a huge practice hall, with floors made from plastic. Sandbags were hung all over the place, and a weapons rack leaned on the wall with metallic weaponry. Among the weapons, Wai Xiaobi was only able to identify the great spear and wooden staff. "Father, are you alright?" Just as Wai Xiaobi was looking around the entire place, he heard a clear and loud aureole-like voice. He turned around and saw a girl. Her face was fresh and pure, and she had a well-proportioned body. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, appearing somewhat heroic. She was currently grabbing Cheng Bai Wu's arm and asking him with misty eyes, "Your father is fine. This little brother is slightly injured though. Go get the medicine." Cheng Bai Wu laughed and rubbed the little girl's head, showering her with love. Chapter 21, Prideful Cheng Si Si. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The ponytailed girl looked at Wai Xiaobi with curiosity. After looking at the footprints on his body, She couldn't help but smile and entered the room. "This is my daughter Cheng Si Si. She just passed the entrance exam to Quihu University this year, so this old man came with her. The university does not exist in reality or might have a different name in reality." Cheng Baiwu introduced the young girl with a smile. Wai Xiaobi nodded his head while looking at the deep intimacy between father and daughter. Quihu University was a famous university in China. Although it could not be compared to Peking University or Tsinghua University, it was not that far off. Being able to get in such a college was enough to call you an elite student. Wai Xiaobi praised her wholeheartedly, making Cheng Baiwu laugh with satisfaction. From a father's perspective, gaining others' approval and flattery on his daughter's education was undoubtedly a happy thing. "Father, what are you talking about?" Cheng Si Si walked over with a wine bottle with dark red liquid inside. "We are talking about you, of course." Cheng Wu Bai smiled and then spoke to Wai Xiaobi. "Xiaobi, take off your clothes." "Take off my clothes?" After hearing this, Wai Xiaobi felt something missing from his brain. He was only wearing a t-shirt, removing it would leave him half naked. If the only person here was Cheng Baiwu, then he would not really care. However, Cheng Si Si was also there, looking at him with curiosity. Wai Xiaobi was simply not shameless enough to strip and show off his bare body in front of a young woman. As a result, he hesitantly looked at Cheng Si Si, hoping that Cheng Baiwu would understand him. Luckily, Cheng Baiwu was understanding. He looked at Cheng Si Si and told her, "Go to the kitchen and make preparations. Today, I will drink with younger brother Xiaobi." Cheng Si Si was not an idiot, so she naturally understood the reason why Cheng Baiwu was driving her out. She rolled her eyes at Wai Xiaobi, moved her slender waist and turned around. She even muttered at the end, "With your small body, I wouldn't look at it even if you wanted me to look. You can't even compare with senior apprentice brother." Cheng Baiwu, feeling like he had lost a bit of face after hearing this, hurriedly shouted out, "You!" Cheng Si Si quickly rushed off when hearing her father's voice, disappearing inside the practice hall. Cheng Baiwu lightly sighed, "This child sigh. She lost her mother as a child and I did not know how to discipline her. She would play with boys all the time. The more she grew, the more undisciplined she became. What am I going to do with her?" Wai Xiaobi slightly blushed after hearing Cheng Baiwu's words. After all, it was hard for him to comment on this kind of family matter, so he just stayed silent. "Quick, take it off." Cheng Baiwu was like Xiang Lin Sao. He would reminisce about the past and then suddenly, he urged Wai Xiaobi after seeing that he hadn't stripped yet. Xiang Lin Sao is from a book named Xiang Lin Sao. She is a representative of Chinese laboring women whose lives were destroyed by feudal ethics. Wai Xiaobi quickly took off his t-shirt. Cheng Baiwu looked at the blue bruise left by the steel pipe on Wai Xiaobi's back. "Don't look down on your injury. It might not hurt now, but it will keep you awake when night comes." After saying this, Cheng Baiwu let Wai Xiaobi lie down. He twisted the bottle cap and poured the red liquid in his hand, rubbing it over Wai Xiaobi's back. Wai Xiaobi immediately cried out when Cheng Baiwu rubbed his back. "It hurts. Save me." Before he came here, Wai Xiaobi did not expect that he would be shouting like this. "What are you shouting for? Are you still a man if you can't endure this much pain?" Cheng Baiwu did not even relax due to Wai Xiaobi's shout. On the contrary, he even applied more pressure to prevent Wai Xiaobi from shrugging him off. At this time, a female chuckle could be heard from the back. Thinking that Cheng Si Si might be hiding in the back, enjoying this scene, Wai Xiaobi immediately shut his mouth. "This is so embarrassing." After he shifted his attention, his 12 points of willpower exhibited its significance. "This pain is nothing." That said, Cheng Si Si did not look like his father at all. Cheng Baiwu's face was squarish. If Cheng Si Si also looked like him, it would have been an extremely tragic thing. Wai Xiaobi became a bit cheerful, but soon enough, another wave of pain came from his back. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, unable to maintain his short burst of cheerfulness. After rubbing for a while, Cheng Baiwu finally released Wai Xiaobi. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and shouted to the back, "Stupid girl, I know you are behind the laughing in secret. Why haven't you gotten your father a towel?" Coming. Sure enough, Cheng Si Si was hiding at the back, peeking. After being scolded by Cheng Baiwu, She quickly grabbed a towel and ran over with a smile. Young people are great. Xiaobi couldn't help looking at her stupidly. However, he quickly came to his senses and quickly covered his body with the t-shirt, like a girl after having their body accidentally seen. Well, don't you have a bit of muscle? Cheng Si Si spoke. He couldn't tell whether or not she was teasing him. She curled her lips and handed the towel to her father, then quickly turned around and walked away, running away in case she would be scolded again. Xiaobi, after being treated, felt that his body became lighter. The pain on his back was gradually disappearing. When he saw Cheng Baiwu's sweat, he knew that he was quite exhausted. Xiaobi did not know why this was so, but he could guess the treatment was quite strenuous. The strength he used when struggling was not small after all. Thank you, Uncle Cheng. Xiaobi immediately thanked him. However, he still felt somewhat apologetic. Although he had helped Cheng Baiwu before, Cheng Baiwu did not actually need any help with his martial arts skills. On the contrary, his current tiredness seemed to be even more severe compared to when he was fighting the hooligans. What are you thanking me for? Speaking of this, I still have to thank you. Oh right, I want to ask, seeing that your foundation is not bad, have you previously learned martial arts? Cheng Baiwu asked with a smile while wiping his sweat. I was previously in the army and learned military boxing. Does Kindikan count? Kindikan literally means enemy capturing fist. Their relationship was better than when they first met, so Xiaobi had changed to casual speech. Military boxing is fine. It can be considered a standard practice. Kindikan is also not bad. It was born from Bajiquan. Cheng Baiwu began lecturing Xiaobi. Only just now did Xiaobi find out that Kindikan came from Bajiquan. It was no wonder that he felt a faint sense of familiarity when he saw the training youths. Naturally, Kindikan coming from Bajiquan did not mean that they were the same thing. Cheng Baiwu became slightly hesitant after speaking. He looked at Xiaobi as if he had something hard to say. Uncle Cheng, if there are any problems, please say it. There is no need to mumble. Xiaobi couldn't help but smile when he saw Cheng Baiwu's movements. He even thought that Cheng Baiwu wanted to ask him to take his last name and become his son-in-law. Although Cheng Si Si was slightly prideful, her appearance was not bad. She was indeed a true beauty. Moreover, he did not have any ill feelings for her. On the contrary, he even had a good impression of her. Chapter 22, Entering into Discipleship. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, before Xiaobi could shamelessly imagine things between him and Cheng Si Si, Cheng Baiwu's poured cold water over his head. Your foundation is not too bad. Did you have any plans of asking me to be your master and learn Bajiquan? This was the first time Cheng Baiwu tried to receive a disciple this way. He had no choice but to do this as Xiaobi's age really did not suit learning martial arts anymore. However, he had a decent foundation. The most important thing was that the first time Cheng Baiwu met Xiaobi, he felt that Xiaobi was an unpolished gem. When Cheng Baiwu rubbed the medicine on his bruise before, he had touched all over Xiaobi's body, and he became even more convinced. In this age, where economy was now flourishing, martial arts have already started declining. There was a saying on the internet, even the best martial arts fall to a single bullet. No matter how great the martial arts master was, they would probably die in the face of a bullet fired from modern firearms. There were already too many examples of this, so there was no need to mention them. If it was the army, there would be more martial experts, combining their martial arts and firearms skills. Their power to injure or kill the enemy would be higher than a person with just pure martial arts. Among the citizens, martial arts practitioners were nothing compared to those with skills that could earn lots of money. A martial arts practitioner would train for more than 10 years. So what if they could beat 10 people alone? Bodyguards. That job didn't have much fame. They wouldn't be able to earn much in a month, and in times of danger, they would have to risk their lives to protect their client. Underground fighting and other activities of the same kind did not even need to be mentioned. Every law-abiding parent would not be willing to let their children do those kinds of things. For those whose martial arts did not reach an expert degree, they wouldn't even dare to open their own dojo. Those who did were only asking to be beaten. Moreover, opening a dojo needed a big investment. and even then, the profits were not that big. Finally, modern men did not like the idea of enduring hardships. The energy used for learning martial arts would be better used if it was for studying, going to a good college, picking a good job, joining a foreign company, becoming a CEO, marrying a good spouse, and ascending to the peak of life. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? If it was just training the body, learning taekwondo was enough. If it was for real fights, learning mixed martial arts for a few months would already show great results. In short, the influence of traditional martial arts was declining day by day. The best it could do was casually brag at how great it was through movies and television shows. From Cheng Bai Wu's point of view, he was not yet satisfied at having 3 disciples. He believed that neither of them would be able to succeed his legacy. Wai Xiaobi left him a better impression to the point that he was the most satisfied with him. The only question was if he was willing to join him or not. Wai Xiaobi was initially startled by Cheng Bai Wu's words. He was originally already thinking of entering into discipleship. Who knew that Cheng Bai Wu would actually give him a nice surprise? When Cheng Bai Wu thought that Wai Xiaobi was not willing, Wai Xiaobi turned around and kneeled in front of him. This disciple is willing. Excellent. Cheng Bai Wu immediately became elated. Soon he asked Cheng Si Si to call the other disciples in. They stood on the side and conducted a simple discipleship ceremony. Cheng Bai Wu sat upright on an armchair. Cheng Si Si handed over a cup of green tea to Wai Xiaobi. Wai Xiaobi roughly understood what he needed to do and handed the green tea to Cheng Bai Wu. He said, "Master, please help yourself to tea." Cheng Bai Wu received the teacup and took a sip. He smiled and said, "Xiaobi, although the discipleship ceremony is a bit simple because it was hurried, you are now my disciple from today onwards. There are only 2 rules that you must follow and remember. 1. Do not deceive the master and forsake the ancestor. You must respect your teacher and be united with your fellow disciples. 2. Do not break the law, violate the discipline, or bully the weak." Seeing that Cheng Bai Wu's voice and face became serious, Wai Xiaobi immediately replied, "Your disciple will remember master's instructions. Stand up." Cheng Bai Wu smiled after saying the rules and hearing Wai Xiaobi's response. Then he took out a hongbao from his chest pocket. Hongbao is the red envelope packet that Chinese give to each other for various occasions. I prefer not to translate hongbao because I feel like it. Wai Xiaobi received the hongbao with a stunned expression. His apprentice brothers all laughed when they saw his stupefied expression. Among them, Cheng Si Si had the greatest smile. This reason was simple. The seniority of Cheng Bai Wu's school of martial arts was arranged from first to last. However, she was the last. But now, she was not only a junior apprentice anymore. "Junior apprentice brother Xiaobi, is there anything wrong?" "You can tell this senior apprentice sister about it," Cheng Si Si asked with a smile on her face. Of course, without neglecting her identity as a senior apprentice sister. "Ah, wasn't it normally the apprentice that gives the master a hongbao? Why is mine different?" Wai Xiaobi blushed a bit when he said this. If he was truly to give the master a hongbao, his embarrassment would be big. His wallet only contained a few bills. "No need. Your master does not lack money. Si, go prepare lunch. Everyone should drink to their heart's content." Cheng Bai Wu became incredibly happy after accepting a fine apprentice. Actually, the money earned from the dojo was not much, but he did not care about losing such a small amount. Those who were capable of wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts did not lack money. There was a saying that the poor should study, while the rich can devote themselves to martial arts. The appetites of those who learn martial arts were quite big. They needed to eat well to be able to recover their body. Those who did not have money wouldn't have great results no matter how much they trained. After Wai Xiaobi entered into apprenticeship, they all began speaking with each other. Yao Wu was already mentioned as one of Cheng Bai Wu's disciple before. Another one was the second apprentice brother, Zhang Zilong. He was the one previously instructing the group of youths that were training. His skin looked very fair and clear. On the other hand, the one who was continuously ramming against the tree was their big senior apprentice brother, Liu Jiancheng. His skin was very tanned and was almost at the age of 30. He still did not have a girlfriend and was often nicknamed the martial arts fool. These 3 fellow apprentices helped the master in the dojo. They also lived there and ate meals together, but they did not have any wages. According to Cheng Si Si, the three fellow apprentices did not come from poor households, but they loved to learn martial arts. They would even give a decent sum of offering to their master every year. They were even the ones who took initiative in asking for discipleship. While eating lunch, Cheng Bai-wu had asked about Wai Xiaobi's current circumstances and did not say anything else. Wai Xiaobi did not think too much. He drank with his master, senior apprentice brothers and sister for a few rounds. Through this, their relationship had deepened by a lot. In the afternoon, Cheng Bai-wu did not teach Wai Xiaobi anything. He had instructed Wai Xiaobi to join the group of youths that were being instructed by his second apprentice brother to train his foundation. At 5 o'clock, Wai Xiaobi said goodbye and went to work. Although he had drunk quite a bit, Wai Xiaobi's mind after working his shift was filled with excitement. Let alone entering apprenticeship, being able to eat a lot for lunch made him incredibly happy, even if Cheng Si Si kept looking at him strangely the entire time. When Wai Xiaobi heard that his master would treating him while in the car, he activated his special skill and began releasing electricity. As a result, when lunchtime came, he was already extremely hungry. He was like a tiger as he crazily wolfed down bowls and bowls of rice to the point that Cheng Bai-wu and the others almost had no more rice to eat. However, his efforts were not wasted. The voltage that he was able to release increased to 9 volts and the electric current increased to 2.5 milliamperes. Chapter 23, Bajiquan, Beginner. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After getting off work at 12 midnight, Wai Xiaobi returned to his apartment. He did not do anything else and just went to bed, falling into a deep sleep. He only woke up at 7 in the morning as he hurriedly went to work. After getting off work at 6 in the late afternoon, he hurried to the dojo. Second apprentice brother Zhang Zilong brought him to the side and educated him. Xiaobi, your working conditions are pretty bad. You don't even have time to train anymore. Wai Xiaobi himself knew about the bad effects of the 3-shift system on his training, but he had no other way to go about it. If he did not work, then he would have to let himself starve to death. Looking at Xiaobi's downcast appearance, Zhang Zilong understood what he was thinking. He smiled. How about this? This apprentice brother of yours found you a night job. The only question now is if you want it or not. Zhang Zilong was actually thinking that Wai Xiaobi should just directly help the dojo, but he did not know how to tell him. There were no wages in helping the dojo. Only food and drinks were provided. Zhang Zilong simply did not care about a trivial thing like money. He was even willing to give Wai Xiaobi wages. However, he also took into consideration his junior apprentice brother's self-esteem. After all, who was willing to accept other people's pity? This was Zhang Zilong's point of view. However, if he let Wai Xiaobi know his thoughts, Xiaobi would probably just kneel down and say, Second apprentice brother, don't worry about this junior apprentice brother's self-esteem. Paying me wages or eating meals in the dojo is all fine with me. Naturally, Wai Xiaobi did not know of Zhang Zilong's thoughts, thus, he was extremely grateful of his help. However, Zhang Zilong overestimated himself. His family did not live in Qihu City. As a result, it was harder for him to find an easy yet high-paying job for Wai Xiaobi. After eating dinner, Wai Xiaobi was called by Cheng Bai-wu to the inner practice ground. He began to teach Wai Xiaobi a bit about Bajiquan's principles, history, tradition and other knowledge that was needed. The origin of the name Bajiquan came from the ancient meaning of Baji. Ba is the number 8, and Ji means the peak, the far end. Baji means the extremity of all 8 directions under heaven, or in short 8 extremities. The classic, Huainanzi, Chapter 4, Terrestrial Forms, has this remark: between heaven and earth are 9 continents and 8 poles, and going beyond the 9 provinces there are 8 alignments. Beyond them are the 8 connections, and beyond them are the 8 poles. This explains the basic principle of Bajiquan. Cheng Bai-wu explained the principle clearly as if he was a private tutor, slowly explaining things to Wai Xiaobi. Wai Xiaobi committed his teachings into his memory as he kept nodding. To master Bajiquan, you need to learn the 8 core ideas, the 8 stances, and the 8 aspects. The 8 core ideas are namely, alertness, calmness, maliciousness, boldness, determination, fierceness, agility,
swiftness. In modern times, these would be called the 8 mentalities of fighting. Mastering these core ideas to the extreme would allow you to blow away all your enemies. After Cheng Bai-Wu spoke, Wei Xiaobi only looked at him blankly. He was impressed that his master was able to keep up with the modern times. Now, let us talk about the 8 forms. These 8 forms are namely, dragon, tiger, bear, monkey, swallow, dog, eagle, quail. You need to understand each animal's intent and use them as the basis for the 8 forms. Dragons, they can soar through the skies, call the winds and rain, disturb the seas, hide their tracks, appear and disappear unpredictably. Cheng Bai-Wu explained this to him for more than half an hour, to the point where Wei Xiaobi's brain had already short-circuited. To be honest, Wei Xiaobi was never good at the theoretical stuff. However, he had to remember his master's words. During this time, Wei Xiaobi had almost gone crazy. Luckily, Cheng Bai-Wu did not explain any more theories after that. Instead, he tasked Zhang Zilong to explain to Wei Xiaobi about the basic skills of Bajiquan. Wei Xiaobi let out a light sigh after leaving the practice hall. Zhang Zilong laughed at his appearance. Junior apprentice brother, that type of force-feeding method of teaching is unpleasant, right? Wei Xiaobi nodded his head. If master was about to talk for a few minutes more, I would have killed myself. Ha 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 ha, I was also the same. It was much worse during my time. Master had talked for an hour straight. Zhang Zilong's face showed that he still had lingering fears. Wei Xiaobi couldn't help but let out a cold sweat after hearing Zhang Zilong's words. An hour long? Dying would be better. However, Zhang Zilong's following explanation was not that different from the master's. You first need to understand the strength behind Bajiquan. There are 3 essential factors behind Bajiquan, namely footwork, breathing and exerting force. This is the basic difference of Bajiquan from other martial arts. Without these 3 essential factors, then it would not be Bajiquan anymore. Thus, these essential factors are the foundation of every technique. Anyone who learns Bajiquan must grasp these factors. They will allow you to elevate and strengthen your skills. Zhang Zilong was used to teaching youths, and as a result he began speaking continuously. Luckily, after letting out this wordy explanation, Zhang Zilong began to progressively explain how to train in footwork, breathing, and exerting force. For each training method, he would let Wei Xiaobi follow him, to make him remember. At this point, the explanations had slowed down until 12 midnight. Wei Xiaobi had not yet even learned a third of it. And after learning them, he would have forgotten the others by then. Sigh. This is probably due to my 6 points in learning. It was already midnight, but Zhang Zilong did not let Wei Xiaobi return. After Zhang Zilong washed his face, he prepared a steel bed for Wei Xiaobi and let him stay in the same room as him. Zhang Zilong was a sound sleeper. By just lying down on the bed, he was able to sleep in an instant. Wei Xiaobi was the opposite. He was slightly picky with his bed. Adding the hot weather to the equation, it kept him up until the AM. He also did not dare move too much, afraid that he would wake up his second apprentice brother. After a while, Wei Xiaobi decided to use this time to review everything he learned. Wei Xiaobi felt helpless at his inability to learn the more he tried to recall. After a while, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, knowing that the amount he forgot was greater than the amount he remembered. It seems that I have to bother second apprentice brother tomorrow. After recalling the ones that he remembered, Wei Xiaobi concentrated on the status panel. A few changes had occurred to his status panel. He saw that there was a new skill. Bajiquan, beginner. Wei Xiaobi was shaken when he saw this. He couldn't help but concentrate on this new skill. After concentrating, the spare evolution points in the status panel quickly decreased, and the status for Bajiquan changed. When all 50 evolution points were used, Bajiquan had changed from a beginner level to intermediate. Chapter 24, Training. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Name, Wei Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status. The average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11.5. Muscle, 13. Sturdiness, 10. Agility, 9.75. Hand-eye coordination, 9. Flexibility, 11. Reflex, 11. Balance, 8. Vitality,
10. Health, 9. Endurance, 11. Intelligence, 7. Learning, 6. Reasoning, 8. Awareness, 9.25. Willpower, 12. Judgment, 8. Perception, 7. Intuition, 10. Charm, 7.2. Courage, 10. Persuasiveness, 7. Character, 7. Leadership, 5. Appearance, 7. Skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, Bajiquan, intermediate, special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 9 volts. Maximum current 2.5 mA. This skill formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 20. Items on hand, none. Xiaobi knew that 20 evolution points would not cause any more changes to his Bajiquan skill, but this was still enough to make him happy. Following the upgrade from beginner to intermediate, the things Xiaobi learned from before began to pop up in his mind. His memory became incredibly clear. The footwork, breathing, and inner force usage that he learned felt a bit more familiar, as if he had practiced them for hours and hours. These changes gave him the urge to get up and go outside to train. However, after looking at how his second apprentice brother was having such a pleasant sleep, he was afraid of the consequences of waking him up. Xiaobi could only suppress his impulse and imagine himself practicing for a long time until he fell asleep. At 6 in the morning, Xiaobi was woken up by Zhang Zilong. After washing their faces, they arrived at the practice field. There were already a few people in the outer practice ground. His master, Cheng Baiwu, and big senior brother, Liu Jiancheng, had chosen their own individual tree to lean on. It was easy to see the difference in their skills based on the movement of the tree. Every time Cheng Baiwu leaned on the tree and its leaves would suddenly stop moving, and then it would violently shake. His big apprentice brother, on the other hand, could only shake the leaves down from the tree with every lean. It was very clear that Liu Jiancheng would need a lot more training before he could catch up to their master. On the other hand, his third apprentice brother, Yao Wu, was currently practicing with the wooden pillars. His hands were like artillery shells, smashing the wooden pillar over and over. Xiaobi's eyelids almost jumped at the scene. On the other side, his senior apprentice sister, Cheng Si Si, was currently holding a great spear, jumping and turning around. The great spear moved like a dragon, sometimes high up, sometimes low. It was so majestic that it could shock anyone watching. Based on the force of the spear alone, it was hard to tell that this was executed by an 18-year-old girl. Stop looking already. Let us continue last night's lesson. Xiaobi, show me the ones I taught you first. I will correct your mistakes. Zhang Zilong waved his hand in front of Xiaobi a few times to bring him back to his senses. But afterwards, Xiaobi's performance had left him dumbstruck. He even thought that he was still asleep, and that this was all a dream. Bang! Xiaobi was currently doing the many different forms of stamping footwork such as the point stamp, forward stamp, backward stamp, etc. A loud bang echoed every time he stomped on the limestone floor. These basic footwork forms looked easy at first glance, but learning them to a skilled degree was something that could not be done in just 2 days. When he was a soldier, he had learned Kindiquen's feint step, but training it to a skilled degree took him hours. In reality, Kindiquen's feint step was developed from Bajiquan's forward step. However, in front of Zhang Zilong's eyes, Xiaobi was already capable of doing these stamps to a skilled degree. This kind of degree had previously taken him an entire month to reach. This was the reason why Zhang Zilong felt as if he was still asleep. After a while, Xiaobi's movements began to attract Cheng Baiwu and the others' attention. After Xiaobi demonstrated all the basic training forms, Cheng Baiwu walked over and looked at Xiaobi, pleasantly surprised. This result was something Cheng Baiwu would have never imagined. Xiaobi had already reached this level in the foundation after only a single night. After seeing him, Cheng Baiwu started to question whether there were really geniuses in this world. Cheng Baiwu never suspected whether Xiaobi had had any past experience in martial arts. After all, He was looking at Xiaobi from afar, while he was practicing with Zhang Zilong last night. Xiaobi definitely had never learned any related martial arts. The strangeness in his footwork and other movements last night were impossible to fake. Cheng Baiwu had confidence in this. Master, junior brother apprentice, Zhang Zilong could not speak any words clearly and only pointed at Xiaobi. It's alright. Just continue teaching at this pace. When he knows how to do one thing, teach him another. Curiosity grew from Cheng Baiwu's mind. He wanted to see how far Xiaobi could go, to see if he was a real genius or if it was only a stroke of luck. Following their master's words, Zhang Zilong continuously taught Xiaobi aside from breaks during breakfast, lunch and dinner. Yao Wu had temporarily substituted Zhang Zilong in teaching the normal students. Naturally, whether it was breakfast or dinner, Xiaobi had once again let everyone witness his huge appetite. Cheng Si Si, who prepared the meal, muttered, "Are you going to eat us out of house and home?" The quantity of rice was a problem. The truth was, any martial artist would eat a lot of rice compared to normal people. The words "a person cannot fight on an empty stomach" was not untrue. As a result, Cheng Si Si's utter had merited her a chop from Cheng Baiwu. From Cheng Baiwu's point of view, the more Xiaobi ate, the better. Food expenses were nothing to him. Actually, there were many times when the dojo did not only rely on the tuition fees. On that day, Xiaobi had been terribly force-fed. Materials that would have normally taken others half a year to learn, were taught to him twice by Zhang Zilong in just one day. Based on Xiaobi's rate of improvement, one more week would be enough to teach him tens of foundational footwork, breathing and force exertion skills. He might even be able to learn various static stances and basic fighting moves by the end of it. Zhang Zilong's fast-paced teaching had even piqued the interest of his big apprentice brother, who was currently leaning against a tree. After all, none of the three disciples had taken less than a year to learn all the basics. Chapter 25, Bus. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At nighttime 11 o'clock. Xiaobi said goodbye to his master and fellow disciples to go to work. Yao Wu took the initiative to send him there, which made Xiaobi look at him in a new light. This third apprentice brother of his normally did not talk much, but he was actually very caring. Xiaobi was now loving Bajiquan. When Bajiquan upgraded to intermediate, Xiaobi was able to reach a higher level of understanding towards Bajiquan. Zhang Zilong's force-feeding was able to supplement Xiaobi's incomplete knowledge about Bajiquan. After changing shifts with his colleague, Xiaobi circled the entire electric room and copied the data before sitting down in front of the office table. The electric room was not a suitable place to train the basics of Bajiquan. The floor was made from thick steel plates. Just the sound from practicing his footwork would be enough to draw in the attention of the people outside. It seems that I need a job change now. Xiaobi sighed and turned his attention elsewhere. Should I go back into the dust world to earn more evolution points? Xiaobi carried fear and rejection the first time he was sent to the dust world. After taking the initiative to enter at once, the amount of rejection he had decreased. However, he still had a small amount of rejection in his subconscious mind. But now, any bit of rejection that Xiaobi once had disappeared. He did not understand anything about Bajiquan, but after placing 50 evolution points to upgrade it, his mind had completely changed. If he was not part of the night shift, he would have already went to buy white wine. In his subconscious mind, the once terrifying dust world had already changed into a paradise where he could harvest as many evolution points as he wanted. Gaining a large amount of evolution points would also allow him to have earth-shattering changes. Xiaobi, for most of his lifetime, had only lived to get by every day, so the stimulation of the dust world was not a simple one. Everyone in the world had their own desire and wish to live a better life. Some of them might have bigger dreams than others. However, most of the people could only live a mediocre life due to various reasons and limitations. Thus, Xiaobi's change was within reason. At 8:15 in the morning, Xiaobi got off work and bought some deep-fried dough cake and 2 glasses of soy milk. He ate and drank while he walked up the bus. He prepared to return to the apartment for now. He had been staying in the dojo for a few days already. Although he had taken a bath, the clothes that he was wearing had not been washed. giving off a rancid smell. It was easy to imagine how thick the stench was, since it was august. Because of this, Xiaobi squeezed himself to the back corner of the bus, trying to avoid having the stench spread to all directions and gaining other people's resentment. After reaching another station, a huge amount of passengers squeezed inside the bus. Xiaobi had been recalling the things that he learned in order to etch it into his memory, when he suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance amongst the thick smell of sweat. He was familiar with this smell. When he raised his head, a beautiful girl, who was frowning, had squeezed herself through a group of men. In this scorching summer, the men's libido had seemingly increased. When the girl tried to pass through, these men did not step aside and even took a deep whiff at the girl. A few disgusting men even quietly stood straight, attempting to take advantage of the girl passing through. Although Xiaobi might share some of the men's feelings, he disapproved of their actions. This girl was the one who lived across his room, thus his relationship with her was better than these men. Their actions made him feel as if the food in his bowl was going to be taken away by others. As a result, Xiaobi stopped being polite. He walked forward 2 steps, pried the crowd open, and pulled the girl towards him. The girl, who was currently lowering her head, suddenly had her hand pulled. She was startled to the point that her entire body trembled, fearing that she had met an incredibly lustful molester in the bus. When she was about to scream, she noticed that it was Xiaobi. Although she did not know his name, she had let down her guard against him due to her previous experience. She immediately let go of all her resistance, obediently letting Xiaobi pull her into the corner. She followed along and got pulled into Xiaobi's buff arms, blocking the other men outside. The girl immediately felt a sense of security as she looked at Xiaobi with puppy eyes. Xiaobi felt a bit awkward. Although he did a good thing, the way he did things was a bit over the top. Moreover, they didn't even know each other's names. You got off work early. Are you taking night shifts? Xiaobi was silent for a while before mustering up his courage to ask. However, his words came off a bit lofty. Yes. Are you also taking night shifts? The girl was exceptionally intelligent and immediately returned the question. Yeah? After saying yeah, Xiaobi did not know how to continue the conversation anymore. Xiaobi was a virgin who did not speak much with women. Talking with a girl for this long was already not bad. Naturally, Xiaobi was currently intoxicated from the girl's fresh smell. So fragrant. Because the bus started and stopped occasionally, their bodies would touch each other from time to time. Summer was a blessing to some people, whether it be men or women. They would not wear a thick amount of clothes. Xiaobi's urges had risen from the occasionally bumping into the girl's legs and arms. It was to the point that his lower half had grown bigger. So embarrassing. In order to prevent the girl from noticing the source of his embarrassment, he slightly bent his body. However, the girl noticed that something was wrong with Xiaobi. Are you feeling ill? The girl asked with a concern that he did not understand. The fresh and clean smell rushed to Xiaobi's face, causing his face to redden more. I'm okay, just probably a bit tired from work. Xiaobi felt like his entire body had just sunk into hell. If he could, he wanted to get down at the next stop, but he was reluctant to part with her. When it was almost time for him to get off, he sighed with relief. Xiaobi quickly walked a few steps ahead in order to cover up his growing lower embarrassment. However, when Xiaobi pushed open his door, the girl behind him asked with a small voice, "Thank you. My name is Zhang Tantan. What about you?" My name is Xiaobi. Xiaobi slightly blanked out. This was the first time a girl asked him for his name. This made his heart race, as his gaze landed on Zhang Tantan's charming face. Chapter 26. The Benefits of Releasing Electricity. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. During that slightly wonderful atmosphere between them, a door on the left of the apartment suddenly opened. Li Lanxing, looking slightly dazed, walked out from the door while stretching her body. When she saw Xiaobi and Zhang Tantan standing in the corridor, curiosity budded within her. "Tantan, what are you two doing standing there?" Li Lanxing's sudden intrusion immediately made Zhang Tantan's face redden. "No, nothing." Then she immediately turned around, entered the room and closed the door. cutting off Xiaobi's gaze. Bang! Xiaobi finally came back to his senses. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile when he saw Li Lanxing. Sister Lan, good morning. Li Lanxing looked at Xiaobi with a strange gaze. Kenton is a good child, good luck Xiaobi. Sister Lan, what are you talking about? Forget it, I'm going to go take a bath. Xiaobi wanted to explain something, but he couldn't say it, so he left it with these words while closing the door behind him as he entered the room. He could not bother with Li Lanxing, who was trying to scope out their relationship. After taking a bath, Xiaobi immediately changed his clothes and rushed to the dojo. This kind of lifestyle continued for a week. Xiaobi had now more or less learned the foundation of Bajiquan. In the eyes of everyone else, Xiaobi was a true martial arts genius. As a result, Cheng Baiwu could not get used to seeing Xiaobi go to work with such a bad schedule. After all, for a martial artist, living a regular life was necessary. This afternoon, Xiaobi trained in his Bajiquan's stances. After that, he wiped his sweat with a towel and greeted his second senior apprentice brother. Cheng Baiwu suddenly called him after he finished taking a bath and was preparing to go work. Xiaobi, wait a moment. Master, what's the matter? Xiaobi was slightly puzzled. In this period of time, his master had not talked with him that much. He even believed that his master already had a clear opinion of him, so he felt that it was strange he was called over. In the future, come help with the dojo. You should stop going to work and wasting time. If you need money, just tell your master. Xiaobi did not expect this coming. The words that came out from his master's mouth had went against his expectations. Xiaobi was so excited that he could not reply. He felt that not only did his master have a clear understanding of him, he even gave careful consideration to his situation. What? Do you think your master's money is free? Rest assured, I will record your loan. Cheng Baiwu thought that he had seen through Xiaobi's stubborn pride, so he laughed. Okay, then I will submit my resignation letter tomorrow. No matter what was said, warmth entered Xiaobi's heart as he felt his master's concern for him. Thus, he immediately answered. After leaving the dojo, Xiaobi went towards the car parked outside the alley, where his third senior apprentice brother was waiting. After getting in the car, Xiaobi's eyes glistened. Master and apprentice brothers treat me too well. Even senior apprentice sister, who usually felt apprehensive towards me, would still treat my training injuries. Xiaobi, what's wrong? His third senior apprentice brother's vision was truly astonishing. It was already dark outside and the car lights were not that bright, but he was able to notice that something was different with Xiaobi even when driving. Nothing. I was just a bit moved. Brother, you people treat me too well. Xiaobi would never say such corny words according to his previous nature. But now, he was so moved that he said it out loud. Yao Wu was stunned by Xiaobi's words. Luckily, there were no incoming cars or else an accident would have already happened. This is nothing. You are one of us after all. Yao Wu smiled and went back to concentrating on driving. Unfortunately, resignation was not as simple as handing over the resignation letter and leaving. After handing over the resignation letter, Dahao Real Estate Company would need a certain amount of time to find a replacement for him. As a result, Xiaobi would need to go to work for half a month more. Naturally, Xiaobi could also just leave instantly. If he did this, the retirement insurance that the company submitted for him would be much more harder to receive. In reality, Xiaobi did not regard the retirement insurance as something big. After all, this was something that would only matter tens of years in the future. However, there was a saying, he who gives no thought to far-flung problems will soon find suffering nearby. Moreover, that was still the money that he had painstakingly earned. If he was going to the dojo in the future, he thought about decreasing his expenses. The first thing that came to mind was to cancel his rent for the apartment. However, he considered the situation if he entered the dust world from the dojo. He was not yet familiar with the situation of the place on the other side, and he might instantly encounter danger from there. As a result, he could only continue to pay the rent. He would rather keep the room even if it was empty. If he cancelled the room, it would be very troublesome to find another. I should go in the dust world and take a look. It's already been half a month after all. The Bajiquan in his status panel was still at intermediate rank. However, Xiaobi's understanding towards Bajiquan had leveled up a grade. In a normal person's eyes, there was no difference in Xiaobi's half-a-month training and their own 2-year-long training. Moreover, releasing electricity for a long period of time had created some changes in his status. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status. The average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11.53, muscle, 13.03, sturdiness, 10.03, agility, 9.78, hand-eye coordination, 9.03, flexibility, 11.03, reflex, 11.03, balance, 8.03, vitality, 10, health, 9, endurance, 11, intelligence, 7, learning, 6, reasoning, 8, awareness, 9.25, willpower, 12, judgment, 8, perception, 7, intuition, 10, charm, 7.2, courage, 10, persuasiveness, 7, character, 7, leadership, 5, appearance, 7, skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, Bajiquan, intermediate, special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 11 volts. Maximum current 4 mA. This skill formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 20. Items on hand, none. It can be seen from the status panel that his strength and agility had increased by 0.03 each with just half a month of training. If he continued like this, his strength and agility would probably increase by 0.72 points. In 5 years, it would rise to 3.6 points. In addition, it would continue to increase as time went on. Even if he did not enter the dust world, Xiaobi's strength would reach 15 points in 5 years and around 13.3 points for his agility. 15 points in strength was already close to the strength of a middleweight boxer. This kind of speed was already good enough for normal people. But Xiaobi thought that this was still too slow. Chapter 27, Fishmen Village. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Because of this, Xiaobi's thirst for evolution points increased. Other than these changes, the voltage and electric current of his special skill had increased a bit. Against a human body, 11 volts was already enough to cause a sharp pain, while 4 mA of electric current was enough to strongly numb their bodies. This had given Xiaobi a new method of attacking in future battles. Today, Xiaobi had the night shift. Second senior apprentice brother gave Xiaobi the morning to rest. From Zhang Zilong's point of view, working for an entire night required sufficient rest. Forcefully training would not do the body any good. However, Xiaobi did not plan to rest at all during this time. After getting off work, Xiaobi went to the Fatma store to buy a bottle of wine. After returning to his room and closing the door, Xiaobi impatiently chugged down the wine. He soon lied down on the bed, letting the drowsiness overcome him. Xiaobi rubbed his hazy eyes and got up from the bed. The room had already become tattered. He had once again arrived in the dust world. Xiaobi was a bit unsatisfied that he needed to fall asleep drunk to be able to enter the dust world. The danger of entering the dust world like this was too high. If by chance he got drunk outside and entered the dust world from that point, he might be transported next to a fierce monster. It was just like the man who appeared in the neighboring courtyard. Just a moment's carelessness was enough to land in the mouth of a tiger. However, Xiaobi was currently unable to find a solution to this problem. There was another thing that was strange. When that man died in the dust world, there was no news of him at all in the real world. Xiaobi roughly understood that this guest was not a rich person, thus as long as that person did not die within the apartment room, the landlord would not have cared much about him. He shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. He easily raised 2 clubs and walked towards the courtyard. The gate was currently shut tight. just in the same condition he left it, so Xiaobi was able to relax a bit. When he sighed a breath of relief, the sound of fishermen knocking on objects came from the streets outside. There are still fishmen here? This was something that Xiaobi never imagined. In this period of time, he had not heard anything about people disappearing. From his understanding, those fishmen would have left the place because they could not find any food, humans. However, this was clearly only Xiaobi's point of view. Xiaobi once again climbed up the wall to look further in the distance. He saw there was a fishman using a club to knock on random objects on the street. The fishman was currently walking towards the other end of the street, quickly vanishing from Xiaobi's line of sight. Seeing that there was no soul in sight, Xiaobi hesitated a bit. He soon opened the gate and headed towards the Fat Mame store, placing the remaining hardtacks and bottled water in his backpack. He then went towards the direction where the fishman disappeared. The fishman was not fast. It was even slower than a walking human, so chasing after it was not difficult. The only thing that irritated him was that the fishman would stop after every step it took, sometimes using the club to smash its surroundings. Xiaobi even wished that he could just kill it then and there. However, no matter how slow it was, it would still reach the end. As Xiaobi continued to follow it, a wide lake appeared in his sights. The lake was surrounded by grey-colored reed. The fishman suddenly became happy when it reached the place, as it increased its speed. This place was the famous Lake Kui and was the origin of the name Kuihu City. Xiaobi had previously came here before and even played there as a child, so he was not unfamiliar with it. However, the Lake Kui in front of Xiaobi was different from the Lake Kui that he knew. The Lake Kui was supposed to be 3 kilometers away from the road, but more than half of the road had disappeared, moving the Lake Kui closer by about 2 kilometers. Naturally, Xiaobi still did not know fully the relationship between the dust world and the real world. Thus Xiaobi still did not feel any doubt about the strange things that appeared in this world. Xiaobi quickly discovered a village by the lakeside as he followed the fishman. The entire village occupied about a third of a hectare. A large half of the village was on top of the waters. There were more than 10 grass huts, giving the entire village a simple and crude appearance. The village appeared to be quiet, as if there was no one inside. However, there were 2 fishermen guarding the entrance of the village. Both of them held a black harpoon as they patrolled outside. The 2 fishermen did not have any reaction to the appearance of the approaching fishman. They only looked at each other before it entered the village. It was just as I expected. There was a village of fishermen close by. Xiaobi did not act blindly without thinking. He lied down on the reed thicket and quietly observed the Fishmen Village. Time slowly went on. The dust world's sun looked darker than in the real world. However, it was not as gentle as the autumn sun. It was hot and damp to the point that Xiaobi felt incredibly uncomfortable. Sweat continually dropped from his head. However, this kind of patience was a virtue on its own. A loud crashing sound suddenly echoed from the lake's surface after observing for 20 minutes. Xiaobi immediately wiped the sweat on his forehead while rigidly staring in that direction. Countless fishmen appeared from the lake surface. A few fishmen were holding fish. A few of them were holding lotus roots and other food of the same type. They happily and excitedly went up to the shore. A few small fishmen, who had just reached knee height, came out from the grass huts, heading towards the incoming fishmen and greeted them. Soon, the entire Fishman village became noisy. The strange sound unique to fishmen echoed in the surroundings, as if they were a disorderly crowd. It seems that now should be the time for the fishmen to have their meal. Those fishmen brought out a huge iron cooking pot from who knows where. They began boiling the water and placing all the food they brought back into the pot. Xiaobi was slightly surprised at the level of culture that these fishmen had. Knowing how to make fire and preserving it was something that separated intelligent creatures from normal animals. Disregarding the fact that these fishmen ate humans, they were already considered as intelligent creatures. The only thing was that their culture was too primitive. Of course, these things did not have any significance for Xiaobi. He was not some kind of biologist. He was a hunter excited from his previous hunt. The only thing he needed to think about right now was how to lure his prey out from the village and kill them one by one. Xiaobi cautiously left Lake Kui and returned to the streets. After looking around once more,
he made a concave turn by the lakeside. The place he ended up was a few kilometers away from the Fishmen Village. Chapter 28, Fiendish Man Fish. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A hemp rope, a dry reed stalk, a thin needle as the fish hook, and the club were put together by Xiaobi to form a simple fishing rod. The reed stalk was hooked onto the fish hook as bait. The reed stalk originally had its own sweetness, but Xiaobi had also bit his thumb and painted it with his blood. By doing this, it should be able to entice more fish to come. He casted the wooden club, and the fish hook entered the murky water with a bait. Xiaobi kept his sight on the reed floater. Although he was not an expert in fishing, he more or less had a bit of knowledge on it. The reed floater soon made violent movements. In a few moments, the reed floater had sunk into the water, and even the top part of the club had entered the water. A strong force came through. If Xiaobi had not kept his vigilance, the wooden club might have been dragged into the water. Could this be a big catch? Xiaobi was pleasantly surprised at this thought. This was, after all, the joyous feeling of a hunter when his prey had been caught in a trap. Soon after, the pulling force from the water grew stronger. Xiaobi needed to concentrate all of his attention just to stop the wooden club from leaving his hand. He was also lucky that the hemp rope was thick enough. Although it was not as good as a normal fishing line, it was enough to bear the current pulling force. The hemp rope stretched and rocked in the water, as if there was a giant monster in the water pulling it. Gradually, the force under the water weakened. Xiaobi took this opportunity to strongly yank it. A crashing sound could be heard from the water's surface. He saw a black figure streak across the sky being pulled by the hemp rope. Landing on the ground with its thick arm still gripping the rope, the black figure struggled and jumped about on dry land. Xiaobi took this chance to hit it with the wooden club twice. The two hits were not light by any means. The black figure's struggle became weaker after these two heavy attacks. It was only then that Xiaobi carefully sized up the fish he caught. This fish was completely different from any of the fish he knew. And the types of fish that Xiaobi had seen before were not few. He had seen many variations of carps and even the famous Chinese sturgeons before. However, the thing that was slowly struggling on the ground could not actually be defined as a fish. It was 30 centimeters long with thick arms. Its entire body was covered by a layer of blue membrane. It had a human head the size of a fist, but the facial features were visible. Even the mole between its brows could be seen. Apart from this, it had two arms with eyes on the end instead of hands. Its pupils were white, and instead of a tail, it had a human's hand. This strange human-headed fish looked extremely sinister. It even bared its sharp teeth at Xiaobi. In fact, it looked like a randomly assembled miniature human being. Xiaobi was forced to gain knowledge about this world. However, this strange human-headed fish made the hair on his back stand on its ends. His body suddenly could not move from the goosebumps. He suddenly noticed that the human-headed fish seemed to be growing bigger. Its rows of sharp teeth were slowly reaching towards him, as if his head was being sucked into its mouth. At this moment, a current of electricity came from Xiaobi's body. A weak electricity exploded in between Xiaobi and the strange human-headed fish. Ouch! Xiaobi was immediately freed from his bewitched state. However, Xiaobi's entire body felt tired and weak. Although he did not know what had happened, his first reaction was to grab the wooden club and fiercely smash the strange human-headed fish. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. After 10 hits, Xiaobi ran out of strength and let go of the wooden club, his entire body becoming limp. However, even when he was in a weakened state such as this, he did not let go of his guard, staring at the human-headed fish. The strange human-headed fish was now beaten beyond recognition. It was definitely dead. A strange smell began to fill the air while carrying a faint fragrance. Xiaobi couldn't help become excited when he smelled this fragrance. He had already smelled this familiar yet unfamiliar fragrance a few times already. This meant that the human-headed fish was bound to have something good in its body, like the thunderworm electric ball and the fishman water ball. Xiaobi forced himself to stand up. He grabbed the dagger on his waist and dissected the human-headed fish. This was not hard thing to do, as the human-headed fish's death had softened its body. With a light cut, he had been able to slice it in half. After searching for a while,
Xiaobi found a strange meatball. It did not look that much like a meatball. It would be more accurate to call it a human head-shaped meatball. Its appearance was that of an extremely pretty head with a face that carried a deathly still smile. Fuck. What kind of thing is this? Xiaobi couldn't help curse it in his heart. When he had taken out the object, his items on hand status changed. Items on hand. Fiendish Man Fish Essence. Fiendish Man Fish Essence? Seeing this name, Xiaobi was a bit suspicious and immediately placed his attention on it. A small description soon appeared in his mind. Fiendish Man Fish Essence. Essence of a fiendish man fish, not poisonous. Has a slight fantasy creation side effect. The description was not that clear, but at the very least, he was able to know what the strange human-headed fish was called. Fiendish Man Fish. This fiendish man fish was trash if it was not in water. When it is pulled ashore, anyone could easily put it to death. However, Xiaobi also knew that dealing with the hallucination that he saw was not easy. He even had a premonition that he would be dead if he did not release his electricity at that moment. If this was all taken into consideration, this fiendish man-fish's fighting strength was greater than those fishmen. Under the influence of the hallucination, even a martial arts expert like Chen Baiwu would not be able to resist it. Should I eat it? Xiaobi hesitated a bit. He did not have any more doubts at the description provided by the status panel. Since it said that it was not poisonous, then there would definitely be no poison. The problem was that the fiendish man-fish essence was disgusting to look at, especially its pretty miniature human head shape. Right now, Xiaobi was probably feeling the same as Tang Seng from Journey to the West, when he was eating ginseng fruit. Chapter 29, Realistic Dream. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Other than those who were deranged, no one would not have any psychological barrier from eating another human. However, in the end, Xiaobi still swallowed the fiendish man-fish essence. The meatball entered his throat and into his stomach. A warm flowing sensation suddenly spread all around his body. Xiaobi was already familiar with this change, thus he was not terrified at all. However, Xiaobi immediately noticed that something was wrong. He suddenly appeared in his apartment room, but there was a long-haired naked woman laying down beside him with her back facing him. What is this? Xiaobi's ears reddened. The woman turned around, and he noticed that it was actually Li Lan Crossing. Li Lan Xing was completely naked, exposing her snow-white skin. She combed her long flowing locks with her fingers and looked at Xiaobi with a charming smile. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? Li Lan Xing's bell-like voice and lovely smile caused Xiaobi's desire to quickly rise from within him. His entire body gradually heated up, and his mouth became dry. His lower body also immediately swelled. Xiaobi suppressed his rising desire. Sister Lan, did you walk into the wrong room? After saying this, he reluctantly moved his eyes away from Li Lan Xing's delicate body. I didn't. Do you not want me? Li Lan Xing extended her hand and lightly pulled Xiaobi, forcing him to lie down. At this moment, Xiaobi's mind turned blanked. The desire in his heart had erupted like a volcano, as the tiny amount of reason left in his mind burned to nothing. His hands trembled as he quickly grabbed the plump, snow-white mountains. Her faint breathing was filled with enticement as it echoed in the room. After crazily shouting, Xiaobi finally woke up from the hallucination. To be more accurate, it was a dream. Xiaobi, who was lying on the reeds, touched his moist underwear. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. However, everything in the hallucination felt real. His own fingers seemed as if it had just let go of those snow-white mountains, carrying a woman's scent. Xiaobi knew that the dreamlike hallucination was a side effect caused by the fiendish man-fish essence. He had to admit that he had indeed previously fantasized about living a happy life with the beautiful Li Lan Xing, but this felt too real. He had even seen a mole on the side of her inner thighs. Although he felt a bit of guilt, he did not regret having this dream. The only problem Xiaobi felt was the realization that he was so pent up, that he could have an erotic dream even at this time. The other thing was that his vigilance was too lacking. He had actually taken in an object that could cause hallucination while beside a lake. If he had carelessly rolled into the lake, who knows what would have happened to him. Just from the fish that he caught, it could already be understood that the Lake Kui in this dust world was not some holy place. Xiaobi threw back the confusion in his mind. He placed his attention on the status panel. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11.53. Muscle, 13.03. Sturdiness, 10.03. Agility, 9.78. Hand-eye coordination, 9.03. Flexibility, 11.03. Reflex, 11.03. Balance, 8.03. Vitality, 10. Health, 9. Endurance, 11. Intelligence, 7. Learning, 6. Reasoning, 8. Awareness, 9.25. Willpower, 12. Judgment, 8. Perception, 7. Intuition, 10. Charm, 7.24. Courage, 10. Persuasiveness, 7. Character, 7.1. Leadership, 5. Appearance, 7.1. Skills, shooting, intermediate. Military boxing, intermediate. Electrical work, beginner. Bajiquan, intermediate. Special skill, release electricity. Maximum strength 13 volts. Maximum current 4.5 mA. This skill was formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 30. Items on hand, none. The charm attribute in the status panel had risen. His character and appearance had increased by 0.1 points, and 10 points were added to his evolution points. These were the benefits of swallowing the Fiendish Man Fish essence. Additionally, the voltage in his release electricity had increased to 13 volts, and electric current rose to 4.5 milliamperes. This was the benefit of using his skill while he was in a state of hallucination. His evolution points had only increased by 10 points. But with the amount that was added to his charm attribute, this Fiendish Man Fish had actually given him 20 points all in all. Xiaobi looked at Lake Kui with excitement. A fishman would give him 10 evolution points. Furthermore, they were all assembled in the village. Dealing with them would not be easy. Xiaobi quickly became hungry after releasing electricity at full power. Luckily, this time, he had filled his backpack with hardtacks and water. After eating his fill, Xiaobi relaxed a bit and rested. He soon stood back up and continued fishing. However, the population of Fiendish Man Fish in this area didn't seem to be much. Xiaobi waited for half an hour, yet he had not caught anything. Thus he changed his location to about 200 meters away. Naturally, he did not forget to put the corpse of the Fiendish Man Fish in a plastic bag and into his bag. This was something he planned to lure fishermen with. He did not forget about his original goal at all. After failing time and again while using the bloodied reed, Xiaobi looked at the Fiendish Man Fish's corpse. Xiaobi rubbed the reed on the Fiendish Man Fish's corpse, moistening it with its strange green-colored blood, and once again casted his line. This time, he did not have to wait for long before the reed floater sunk. A strong pulling force soon came from the hemp rope. Xiaobi held the rod tightly while standing with his legs slightly crouched and apart. He leaned his body and fought against the pulling force with his own pulling force. He had already experienced fishing a Fiendish Man Fish once, so he adopted a left-right movement to guide the catch closer to the shore. He waited for the catch to reach a certain distance from the shore and used all of his strength to turn it to a different direction. After doing this a few times, the prey that he was wrestling with had slightly weakened. Chapter 30, Fishing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At this moment, Xiaobi stopped holding back. He used all of his arm strength to immediately pull the rod, sending the fish flying towards the shore. Xiaobi did not even wait for it to land. He took a huge stride and used the club to strike the fish. This current situation was better than his previous attempt. The only problem he encountered was, when he was about to hit the fish, he became a little dizzy. But after the club hit the fish, the dizziness disappeared. He continuously hit the fish 10 more times before it stopped moving. Xiaobi did not dare become careless. Before he landed another attack, he took the chance to carefully observe the fish. It really is another Fiendish Man Fish. The Fiendish Man Fish was not even able to retaliate because Xiaobi was prepared. This time, he quickly smashed it to death. What happened afterwards did not even need to be mentioned. Xiaobi easily used the knife to cut open the Fiendish Man Fish and grabbed the Fiendish Man Fish essence inside. He washed it with mineral water before swallowing it. The usual warm feeling spread around his body, giving rise to an indescribable happiness. He looked at his status panel and without a doubt, his character and appearance attributes had increased by 0.1 points, while his evolution points had increased by 10. Xiaobi couldn't help become elated at this effect. After entering the dust world a couple of times, Xiaobi had made a rough estimation on his time in the dust world. It was around 2-4 hours. The sign of leaving the world would be his mind becoming tired. Based on his current mental state, he should be able to stay in the dust world for another 2 more hours. The process of bringing the Fiendish Man Fish up included guiding the fish, lifting the rod, and killing the fish. This needed around half an hour. If he increased the speed of fishing, he could probably kill 4 Fiendish Man Fish. This could already be considered as quite a profit. Although the fishman looked easy to deal with, tempting an individual fishman and eliminating it would not be an easy thing to do. Even the dumbest wild animal knew how to seek luck and avoid calamity, let alone these somewhat intelligent fishmen. Xiaobi could probably eliminate 2-3 fishmen, but after these fishmen disappeared, the other fishmen might not fall for the trap anymore. Moreover, the Fishmen Village did not only contain normal fishmen. They also had elite fishmen. Just those 2 fishmen, who were standing at the entrance, were much more stronger than normal fishmen. Xiaobi could already understand this just by looking at their muscles. Thus, as long as nothing went wrong, fishing for Fiendish Man Fish along the Green Lake's shores was much more profitable than hunting those fishmen. Although the additional points to character and appearance did not seem much, Xiaobi believed that the attributes in the status panel each had their uses. Splash! The sound of water echoed as Xiaobi once again sent a Fiendish Man Fish ashore. He immediately struck it and continued until it did not move anymore. Xiaobi rubbed his aching forehead, signifying that it was almost time for him to leave the dust world. After swallowing the Fiendish Man Fish essence, he ignored the warmth spreading around his body and quickly left the vicinity of the Green Lake. Xiaobi knew that it was already too late for him to return to the apartment, thus he needed to find a safe place to leave the dust world. He quickly found a withered reed nest 200 meters away from the lake. Xiaobi made his way in and used the reeds to cover himself. When he lied down, his eyelids instantly closed like a steel gate, as he quickly fell asleep. Xiaobi awoke and the first thing he did was look around him. In truth, he was worried that he would wake up on the side of a road, a pig pen or even a manure hole. However, he saw that he had returned to his apartment room. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Based on his current situation, Xiaobi guessed that every time he returned to reality, he would return back to the place he used as an entrance. The question now was that if he entered from a different place, would he still return back to his apartment when he leaves the dust world? From Xiaobi's point of view, these things were not that important for the time being. For now, he still hadn't found a safe place to enter the dust world other than his apartment room, so he was still entering from his room. Xiaobi drank a glass of water and lied down on the bed. He closed his eyes and looked at the status panel in his mind. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11.53, muscle, 13.03, sturdiness, 10.03, agility, 9.78, hand-eye coordination, 9.03, flexibility, 11.03, reflex, 11.03, balance, 8.03, vitality, 10, health, 9, endurance, 11, intelligence, 7, learning, 6, reasoning, 8, awareness, 9.25, willpower, 12, judgment, 8, perception, 7, Intuition, 10. Charm, 7.43. Courage, 10. Persuasiveness, 7. Character, 7.6. Leadership, 5. Appearance, 7.6. Skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, Bajiquan, intermediate, fishing, beginner. Special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 13 volts. Maximum current 4.5 mA. This skill formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 80. Items on hand, none. Xiaobi become happy at the changes in his status panel. His journey to the dust world this time was not a waste. His character and appearance attributes had increased by 0.6 points, and his evolution points increased by 60 points. His total profit was 180 points, with 120 from the increased attribute values. Other than increasing his attributes and evolution points, he had gained the fishing, beginner, skill. This was without a doubt quite unexpected. Xiaobi never imagined that catching 6 Fiendish Man Fishes could allow him to gain a skill. Unfortunately, this skill was not really that useful for him, so he did not plan to invest in this skill. Xiaobi opened his eyes and looked at his phone. It was already 12:30, so he guessed that there was no difference in the time between both of the worlds. Chapter 31. Hardtack Congee. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi got up from his bed and washed up. Preparing to eat lunch outside, he saw the piled up bags of food that he bought on sale in the corner of the room, and hesitated a bit. The bags of food that he bought on sale were just expired hardtacks and other similar things. Xiaobi could now simply eat and drink in the dojo if he wanted to, but throwing away hundreds of yuan worth of cheap food that has expired was the same as cutting off his leg. He normally lived a frugal life, so the only reason he hesitated was because of the taste. He quickly washed the iron cooking pot, opened packs of hardtack, and started boiling them. No matter what, Xiaobi had to get rid of all these cheap foods. Sigh, what a waste. Naturally, if he wanted to quickly get rid of all these foods, he could use his release electricity special skill. Xiaobi, after a while, began to feel bored waiting in front of the stove. When he heard sounds coming from the corridor, he opened the apartment door to take a look. At this time, there were a lot of people walking in the corridor. Since it was now lunchtime, people with rice bowls were all crouching around and chatting. Workers in modern cities were lonesome creatures. Thus when two people begin a conversation, a large amount of tenants would flock to the noise. It was a Saturday. So other than people like Xiaobi who work in a 3-shift system, they would only wake up at this time. After all, taking naps while working in big cities was a hard thing to do. Zhang Tantan, who lived in the apartment room across Xiaobi, went out wearing pajamas while carrying a thin enamel bowl. Her rice was topped with Hunan-style sautéed meat. The fragrance of the food had entered Xiaobi's nose from the moment he opened the door. The gamer shut-in Zili Jun, who lived beside him, looked a lot worse. His hair was like a bird's nest, and his clothes were stained here and there, making others want to puke at his appearance. He was holding on to a take-out rice box. It was already a miracle for a shut-in like him to not be eating instant noodles. Actually, most of the people there were eating rice boxes. Let alone the smell of his rice box. His appearance was already enough to make the people around him lose their appetites. The fourth room was Li Lanxing's. There was a stool beside her room, and on the stool was a large bowl emitting the smell of fragrant chicken soup. On the other hand, she was holding a bowl of rice with savory chicken legs. The strangest thing that happened though, was that when Li Lanxing saw Xiaobi, her face immediately reddened, and she turned around, entering the room without even caring about the chicken soup on the stool. Xiaobi greeted Zhang Tantan, "Little sister Tantan, did you cook food today? How virtuous. Your future husband would be able to live a happy life." "Brother why? Stop talking nonsense." Zhang Tantan blushed. The feeling of success had filled Xiaobi. He wanted to follow his victory by teasing Li Lanxing, but he never imagined that Li Lanxing would turn around and leave. He felt slightly mystified by this. Wai Xiaobi had unconsciously gained confidence since the last time he saw her. Even though he had only met little sister Tan twice, he had the courage to tease her. He had not even given it a second thought. In reality, he had even forgotten about the dream, that incredibly realistic dream he had after eating the Fiendish Man Fish essence in the dust world. "Brother, why, what are you eating for lunch?" Zhang Tantan blinked once and looked into Wai Xiaobi's room, trying to catch a glimpse. Unfortunately, Wai Xiaobi held the door with his left hand, hiding the contents of the room. No one could see inside the room even if he had cooked something. "I already ate." Wai Xiaobi did not dare say that he planned to eat hardtacks for lunch, since he did not want to ruin the meager reputation he had to hold on to. Thus he made a bold statement on Zhang Tantan's question and then looked at those neighbors, who were eating rice boxes, in disdain. Oh, Zhang Tantan showed a bit of disappointment at Wai Xiaobi's words, but she still tried to invite Wai Xiaobi to taste her skills. This made the people, who were all eating rice boxes at the side, send death glares at Wai Xiaobi. If glares could kill, Wai Xiaobi would probably be filled with holes by now. Just looking at the food in Zhang Tantan's bowl was enough to make Wai Xiaobi salivatate. He could not resist Zhang Tantan's invitation. However, Wai Xiaobi immediately regretted when he ate a piece of sautéed meat. It was not because Zhang Tantan was bad at cooking, but because of the hardtacks that he had stewing on the fire. After tasting something so good, how could he even eat the pot full of hardtacks? His cheeks were streaming with tears. After a single taste, Wai Xiaobi thanked Zhang Tantan and resolutely returned to his room. Zhang Tantan became disappointed at Wai Xiaobi's action of returning to his room. Moreover, neither Wai Xiaobi nor Zhang Tantan noticed Li Lanxing hiding a little away, currently at a loss while looking at Wai Xiaobi's back. Li Lanxing's mind was a mess. The origin of this came from 2 hours ago. When she lied down on the bed and fell asleep, she suddenly had a dream that she could never have expected. She had actually dreamt about doing this and that with Wai Xiaobi inside the apartment room. Although Li Lanxing appeared cheerful and had a rough behavior, but deep down inside, she was a traditional Chinese woman. She had already been acquainted with her boyfriend Huang Daejun for more than 2 years and had lived with him for about 2 months, but she did not allow him to go over the limit. Kissing a few times was already the limit. There were 2 beds inside her apartment room. From this, it was easy to see Li Lanxing's nature. For this reason, Huang Daejun would complain from time to time. Thus Li Lanxing did not believe that she could have such an unrestrained dream, that she would actually take the initiative to seduce the slightly shy Wai Xiaobi. The wild actions between the two of them afterwards had far exceeded her preserved bottom line. After all, Li Lanxing had always viewed Wai Xiaobi as a little brother. If this was only a dream, then it was fine. Which person had never had an erotic dream before? However, she could feel something peculiar in her lower body after waking up from that dream. The faint pain below had caused Li Lanxing to lose her head out of fear. She only sighed in relief after making sure that the door was still the same as she last saw it and Huang Daejun was currently working overtime. This was only a dream, a very realistic dream. Li Lanxing thought that she had already adjusted her mind, but after seeing Wai Xiaobi, the sudden beating of her heart had made her react. In that moment, Li Lanxing even had suspicions that she had fallen in love with Wai Xiaobi. She became stuck in a maze of thoughts, and had even lost the mood to eat her favorite chicken soup. Chapter 32, Split Personality. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wai Xiaobi, meanwhile, did not know anything about Li Lanxing's unusual condition. He closed the door to his room and checked the hardtack in the pot. It should be ready. He turned off the fire, poured the thick paste made from hardtack into a large bowl, placing it on top of the coffee table. He stirred it, cooling it down with an electric fan, and touched it. After 10 minutes, the temperature is just right. However, Wai Xiaobi did not immediately eat this tasteless hardtack congee. Rather, he extended his hand and grabbed a copper wire on the kitchen bench. When he grabbed the copper wire, bubbling sounds came out. After 5 to 6 seconds, Wai Xiaobi let go and pounced on the coffee table, scooped up the hardtack congee and poured it inside his mouth, chugging it. Ah, Xiaobi sighed while eating the green-colored congee, satisfaction apparent on his face. Of course, this wasn't because Xiaobi had a split personality. After releasing so much electricity, Xiaobi entered a state of extreme hunger. Only by eating food could he alleviate this kind of hunger, which caused his brain to send a signal of happiness from being full. However, the expired hardtack was truly tasteless. This was even amplified after eating Jiang Tantan's sautéed meat. This was the cause of Xiaobi's contradictory appearance. Soon, the congee made of 6 pieces of hardtacks had been cleanly eaten by him after releasing electricity 2 more times. However, when he looked at the rest of the piled-up expired food, he knew that today would be full of hardships. Xiaobi, are you there? Bang, bang, bang. A banging sound on the door came after the deep voice. This voice sounds familiar. Xiaobi heard a familiar voice while he was busy trying to get rid of the expired food. When he opened the door, a fatty stood the while from time to time, wiping the sweat on his body. This person was his landlord. Uncle Lee, please come in and have a seat. The landlord did not live in the apartment. His last name was Lee, first name Jia Yang, currently more than 40 years old and jobless. There were 4 apartments in this street that belonged to his family and he relied on the rent to live. He was a bit stingy and loved to take advantage of anything. However, Xiaobi did not come into contact with him all that much. Thanks but no thanks. I have come today to collect the rent. What is that smell? Li Jiayang's nose twitched as he doubtfully extended his head to take a look inside the room. The smell of the room had become slightly bad after cooking 5 pots of hardtack. Xiaobi awkwardly smiled, cooking food, but my skills are a little bad. As he said this, Xiaobi took out the money and gave it to Li Jiayang. Luckily, Li Jiayang did not care about other people as long as they did not burn down the room. However, Li Jiayang's words before he left made Xiaobi's mood take a dive. Oh right, Xiaobi, the prices of goods are currently rising fast. Uncle Li also needs to live, so starting next month, the rent will go up by 100 yuan. Xiaobi looked at Li Jiayang's leaving back, wishing that he could just kick that fat ass of his. 100 yuan? The original rent was 600 yuan, including utility expenses. This amount was already not cheap. Adding another 100 next month would make it 700 yuan. Does he still want others to live? However, even if the rent increased to 1,000 yuan a month, Xiaobi, for the time being, would still choose to stay there. I really need to think of a way to earn money. If I really have no choice, I could probably borrow from Master. Xiaobi thought about his money problems, while swallowing down the thick hardtack congee. When he had eaten through around 2/3 of the expired food, his phone rang. It was his second senior apprentice brother calling to ask why he still hadn't gone to the dojo. He quickly replied that he previously had something to do and that he would be there soon. Xiaobi wiped the sweat off his forehead after hanging up. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost 3 o'clock. No wonder his second senior apprentice brother called him. He looked at the pile of expired food and decided to give up finishing them in one go. He thought that he should at least keep a bit of food in his apartment in case of emergencies, let alone the fact that he had eaten 10 pots of hardtack congee. Just looking at the remaining bags of hardtack made him want to puke. He quickly got on the bus after leaving the apartment and moved to the corner, closed his eyes, and looked at his status panel. Although releasing electricity increased the voltage, the growth rate of the electric current was much more lower. However, after releasing electrical energy for more than 50 times, the special skill had increased a lot. Now, releasing electricity could allow him to release 34 volts, leaving just 2 more volts before he exceeded voltage safety levels. However, 34 volts could already generate pain on the people he touched. The electric current on the other hand had increased to 9.5 milliamperes, but the safety limit was 10 milliamperes. However, 8 milliamperes was enough to cause a spasm in every part of the human body. In other words, Xiaobi currently only needed to release electricity to give others a serious electric shock. The only troublesome thing was the upper limit of the voltage and electric current. The growth rate of the skill was getting lower, and maybe,
It would even take longer to level it up in the near future. Xiaobi thought about this for a while as he scanned the inside the bus randomly. Is that? A skinny, vulgar businessman wearing gold-framed glasses was currently squeezed up against a girl's back and shaking his butt from time to time. The girl was currently blushing hard, as she tried to move forward, attempting to evade the man. Any man could guess what was happening when they looked at the situation. This was, without a doubt, a real molester. If it was 20 years ago, whoever did this in public would immediately become the target of scorn, to the point that they would be beaten up. But now, as long as people, themselves, were not the target, they would not dare brave the dangers to stop this. If it was Xiaobi before, he might at least try to stop the molester, but it would end there. After all, society was too complex. Even if he did good things, it would lead to a bad end most of the time. However, the current Xiaobi was different. He now had a strong body, great skills, and unshakable courage. He pushed aside the people, who were intentionally watching the scene, and placed his hand on the businessman's shoulder. It was a blistering hot summer. Even if the businessman was wearing a suit, it was impossible to block the electric current's assault. After all, his t-shirt was already soaked in sweat. Chapter 33, Discipline. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The man felt that today was the best day of his life. He had just got on the bus and immediately noticed a pretty girl. Her soft and delicate body had immediately caught his eyes. Unconsciously, he found himself squeezed up towards the girl and stuck to her back. He immediately lost all control when he smelled a virgin fragrance coming from her. The happiest thing for him was that the girl did not shout loudly at his assault. This made his actions even more unrestrained. His brain even began thinking about plans to drag this girl somewhere quiet. While he was carefully tasting the girl's soft body, someone's hand landed on his shoulders and pulled him backwards, tearing him away from the girl. Mother A. The thought of being discovered had surprised the man, but he was used to doing these things, so he already had a plan. He was about to berate the other side, but he suddenly felt pain from his shoulder as if something had bitten him. The sharp pain rapidly spread throughout his body, causing his body to tremble. Xiaobi would never give others the chance to curse at him, let alone this worthless man. In an instant, Xiaobi released all his electrical energy. Even the hairs of all the passengers around him were standing up, causing an illusion that they were being sucked in by something. Xiaobi only relaxed his hand after the bus reached the station. He quickly got down the bus and the man soon after alighted after him, limping on the ground as if all his bones were gone, scaring all the passengers. Xiaobi could not be bothered paying attention to the things that were happening behind him. But it was easy to imagine the businessman's unscrupulous appearance after being electrocuted. He might have even developed a trauma from it. Because he released all his electricity, Xiaobi currently could feel a black hole forming in his stomach, causing extreme hunger. While walking along the road, he was almost tempted to stop for food along the way. However, he touched his wallet and firmly suppressed his hunger. When he entered the dojo, he immediately headed to the kitchen and saw Cheng Si Si, who was washing the dishes. Xiaobi quickly cried for help. "Little senior apprentice sister, is there anything left to eat?" Cheng Si Si was unsatisfied at the way Xiaobi addressed her. "Can you remove the word little in the way you address me?" Saying this, Cheng Si Si took out a plate of barbecue from the cupboard and let Xiaobi eat his fill first. Then she prepared hot water and began kneading dough. It was impossible for only that much barbecue to fill up Xiaobi. After he finished eating, he wandered around Cheng Si Si. Cheng Si Si couldn't help bitterly smiling at Xiaobi's pitiful appearance. "Junior apprentice brother, what's wrong? Did you not eat for 3 days?" Xiaobi was truly not accustomed to hearing the younger Cheng Si Si calling him junior apprentice brother. However, based on the time they entered discipleship and their achievements in Bajiquan, Cheng Si Si was much stronger than Xiaobi, thus he was called junior apprentice brother. He bitterly smiled at Cheng Si Si's question. He did not know how to answer her at all. Should I tell her the entire situation? Who am I kidding? Let's not talk about whether other would believe me or not. Even if they did believe me,
it still would not be a good thing for me. Do I just agree with her? That's also a bad choice. Thus, lowering his head and keeping quiet was his best choice. Naturally, Cheng Si Si, who was kneading dough, simply did not count on Xiaobi to answer her question, and continued her words. You must eat when it is time to eat. Otherwise, you might develop a stomach illness, which would be tragic. Xiaobi actually smiled at Cheng Si Si's nagging. He felt that the words of Cheng Si Si, who was about to go to college in a month, was similar to his mother. If Cheng Si Si knew what Xiaobi was thinking, she might immediately knead the big ball of dough into his face. Are you fine with knife-shaved noodles? Cheng Si Si threw down the dough that was the size of 2 heads onto the chopping board before asking about Xiaobi's tastes. Xiaobi also knew that even if he answered that he was not fine with it, Cheng Si Si would still not put back the dough ball. This was probably related to the fact that she learned martial arts as a kid. Her nature was much more unyielding compared to other girls of her age. Xiaobi spoke words of agreement, but Cheng Si Si was not paying attention at all. The knife on her hands moved so quickly at the dough. The noodles that had been cut out looked like a waterfall going into the pot. This move was enough to make Xiaobi gasp in amazement. This was the benefit of training for a long time. It allowed the hands to move very fast. However, cutting noodles was a small matter from Cheng Si Si's viewpoint. The last time Xiaobi came to help in the kitchen, Cheng Si Si was holding onto 2 butcher knives and fiercely chopping up meat on the chopping board. Every single piece of meat chopped off from the spare ribs seemed to have the same size and shape. The entire process could probably even be used as part of a film. Without exerting any effort, a large bowl of fresh knife-shaved noodles came out of the pot. After putting in minced meat, the smell of noodles and meat mixed together made Xiaobi drool. He impatiently grabbed the large bowl due to extreme hunger. He didn't even care about the temperature of the noodles. He only blew a few times and ate it with relish as he slurped down the noodles. After eating more than half the bowl, Xiaobi's hunger had been somewhat suppressed. He began to slow down and gave Cheng Si Si a thumbs up. He complimented her. Little senior apprentice sister, your skills are truly not bad. Cheng Si Si's eyes formed a crescent moon at Xiaobi's praise. Being complimented was the greatest prize that a girl, who was good at cooking, could receive. I told you to stop adding little. There are still noodles in the pot. Tidy up by yourself. Your senior apprentice sister is going out to buy stuff. Cheng Si Si pretended to be angry and left the kitchen. Xiaobi did not pay any attention to Cheng Si Si's departure, continuing to eat the knife-shaved noodles. Cheng Si Si's skills were truly not bad. The knife-shaved noodles were cut cleanly and appeared like a willow leaf. It would enter the mouth smoothly. Its soft and smooth texture facilitated the taste of noodles after chewing a few times. Combine it with minced meat, and it could make anyone drool. The only regret Xiaobi had was that if he could just add chili oil and salted eggs, the meal would have been better. After he finished eating, Xiaobi tidied up the dishes and then walked to the outside practice ground while stretching his waist. It was almost 3 in the afternoon and there were already a few students who were warming up and training. His second senior apprentice brother, Zhang Zilong, was explaining a few things to the new students, while his big senior apprentice brother, Liu Jiancheng, was leaning against a tree, as usual. Chapter 34, Resignation, Liberation. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Seeing Xiaobi come out, Zhang Zilong told the new students to practice by themselves and greeted Xiaobi. Xiaobi, why haven't you eaten these few days? Xiaobi's face reddened at his second senior apprentice brother's teasing. He knew that it was his little senior apprentice sister who had spread this about him. Trying to change the topic, he said, second brother, why aren't master and third brother here? Zhang Zilong was only teasing Xiaobi, so he did not pursue the matter further. He answered his question. I heard that master was paying a visit to an old friend. Xiaobi did not know much about his master's circumstances, thus he did not ask any more and chose a training dummy to start practice. Although Xiaobi used his evolution points on Bajiquan, making his Bajiquan reach intermediate level, it did not mean that he need not to train. Training in the foundations could allow him to become more familiar with his body.
Bajiquan was martial art that cultivated the inside and outside of a body. There were many forms and patterns to train in the outer force, which was used to defeat enemies. The inner force was used to strengthen the mind, soul, blood flow, and chi, serving as a foundation both inside and outside the body. In simpler terms, this was the so-called Ngong or inner force, a technique used to raise the body's foundation. There were countless breathing techniques, and even techniques to protect the dantian under the training of such techniques. By breathing and exhaling slowly and deeply, it could expel the impurities in the body, exercise the viscera, and strengthen the internal organs. Dai Ao Zai Gong, a breathing technique used to inspect the body in order to use qi and blood to treat the injuries and diseases. Breathing naturally annihilates anxiety and protects the dantian. This should be done after training or during noon in a place where there is fresh air. By treating the world as an illusion, one could see their own body and inspect it to the arteries and veins. Apart from that, there was also Yang Mu Gong, Kong Ur Gong, Gakai Gong, Chi U Gong, Ma Bu Gong, Ban Ma Zwang, and many other inner force techniques. Truth be told, training up Ngong alone would take up 6 hours per day, including all the other routine patterns in martial arts. Even 10 hours would not be enough. This was also the reason why his master, second senior apprentice brother, and other people wanted him to help out in the dojo instead of going to work. If Xiaobi stayed in the real estate company, he would simply have not enough time to train. However, even if Xiaobi continued to train like this, he would still able to obtain a lot in this half a month. Xiaobi trained until it was dinner time. Sheng Baiwu and his third senior apprentice brother had yet to return. They only returned at around 8:30, barely able to stand on their feet. This made Xiaobi puzzled. It was obvious that they had gone drinking. Sheng Baiwu called Xiaobi over and let him do drills. He nodded his head after looking at it once. Xiaobi's progress was so fast that it made Sheng Baiwu become agitated. He was afraid that Xiaobi's foundation was not stable enough. From the day before yesterday, he instructed Zhang Zilong to teach Xiaobi even new things to give him a bit more pressure. He did not know that this was not Xiaobi's innate gift but the benefit of having the status panel. Naturally, the status panel only gave Xiaobi the corresponding degree of Bajiquan, but if he truly wanted to grasp Bajiquan knowledge, he had to continuously train. Another half a month went by. In this half a month, Xiaobi went to work every day but also worked hard in training Bajiquan, completely forgetting to enter the dust world. He was on a night shift today and it was his last day in the company. The company had also already found somebody to replace him. When he got off work at 8:30 in the morning, most of his colleagues congratulated him. Although they did not know why he resigned, they thought that he must have found better work. Based on convention, when someone leaves a company, everyone would go out to drink and eat. Naturally, the person retiring would foot the bill. Xiaobi was not someone who did not understand society. Thus, he entrusted Engineer Zhang to tell the other colleagues that he will treat everyone to hot pot that night. He rode the elevator up to the 38th floor, Diehao Real Estate Company's headquarters, and went to the Human Resources Department and the Financial Department to finish a few procedures. He looked at the 1,000 plus yuan and the old age insurance certificate in his hand with a bit of sorrow. From today on, he seemed to have entered a different stage of life. Since it was still quite a while before night time, he returned back to the apartment after eating breakfast. It was already 8:40, so the corridor was quiet, as most of the tenants had already went to work. Xiaobi lied on his bed and closed his eyes, looking at his status panel. He concentrated on his Bajiquan skill. His evolution points quickly disappeared as he concentrated on the skill. Without needing even a second, 80 evolution points were consumed. But despite this, Xiaobi became flabbergasted as there was no change to the Bajiquan skill. What's going on? 80 evolution points was not a small sum to him. If he placed these points in his attribute, then his muscle attribute could increase to 13.83 points and his strength attribute would increase to 11.93 points. If he did this, his body strength would go up, and his fighting strength would go up. But now that he had already placed it in Bajiquan,
The jokes were now on him. As Xiaobi felt his gut wrench, he began to use his not-so-smart mind to think of the reason as to why this happened. After thinking for about 10 minutes, he had arrived at a rough answer. It was most likely due to him lacking in evolution points, or he needed another requirement other than evolution points to level up Bajiquan. He stopped hesitating after arriving at these two answers. He took out a bottle of wine from the base of his bed and chugged it down. Xiaobi decided to go take a look at the dust world. In any case, he had already resigned and he did not need to go to the dojo in the morning. He gradually sunk into dizziness after chugging down the alcohol. Xiaobi started to regain consciousness, waking up to the dull light and the broken house. He blankly looked at the poster of Jiang Jingying for a while, before he completely came to. I'm still in my apartment room? Xiaobi slightly relaxed. This fact had assured Xiaobi that wherever he slept was wherever he would appear in the dust world. It had no relation to the place he left in the dust world. His heart settled after confirming this point. Chapter 35. Duping. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi inspected his surroundings after waking up. He found that he was still wearing his backpack. The hardtacks and the 6 Fiendish Man Fish corpses were still inside. He was also holding onto his improvised fishing rod. After sorting out his things, he arrived at the courtyard and climbed up over the wall to see if there were any movements in the street. Perhaps it's been a long time since a human had appeared here, but he could no longer see the fishmen in the streets. Xiaobi walked towards Green Lake, placing most of his attention in front of him, while thinking through some things in his mind. What should I do next? Do I go lure out those fishmen, or do I go fishing? Fishing was undoubtedly the best way to earn evolution points. But compared to the Fiendish Man Fish, the threat of the Fishmen Village was greater. The fishmen also caught fish from everywhere around the lake. Xiaobi could not know when he would bump into them. Moreover, the Fiendish Man Fish corpses in his backpack had already begun to rot. Xiaobi couldn't help smiling as he walked towards the Fishmen Village. The Fishmen Village, as usual, had fishermen guards with iron pitchforks guarding the entrance. Compared to the first time he came here, the Fishmen Village seemed to be livelier. More than 10 young fishmen were frolicking around the village. 3 adult fishmen were cleaning the mess on the side. They should have just finished eating. Xiaobi, who was lying down on a reed thicket, couldn't help looking at the dull grey sky. Being able to judge the time in the dust world was just wishful thinking. The dull grey sun in the sky had never moved even once. Even the colour of the sky could not help in determining whether it was daytime, nighttime, or dusk. Xiaobi could only guess that most of the fishmen in the village should be out catching fish at this time. It was very clear that these fishmen did not have a custom of storing food. Naturally, this might have something to do with their animalistic behavior. These fishmen would eat their harvests so clean, there would never be anything left. Xiaobi hid his head back into the reed thicket and took out the Fiendish Man Fish corpse. He began cutting up the fish on a rock. The smell from the rotting Fiendish Man Fish could cause people to vomit. Luckily, the fishman's sense of smell was bad. Otherwise, Xiaobi would have been noticed by those fishmen a long time ago. After spending 10 minutes, Xiaobi had cut the 6 fishes into tiny pieces. He then walked towards the fishermen guards. He placed 30 pieces of fish meat in a straight line 10 meters apart until he was 30 meters away from the guards. And at the end of the trail, he created a few simple traps using reeds. He walked along the dense reed thicket on the lakeside and threw a few pieces of meat towards the village entrance. Meanwhile, the 2 guards did not notice at all. Xiaobi quietly retreated after doing this. He lied on his stomach and observed. The rotting stench of the meat had attracted a few strange-looking mosquitoes. The mosquitoes had quickly attracted one of the guards' attention. This fisherman guard walked towards the piece of meat, and the mosquitoes quickly flew away. It wondered what the thing on the ground was. He picked it up and instantly threw it in his mouth. Xiaobi was slightly regretful. If he knew that the fisherman guard was so careless, he would have added an extra ingredient to the meat. Naturally, this was only in his imagination. After all, he still hadn't found any kind of usable poison in this dust world. The fisherman guard soon found the other pieces of meat, picked them up and swallowing them instantly. The other fishman guard doubtfully looked at the other guard's actions,
causing it to let out a strange sound. However, the fishman guard, who was eating the meat, did not pay any attention to the other guard at all and continued searching for more meat. Soon, it noticed a piece of meat 10 meters away, and then another 10 meters away. The fishman was lured out just like this, slowly moving closer to the trap that Wai Xiaobi had set up. Wai Xiaobi held his breath and followed behind the fishman guard approaching his trap. Finally, it stepped on the reed trap. Its body immediately tilted and one of its legs sunk down. Wai Xiaobi did not hesitate upon seeing this. He quickly strode forth and smashed down the wooden club on the fishman guard's head. However, something unexpected happened. When it heard Wai Xiaobi's footsteps, it reacted quickly by turning around its body and raised its pitchfork. Bang! A heavy sound echoed as the club hit the pitchfork. The pitchfork swayed as it blocked the club. The force Wai Xiaobi placed in the attack was not small. The recoil from hitting the pitchfork shook his right hand numb. When Wai Xiaobi prepared to hit it again, the fishman guard counterattacked, sending the pitchfork smashing towards him. The fishman guard was much faster and stronger than the elite fishman, to the point that its strength was stronger than Wai Xiaobi by a bit. If it had not fallen into a trap and allowed Wai Xiaobi to ambush it, the fishman guard would have already poked a few holes on Wai Xiaobi's body. Ouch! Wai Xiaobi felt his right shoulder become heavy. A strong pain suddenly spread, as if his shoulders had been smashed to pieces. Half of his body suddenly weakened. The fishman guard quickly pulled out its foot from the trap after its successful attack. It retreated 2 steps with an evil grin and thrust the 2-meter-long pitchfork towards Wai Xiaobi's chest. This was one of the most dangerous situations Wai Xiaobi had encountered since entering the dust world. He could not muster any strength from his right shoulder. His club had already dropped to the ground. A small portion of his body had even been rendered useless. It would be difficult even if he wanted to evade. Risk it all. Wai Xiaobi's 12 points of willpower finally had its time to shine. Without panicking, he stared at the incoming pitchfork and waited for the moment it approached his chest. He raised his right hand with all of his strength, knocking against the pitchfork. And then, he tightly held onto it without letting go. His body had almost fallen down from the impact, but he was smiling. The fishman guard did not even worry about the human turning around the situation. However, in the next moment, the fishman guard suddenly felt a numbing pain from its hands that were holding onto the pitchfork. For some reason, it couldn't hold onto it anymore, let alone thrust it again. Chapter 36. Leveling Up Bajiquan. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Wai Xiaobi grabbed on the pitchfork, he used his special skill and released electricity. This time, the way he released electricity was different. Instead of using all of his electrical energy, he continuously discharged electricity. 34 volts of electricity and 9.5 milliamperes of electric current continuously flowed, heavily affecting the opponent. When the fishman guard's hands started to numb, he quickly let go of its pitchfork. Wai Xiaobi stood up and charged forward with all of his strength like a mad bison, instantly approaching the fishman guard and ramming his left shoulder on the fishman guard. Iron Mountain Lean. Its original name was Contact Lean. Because of its widespread fame, the intonation and name gradually changed, becoming Iron Mountain Lean. This contact lean was one of Bajiquan's close combat technique. While facing an enemy, approach them quickly, stick close to their chest, and continuously ram them, making the enemy lose their balance and suffer heavy injuries. Naturally, calling it Iron Mountain Lean sounded stronger than just contact lean. Although he had just learned Iron Mountain Lean and he couldn't even practice it every day like his master, he was still quite familiar with this move. Wai Xiaobi used all of his strength to knock against the fishman guard's chest. The fishman guard, however, was not weak, so Wai Xiaobi was only able to lightly knock it backward. However, he did not solely rely on the Iron Mountain Lean. He was also continuously releasing electricity. When the fishman guard wanted to retaliate, it was shocked numb by the electricity and lost its strength. Wai Xiaobi firmly planted his right foot on the ground and mustered power from his waist, once again, knocking his left shoulder on the fishman guard. The fishman guard's body numbed and once again it was pushed back.
but this time the Fishman Guard already lost its strength to counterattack. Xiaobi once again mustered his strength to knock against the Fishman Guard's chest. The Fishman Guard, who had lost control of its body, was sent flying backwards from this third attack, flying a few meters away, landing on a thicket of reeds. At this moment, Xiaobi had already recovered from the injury on his right shoulder. He shot forward with the small knife already in his right hand and jumped like a galloping horse, kneeing the Fishman Guard in the face and thrusting his knife in its throat. Xiaobi lost full control of his body. When he kneed the Fishman Guard, he rolled forward while pulling out the knife from its throat, causing blood to flow out from the wound. Xiaobi steadied his body and once again threw himself against the Fishman Guard. He did not care whether it defended or not. He just used his dagger and targeted its vital points. He only stopped when the evolution points in his status panel changed. He sat beside the Fishman Guard's corpse and panted. Without a doubt, Xiaobi had yet again made many mistakes this time. He misjudged the strength of the Fishman Guard and overestimated himself. The only fortune in this misfortune was that he had finally killed the Fishman Guard. Compared to the elite Fishman, the Fishman Guard provided him with a lot more evolution points. Just killing one of them had given him 60 evolution points. The only thing he was unsatisfied about was that it did not give him a meatball like those elite fishmen. However, he could understand why killing an elite fishman would give him 20 evolution points, and eating the fishman water ball would give him another 20 evolution points, giving him a total of 40 evolution points. But this Fishman Guard had given him 60 evolution points and it wasn't able to shoot out water jets like an elite fishman. Naturally, with its strength and speed, a Fishman Guard should be able to deal with 2 elite fishmen without any problems. Should I put these evolution points in Muscle or in Bajiquan? Or maybe I should use them to level up my special skill. Xiaobi's mind spun as he rested. All of his 3 choices weren't bad. Increasing his muscle attribute would increase his strength attribute, thereby increasing his destructive power. As for Bajiquan and releasing electricity, it was thanks to their perfect combination that he was able to kill the Fishman Guard. Xiaobi decided to put aside the special skill of releasing electricity for now. After all, he could still rely on releasing it to level it up. He felt that putting 60 evolution points in it was a bit of a waste. He also quickly eliminated his muscle attribute, leaving behind his Bajiquan. Naturally, the main reason he chose this was because he had already placed 80 points in it before. He wanted to know if it will change when he put 60 more points in it. The evolution points quickly disappeared as he concentrated on Bajiquan. When the 60 points decreased to 40 points, he felt his head ache as a wave of dizziness rushed towards his brain, and could no longer open his eyes. After a short period of time, Xiaobi finally broke away from his state. He frowned and closed his eyes to look at his status panel. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11.53, muscle, 13.03, sturdiness, 10.03, agility, 9.78, hand-eye coordination, 9.03, flexibility, 11.03, reflex, 11.03, balance, 8.03, vitality, 10, health, 9, endurance, 11, intelligence, 7, learning, 6, reasoning, 8, awareness, 9.25, willpower, 12, judgment, 8, perception, 7, intuition, 10, charm, 7.43, courage, 10, persuasiveness, 7, character, 7.6, leadership, 5, appearance, 7.6, skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, Bajiquan, advanced, fishing, beginner, special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 34 volts. Maximum current 9.5 mA. This skill was formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 40. Items on hand, None. It was clear from the changes in the status panel that he only needed to spend 20 points, or a total of 100 points to level up Bajiquan from intermediate to advanced. Xiaobi then tried out Bajiquan techniques in an empty space by the lake. He spent a long time the training without a care until his body was completely drenched in sweat. He let out a smile when he stopped. Chapter 37, Lure and Kill. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Although he could be counted as skilled in Bajiquan before all this, his posture and stance was still not at a good level. As a result, when he trained in Bajiquan fighting, he would waste a lot of energy without making as big of a progress. But now that his Bajiquan level had increased to advanced, he was able to position himself properly, thereby allowing him to perform better. He had also become much more adept in Bajiquan's routine movements. Xiaobi's current Bajiquan attainment was equal to the level a normal person would attain after training for 3-4 years. If he had leveled up Bajiquan to the advanced level before he lured out the Fishman guard, he might have even sent it flying by his first Iron Mountain lean. In other words, after he leveled up, Xiaobi felt so rejuvenated it was as if he ate ice cream on a hot summer day. He calculated that he still had 3 more hours left inside the dust world. This should be enough time to lure out the other Fishman guard and eliminate it. He still had a lot of Fiendish Man Fish meat left, so he carefully observed his surroundings and placed the meat on the ground with his right hand while keeping hold of the pitchfork in his left. When he got close to the Fishmen Village, he once again lied down on the reed thicket and discreetly poked his head out to observe. At this time, more fishmen had appeared at the entrance of the village. Probably due to the other Fishman guard having disappeared for too long, the other Fishman guard seemed to have raised the alarm. There were now 20 fishmen led by an elite fishman heading out the village, searching all around the place. It was clear that the other fishmen did not want to go out as they lazily moved. After the elite fishman urged them with a few words, only then did they move slightly faster. However, as soon as the elite fishman turned around, the fishman immediately slowed down, appearing almost half dead. However, when the elite fishman found the Fiendish Man Fish meat, the other fishmen were suddenly revived from their half-dead state and immediately searched for more meat. It was very clear that those fishmen's craving for food had far surpassed a normal human's. This was most likely because it was very hard to find enough food in the dust world to fill their stomachs. Xiaobi came up with another idea when he saw this scene. He placed the rest of the meat in a separate straight line. The fishman group naturally separated into 2 as they followed the different lines. One group was led by the elite fishman with 7 fishmen, and this group followed the previous line that Xiaobi made. The other group had 5 fishmen, and followed the line Xiaobi was currently making. The group with the elite fishman was much more orderly. Whenever they picked up a piece of meat, they would divide it equally. The other group was different. The strengths of the 5 fishmen were about the same. As a result, disputes clearly arose within the group every time they picked up a piece of meat. Xiaobi lured the latter group to a distance 300 meters away from the village. Because of the disputes that arose within the group, they had already risen their wooden clubs and started fighting each other. To tell the truth, Xiaobi was dumbstruck when he saw this. For the sake of food, these fishmen would even ignore their camaraderie and smash their wooden clubs at each other. After about 2 minutes, 3 fishmen had fallen to the ground and the remaining 2 were glowering at each other. Xiaobi went around the group and positioned himself behind one of the fishmen. Then he quickly charged forward. He was naturally first noticed by the fishman at the opposite side. The fishman immediately let out a sharp sound to inform his opponent that there was an enemy behind it. However, if Xiaobi was in the other fishman's position, even he would not believe the other side's words. As a result, the fishman did not even turn around to look. On the contrary, it raised its club and started to attack, forcing the other side to fight back. When Xiaobi was around 5 meters away, he stepped on a piece of dried reed, causing a sound which finally caught the fishman's attention. However, it no longer had a chance to retaliate as it noticed him too late. Xiaobi pierced the fishman from behind with the pitchfork. Puchy. In one attack, the pitchfork had pierced through the fishman's back and out of its chest. Then Xiaobi kicked the fishman's back and pulled out the pitchfork. The other fishman tried to raise its club and smash it towards Xiaobi, but Xiaobi easily used the back end of the pitchfork, and blocked the fishman. The club and the pitchfork collided, but Xiaobi won with his brute strength. However, it still took him quite a bit of energy to finally kill the fishman. The reason for this was because he had never used this kind of weapon before. It seems that I should ask Master to teach me the 6-direction spear once I return. While thinking this, his hands did not stop at all. He walked towards a fallen fishman and ignored its frightened appearance, directly piercing it with his pitchfork. Puchy, the sharp pitchfork pierced through the fishman, killing it. He did the same to the other 3 fishmen just so that he could be fully assured. He then raised the pitchfork and hurried to the other group. Killing only 5 fishmen was not enough to make him stop. Today's opportunity was hard to come by. If he let those fishmen return to the village, finding another chance to do this would be difficult. After all, if he just attacked from the front, Xiaobi would definitely not be able to win against a village of more than 70 fishmen. When he reached the other side, he discovered that they had actually fallen for his reed trap. On the surface, it seemed like good news, but actually, it was bad news. Even if his trap worked, it would not take long for the fishmen to free themselves. But hoping for a reed trap to be strong in the first place was useless. Even being able to trip all those fishmen was already a good result. Chapter 38, Killing Continuously. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi looked at the returning fishman with a bit of hesitation. Should he attack or attack, or maybe attack? He did not have any plans to pull back at all. The only thing actually troubling him was how he was going to attack them. Moreover, there was an elite fishman in the group. The elite fishmen should not be looked down upon. Although they were weaker in close combat compared to a fishman guard, their water jet attacks were very vicious. If Xiaobi charged ahead while it was under the protection of the 7 fishmen, the elite fishman would probably teach him a lesson to put him in his place. However, Xiaobi, in the end, still decided to attack. He was like a hyena stalking its prey, following behind the fishman. When the fishman found a piece of meat that they had overlooked and became happy, Xiaobi moved like a leopard that had found an antelope, charging forward in big strides. At the same time, he thrust forward the pitchfork in his hands with all his strength. Puchy. The fishman standing at the very back could not even leak out a sound of surprise as the pitchfork pierced through its chest. The pitchfork, however, did not stop there. Although losing some momentum, it continued forward and pierced another fishman's back, sending blood spurting everywhere. After killing the 2 fishmen, Xiaobi did not continue fighting. He let go of the pitchfork in his hands and escaped. When the other fishmen responded and chased after him, Xiaobi had already fled 10 meters away, almost disappearing in the thicket of reeds. The short legs of the fishmen were truly not fit for running on dry land. Without even running 10 meters, Xiaobi had completely threw them off. These fishmen were so angry that they could not catch Xiaobi. They were about to vent their anger on the reed thicket instead, when they suddenly saw him come into their line of sight. Seeing the main offender appear, how could these fishmen hold back their anger? They immediately set off in hot pursuit, itching to turn him into minced meat. After luring these fishmen a lot further away, Xiaobi once again threw them off. He quickly returned back to the corpse of the 2 dead fishmen to retrieve the pitchfork while gasping for breath. Although his physical strength was better than most, these fishmen had chased him quite far. That the total distance he had run was probably already 1 kilometer. His strength had been sapped quite a bit. He drank a bit of water and lied down on the ground to rest while still being cautious of his surroundings. After he recovered his strength, Xiaobi held onto the pitchfork while carefully advancing forward. From time to time, he even dropped to the ground to listen for any movement. Those fishmen were truly stupid. They ended up returning to their original path when they could not find Xiaobi after searching for a while. Initially, they were still a bit alert, with just the sound of wind blowing through the grass was enough to send them into panic, making them hit the reed thicket with their clubs. However, it did not take long for only the elite fishmen in front to be wary, while the other fishmen were looking at the ground, attempting to find more meat. When he noticed this development in the fishmen's movement, Xiaobi prepared to ambush them. He followed the pattern from before and waited for them to pass by before following behind them and attack. However, he was not as lucky as before as they did not walk in a straight line. Naturally, this also had its benefits. After killing the fishman at the end of the line, it did not alert the fishmen in front of it. They only came to their senses when he had killed another fishman from the back. To Xiaobi, this time was much more troublesome than the previous one, since the fishman's reactions were faster than before. Moreover, he was a bit greedy this time and thrust his pitchfork towards a third fishman. However, at the same time he did this, the elite fishman opened its mouth and shot a high-speed water jet towards Xiaobi's left arm. If Xiaobi's reaction was a little slower and he had not dodged that, a hole would have opened up in his left arm. However, a cut still appeared on his left arm even after he dodged. The cut was more than 2 centimeters deep, making fresh blood rush out from the wound and flow down his arm. Xiaobi's face beaded from sweat from the pain of the wound. Xiaobi quickly looked around him. After killing the third fishman, there were only 2 normal fishmen and the elite fishman remaining. I'm going to do this. He endured the pain in his left arm and pulled out the pitchfork with all his strength and threw it towards one of the normal fishmen. Then he advanced towards the elite fishman without any hesitation like a mad bull, in an attempt to knock against it. Iron Mountain Lean. However, in this gap in time, the elite fishman once again fired a high-speed water jet with all of its strength. Moreover, its aim this time was at Xiaobi's chest. If he tried to dodge this, then he would not be able to tackle the elite fishman while still having to be hit by the water jet. Naturally, dodging would only switch the place the water jet would hit. At most, it would completely chop his arm off. If he did not dodge, the water jet would no doubt penetrate his chest. In this critical juncture, Xiaobi decided to not think about the consequences of being hit by the water jet and did not hide or dodge. He did not even retreat. On the contrary, he advanced forward and poured all his strength into his shoulder, facing the water jet head-on. PSHHH. The water jet collided with Xiaobi's charging force, changing its trajectory. It diverted a bit left from his left chest and pierced through him. The split-second pain was enough to make men kneel to the ground. However, the strangest thing was, Xiaobi did not feel any pain at all when the water jet pierced him. Not thinking about it anymore, he continued to charge at the frightened elite fishman like a mad bull, fiercely knocking his shoulder into the elite fishman's chest. The sound of breaking bones immediately echoed and the elite fishman's chest instantly sunk in. The elite fishman was sent flying away by his Iron Mountain Lean. What came out from the elite fishman's mouth was no longer a high-speed water jet but bone shards, meat and fresh blood. Xiaobi's skill level had increased. When he used his entire body to perform the Iron Mountain Lean, the elite fishman's rib cage had shattered to pieces and even hit the internal organs. It was so severe, its bones could be seen peeking out from the elite fishman's skin. Bang! Xiaobi had not yet steadied his foothold after sending the elite fishman flying, when suddenly, he was hit by a wooden club at the back of his head. A violent dizziness spread through his head. This is bad. There's still another normal fishman. Chapter 39. The benefits of increasing the health attribute. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi immediately responded to the ambush behind him. However, even a real bull would not be able to fall from an attack from the back. When he was about to faint, Xiaobi strongly bit on his tongue. The sharp pain instantly shot towards his brain, preventing him from knocking out. Did I bite off my tongue? He simply did not feel any movement from his tongue. He quickly turned around and threw himself towards the fishman, sending both of them to the ground. Full electricity release. Crackle, crackle, pop. A blue light immediately shone from the point where Xiaobi touched the fishman. All of his electrical energy instantly released and shocked the fishman numb all over, immobilizing it. However, this was the limit of what his skill could do. As long as the electric current did not reach 90 mA, instantly killing any life form with electricity was a pipe dream. His right shoulder was also in great pain. After fighting, Xiaobi had lost all of his strength, and blood kept flowing out from the wound. Unfortunately, his tongue suffered the same fate. However, the most dangerous wound was the one that passed through his chest. This amount of effort Xiaobi had exerted since had already made him lose about 30% of the blood in his body. Of course, there would not be any grave consequences if a healthy person lost 10% of his blood. However, losing 20% would hinder some of the body functions, especially the central nervous system. Losing 30% would critically block most of the brain's processes. It would be fatal if a person did not immediately start a transfusion. In other words, a normal person would have already been unconscious if they lost the same amount of blood as Wai Xiaobi. However, Wai Xiaobi persisted on and stood back up. He walked 10 meters away to get the pitchfork from the fishman's corpse and pierced the fishman that attacked him to death. Afterwards he went back to the elite fishman and dug out the fishman water ball from its body. Only then did he cough out blood and sat on the ground. At this point, nothing could stop the severe dizziness in his head anymore, not even the pain in his tongue, shoulder or chest. He closed his eyes and used his last remaining conscience to concentrate on the health attribute in his status panel. His evolution points, that had reached 180 points, quickly decreased like snow on a sunny day. Health, 9.01, Health, 9.02, Health, 9.03. Wai Xiaobi could not the severe dizziness and lied down in the pool of blood on the ground. After who knows how long, Wai Xiaobi slowly woke up from his dreams. Where am I? He strongly shook his head, attempting to shake away the murkiness and tiredness from his mind. He felt as if his entire body was a heavy brick from the extreme tiredness. He struggled to get up, and when he did, the first thing he did was place his head under the faucet. After washing himself with cold water, the tiredness finally disappeared. After he sat back on the bed and wiped his hair with a towel, he closely examined his left arm and touched his chest. If other people had seen this, they might have thought he was a weirdo. However, of course Wai Xiaobi did not think that his actions were strange. What's going on? Wasn't my chest, left arm, and tongue injured? How come they are now in perfect condition? Wai Xiaobi was currently flabbergasted, but his phone suddenly rung. He picked up the phone and heard a melodious and familiar female voice on the other side. Little junior apprentice brother, you finally picked up. Did anything happen to you? It's little senior apprentice sister Cheng Si Si. Wai Xiaobi was stunned. Nothing happened. Why? You didn't come to the dojo for 3 days, so I thought something bad had happened to you, like becoming a fugitive. Hearing that Wai Xiaobi seemed fine, Cheng Si Si began teasing him. Wai Xiaobi racked his brains and finally escaped from Cheng Si Si's questioning. After picking up the phone, he looked at his phone. 3 days had truly passed by. Before he entered the dust world, his phone battery was still full, but after receiving more than 10 missed calls, his phone battery was almost drained. I had actually slept for 3 days. Wai Xiaobi was a bit skeptical. At this time, a strong feeling of hunger surged upwards. He did not even have time to take a bath. He quickly wore his shirt and charged out. Coming to the street, he immediately found a noodle stand. Seeing that a customer appear, the vendor hastily called out, "The noodles or the rice noodles? Give me 2 bowls of noodles and 6 steamed buns." Wai Xiaobi quickly spoke as he saw the food. When the vendor delivered the food, Wai Xiaobi began wolfing them down. Even the vendor was frightened at the speed he was eating. The vendor's steamed buns were not those mass-produced steamed buns, rather they were handmade steamed buns that weighed close to 250 grams each. A normal person would already be full after eating one of them. However, Wai Xiaobi would eat one in 3 bites. The noodles were not touched yet, but the 6 steamed buns were eaten cleanly, without leaving one behind. The vendor muttered under his breath, "Did this young man not eat for a few days already?" Naturally, what worried him the most was Wai Xiaobi not having money to pay. After the noodles came out, Wai Xiaobi had already suppressed his hunger, so he ate a bit properly. He closed his eyes while he was eating to check on his status panel. Name, Wai Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11.53, muscle, 13.03, sturdiness, 10.03, agility, 9.78, hand-eye coordination, 9.03, flexibility, 11.03, reflex, 11.03, balance, 8.03, vitality, 10.75, health, 10.5, Endurance, 11, Intelligence, 7, Learning, 6, Reasoning, 8, Awareness, 9.25, Willpower, 12, Judgment, 8, Perception, 7, Intuition, 10, Charm, 7.43, Courage, 10, Persuasiveness, 7, Character, 7.6, Leadership, 5, Appearance, 7.6, Skills, Shooting, Intermediate, Military Boxing, Intermediate, Electrical Work, Beginner, Bajiquan, Advanced, Fishing, Beginner, Special Skill, Release Electricity, Maximum Strength 35 volts. Maximum current 9.8 mA. This skill formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 30. Items on hand. Fishman Water Ball. It could be seen in the status panel that there were two changes. One was his health and vitality, and the other was his special skill. Chapter 40, 6 Harmonies Great Spear. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. There was nothing much to say about his special skill. His health on the other hand had increased by 1.5 points, which needed 150 evolution points. It had also increased his vitality by 0.75 points. After thinking about this for a while, Xiaobi kind of got the gist about what happened. He had previously suffered heavy injuries, but for some reason, when he placed his points into his health, his body's recovery probably sped up. However, even if it was like this, he had slept for 3 whole days after exiting the dust world. Moreover, when he closed his eyes, he could feel his vitality re-energizing his entire body. This meant that the health attribute had really increased his vitality and even sped up his recovery. He then remembered that he had the Fishman Water Ball and dropped it into the bowl while the stall owner was preoccupied. He poured in chili oil before swallowing it whole. Once the Fishman Water Ball entered his stomach, a gentle warmth spread through his body, and his evolution points had increased by 20. He did not touch the accumulated 50 evolution points and instead, continued eating. When he arrived at the dojo, his apprentice brothers anxiously asked what happened to him. Xiaobi felt a bit moved from their concern, but he also felt his head ache. He just told them that he had a cold. After answering their questions, he went to find Chen Baiwu, who was sitting in the inner practice ground, and paid his respects. Luckily, Chen Baiwu did not question what he had been doing these past few days. He only nodded his head and placed his attention on the cup of tea in his hands. Master, when can I learn the 6 Harmonies Great Spear? Xiaobi was dissatisfied at his ability in wielding the pitchfork. As a result, he was now bothering his master. When his master had practiced the 6 Harmonies Great Spear, it was incredibly fierce yet grand, making him envious as he watched from the side. 6 Harmonies Great Spear. Chen Baiwu placed down the cup in his hands and looked at Xiaobi with a smile. You haven't even finished mastering the basics yet. You want to learn the 6 Harmonies Great Spear? Xiaobi was about to answer when he suddenly had a revelation. If his master knew his current level, he might be scared to death. From the time he began learning Bajiquan until now, it had only been less than a month. He had gone from a beginner to someone who was as skilled as someone who started 3 to 4 years ago. This progress was simply too fast. If a person could memorize all the basics, it was already on the level of a genius. However, being able to remember, practice and reach a skilled level within a month was already too much. He did not want his master to have any bad opinion of him. If his master suddenly believed Xiaobi to be a hidden expert, it would be very bad. Although this kind of thing would not be investigated, there might always be a mark of doubt left in his master's heart. Xiaobi, in the end, could only dejectedly nod his head. After bowing to his master, he planned to go practice the basics in the outer practice ground. However, just as he turned around, he heard Chen Baiwu's voice. With your current aptitude, there should be no problems in learning the 6 Harmonies Great Spear. You can first learn the basics. Hearing his master's words, Xiaobi became emotional and turned around with a bow.
Thank you, master. Ha ha ha. What are you thanking me for? Come sit here first. Cheng Bai Wu pointed at the chair beside him to let Wai Xiaobi sit. Wai Xiaobi obediently sat down. Cheng Bai Wu finally asked him a question. Xiaobi, do you know the origin of China's Wushu? Wai Xiaobi was slightly stunned when he heard this question. If he was asked about which parts of China created Shaolin Kung Fu, he knew a little bit, but the answer to the origin of Wushu was something he did not know. If he said it was from Shaolin Kung Fu, he might just be slapped to the floor by his master. Your disciple does not know, Wai Xiaobi honestly answered. Wushu's original definition was a martial art used in wars. It was used by battlefield generals to kill through enemy troops. Cheng Bai Wu proudly enlightened Wai Xiaobi. Wai Xiaobi sincerely nodded his head. Then let me ask you, what is Gyuoshu? Cheng Bai Wu continued to ask. Gyuoshu should be our country's Wushu, right? Wai Xiaobi answered with hesitation. At this time, he regretted that he did not search these simple things up when he browsed the web in the past. Right. You are correct. When people speak of Gyuoshu, they are referring to China's traditional Wushu. In fact, they are referring to the killing art of Wushu and not the one used for performances. Cheng Bai Wu's voice suddenly became serious towards the end, to the point that Wai Xiaobi's body shivered as he muttered, killing art of Wushu. Cheng Bai Wu nodded his head after seeing that he was listening carefully. The martial art that I learned is Gyuoshu, remember, for killing and not performances. Cheng Bai Wu emphasized this phrase. Wai Xiaobi happily nodded and asked, that means that the ones used for performances are substanceless, right? Cheng Bai Wu smiled. Normally performances follow a standard sequence of martial arts, so they are not without substance. After this, Cheng Bai Wu walked towards the weapons rack and picked up a great spear. Then he stood at the center of the practice ground and stabbed the great spear on the ground. The 3-meter-long great spear was like a flagpole pointing to the sky. This is a great spear. In the past, great spears were used weapons dedicated to cavalry. Normally, the best material for making the shaft of the spear would be Chinese ash. Its flexibility and durability is simply the best. However, Chinese ashes are now scarce. I left my own great spear back home. This great spear is made from a mulberry tree. It, in itself, is already not bad. It is 3.3 meters long with a weight of 4 kilograms. After he finished speaking, the great spear immediately moved. The spearhead struck out, leaving a red light. For a short period of time, the great spear danced and traveled back and forth, creating powerful winds. It would occasionally thrust out and rise up, like a silver snake dancing in midair. This was the first time Wai Xiaobi saw the 6 Harmonies great spear, and couldn't help but stupidly look at it. Only when Cheng Bai Wu withdrew the great spear with a large bang did Wai Xiaobi come back to his senses. The 6 Harmonies great spear focuses on 18 words: coil, block, hold, pull, wrap, dodge, push, chop, oppress, strike, clutch, change, raise, fall, hack, poke, hook, prick. Cheng Bai Wu picked a great spear for Wai Xiaobi and began explaining. He taught him until it was time for dinner. If Cheng Si Si had not called them for dinner, Cheng Bai Wu would have probably continued explaining. Chapter 41, 3 Emperor Canon Fist. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, compared to Cheng Bai Wu's explanation of Bajiquan, Wai Xiaobi was now listening with much more obsession. Cheng Bai Wu now explained with much more detail, as they both became extremely excited. Talking about these things to the normal students would be useless, and his disciples already understood these basics. So Wai Xiaobi was the only person who could listen. In the following week, Wai Xiaobi stayed over the dojo. Every morning, he would train in the basics, then after eating lunch, he would train the 6 Harmonies great spear under Cheng Bai Wu's guidance in the afternoon to the evening. During this time, he did not have a hard time learning the 6 Harmonies great spear. After all, his Bajiquan had already reached advanced level. In just a single week, his 6 Harmonies great spear gained a proper form. Naturally, advanced level was not enough to completely master the 6 Harmonies great spear. According to Cheng Bai Wu,
he would need to train for 3-4 years before making a small step and 7-8 years before taking a large stride. This evaluation was already relative to Xiaobi's innate skill. A normal apprentice would need 7-8 years of training before making a small step, and more than 20 years to make a large stride. However, because Xiaobi's 6 Harmonies Great Spear already had form, Cheng Bai-Wu began to impart new things to him again. 3 Emperor Cannon Fist. Xiaobi was a bit stunned. Before the week had started, Xiaobi had moved his computer into the dojo. The dojo had internet because Cheng Si Si loved to talk to people online. In his rest periods, Xiaobi would look up information on martial arts. This 3 Emperor Cannon Fist was one of them. The 3 Emperor Cannon Fist was the same as Bajiquan in that they both focused on the inner force and merged them with techniques. Compared to Bajiquan, the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist was much more bold and imposing. According to the internet, the name 3 Emperor Cannon Fist came from the fact that the fists act like cannons, with incredible force. Bajiquan focused on 8 forms: dragon, tiger, bear, monkey, swallow, dog, eagle, quail. And the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist focused on 5 forms: ape, bear, tiger, turtle, dragon. The forms were enough to tell the difference between the two schools of martial arts. The 3 Emperor Cannon Fist focused on power and ferocity, to advance bravely and be unrivaled in a fight. When a punch is thrown, the enemy's guts would have already been rendered to pieces before it even makes contact. Xiaobi's impression on the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist was that it would be much more easy to learn than Bajiquan, so he should be able to learn it quickly. The thing he had trouble understanding was how his master knew the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist if he was a disciple of Bajiquan. Cheng Bai-Wu laughed at Xiaobi's doubtful gaze. "What are you looking at? Is it that strange that your master knows the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist? Your disciple doesn't dare." "But isn't master a disciple of Bajiquan?" Xiaobi's sweat on his back turned cold as he daringly asked. "Rubbish." Cheng Bai-Wu coldly snorted, making Xiaobi shrink back. Afterwards, Cheng Bai-Wu began to explain the origins, history, and techniques of the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist. Then he began supervising Xiaobi in practicing it. However, even if Cheng Bai-Wu began teaching him the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist, his main homework was still Bajiquan. With that said, he still had to dedicate 2 hours a day to train the basics of the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist. Xiaobi had heard from his fellow disciples that Cheng Bai-Wu had never taught them the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist. According to Cheng Bai-Wu, people had to first be able to firmly plant their feet on the ground. Then they would talk about the 3 Emperor Cannon Fist once they properly learned Bajiquan. Naturally, Xiaobi was still around the same level as he still learned Bajiquan for 80% of the time he was training. Time passed by bit. Xiaobi with his advanced level Bajiquan's benefits made his 6 Harmonies Great Spear better. The more he trained, it was to the point that he could continuously spar with his second apprentice brother for 6 minutes. But 6 minutes should not be underestimated. His second apprentice brother, Zhang Zilong, had been training since he was 12 years old, meaning he had been training for 13 years. Xiaobi was slightly terrified of the thought of immersing himself in Bajiquan for 13 years. His master on the other hand had trained for 30 years, while his big apprentice brother had trained for 17 years. Xiaobi was currently at the level of having 3-4 years of training. He was still quite far from his second apprentice brother. Being able to endure against his second apprentice brother for 6 minutes was already a great thing. He had spent his all just to reach this amount, and could only achieve it due to his second apprentice brother going easy on him. Naturally, if he used his special skill, Zhang Zilong would definitely be at a disadvantage. Time quickly flew as he trained, and in the blink of an eye half a month had passed. In almost 2 months, Xiaobi's changes were not small. It was once again almost time to pay the rent. He greeted his second apprentice brother and returned to his apartment. When he reached the place, he just happened to see the landlord, Li Jiaoyang, knocking on his doors with a smile on his face. This meant that Xiaobi would now have to conserve his phone bill. He bitterly smiled, as he went up to Li Jiaoyang and gave him a few 100 yuan bills. When Li Jiaoyang left, The corridor was filled with tenants cursing at him. Everyone was dissatisfied at the rise in rent starting that month. However, they still had to pay it even if they were dissatisfied by it. It was not like they could change the place they lived. Even if they were single, moving houses was still troublesome. Moreover, all the apartments in this region had all increased their rents. Finding a cheaper place to stay would require them to go to a further district, which no one was willing to do. After closing the door, Xiaobi poured out the water in his water bottle. Then he made himself a cup of tea, drinking it before entering the dust world. Then, he chugged down the white wine that he prepared and lied down on the bed, enjoying the muddy feeling that surfaced. He once again woke up in his apartment room in the dust world, with the bloody pitchfork was still in his hands. Xiaobi had already gotten used to this strangeness. He felt that all the strange things that happened in the dust world was now a natural thing. He sorted out his backpack and then left the apartment, pitchfork in hand. This was the first time he left the apartment without first checking the situation outside. He became more courageous with a weapon at hand. His gradually improving 6 Harmonies great spear alone was enough to gain advantage over those fishmen. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Xiaobi believed that he could handle even 7-8 fishmen. This of course, was only if there were no elite fishmen in the group. Chapter 42. Terrifying Beetles. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. No life could be found on the streets. But Xiaobi could see that the streets had become worse. Some brick walls had even been eroded by the wind. As the wind blew, the ash-grey brick wall continued to crumble, becoming dust. According to this trend, it would not even take a few years before the place became a complete ruins. Only a murky light shone on the streets, making him indescribably downcast. This mood disappeared only after he reached Lake Kui, 50 meters away from the Fishmen Village. Xiaobi carefully hid himself but was shocked as he observed the huge change in the Fishmen Village. A thick stench of blood floated in the air. Traces of the fishermen guards at the entrance of the village could not be seen. From what he could see, there were countless fishermen corpses on the ground in the village. More than 10 fishermen were currently aimlessly wandering about like a group of zombies. What happened here? Unease began to creep up his mind. When he quietly reached the entrance of the Fishmen Village, he carefully stretched his head to take a look. What he saw made his face ashen. Xiaobi could recognize the fishmen that were aimlessly moving about. Actually he could only differentiate them from their body types. There were normal fishmen, an elite fishman and even a fishman guard. The only reason he recognized them was from the wound on their backs. For example, the elite fishman's chest was caved in while its back was slightly protruding. Another fishman had a wound that seemed to be caused by a pitchfork. The blood had dried and countless mosquitoes had assembled on it. Without a doubt, these were the fishmen that died in Xiaobi's hands. He became confused. They had already died. How could they have resurrected? After carefully observing for a while, he came to a conclusion. These fishmen did not revive. From their stiff movements and unconscious pacing, it was clear that they had become zombies. The thought had given Xiaobi goosebumps and a chill spread through his body. Moreover, these fishmen were the ones he lured out using the Fiendish Man Fish meat. Actually, making such inference was simple, and anyone with a normal IQ would also come to the same conclusion. The fishmen corpses becoming zombies might be because they ate the Fiendish Man Fish meat, and they were the cause of the destruction of the Fishmen Village. Those Fiendish Man Fish were indeed a bit strange, so Xiaobi would not doubt it if this were truly the cause. Xiaobi, however, did not leave even after witnessing such a scene. On the contrary, he picked up a rock, tossed it inside the Fishmen Village, and observed for any movements. The rock had hit a simple wooden house, letting out a small sound. Although it was not loud, it had still attracted the fishmen corpses' attention. Xiaobi had temporarily named them as fishmen corpses. These fishmen corpses began to slowly surround the wooden house from where the sound came from. The fishmen only looked scared due to the large wound on their back, but their walking speed was not even half of normal fishmen. Moreover, They were extremely clumsy to the point that one of the fisherman corpses tripped on a corpse on the ground and fell down. It struggled on the ground for a while before getting back up with great difficulty. Xiaobi became even more suspicious after seeing this scene. The number of fishmen in the village should have exceeded the number of fisherman corpses. Moreover, these fisherman corpses were slow. It would be a huge joke if they were actually be a threat. Those energetic fishmen, no matter how gutless those fishmen were, it would be impossible for them to offer no resistance and allow the fisherman corpses to kill them. Maybe 2 fisherman guards would already be enough to kill the fisherman corpses. This was all just too strange. After assembling around the wooden house, the fisherman corpses stood there blankly for a while before wandering all over the place again. In the end, a fisherman corpse began to slowly walk towards the village entrance. Xiaobi tightly grasped the pitchfork in his hand. He would never act blindly without thinking before finding out the entire truth. However, if the fisherman corpse approached him, he could only make his move and kill it. The fisherman corpse stopped at the village entrance and stayed there without even moving a single bit. Xiaobi thought that he had been discovered, but the fisherman corpse turned around and walked back in the village. Time passed by bit by bit. The fisherman corpses acted as if they were trapped by an invisible barrier. Every time a fisherman corpse approached the village entrance, they would stop for a while and walk back in. When he noticed this, Xiaobi, all the more, did not dare to enter the village. The place was too strange. After lying down for a little more than 2 hours, he decided to leave the place. The longer he stayed there, the stronger he felt an indescribable sense of danger, as if there was a voice warning him to leave. After moving more than 50 meters away from the village, the sense of danger that he felt increased like a dam on the edge of collapsing. His awareness attribute was at 9.25 points. His willpower was 12, judgment was 8, perception was 7. And intuition was 10. This was what the status panel indicated. With his intuition at 10 points, it signified that his perception of danger was much more stronger than a normal person. He already knew this but never placed as much importance to it compared to strength. However, it was at this moment that his intuition had saved him. He carelessly turned around to take a look and saw that the surface of Lake Kui had turned black while emitting a humming noise. What's going on? While he was still bewildered, the black surface began to extend towards the shore. It's not that the lake had changed color, but some black object had covered the lake. The shore close to the village had been covered by the layer of black in just 30 seconds. The reed thicket was also covered, disappearing from existence. When the black object approached to about 30 meters away from Xiaobi, he could finally see what it was. The layer of black happened to be a countless number of black beetles the size of a finger. Wherever the black beetles went, whether it was the reed thicket or the grey weeds, everything had been eaten cleanly. Even the fishermen corpses in the Fishmen Village had been quickly covered by these beetles and disappeared from sight. Chapter 43, Mad Smashing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi felt his blood run cold. He did not dare stay there any longer and broke into a run. The thing that made him rejoice was that the black beetle's speed was not fast. At the very least they were slower than him. He only stopped running when he got back to his street. At this moment, he began to ask himself whether he should leave the street or not. It was easy to imagine that this street would not be able to stop the black beetle's onslaught, unless there was some kind of miracle. After 10 minutes, the black beetles had entered his field of view. Due to the difference in vegetation and the black beetles spreading on all sides, the black beetles that were moving towards the street had thinned out. The black beetles that were moving in the front acted as a black stream, slowly flowing down. Xiaobi thought for a bit and returned to the apartment building. He replaced the pitchfork in his hand with a club and returned to the end of the street. 10 more meters, 5 more meters, he stopped moving and smashed the club down on the black beetles. The club smashed the beetles without much of a sound, squishing them to pieces. Black juice splashed out from their bodies, staining the ground with black dots. Xiaobi retreated a few steps and closed his eyes. Soon, he opened his eyes with delight. There really is an effect. When he had smashed 4 black beetles to death, he had gained 1 evolution point. He stopped thinking and continued smashing the black beetles. When he reached the street, he had already killed 200 black beetles, giving him more than 50 evolution points. Compared to killing 5 fishmen, killing 200 black beetles and gaining 50 evolution points was not worth it. He only needed to use the pitchfork to kill a fishman in one move, but killing the black beetles needed him to continuously smash the club downwards. Another problem was that he needed to concentrate hard in order to prevent the black beetles from surrounding him. These black beetles only provided a few evolution points, but the good thing about them was that there were many of them. Though if the black beetles climbed up on him, then he would probably die a painful death. It should be said that he was already grasping for breath at this moment. He had been continuously smashing down for more than 60 times whilst also trying to pay attention to his surroundings and retreat at the right times. At the time, his mind was far more worn out than his body. Seeing that the black beetles were close to entering the streets, he prepared to retreat. This made him incredibly unhappy. If this place was occupied by the black beetles, then it would be very troublesome for him the next time he entered the dust world. If he did not want to wake up with a body full of holes and black beetles entering his stomach, he needed to find a safer place to enter the dust world. However, who knew where this safe place was? If such terrifying black beetles could appear from the waters of Lake Kui, other places that he would find might not even necessarily be safe. Naturally, if he truly wanted to guarantee his safety, the best choice would be to stop coming back and give up any ideas of getting stronger. In the next moment, Xiaobi became baffled. In the dust world, only half of the street was left, while the rest was a wasteland, and straight ahead was Lake Kui. The border between the street and the wasteland was extremely neat, as if it was cut by something. The black beetles moved like a tide, but when it reached the very edge of the street, they immediately stopped. Not a single black beetle exceeded the edge. It was like there was an invisible barrier blocking the black beetles' way. The black beetles at the back continued to surge forward, and very quickly, the black beetles had climbed up on each other like a rising mountain. What is going on? Xiaobi could not believe what he was seeing. In the next instant, he unhesitantly raised the club in his hand and smashed towards the piled-up black beetles. First hit, 11 beetles died. 2.75 evolution points. Second hit, 9 beetles died. 2.25 evolution points. Third hit, 10 beetles died. 2.5 evolution points. The black beetles continued to accumulate at the very edge of the street, allowing Xiaobi to turn more black beetles into meat paste with every hit. Time went by bit by bit. Xiaobi looked at his continuously rising evolution points. Even though he was tired, he was incredibly satisfied. As previously stated, the amount of evolution points the black beetles gave was too small, but being together in their huge amount, they had given Xiaobi quite a bit of evolution points. The only troublesome thing was that the black beetles kept increasing, continuing to surge forward. Even if Xiaobi was able to smash a lot of them to death at the edge of the street, the black beetles just accumulated in another place that he was not paying attention to. Doing this, the black beetles had slowly formed a perimeter wall. Who knew when this black perimeter wall would crumble down on top of him? As a result, his back began to sweat and he started smashing faster. While he kept smashing down on the black beetles at the edge of the street, he failed to notice a red-clothed, long-haired woman standing on top of the roof of one of the small buildings on the other side of the street. Following her appearance, a strange sound that could not be heard by normal ears traveled through in the air. The sound echoed, causing the temperature of the street to instantly drop. Xiaobi could not help sneezing at this. Soon, the black beetles receded back to Lake Kui like a tide. All of a sudden, Xiaobi was left alone, baffled at this scene. What's going on? Because he was still worried that the black beetles would come back, he did not immediately respond. He only came back to his senses when the black beetles retreated back to more than 10 meters away. Those retreating black beetles were important evolution points, so he quickly chased after them and smashed towards them with the club in his hand. However, as soon as he reached the lakeside, his instincts quickly warned him of the danger, stopping him from going any more forward. All he could do was watch the densely packed black beetles withdrawing into Lake Kui, disappearing from his sight. Chapter 44, Expert. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This scene lasted for 20 minutes. After seeing the lake return back to normal, Xiaobi let out a sigh and turned around. He did not even understand why he sighed. Was it because the black beetles had disappeared, or was it because of the mystery of Lake Kui? On his way back, the closer he got to the street, the more he felt like someone was watching him. However, every time he tried to carefully inspect his surroundings, the feeling vanished. Overall, he was very tired and exhausted. As soon as he reached his room, he threw himself on the bed. The fatigue that had been suppressed surged all over his body, making him almost immobile and quickly putting him to sleep. He did not know when he left the dust world, and the red-clothed woman on the rooftop gradually disappeared. While eating Cheng Si Si's knife-shaved noodles, Xiaobi's gaze was somewhat lifeless like a robot. He kept on picking up the noodles and shoveling them in his mouth in a continuous cycle. But it was not like something had happened to him, he was just checking out the rewards he had reaped from the dust world. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11.53, muscle, 13.03, sturdiness, 10.03, agility, 9.78, hand-eye coordination, 9.03, flexibility, 11.03, reflex, 11.03, balance, 8.03, vitality, 10.75, health, 10.5, endurance, 11, intelligence, 7, learning, 6, reasoning, 8, awareness, 9.25, willpower, 12, judgment, 8, perception, 7, intuition, 10, charm, 7.43, courage, 10, persuasiveness, 7, character, 7.6, leadership, 5, appearance, 7.6, skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, Bajiquan, advanced, fishing, beginner, 3 Emperor Canon fist, beginner, special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 35 volts. Maximum current 9.8 mA. This skill formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 1,303. Items on hand, none. Something that needed to be explained was that 3 Emperor Canon Fist turned into a skill when he had learned it. Naturally, the 3 Emperor Canon Fist was only at a beginner level. It was still far from the already advanced level Bajiquan. His trip this time to the Dust World consisted of wasting a bit of time in the Fishmen Village and continuously killing those black beetles. As he kept on smashing the beetles, the more he retreated, and slower he became, making his efficiency decrease. This had also made him extremely lethargic. It seemed the amount of time he could stay in the Dust World should not exceed 2 hours. If 4 beetles gave him 1 evolution point, then he must have killed more than 5,000 to earn 1,253 evolution points. For Xiaobi, this amount of evolution points was a lot. Killing a normal fishman gave him 10 points, an elite fishman 40 points, and a fishman guard 60 points. This meant that in his recent trip to the Dust World, he had killed the equivalent of 125 normal fishmen, or 30 elite fishmen, or 20 fishman guards. After inspecting his status panel a bit more, he became extremely happy. His recent gain was truly something rare. It was like he was a beggar. Normally, he would get 30-40 yuan a day. But suddenly, one day, he bumped into a millionaire and was given 1,000 yuan. Seeing Xiaobi's indescribable smile, Cheng Si Si was bewildered. She even thought that something was on her face and hastily wiped his face. Junior apprentice brother? Junior apprentice brother? After finding out that nothing was wrong with her, Cheng Si Si quickly went in front of Xiaobi. She waved her hand in front of him a few times before he came back to his senses. Ah, what's wrong, little senior apprentice sister? Don't disturb me from eating. Xiaobi simply did not notice anything wrong. He even thought that she was playing tricks on him. What's wrong? That should be my question. Cheng Si Si was curious about the current Xiaobi. She even ignored at how he called her little senior apprentice sister. Speak, Why are you smiling like that? Could it be that you found a girlfriend? What's her name? When are you bringing her here to let your senior apprentice sister take a look? Xiaobi's forehead let out beads of sweat at Cheng Si Si's question. This little senior apprentice sister is a little too overbearing. Although he already knew this from their first meeting, at that time they were not that familiar with each other yet, especially because she had not yet shown her true colors. Right now though, everyone was familiar with each other and were already unreserved when speaking. Meanwhile, his little senior apprentice sister started to reveal her true nature. It was very possible that during grade school, middle school, and high school, she had been controlled by her teachers and her father. Now that she was in college, no one could control her. Her sorrow had turned to joy. As a result, the refined lady had gradually turned into a rather destructive tomboy. No. Your junior apprentice brother is a bachelor. I want money, but I don't have any. I want someone, but there is no one. What girlfriend? If I had one, she would probably still be in mother-in-law's belly. Xiaobi mocked himself with a bitter smile. How could that be? You look a bit manly now, you know. Whatever. Wash the dishes after you finish. This senior apprentice sister of yours is going out to buy things. Cheng Si Si realized that she spoke carelessly, making her blush. She threw down her last words and dashed out of the dining room. What was wrong with little senior apprentice sister? Xiaobi muttered in confusion. However, this was also a good chance. With his little senior apprentice gone, he could think about how he could use his evolution points. He now had 1,303 evolution points after hitting the jackpot. If he placed them in any sub-attribute, he could increase them by 13 points. From his point of view, his attribute would have earth-shattering changes. After thinking for a bit, he rejected the idea of placing the evolution points in the sub-attributes. This could indeed increase my attribute by a huge amount, but it'd still be too limited. Xiaobi thought for a while before deciding to increase his Bajiquan by another level to increase his battle strength. He temporarily ignored the 3 Emperor Canon Fist. By concentrating on Bajiquan, his evolution points quickly decreased. This time, Bajiquan took a slower time to evolve. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Bajiquan changed only after 3 breaths. Bajiquan had changed from advanced to expert. Chapter 45, Increasing the Health Attribute. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After this, Xiaobi felt a lot of things flow into his head. He quickly put down his bowl and left the dining room. Arriving at the inner practice ground, there was no one in the inner practice ground. His master had left for some business, while his apprentice brothers were teaching students outside. After taking a short break and drinking a bit of tea to aid digestion, Xiaobi practiced Bajiquan routines and then practiced the 6 Harmonies Great Spear for 1 round. After letting out a tired sigh, his face showed happiness. His understanding towards Bajiquan became deeper, and the things that he did not understand before, had now smoothened out. Although the difference between him and his third apprentice brother was still huge, an expert level in Bajiquan had given him an equivalent of 7 years of training and knowledge. However, it was not enough. Xiaobi looked at his remaining evolution points. When Bajiquan leveled up, it consumed 200 evolution points, leaving him with 1,103 points. Previously, when he increased its level from beginner to intermediate, it costed him 50 evolution points, and from intermediate to advanced cost him 100 points. From this observation, he guessed that the consumption for each level was twice the previous level. In that case, he needed 400 evolution points to once again level Bajiquan. Xiaobi did not hesitate anymore. He stood in place and closed his eyes, concentrating on Bajiquan in his status panel. His evolution points quickly decreased like a continuously falling sand in an hourglass. His Bajiquan had shown changes once again. Bajiquan, expert, Bajiquan, master. The first moment Bajiquan leveled up, he quickly practiced his routine once more. This time it was not only just smoother than before. Xiaobi could clearly feel the incredibly changes in his Bajiquan. For a while, he had forgotten to check his evolution points, and stood in his original spot with a stupid expression, enjoying the aftertaste of his Bajiquan's changes. After a long time, his second apprentice brother, Liu Jiancheng, came into the inner practice hall to get water. He immediately called out to Wai Xiaobi, who was still standing there like an idiot, returning him back to his senses. Liu Jiancheng teased him and then went back out. Only then did Wai Xiaobi take a look at his status panel again. He did not need to increase his Bajiquan any further at the moment. Right now, Wai Xiaobi had a bit of an epiphany. He was indeed stronger after leveling up the skill, but he still felt that something was lacking, that just leveling it up was not enough. What he needed was actual battle experience. Bajiquan was after all a goshu, a real technique used to kill people. When he thought of his master's words, he wanted to quickly enter the dust world, but suppressed his desire after looking at his status panel. Right now, he had 803 evolution points left. In other words, leveling up from expert to master used up 300 points. It was less than Wai Xiaobi's estimate by 100 points, so it was a good thing. Next, he prepared to place points into his sub-attributes, but felt that it was such a headache deciding which sub-attribute to increase. Strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, awareness, charm. Under these main attributes, there were a total of 19 sub-attributes. Looking at so many sub-attributes almost made him dizzy. He first ignored the 5 sub-attributes under charm. According to the description of the charm attribute in the status panel, the charm attribute did not mean how pretty you were, but actually meant the ability to influence others. This was the reason why it had courage, persuasiveness, character, leadership, and appearance as the 5 sub-attributes. Appearance naturally meant having a good-looking face, but it did not mean that the person had a high amount of charm. If the person's courage, persuasiveness, character, and leadership were low, it would mean that their charm was also low. A good example of someone with a high level of charm would be the French Emperor Napoleon. According to legend, when Napoleon escaped from the island of Elba, the Bourbon dynasty dispatched soldiers to apprehend the defeated emperor. When the emperor met the soldiers, he waved his hand and said, "I have returned." Immediately, those soldiers who came to apprehend him cheered, "Welcome back, your majesty." The soldiers and the masses strived to follow and support the emperor's procession. When he entered Paris, an army of 140,000 people and a volunteer army of 200,000 people followed him. With that said, it was clear that the charm attribute was an extremely useful attribute. However, Wai Xiaobi currently did not have any plans on becoming a politician or an actor. He also did not count on the charm attribute to capture the monsters in the dust world. Moreover, he had planned to return to Lake Kui to catch fish. After all, the Fiendish Man Fish could increase his character and appearance sub-attributes. Because of the above reason, he had also placed aside the intelligence and awareness attribute that were more needed by detectives and police. He also felt that he currently did not need to increase his strength. Now, he had to choose between agility and vitality. In the end, he chose vitality and the health sub-attribute. There was no need to mention the benefits of the health attribute. A high vitality meant that whatever injuries he received in the dust world, it would not affect his fighting power that much. Wai Xiaobi currently cared about this point the most. Soon, his evolution points continued to decrease. As the health attribute increased, it took half a minute before 800 evolution points cleanly disappeared. He looked at his status panel once again. Name, Wai Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 11.53. Muscle, 13.03. Sturdiness, 10.03. Agility, 9.78, hand-eye coordination, 9.03, flexibility, 11.03, reflex, 11.03, balance, 8.03, vitality, 14.75, health, 18.5, endurance, 11, intelligence, 7, learning, 6, reasoning, 8, awareness, 9.25, willpower, 12, judgment, 8, perception, 7, intuition, 10, charm, 7.43, courage, 10, persuasiveness, 7, character, 7.6, leadership, 5, appearance, 7.6, skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, Intermediate, Electrical Work, Beginner, Bajiquan, Master, Fishing, Beginner, 3 Emperor Canon Fist, Beginner. Special Skill, Release Electricity, Maximum Strength 35 volts. Maximum current 9.8 mA. This skill formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 3. Items on hand, none. Chapter 46. No More Money. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. From his status panel, it could be seen that Xiaobi had almost cleanly used up his evolution points. His health attribute had increased by leaps and bounds. His vitality had reached 14.75 points. At this moment, he could clearly feel the life energy continuously flowing within his body, currently transforming his body and cleansing off any lingering fatigue and illness inside his body. He had a premonition that it would be much more harder for him to get sick in the future. In a single afternoon, Xiaobi was already feeling excited. Increasing the vitality attribute had not only increased his vigor, even his mind had become a lot more clearer. After eating dinner, he noticed that he had no more toilet paper. He took a round trip to the store, becoming slightly gloomy when he arrived home. I am almost out of money. He was truly almost out of money. Although his spendings were much more frugal these days, he was not able to cut down on necessary expenses. Particularly, in order to thank his apprentice brothers, he would take them out for drinks, expending his money quicker. Moreover, he even prepared to do weight training. He wanted to see if he could increase his strength that way. Therefore he needed an adjustable weight vest and an adjustable leg weights. The weight vest costed 120 yuan, while the leg weights costed 60 yuan. Moreover, he planned to buy 2 sets because he needed to wash them in turns. 100, 200, 300. The contents of his wallet contained 300 yuan, 4 10 yuan bills, a few yuans, and cent bills. This amount of money was not even enough to pay for his rent, meaning he could not even dream of buying the adjustable weights. Junior apprentice brother, what's wrong? Xiaobi was currently carrying things in both hands, causing his expression to be seen in plain sight. When his second apprentice brother saw it, he stopped him in his tracks. Xiaobi hesitated when he saw his second apprentice brother. He still wanted to preserve face, so he did not want to borrow money. But in regards to earning money, he thought that his second apprentice brother might have a way. After listening to Xiaobi's words, Zhang Zilong couldn't help smiling. So that's it. About money, you should just take it first. Once I find you a good job, then you can return the money. Saying this, Zhang Zilong took out his wallet and gave Xiaobi 200 yuan bills. Xiaobi's face reddened, and although he felt touched, he was slightly unwilling. However, since Zhang Zilong had already spoken so much, he could not refuse him. He took the money and quietly said, "Thank you, brother." "What are you thanking me for?" "I actually have a way for you to quickly earn money, but I'm not sure whether master will agree or not." Zhang Zilong smiled and did not say any more. He let Xiaobi return to his room and wait first, while he went towards the master's room. Xiaobi did not know what good job he was talking about, and was even more confused as to why his master might not agree to it. However, he could only wait in his room. Soon after, Zhang Zilong returned and stood outside the door, beckoning to Xiaobi, "Junior apprentice brother, master wants to see you." "Ah!" Xiaobi quickly stood up and followed behind Zhang Zilong. Cheng Baiwu lived in the dojo's back garden. Its living environment was far better than the environment at the front. However, Xiaobi did not bother paying attention to this as he had already been there before. While they stood in front of the room's door, his second apprentice brother made a handed gesture, as if wishing him good luck, and then left the place. "Master," Xiaobi called as he stood in front of the door, his voice, slightly timid. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. He remembered that the last time was when he was still studying, coming." Cheng Bai Wu's clear voice came from within the room. Wai Xiaobi pushed open the door and saw his master reading a book. It was a thread-bound book, but the title was covered by his hand. "Sit." Cheng Bai Wu pointed at the chair beside him. Wai Xiaobi obediently sat down and looked at his master's hand, attempting to see the title of the book. Seeing his appearance, Cheng Bai Wu smiled and tossed the book towards him. "If you want to see, take a look. Don't be so secretive." Wai Xiaobi quickly caught the book in his hand and saw that it was a web novel, Quan Dao Die Qian, written by Daoist Fierce Tiger. In the past, Wai Xiaobi was slightly interested in web novels, but now, he did not even have time to read them anymore. He couldn't help smiling and put back the book on the table. Cheng Bai Wu glared at Wai Xiaobi. "Youngsters should not belittle web novels. You could learn a lot of things from this book." "Forget about it. Youngsters these days are all like that, unable to set your hearts. Once you reach my age, you will understand." Seeing that his master was about to start a lengthy lecture, he immediately thought about the current issue and asked, "Master, second apprentice brother told me that you were looking for me." "Oh right." I almost went off topic. Wai Xiaobi let out a bitter smile. This was the best thing about being the master. Whatever you said was just and no one could object. "Your second apprentice brother told me about your circumstances. He told me you want to do underground fighting." Wai Xiaobi was still muttering about his master's sophistry when he heard his shocking words. "What? Underground fighting? I didn't even know about this." Without waiting for him to reply, Cheng Bai Wu continued, "Do you think that it's too early for you to be doing underground fighting? But your master thinks that it is also about time. Your big senior apprentice brother had fought when he was 18, and your second and third senior apprentice brothers had also fought before they reached adulthood." Wai Xiaobi felt incredibly shocked for a long time. His master actually did not violently reject it. On the contrary, his senior apprentice brothers had also participated before. Could it be that underground fighting was not a bad thing in master's eyes? Could this dojo actually be an underground fighting ring? Wai Xiaobi had seen the thing called underground fighting on the internet before. In summary, it was a much more bloody, cruel and money-making competition than regular competitions. So that's why second senior apprentice brother wanted to have master's approval. However, you must remember one thing. The reason you are going there to fight is not for the sake of money. You must use it to develop martial discipline, to know when it is the right time to let people off, to spare them. Your master is not trying to restrict you, it's just so that when you need to have free reign, you wouldn't have any misgivings. Cheng Bai Wu had not even talked for an hour yet, but Wai Xiaobi was already feeling his head ache. However, now he had a little bit of understanding towards underground fighting. What his master was trying to say was that underground fighting was, to speak frankly, illegal. It was a ruleless competition. Although there were some restrictions, it was still a no-hold-barred competition for a majority of the time. In reality, the only reason why Cheng Bai Wu allowed his disciples to participate was to train their actual combat ability. Chapter 47, Underground Fighting Arena. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. From whatever angle you looked at it, underground fighting was no different from real fighting. The only difference was that one was a competition. The opponents there would not be weak, so it was a great way to train in real fighting. In short, Cheng Bai Wu cared more about underground fighting's real combat training. Money was a different matter altogether. After explaining and teaching Wai Xiaobi the things he needed to know, Cheng Bai Wu told him to go find Zhang Zilong. After walking out the room, Wai Xiaobi felt an indescribable excitement. After he ate dinner, Zhang Zilong called Wai Xiaobi. The both of them walked towards the entrance of the alley and noticed Yao Wu sitting inside the van. "Third senior apprentice bother, what brings you here?" Wai Xiaobi was slightly confused, but Yao Wu muttered, "Go together." Zhang Zilong did not seem to find Yao Wu's appearance strange and took the lead to sit inside. Wai Xiaobi assumed that he already knew Yao Wu was also coming. He did not say anything more and got in the car. Yao Wu's driving skills were great. Even if it was an old van, he was still able to drive it with stability. If the road was better, people would probably not even feel the car shaking. The van got out of the main street and moved towards the outskirts. When they were in the van, Zhang Zilong became very quiet, adding the originally taciturn Yao Wu. The car was in complete silence. Wai Xiaobi looked out of the car. Although he had been living in Qihu City for 5 months already, he did not know any other place other than his apartment and the Dahao office building. Now that he had received a rare amount of free time, he relaxed a lot. Is this the place where the underground fighting is held? Wai Xiaobi looked at the shantytown in front of him. He could not help but feel that it was too different from the underground fighting arena that he imagined. Yes, this is the place. The level of underground fighters here is lower, so it will suit you. Zhang Zilong opened the door and added, when we enter, do not speak so as to avoid any trouble. Low-level underground fighters suit him? Wai Xiaobi had roughly guessed Zhang Zilong's thoughts. He wanted to find him a target to practice actual fighting. However, this had created a huge amount of interest in him, making him have expectations. Underground fighting was something the majority of normal people had never seen before. However, a small amount of people would exaggerate about it because they had not seen it, increasing its mystery. And now, Wai Xiaobi was on the verge of opening this veil, so he was albeit a little excited. The shantytown was actually one of the places that were more unruly in Qihu City. It was rumored that fights would break out regularly and other bad things would happen. However, when Wai Xiaobi got down from the car, he did not even see anyone fighting. The surroundings were dirty, but that was it. Could people actually live in those houses propped up by just 2 bamboo sticks? The patch of mud on the floor seemed as if someone threw bath water on the ground since had not rained all day. Moreover, who knew where the pile of fecal matter on the ground came from? Was it dogs, or was it human? This made Wai Xiaobi afraid of setting foot on the ground. Luckily, the so-called underground fighting arena was not too far from the place they parked. He followed his 2 senior apprentice brothers and walked for a few meters until they stopped in front of a shabby house. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Zilong knocked on the tattered wooden door full of holes. A male voice immediately came from the inside. Who is it? What's your business? We are the ones introduced by Zhan Wuyi. After he spoke, the door immediately opened to a little gap. What filled it was a stinky man in his 30s with a bird's nest on his head. His upper body was bare while wearing boxer shorts. His appearance was normal, but his body was only skin and bones. He looked at Zhang Zilong and the others before fully opening the door. Who was Zhan Wuyi? Could it be that he was the leader of some triad? When he thought about this, Wai Xiaobi immediately closed his mouth tightly. After all, the lesser he spoke in this kind of place, the better. He would just leave everything to his 2 senior apprentice brothers. Do not cause trouble inside. Do you already know the rules inside? The bird's nest head waited for the 3 of them to come in before telling them this. He then brought the 3 of them to a steel door at the back and knocked on it. Creak. A small window on the door, showing only a pair of eyes, slid open. It's the people Zhan Wuyi introduced. The bird's nest head said this and waited for a while before the steel door opened. 2 strong men holding spiked metal clubs stood behind the door. The inside was filled to the brim with noise. In truth, if a coward reached this place, they would turn around their tail and run. Wai Xiaobi was not scared. On the contrary, he looked at the 2 men with interest, weighing the difference in strength between them. However, it only took 2 blinks before he had lost interest in them. The 2 men looked strong, but in Wai Xiaobi's eyes, they could not even handle a hit from him. Just by looking at their standing posture, it was enough to know that they had no training. They stood with their legs apart. If Wai Xiaobi wanted to launch a surprise attack, a straight punch would be able to knock down one of them, the other would not be any different. Strength without skill could only scare normal people. After entering the steel door, there was an elevated stage looking like the ones usually seen in television shows. The only difference was that everything looked old and tattered, as if it was all bought from some second-hand store. There were around 50-60 people sitting around the stage and shouting. This place only had a few benches, making it incredibly crude. There were currently 2 sleeveless men fighting awfully on the stage. Zhang Zilong and the others walked closer to the stage, watching the slow exchange of feet and fists. Blood was already dripping from the forehead of the thinner man on stage. The other was a plump man, that was currently trying to pin the thin man down. Junior brother, who do you think will win this round? Zhang Zilong asked Wai Xiaobi. Yao Wu stood on the side without talking. His senior apprentice brother testing me? Wai Xiaobi looked at the stage a few times. He guessed that the plump man had learned a bit of martial arts, while the thin man did not. However, the thin man had quite a bit of strength, so he was able to hold on until now. However, the current situation told him that the thin man would not be able to last any longer. The fatty will win, Wai Xiaobi whispered. After leveling up Bajiquan to master level, his ability to discern martial prowess had increased by a lot. Sure enough, it did not take 20 seconds before the plump man punched the thin man in the eye, and then continuously punched the thin guy's chest. The thin guy trembled a bit and then fell to the ground. At this time, an extremely thin youth wearing white clothes climbed up the stage. He walked in front of the thin man and shook the thin man's body, and then he raised the plump man's right hand, shouting, "Winner, Violent Bear." Chapter 48, Bragging Tempo. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The spectators immediately cheered, while some howled in grief. Furthermore, some even cursed at the thin man. These were obviously the people that had lost money. "How is it? Do you need to see a few more matches?" Zhang Zilong asked with a smile. Zhang Zilong thought highly of this little apprentice brother, so he paid more attention to him. Wai Xiaobi shook his head. "Senior brother, if this is the level of skill on stage, then there'll be no pressure." Luckily, Wai Xiaobi's voice was not too loud. If Violent Bear on stage had heard it, he might have just flown into rage and become an actual violent bear. "All right. Just try out this place for today." Zhang Zilong nodded and went to find a black-shirted middle-aged man. After talking a bit, they both walked over. The black-shirted man looked at Wai Xiaobi and nodded. "Okay, you should know the rules, right? For every match you play, it will be 500 yuan. If you win, there will be an additional 500 yuan. You will also get an extra 2% of the profit. However, if you die or become crippled, it's your own business." When Wai Xiaobi heard it, he felt that it was not a bad proposition. If he won a match he would earn 1,000 yuan and an extra 2%. This was even higher than his monthly salary before. Fighting underground matches were truly profitable. Wai Xiaobi nodded in consent. He completely ignored the man's last sentence. One thing he did not know was that 500 yuan was the lowest he could earn in this profession. A few larger underground fighting arenas would provide more than 5,000 yuan. Moreover, those international casinos that had underground fighting would provide at least 10,000 yuan. Naturally, Wai Xiaobi was so poor that he felt that 500 yuan was already not bad. Seeing Wai Xiaobi nod his head, the black-shirted man indicated him to follow. The four of them circled the stage and came to a big hall. On four sides of the big hall were rooms, some labeled lobby, restroom, locker room, etc. At the entrance, there were two men wearing sleeveless skin-tight shirts. When they saw the black-shirted man, they immediately greeted. "Good day, boss." Little 3, this little brother intends to go up. It's his first time, so arrange things for him. The man on the left nodded. "No problem, leave it to me, boss." Afterwards, Zhang Zilong and Yao Wu waited in the big hall, while the man brought Wai Xiaobi into the locker. He gave Wai Xiaobi shorts and shoes that worn for boxing competitions. While Wai Xiaobi was changing, the man began to explain some ground rules. There were only a few rules in underground fighting. Naturally, they were still followed in order to keep some sort of order. For example, this arena required the competitors to stop attacking if the opponent lost the ability to resist. This rule was not really that applicable. After all, judging when the opponent loses their ability to resist was very subjective. This was only a rule drawn up to decrease the amount of deaths. This place was Qihu City. If there were too many people who died from underground fighting, then this arena would not be able to stay open for much longer. As for the rules on not attacking the referee and the spectators, these were made for the benefit of the arena. There were almost next to no rules when a fighter was on stage. As long as they didn't kill or disable their opponents, anything went. When Wai Xiaobi returned to the big hall after changing, he saw a robust man wearing a sleeveless shirt and boxing shorts, currently jumping and letting out straight punches and hooks from time to time. Seeing Wai Xiaobi gaze at the robust man, the man couldn't help but smile. "That person is your opponent," His nickname is Homicidal Demon King. He has fought in this arena for 3 matches with 2 wins and 1 loss. His strength ain't that bad. Waxiabi let out an odd smile. This is called not bad. How meaningless. 1 ground sweeping kick would probably be enough to make him fall down. The robust man had a height of 190 centimeters. This height was enough to surprise normal people. If Waxiabi had just started learning Bajiquan, then he would have probably been on the oppressed side. But now, he only lightly laughed in his mind. Oh right, what nickname do you want? The man suddenly asked. What nickname? Waxiabi was a bit dazed. He did not really process man's words. This was the result of not having a high intelligence. His response time was quite slow. Just like them, Homicidal Demon King, Violent Bear and whatnot. The man shrugged his shoulders and talked as if he were a bystander, while pointing at Homicidal Demon King. Then call me Fierce Tiger. It was only a nickname, so Waxiabi did not think much about it and made a random decision. The man nodded his head and made Waxiabi wait. He then left the big hall and arranged the match. Seeing the man leave, Zhang Zilong and Yao Wu walked over. They looked at Waxiabi's current appearance and smiled. Not bad. You even look a bit imposing. In Zhang Zilong's mind, Waxiabi's attainment in Bajiquan was still in its previous state. Although it was not that awesome, it would be enough to deal with the opponents in this arena. Naturally, they would guard below the stage. If anything happened to Waxiabi, they would quickly make their move. If the boss of the arena had any complaints, then it would depend on how big his fists were. If it weren't like this, there would be no reason for Yao Wu to follow along. He only came because he was worried that something would happen to this little apprentice brother of his. Please welcome Fierce Tiger to the stage. Fierce Tiger is a famous Muay Thai expert originating from Southeast Asia's Gabulu arena with an 18-win streak. The referee was like a news anchor, recommending Waxiabi to the spectators with a microphone on hand. However, when Waxiabi heard it, he felt like he wasn't talking about him at all. With more bullshit and false information, he had suddenly become a Muay Thai expert with an 18-win streak from Southeast Asia. If it was 108 wins instead of 18 wins, he could already become the hero of Liangshan. This couldn't be blamed on the referee as he did not know what kind of person Waxiabi was. He was only following the boss orders. If he did not create a good atmosphere, how could they attract the spectators to lay down their bets? No matter how disturbed he was feeling, Waxiabi still went on the stage after the referee's introduction. He waved at the spectators as he walked up. Although the atmosphere was not bad when he went up, but once he waved, the noise below quietened down a lot. This was not because he was charming, but because the spectators did not recognize him at all. They simply did not think highly of him due to his average height and average body build. On the other side, we have our own Homicidal Demon King entering the stage. I won't do a long introduction on him. In the previous match, our own Homicidal Demon King defeated our renowned Lightning Leopard. Chapter 49, Instant Knockout. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Waxiabi felt that this referee had great talent. It was unknown where the arena owner had found this host, but his mouth was like a torrential river that did not stop. Those that had come here for the first time would definitely be fooled. The robust man pressed his right hand on the stage and pushed his body up, and then he looked at Waxiabi to compare their muscles, attracting the audience's cheers. At this time, the referee strongly persuaded the audience to lay their bets as the match was about to start. In this place, every match would have 3 rounds. The payouts would change every round based on the fighter's display. Waxiabi's current payout was 1-2, and the Homicidal Demon King's was 115. In other words, the spectators in the arena had a much more favorable opinion of Homicidal Demon King. After all, his body size and robustness seemed to surpass Waxiabi's. Body size and robustness were usually enough to determine the victor in these low-grade underground fighting arenas. In reality, most of the first-time spectators would base their bets on the fighter's appearance. At the very least, 80% of them would choose Homicidal Demon King. These spectators were very realistic and not idiots. No matter how much hype the referee created, Seeing with their own eyes was easier than believing other people. Homicidal Demon King's strength was easy to see as he had fought in this arena before. Xiaobi, on the other hand, was a first-timer in this arena, who could tell how strong he was. In addition to this, Xiaobi's height and body size simply could not compare to the Homicidal Demon King. Because of this, 80% of the people betting on Homicidal Demon King was quite plausible and even normal. Fight. Xiaobi and Homicidal Demon King stood 3 meters apart, facing each other on the stage. The referee in the middle immediately blew the whistle and quickly went down the stage, scurrying away like a rat. If he was on stage when the match started and became injured, only he would be responsible for himself. Brat, you're still a virgin, right? Why not let this master open your anus? Homicidal Demon King let out a fierce look as he insulted and taunted Xiaobi with his hands. In reality, this was not a rare occurrence on stage. Using insults to provoke the opponent and make them lose their reasoning was a good way of gaining an advantage. However, the events following this exchange would make him feel as if he should have never opened his big mouth. Xiaobi simply ignored him and kicked towards his crotch, startling Homicidal Demon King into blocking his lower body with his hands. When Homicidal Demon King attempted to block Xiaobi's kick, Xiaobi quickly landed his left foot down. He then stamped his right foot down, shaking the stage. Xiaobi moved like a fierce tiger and knocked into Homicidal Demon King's chest. Iron Mountain Lean. In a flash, Homicidal Demon King was sent backwards, leaving him defenseless. Without waiting for him to stand firmly, Xiaobi once again stamped his foot and tackled Homicidal Demon King again. The spectators below were originally cheering after Homicidal Demon King's provocation and insulted Xiaobi with him. However, in the next moment, they could only see Xiaobi's shoulder knocking into Homicidal Demon King's chest, making the sound of bones breaking echoing throughout the arena. In half a breath's time, Homicidal Demon King was like a half-filled sandbag. In a flash he was sent flying back. The cable around the stage could not even block him and sent his body towards the spectators, frightening them. The referee quickly came out and brought 2 people with him to drag away Homicidal Demon King, saving the few unfortunate spectators who were squashed beneath him. After confirming Homicidal Demon King's unconsciousness, the referee got up the stage and announced Xiaobi's victory. I won just like this. I instantly earned 1,000 yuan just like this. Happiness leaked out from Xiaobi's face. He did not even feel guilty about breaking Homicidal Demon King's bones. If Homicidal Demon King's mouth had nicer words to say, Xiaobi would have probably went easier on him. But Xiaobi was not a philanthropist. He would not say the words "submit to me and prosper," or "oppose me and perish," but only felt that it was necessary to compensate a tooth for a tooth. Homicidal Demon King and the unfortunate spectators had been quickly dragged off. When Xiaobi went down from the stage, the spectators in the arena began to look at him with reverence. He was able to send the robust Homicidal Demon King flying and even knock him unconscious. If it was them, they would probably be knocked to death. The previous man gave Xiaobi his reward. 1,400 yuan? Xiaobi was pleasantly surprised. The 400 yuan in there is your percentage. The man's face carried a smile. From now on, he was the one who would be in charge of Xiaobi. Moreover, whenever Xiaobi won, he would benefit. As a result, he became much more cordial towards Xiaobi. Junior apprentice brother ain't bad. It's only been such a short time yet your Iron Mountain Lean had been trained to this degree. Pat. Xiaobi felt his shoulder sink as his second apprentice brother Zhang Zilong appeared behind him. For the spectators in the arena, the fight only just spurred on their liveliness and gossip. However, it was very different in Zhang Zilong's eyes. The Iron Mountain Lean that Xiaobi performed on the stage was already quite similar to his. In truth, Zhang Zilong was a bit jealous of his junior apprentice brother. Fuck, this little apprentice brother is simply a monster. How long has he been training for? It has only been 2 months. Yet he is about to catch up to me. It must be understood that Zhang Zilong was currently 28 years old. He had been training for 14 years already. Xiaobi's current skill seemed to be at his level when he was in his 12th year. This was enough to make him angry to death. For now, he could only let go of the jealousy in his heart. The better his junior apprentice brother became, the more benefits he could gain as the second senior apprentice brother. Zhang Zilong knew that his natural aptitude could only reach a certain point. He could not even compare to Yao Wu. Moreover, even though he was a child from an influential family, he was not blessed in business, so the clan did not place any importance in him. However, having connections was also a very important resource. In China, martial arts and business were actually inseparable. If a person could make friends with a Goshu expert, then many things would be easy to do. At first, Zhang Zilong had planned to turn himself into a Goshu expert. However, he knew that if a genius was 100 points, he could only be 60 points. Now that Wai Xiaobi appeared, he felt that his desire was about to be fulfilled. Wai Xiaobi did not know how to explain things, so he could only awkwardly smile. Chapter 50. This is the Dark Knight. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, Zhang Zilong simply ignored Wai Xiaobi's complexion, and praised him. Can I go on stage again? Wai Xiaobi was unwilling to just return with 1,400 yuan, so he asked the man. You can. Let me quickly arrange it for you. Towards Wai Xiaobi's request, the man became extremely happy. For every match that Wai Xiaobi would fight in, he would gain quite the profit. Soon, Wai Xiaobi once again got up on stage. This time, his opponent was called the Dark Knight. Wai Xiaobi immediately became annoyed when he saw him. Isn't your skin only a bit darker? Why did you have to choose such a flashy name? Compared to the previous homicidal Demon King, this Dark Knight was a lot shorter and thinner. However, his martial skills were a lot better than the homicidal Demon King, to the point that he was able to exchange a few moves with Wai Xiaobi. However, his martial skill was most probably learned through street brawls only. There were many holes in his defense. As a result, he was kicked off the stage after a few rounds. After winning 2 rounds, Wai Xiaobi's fierce tiger nickname began to come out from the spectators' mouths. Wai Xiaobi, himself, became more excited due to the audience's shouts. However, after the 3rd round, Wai Xiaobi had no choice but to leave. The reason was simple. It was because the arena's boss was unwilling. From the 2nd round, a lot of the spectators had placed their bets on Wai Xiaobi. On the 3rd round, other than stupid people, the spectators placed their bets on Wai Xiaobi. Like this, the arena boss would not only not earn money, he would also have to lose money. Luckily, the arena boss was still reasonable. Even if he made a loss, he did not leave out Wai Xiaobi's appearance fee. When they returned to the dojo, Wai Xiaobi's face was still filled with excitement. This was the first time he fought on stage. He was not only able to test his martial arts, he was also able to earn money. It definitely couldn't get any better than this. After fighting 3 matches, Wai Xiaobi had earned 3,700 yuan. This was simply equivalent to 3 months' salary of his previous job. Fighting was truly profitable. However, Wai Xiaobi's enemies were too weak. He felt like an adult fighting a grade schooler. He had earned money, but in his heart, he was not that happy about it. Wai Xiaobi was thinking about asking his second apprentice brother to bring him to a better underground fighting arena, when he suddenly heard Zhang Zilong speak. Junior apprentice brother, you are not satisfied by today's fight, right? If I knew that you were this strong, I would have brought you to a different one. It's alright though. I will bring you to Qihu City's best underground fighting arena next week. Yes. Thank you, second apprentice brother, third apprentice brother. Wai Xiaobi was not someone who was unable to differentiate good from bad. His 2 apprentice brothers had helped him. If he did not say even a word of thanks, he should just return to his mother's womb. With more than 3,000 yuan, Wai Xiaobi temporarily had enough to use. At the very least he did not have to worry about his rent. Today was Sunday, so the dojo was closed. The students who had to brave the intense heat to come and train, would be able to take a break. After all, it was summer break. If they trained every day, they would not be able to endure it. Because the dojo was on break, Wai Xiaobi was also on break. However, he still woke up very early and trained with his apprentice brothers. Afterwards, He brought Yao Wu to a sport equipment store to buy himself 2 sets of weight vest and leg weights. The weight vest looked similar to a normal bulletproof vest. It was made of thick material and had 16 pockets specifically made to fit weights. The leg weight on the other hand had 4 pockets. The weight vest and leg weight costed 150 yuan a set. It was not that expensive, and the quality was not at all bad. Xiaobi tried on 1 set of weights in the store and picked up the special weights, weighing it in his hand. It weighed almost 100 grams and placed it in one of the pockets. After filling up all the pockets, he tried to get the feel of it, but couldn't help shaking his head. It only had a total of 2 kilograms. It was so light, he could not feel a thing. Seeing Xiaobi shake his head, the normally silent Yao Wu already guessed his thoughts. A rare smile appeared on his face as he asked the owner, "Boss, do you have any lead plates here?" "Ah, we have. The standard weight is 1 kilogram." The well-built store owner smiled and made his assistant bring one over. The lead plates were only as big as a palm so they could fit in the pockets. "Bring out 20 pieces." Xiaobi tried to weigh the lead plates in his hand and felt that they were not bad. When the owner heard it, he already knew Xiaobi's thoughts. He tried to dissuade, "Little brother, when the pockets are filled, it would weigh 20 kilograms. Are you sure you can bear it?" Xiaobi smiled, "Let me try it." "How would I know if I don't try it?" After filling up the vest and leg weights with the lead plates, Xiaobi practiced pacing around the place. He slightly frowned but did not take out the plates. After paying, he felt his muscle ache. 2 sets of weight vests and leg weights with lead plates costed him 1,000 yuan. He had no choice, since those special lead plates were nowhere cheap to begin with. Carrying 20 kilograms every day would be absolute suffering from a normal person's viewpoint. However, from Xiaobi's point of view, it was only somewhat heavy. Overall, he kept it on for a long time. His walking had already started becoming strenuous, and it was especially hard when he was training. When evening came, he was already drenched in sweat. Xiaobi continued this for days. There was not a day where he was not drenched in sweat. However, his efforts were worth it. In just 3 days, his muscle and sturdiness attribute had both increased by 0.1 points. Although the changes the training had resulted in were not big compared to manually placing points, it would still continue to accumulate and become beneficial in the future. Naturally, he did not forget about the dust world. It was the next Sunday, so the dojo was closed. He bought a bottle of white wine and returned to his apartment. After chugging down the bottle, he returned to the dust world when he opened his eyes. Xiaobi was pondering a question at this moment. If there were so many people who get drunk every day, why is it only me who can enter the dust world? Of course, he was slightly wrong since the previous 2 dead people were also able to enter. However, compared to the entire Qihu city, it was too small. He knew that he would not be able to find the answer. If he truly wanted to know, it would be the same as trying to climb into heaven. After leaving the apartment, Xiaobi went straight to Lake Kui. What disappointed him was that the Fishmen Village had been crushed to nothing. Even the bones of the fishermen's corpses had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, when Xiaobi tried to fish for half an hour, he came up empty, and could only helplessly give up. The Fiendish Man Fish, which originally needed only a bit of blood as lure, simply did not bite. Chapter 51, Thousand-Eyed Devil. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It seemed like the changes starting happening to Lake Kui when the black beetles appeared. Looking at the clear lake water, he did not even dare to jump down. This place is too strange. It's so strange, as if there are countless eyes looking at me. No. There really is something looking at me. Xiaobi had just removed the rope bound on the pitchfork when he felt this strange feeling. Though this was not due to his perception being strong, but because there were actually countless red-colored eyes looking at him from the lake. It looked as if the lake had somehow grew eyes. When Xiaobi looked at them, they looked back at him. Fuck. An unsuppressible cold air was wrapped around his body. Xiaobi could feel his limbs weakened and became dizzy. After a few moments, the air was so suffocating, he could not even breathe. Just before he was about to completely faint, he felt something had staring him from behind, making his hair stand on end. Electrical discharge. At that moment, Xiaobi did not hesitate and let out his full electrical power. Following this, Countless tiny electrical arcs appeared from his body. The previous cold air was suddenly blocked, making him regain some control of his body. When he finally recovered, he immediately moved back and turned to run away. He tried to frantically escape through the reed thicket. Even if the reed thicket would cause him some light wounds later on, he did not care at all. Xiaobi only turned back to take a sneak look once the cold feeling he had mostly dispersed. His heart trembled as he turned to look and immediately sped up, using every bit of energy he had left. What he saw when he looked back was a strange fish slowly appearing from Lake Kui. Its body was over 20 meters long and its shape was no different from the Fiendish Man Fish ash gray in color and a terrifying human head. The most terrifying thing about it was that its entire body was covered in red eyeballs. Even if they were separated by 100 meters distance, Xiaobi was able to see his inverted image reflected by those red eyeballs. He could feel goosebumps all over his body. The thing that frightened him the most was that when his eyes met with its eyeballs, the feeling of his body being robbed of control once again appeared, making him run for his life. Without stopping at all, Xiaobi escaped to the back of the street. When he stepped on the street, a terrifying shriek echoed from behind him. It was like someone was dying. He suddenly felt that the cold air enveloping his body had completely disappeared. At this point in time, Xiaobi turned around to look at the lake. The strange fish that had appeared on the lake disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the danger had disappeared, Xiaobi's tensed psyche immediately relaxed. His entire body weakened, unable to even stand straight, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for oxygen. When the strange fish stared at him, his mind tensed up. He did not even have time to think, but now that he was relaxed, a lingering fear appeared in his heart. Luckily, his electrical discharge was able to fight his strange state, or else the result would just be too horrible to think about. That strange fish was simply an enemy that he could not defeat right now. Xiaobi vowed that he would not come back to Lake Kui until he had obtained the power to defend against that strange cold air. This place was too strange. The monsters that appeared were things that should never exist. After blankly sitting there for a while, he finally felt the pitchfork that he had been tightly holding onto the whole time. This made him start to daydream. If I had thrown this pitchfork at it, would I have achieved anything? Perhaps it would have been enough to kill the enemy, or could it have simply counterattacked and kill me? All of these were possible options. After thinking for a long time, Xiaobi came to the decision that there was an 80% chance he would have died. After all, the monster that appeared was not something a normal person could fight against. After all, he was only a human being. After putting away his thoughts, he discovered that a battle log had appeared below his status panel. Battle log: encounter with 3-star terror class creature, Thousand-Eyed Devil. Body's consciousness received evil thoughts attack. Willpower, 12 points. Blocked part of the attack. Body has been slightly paralyzed. Release electricity partially removed negative effects. Entered into the streets. Evil thoughts possessor received an attack and disappeared. Xiaobi had too many questions at the newest addition to his status panel, the battle log. Thousand-Eyed Devil, terror class creature. This name truly fitted the image of the huge strange fish. The amount of eyes Xiaobi had seen on it would probably not be below 1,000. The monsters that Xiaobi had met after entering the dust world were the Thunderworm, Normal Fishman, Elite Fishman, Fishman Guards and the Fiendish Man Fish. Other than the Thunderworm, all of these strange creatures were only 1-star creatures. This was something that Xiaobi knew. He also knew that the strength between these creatures were different. Therefore, he concluded that the fishmen must have been normal 1-star creatures, while the elite fishman, Fishman Guard, and the Fiendish Man Fish must have been 1-star elite class creatures. In that case, the Thunderworm would have been a normal 2-star creature. Thinking about it this way, it was easy to understand the difference between his enemies. Xiaobi felt that if he put his life on the line, he was able to kill 1-star and 2-star creatures. In the case of the 3-star creature, Thousand-Eyed Devil, he felt that he would not even be able to retaliate. It was impossible for him to even approach it. The evil thoughts attack had almost killed him. Even Xiaobi's trump card, releasing electricity, was not enough to steer clear from the negative effect. Is this the strength of a 3-star terror class creature? From this, Xiaobi had roughly made an outline. Inside the dust world, a creature's strength was expressed by the star rating. Moreover, the star ranking was further divided into the 3 levels: normal, elite, terror. As for ranks higher than terror class, he had not seen any yet, so he did not know. However, what is this evil thought's possessor? How was it possible that it received an attack once I reached the street? Previously, those black beetles were not able to take a single step in the street. This street made him feel as if it was a safety zone. Those that were stronger than a certain level were probably not able to enter it. This point allowed him to finally understand the circumstances revolving around the black beetles and the thousand-eyed devil. Chapter 52, Shangfu. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, when he thought about being stared at before, he began to worry. According to his understanding, other than how strange these creatures were, the creatures formed 3 types of relationships: competitors, prey, and predators. For example, lions and hyenas in the African savanna were predators, while most herbivores and some carnivores were their prey, and the relationship between them was that of competitors. Strong lions would absolutely not allow hyenas to enter their habitat. Once a hyena appeared close to their habitat, the male lion would kill them. This meant that the street he was in was the territory of a stronger creature. This was a much more reasonable explanation as to why those black beetles could not enter the street. Even the strange evil thought's possessor received an attack after entering the place. However, Xiaobi was only a bit wishful. After all, he had already searched through the few places in the street, and from his observation, there were no signs of any strong creatures. When he thought about it, if this place truly resided a strong creature, then he would probably be its first target. Naturally, if he added an extra explanation, it would make a lot more sense. He thought that the strong creature was probably sleeping somewhere, perhaps under the streets. Alright, let's not think about anything else anymore. Right now he was hungry. This was the inevitable consequence of releasing electricity. His stomach would receive the side effect of extreme hunger. Luckily, the hardtacks that he had gathered were not finished yet. The only problem now was that the remaining hardtack he had with him had been cleanly eaten by him. Other than a few bottles of water, Xiaobi did not have any more food. He was not a god. Even if he was inside this mystical dust world, he still needed food. After searching through the street, he decided to search the other end of the street, while also finding a place to escape to. If a strong creature was truly sleeping here, then he should try to find a safer place. Naturally, finding food and water was also a must, because nothing strange continued to happen. Xiaobi did not waste any more time and went towards the other end of the street. The other end of the street was no different from the original scheme of the dust world. With just one look, he could see the same kind of ruined buildings and the ash-colored sky that did not bring any warmth, giving others a sense of being in the aftermath of a nuclear bomb. Where is this? Xiaobi looked at the street, that was much more ruined compared to the apartment building's street. He tried to think about the street's version in reality. This place should be the food street, right? This was Xiaobi's first impression. In the real world, the apartment street was actually west of Lake Kui, while the food street was northwest of Lake Kui. The street was parallel to the lake, allowing the diners to enjoy the view of Lake Kui while eating delicious food. However, it was different in the dust world. The food street appeared directly at the other end of the street. This meant that the food street's position had shifted by about 1,000 meters. Xiaobi had already adjusted himself for the strangeness of the dust world, so the shift in position had not really shocked him. When Xiaobi stepped in the food street, the dust on the street rose up like mist, as if it had been sitting there, accumulating for years. The chaotically abandoned tables and benches made the street look like it had gone through war. Xiaobi's body slightly tensed up as he slowly walked through the streets. The street was incomparably quiet. He had already walked through half of the road and yet there were no movements at all. However, mist had started to gradually rise in the latter half of the street. The further he walked, the thicker the mist became, blocking his line of sight until he could no longer see what was behind him. Xiaobi couldn't help but tighten his grasp on the pitchfork in his hand. His footsteps slowed down as he honed on his senses, his ears listening carefully to his surroundings. Only when Xiaobi kicked an empty tin can, did the silence break. He immediately raised his guard as he retreated backwards just in case. Suddenly, there was a loud screech from what could be heard as a chicken. Soon after, he saw the shadow of a calf-shaped creature charging towards him. Kill. Xiaobi made a horse stance, wielded the pitchfork like a great spear, and charged towards the shadow. When the sharp pitchfork was about to pierce the shadow's body, he suddenly saw 3 bird heads appear from the shadow, pecking the pitchfork. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the 3 heads hitting the pitchfork was loud and clear. Xiaobi felt his hand numb as his attack was diverted and the pitchfork stabbed the ground. The black shadow took this chance to continue charging towards Xiaobi. However, Xiaobi did not panic at all. He only increased the power in his hands and stabbed upwards, hitting the shadow's lower body, causing it to run off. He took the chance to run away, and only stopped when there was no more mist, all the while regretting his situation. How great would it have been if I had a real great spear? In his last attack, if he had a real great spear, he could have borrowed the pole's flexibility and injured the enemy. The pitchfork was not flexible at all. It was so hard that when it poked the enemy's abdomen, the enemy had borrowed the force from it and ran away. However, regardless of what had happened, Xiaobi was now outside the mist, so if the black shadow still wanted to ambush him, it would no longer be an easy thing to do. After an unsuccessful sneak attack, the black shadow was nowhere to be seen. Xiaobi stabbed the pitchfork on the ground and closed his eyes. He listened vigilantly to his surroundings while placing a bit of his attention on the status panel. It had gone according to his expectation. A new line had indeed appeared in his battle log. Battle log. Encounter with 2-star creature Shangfu. Shangfu attacks. Block and counter-attack was successful. Shangfu receives light injures and escapes. Shangfu? What kind of monster is that? Xiaobi thought for a bit and then collected his thoughts. Although it had already escaped, its slight injuries did not mean that it would not dare to attack Xiaobi again. What he needed to do now was to further increase his vigilance. That monster was probably hiding inside the mist and looking at him, waiting for another chance to sneak attack. After standing on the spot for a while, Xiaobi slowly retreated with his pitchfork. He ran his eyes over his surroundings once again, feeling that if he continued to waste time with this enemy, there would be no end to it. Instead, he decided to slowly return back to the apartment street, and maybe lure out the monster. Chapter 53, Killing Shangfu, Drinking Blood. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In the end, Xiaobi could not find the place where the enemy was hiding. As a result, he did not dare let his guard down. This prompted him to remember to put more points into perception once he gained more evolution points. That way, the enemy that he could not discover would suffer next time. He would have more chances to attack the enemy instead of just defending against it. It's here. When Xiaobi was about to retreat back to the apartment street, when the mist from afar stirred up, a monster came out from the mist and quickly charged towards Xiaobi. This is a chicken? When Xiaobi saw the monster's shape, he was stunned. The monster looked like a rooster the size of a human. It had 3 heads that were red, yellow, blue, respectively. This meant that it also had 6 eyes. It had 6 legs below and 3 wings on its back. The middle wing stood erect on its back and its entire body was covered in red-yellow feathers. Its black tail stood up with a height of least 3 meters long. All in all, it looked like a genetically mutated chicken monster. 6 chicken legs. Xiaobi couldn't help think about the stories that talked about fast food chains. However, in the next moment, Xiaobi had no choice but to face the monster's attack. This so-called Shangfu was quite fast. With a light flap of its wings, it had instantly crossed a distance of 10 meters. Its 3 heads pecking towards Xiaobi. With those inch-long beaks, Xiaobi knew that a bloody hole would open up on his body once he was hit. Seeing the 3 heads coming from different directions, he forced himself to remain calm and composed. He retreated to steps and waved his pitchfork to his left and then right, blocking the 2 heads coming from both sides. He then took one more step back and waved the pitchfork up, sending the middle head upwards. He fixed his stance, affixed his foot on the ground, readied his spear and fiercely pierced through the middle head's neck. Blood splashed everywhere as the spear sunk 3 inches deep. The Shangfu let out a strange cry, and the two heads once again started pecking towards Weixiaobi. Weixiaobi decided to pull back from the fight, retreating like a river as his figure swayed. While using the spear to protect his body from oncoming attacks, he moved more than 10 steps away, escaping the enemy attack. After receiving damage, the strong Shangfu weakened. However, it was too greedy to be willing to let its prey escape. It flapped its wings and soared to the sky, charging towards Weixiaobi while in midair. Weixiaobi did not retreat to escape, he did it to execute a better attack. Seeing the Shangfu charge towards him once again, he stared at the enemy. His body slightly swayed. He held the pitchfork's pole in his left hand and rotated it with his right, appearing like a dragon's attack. The spear pierced through the left head's eye, sending blood flying everywhere. Following this heavy attack, the Shangfu became scared, struggling to escape from the spear. However, at this moment, Weixiaobi was unwilling to let this monster go. He held the pitchfork and let out electricity. Electrical discharge. After releasing electricity, the Shangfu's body trembled a few times before its body limped weakly. However, the Shangfu was still flapping its wings as it struggled and spasmed. The final head also pecked towards Weixiaobi from time to time. It was easy to see that this monster's vitality was greater than normal creatures. If it was a normal person, they would have probably gone unconscious after a strong hit, let alone being electrocuted. Kill the enemy while it's down. Weixiaobi would never show mercy towards a strange-looking monster like this. He drew back the pitchfork and aimed 3 inches below the neck. He pierced the Shangfu with all his might and rotated the pitchfork, destroying the Shangfu's heart, and at the same time eliminating its last chance to live. The Shangfu's last head dropped down. Weixiaobi finally let out a sigh of relief. I finally killed it. He relaxed his tense nerves and then used the pitchfork to pierce it a few more times, ensuring that it was truly dead. As of then, Weixiaobi regretted how he did not have a real great spear. The pitchfork could not even compare to it. There were many different reasons, but the most important one was the length. The pitchfork was about 1.6 meters, which is only about half of a great spear's. Another point was that the pitchfork was not flexible enough, while the great spear's body was very flexible. If he had won, he could fully display the power of the 6 Harmonies great spear. For the pitchfork, it was already enough that it could pierce and block. How great would it be if I could bring in a great spear from the dojo? Weixiaobi had tried it before, but he quickly discovered that it was an impossible dream. Other than his clothes, he could not bring any objects inside the dust world, unless it originated from the dust world, like the knife. As for bringing things from the dust world to the real world, it was much more easier. As long as the object was not ash-gray colored, he could bring anything back. An example would be the Fishman water ball and other rewards. Things like the wooden club and others could not be brought back. Weixiaobi began thinking about making a great spear by himself. However, it was only a thought. Weixiaobi currently did not have the materials to do so. After standing in the same spot for a while, he walked in front of the dead Shangfu. He pulled out his dagger and cut open its chest. The Shangfu's warm blood spurted out, splashing on his face. When he smelled the fresh blood, his suppressed hunger immediately rose up. The hunger from releasing electricity was extremely difficult to suppress. Weixiaobi already knew this very well, but he never imagined that just the smell of fresh blood was enough to stimulate his hunger. He could not endure and licked the fresh blood on his lips. Surprisingly, it tasted extremely delicious. Weixiaobi gave up enduring and waited for a while to see if it was poisonous. Afterwards, he cut open a larger hole on the corpse and gulped down the blood as if he was thirsty. Although the Shangfu's body was the size of a human's, it did not have a lot of blood. After gulping a couple of times, the Shangfu's body stopped bleeding, as if it had withered up. I'm full. Chapter 54, Poking the Hornet's Nest. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After finding out this point, he sat there in a daze. The hunger from releasing electricity would have needed him at least 6 packs of hardtacks to satisfy. However, with just 4 mouthfuls of the Shangfu's blood, his hunger had immediately disappeared. Excitement welled up from within him. The tiredness from the previous battle had left, and instead, his body became filled with vitality. Afterwards, Xiaobi concentrated on his status panel. A slight change had already occurred on his status panel. The battle log of him killing the Shangfu needn't be mentioned, especially as Xiaobi discovered that his health and endurance had amazingly increased. His health had increased by 0.2 points, while his endurance, by 0.3 points. Because of the increase in these two attributes, Xiaobi's vitality was now at 15 points. Without a doubt, this increase in his attribute was not random, but actually the benefits of drinking the Shangfu's blood. Converting the points, he worked out that it was equivalent to 50 evolution points. He also gained 80 evolution points from killing it. Compared to the Thunderworm's 100 evolution point, it seemed less, but the total evolution points gained had actually surpassed the Thunderworm's. Naturally, drinking the Thunderworm's body fluids could have had a similar benefit, but thinking about its corrosiveness and stench, Xiaobi would have respectfully declined. After wasting a bit more time, Xiaobi dissected the Shangfu, but did not discover anything of value. Xiaobi thought about it for a bit. He felt that this was not strange at all. Those creatures that gave strange meatballs, they all had some kind of special ability. The elite fishman was able to shoot out a water jet. The thunderworm was capable of generating electricity. The Fiendish Man Fish had the ability to confuse the enemy. This three-headed, six-legged Shangfu did not have anything like that. The only thing it had was its speed and strength, which were, in itself, quite poor. If it was the Xiaobi from before, he would have probably died from its attacks, but now that his Bajiquan had risen to master level, it wasn't even qualified to face him. Naturally, if Xiaobi had not stayed as calm or struck it hard as he did, it would have probably been able to make a comeback. Even though he did not find a strange meatball, Xiaobi was not in dismay. He simply carried the Shangfu's corpse back to the street of his apartment. He did not return back to his room. Instead he searched other yards for worn-out wooden beds and doors. He collected them all in one place and began to cut the Shangfu's meat using his trusty small knife. With everything in place, he started a fire and began cooking the Shangfu. In total, he had gained 15 kilograms of dried meat. The Shangfu was close to a human's size, so being able to obtain 15 kilograms of dried meat after cutting off its head and draining its blood was already not bad. Although he was not hungry, Xiaobi tasted the cooked meat and nodded in approval. His own survival skills had yet to rust after leaving the army. The jerky was a pleasant surprise for Xiaobi. The meat had even contained a bit of the deliciousness from the Shangfu's blood. Eating a bit was enough to feel his body surge with vitality. Thinking about the worth of the Shangfu meat, Xiaobi thought it was definitely not of low value. As the jerky was very firm, after filling his bag up with it, he was also able to store the Shangfu's beak, claws, feathers and others. The Shangfu's beak and claws were very hard. They did not even receive a scratch under the force of Xiaobi and his pitchfork. Xiaobi thought of turning them into arrowheads, while placing the long feathers on the end of the arrow to increase its stability. This was because being excessively dependent on close combat was not a good thing. It was especially true from today's experience. If it had not been because the Shangfu lost its cool and charged out from the fog, Xiaobi would have been troubled. As a result, he needed a method to fight from a longer range. Fighting long range would be greatly beneficial when exploring the dust world. It would help him kill his enemies faster and protect himself easier. From the ancient past, human ancestors borrowed the power of bows and arrows to close the gap between them and fierce beasts. The result was that they became rulers over all living things, and leaders of the world. Of course, back then, no one would have imagined the extent of the impact of the bow and arrow. With a bow and arrow, the human ancestors grouped up, often with more than 10 people at a time, to kill tigers, black bears, and other wild beasts. If they had only relied on their sharpened sticks, they would probably not have even been able to kill them at all. The ancient method of hunting, archery, was something that Xiaobi had never dabbled in before. However, there was no need to worry. He had a master and fellow disciples around him. If he wanted to seek advice, it would not be hard. In the worst case scenario where his master and fellow disciples did not know archery, he could just earn more money by underground fighting and hire an archery master to teach him. After putting away his things, Xiaobi returned to his room and hid the jerky under his bed. Although his strength was similar to that of a middleweight boxer, carrying 15 kilograms of dried meat while exploring was not really a good idea. After emptying his backpack, he brought one of the chicken heads and returned to the food street. He saw that the mist still filled the air, and after searching for a while, he picked up a broken brick and threw it in the mist. The palm-sized brick quickly flew into the mist. After a short moment, he heard the sharp sound of it hitting something. Soon, the cry of chickens echoed from within the fog. Xiaobi smirked as soon as he heard it, and threw the chicken head towards the edge of the fog. His throw was like poking a hornet's nest. Immediately afterwards, two black shadows appeared from the mist and gathered near the chicken head. Xiaobi's smirk slowly became slightly forced. Before this, he had planned to lure out more hidden Shangfus with the chicken head. He never imagined that he would lure out two of them at the same time. After seeing the chicken head, the two Shangfus immediately let out a loud cry. Soon the 6 heads fixed their total of 12 eyes on Xiaobi. In the next moment, they charged towards Xiaobi while flapping their wings. Xiaobi's body moved in front of one of the Shangfu and seized the chance to pierce it with the pitchfork. After killing one of them, he had gained a lot of experience. The pitchfork in his hands moved even smoother than before. Although his attack was not enough to seriously injure it, it had hit one of its wings. Xiaobi took the chance to pull out the pitchfork, drawing blood. Chapter 55, Attribute Growth. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After receiving an attack, the chicken's eyes became red. It swiped its tail towards Xiaobi, while the other Shangfu's 3 heads pecked towards him as well. While doing this, the Shangfu had actually swiped its lush tail across the other Shangfu, making it lose its target. Xiaobi stomped on the ground again after dodging the attack, and once again attacked with his pitchfork, aiming at one of the Shangfu's legs. Kaka. He could hear the sound of the bone breaking, which had caused the Shangfu to lose its balance. At this time, the other Shangfu had already turned around, its 3 heads fiercely pecking towards Xiaobi quicker than before. Xiaobi was now slightly exhausted, and knew that he would be unable to dodge this attack. Escape? It was already too late for that. Dealing with 2 Shangfus was completely different than just dealing with one. Xiaobi would be able to rely on the wide space on the street to dodge when dealing with one. Dealing with 2, however, made it difficult for him to dodge with his current speed. He calculated in his mind. Ferocity and anger rose from within him. He retreated 3 steps, dodging 2 out of 3 beaks, and sent out his right foot, stomping on the Shangfu and kicking it down. However, the beak that he couldn't dodge had directly pecked his left chest. With a pull, it had pulled out a piece of his flesh, and then proudly clucked as it swallowed the piece of meat. The Shangfu was not that smart. It had poked Xiaobi's chest but pulled out immediately. If it had exerted a little more force, it could have penetrated through Xiaobi's lungs. However, in order to obtain a finger-sized piece of meat, the Shangfu had given up on the chance to inflict a heavy injury on Xiaobi and ate the piece of meat first. Even so, Xiaobi was in excruciating pain until his back had become fully drenched in sweat. The pain of having flesh torn from his body was not the most gentlest thing. However, he had thrown caution to the wind. He did not hesitate and changed the direction of the pitchfork, stabbing the Shangfu that was struggling on the ground. Fresh blood spurted out as he pierced it countless times. Even when the Shangfu had torn meat off his chest, back, and lower legs, he did not relent. After being continuously pierced by the pitchfork, the Shangfu on the ground stopped moving. His final attack had even pierced through the Shangfu itself, taking him a bit of time to pull it back out. In contrast, the other 3-headed chicken was eating happily. In just this much time, half of Xiaobi's body was already soaked with blood. The meat that the Shangfu had taken from him was approximately 1.5 kilograms. This was simply like a shortened version of dying by 1,000 cuts. However, the pain was definitely more than comparable to dying by 1,000 cuts. If it was a normal person receiving this many injuries, they would have just fallen to the ground a long time ago. However, even if he was experiencing extreme pain, he relied on his willpower to stop himself from falling. On the contrary, he roared when two of the Shangfu's head were about to peck him again, and grabbed their necks. However, Xiaobi's hands were only capable of grabbing one each. The middle head, at this moment, aimed at Xiaobi's left eye. If Xiaobi's left eye was pecked, it would also hit his brain, killing him instantly. These dust world creatures should never be underestimated. Even though they were a bit stupid for some reason, seeing their comrade die would awaken them into killing machines. Electrical discharge. When he was at the edge of life and death, Xiaobi firmly released an electrical discharge. In an instant, the electrical energy that he had been saving passed through his hands. The Shangfu that was about to win suddenly trembled in electrical shock. Its feathers stood up from the amount of electric current flowing through its body. Its strong muscles had also gone limp. After releasing electricity, Xiaobi acted quickly. He knew that monsters like these were able to recover in a short time even after something like an electric shock. Before the Shangfu recovered, he had to cut off its life. Kill! Xiaobi shouted as he used all the strength in his arms to break the two Shangfu heads. Then, he used Iron Mountain Lean and fiercely knocked into it. With a crack, the Shangfu's remaining head and chest bones broke. At this time, Xiaobi's body immediately went limp. The pain from before had surged up all at once, making him unable to control his own body, leading to its collapse. However, although he had received heavy damage and was currently immobile on the floor, he still did not faint. After killing two Shangfus, Xiaobi's gains were by no means small. 160 evolution points. After a moment or two, Xiaobi sat up on the ground, suppressing the strong urge to faint. He struggled to get up and with all his remaining strength, he pulled out the pitchfork in the Shangfu's body and threw himself towards its wound like a wild beast, sucking and swallowing the Shangfu's blood. After drinking both of the Shangfu's blood, his body's injuries had also gradually healed. Just the blood of these two Shangfus were more than enough to bring Xiaobi many benefits. The vitality attributes, sub-attributes, health and endurance, had increased by 0.4 and 0.6. His health had increased to 19.1, while his endurance had increased to 11.9. Although he had felt the vitality in his body increase, he was still feeling a little hesitant. Should I add my evolution points in health or endurance? After hesitating for a while, he placed his attention on the health attribute in his status panel. From his point of view, the health sub-attribute could greatly increase his recovery speed. Inside this strange and lawless dust world, this was without a doubt the best way to survive. His evolution points flowed like a river as his health attribute began to rise. Health, 19.11, health, 19.12. When his health had increased to 20 points, he felt his body shake, as if all the cells in his body stopped moving. He could still consciously feel the vitality flowing through his body, but his body had become completely paralyzed, unable to budge, unable to even breathe. As his fear began to grow, the status panel had also begun to change. Did I mention how the new control panel sucks? Posting things have become a greater hassle. Chapter 56. Elementary Regeneration. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Something appeared besides the health attribute. Elementary Regeneration. What is this? Before Xiaobi was even able to respond, he could feel that his body was being filled with vitality. Xiaobi looked down at his body in amazement. The pieces of meat that the Shangfu had torn from him had started to recover. Xiaobi could even see his wounds gradually closing up, disappearing into nothing. Within minutes, all of his wounds were healed. However, Xiaobi was conscious of the entire process. Not only did he feel the injuries heal, there was also an unbearable itch that followed afterwards. He believed that the ancient torture techniques like having a goat lick your foot, or having ants go up your body, was probably better than this. Naturally, he did not think too much on it as he was busy lying paralyzed on the blood-stained ground, rolling back and forth. He tried hard to suppress a small scream that had surfaced as he continuously rubbed his hands on the muddy ground to relieve the itch. Luckily, the recovery process was not long. Xiaobi stopped struggling after only 10 minutes, gasping heavily in fetal position. If the process continued for any longer, Xiaobi did not know if he had the strength to hold on any further. He felt that if that was the case, bashing his head into the ground until he was unconscious would be the best choice. The pain was not over. After recovering and heaving on the ground, a stronger hunger suddenly rose up from within him, spreading throughout his body. This was not a side effect of the healing, but because the body had used up too much of its resources, as well as the side effect of releasing electricity. Xiaobi's first reaction was to grab the pitchfork and run back where he came from, not even caring about the two Shangfu corpses. After returning to his room, he immediately took out the jerky that he had stored, picked it up and placed it inside his mouth. He bit on the meat, tore it, and swallowed it without care. After eating 5 pieces of meat, he finally stopped eating like crazy, and began to slowly chew on the meat while drinking water. Only after satisfying the hunger inside his body, did he finally look at his status panel. He fixed his attention on the new words Elementary Regeneration, and a description appeared in his head. So it was like that. To speak frankly, the Elementary Regeneration's use was to speed up his body recovery speed by 5 times. The body recovery focused on the muscles and the skin's recovery speed. In other words, if Xiaobi's bone broke, he would normally need 100 days to recover. With the Elementary Regeneration, it would only need 20 days to recover. However, his original 20 points of health had already increased his recovery speed, making it even more effective. He thought for a bit and placed down the meat he was holding. He took out the knife on his waist and lightly cut his arm. The knife, of course, was extremely sharp. A light touch was enough for it to cut through him like butter. Soon, fresh blood flowed out from his arm. However, in just a few seconds, the wound had already begun to close and the blood flow stopped. He estimated that the speed of his recovery had altogether increased by more than 10 times. Naturally, to recover fully from the injury, and make the scab disappear, he still needed more than 12 hours. Even if it was like this kind of recovery speed was already enough to shock people. If one day, a mad scientist noticed this, he might just become someone's guinea pig. Another important point was that the cause for his quick recovery from the Shangfu's attack was not only due to his strong recovery strength, but also due to his attribute's side effect. When he places points into the health, this recovery effect would become stronger. Naturally, when he leaves the dust world, the recovery effect would also disappear. Another point he discovered with his meager intelligence was that his elementary regeneration skill appeared when his health attribute reached 20. This meant that there was a chance to obtain new skills if any of his sub-attributes reached 20 points. About how to go about leveling his attributes, Xiaobi guessed that all he could was put more evolution points into it. When he had increased his health attribute to 20 points, he was still left with 153 evolution points. After experiencing a life and death battle, he had a better understanding of the reality of the dangers of the dust world. This meant that Xiaobi would no longer stock his evolution points. The only question now was where to put his evolution points. As previously said, each of the sub-attributes below the main attributes had their own properties. Placing the right amount of evolution points would provide different benefits. For example, increasing the sub-attributes below strength would make his attacks stronger, while increasing his agility would increase his attack and movement speed. For vitality, it need not be said that it was a life-saving medicine. Just like a while ago, his vitality had saved him. After all, surviving, compared to other paths, was the most realistic one. What was the use of all the other attributes if you were dead? However, now that he had found out that reaching 20 points in one sub-attribute would give him an ability, he began to hesitate on how to use his evolution points. If asked about which ability would provide the best results after increasing the points, the current answer would be Bajiquan. However, Xiaobi felt that having a master level of Bajiquan was currently useful enough. Moreover, if he wanted to increase Bajiquan, he might need more than an estimated 300 evolution points, so it would not even be enough anyways. As a result, he decided to put it in a sub-attribute to allow it to quickly reach 20 points and gain a new ability. Xiaobi believed that this was the best way to get stronger. After checking out all of his sub-attributes, his highest attributes were 13.04 points for muscles, 12 points for willpower, and 11.9 points for endurance. Chapter 57, Green Dwarfs. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Without a doubt, Increasing the muscle attribute would be the choice if it was decided by which one was the highest, which wasn't a bad way to choose. However, although the willpower attribute might seem a little useless in battle, its hidden uses did not fall behind any of the other attributes. Xiaobi had felt it before. If he did not have 12 points of willpower, he might have died due to the Fiendish Man Fish, and might also very well die from other future monsters. As for endurance, an explanation was really necessary. He felt that his current endurance was already enough, so he crossed it out. Willpower or muscle? Xiaobi thought for a long time while eating his jerky. In the end, he chose muscle. After all, compared to other attributes, muscle would allow him to quickly increase his fighting strength. Soon, his evolution points quickly disappeared as he placed them on the muscle attribute. After 10 seconds, his evolution points went down to 3 points and his muscle attribute increased to 14.56 points. A part of this was caused by using his ability, releasing electricity, which had increased his strength and agility. Now, his strength attribute was at 12.3 points. This was a small surprise. The increase in muscle attribute this time was much more significant. Xiaobi held onto a rusty wash bowl. He increased the power in his hands and shouted. With a sharp breaking sound, the enamel bowl split into two. This result could actually be achieved with his previous strength, but it was not this easy. Excellent. Xiaobi raised his fist towards the sky as blood rushed to his brain in excitement. If I accumulated 500 more points and increased the muscle to 20, I wonder what kind of ability would appear. While he was thinking this, he placed back the remaining 5 kilograms of jerky back under his bed and quickly returned back to the food street. As Xiaobi approached the food street, a shrill cry came from within. Xiaobi was so startled, he no longer wanted to go further and instead, snuck into one of the yards close by and carefully peeked above the wall. He could only see that the Shangfu corpses were surrounded by a group of Green Dwarfs. Their heights only reached to about Xiaobi's knee and their wrinkled green skin looked like that of strange, sick old people. Without a doubt, the Shangfu corpses had become their food. They wielded stone dagger, stone axes, and rusted steel pipes in their hands and cut pieces of meat from the Shangfu's corpse, piling them up to one side. Once the pile reached a certain amount, a group of them would bring it away. Just like that, the Shangfu corpses slowly became skeletons. This was simply stealing food. Xiaobi already understood the importance of food in this dust world. As a result, he went into rage from seeing these Green Dwarfs steal the meat that he had gained after risking his life. Anger was anger, but Xiaobi knew not to recklessly charge out. The Green Dwarfs had small heads. Because of this, they looked like children and didn't seem to be that strong. However, since he did not know how strong they really were, he could not approach them yet. Moreover, there were more than 30 of them. There might be a camp for them just like the Fishmen Village. After those Green Dwarfs cut off most of the meat from the Shangfu corpses, they returned back inside the mist. Xiaobi only came out from the yard when those Green Dwarfs disappeared inside the mist. He walked to the 2 Shangfu corpses that were only left with bones. What is this smell? Xiaobi's nose twitched in disgust. A horrific stench entered his nose. It smelled like a person who had not taken a bath for 100 years. The smell almost made Xiaobi vomit out his stomach contents. This was the smell that those Green Dwarfs left behind. Despite its distastefulness, Xiaobi was not surprised by this at all. These monsters inside the dust world would never have taken a bath in their lives. The same could be said for the fishmen that he had fought before. After approaching the fog, a disgusting fishy smell entered his nose, but it was still better than the smell of those Green Dwarfs. After hesitating a bit, he slowly walked into the mist. Although he still could not see anything, the strange sound that those Green Dwarfs could be heard deep within the mist. This allowed Xiaobi to know their general direction. After walking for a while, Xiaobi noticed that he had walked for around 300 meters. However, the food street in Xiaobi's memory was only 200 meters long. What is happening? When he came back to his senses, he noticed that the sound of footsteps disappeared from the front. Could I have lost them? Xiaobi noticed that the mist had thinned a bit. Light shone through the mist.
revealing a field of green in the distance. A green shimmer appeared through the fog, and Xiaobi could roughly see the figures of the Green Dwarfs. Xiaobi took 2 tense steps forward and the mist disappeared behind him. When he was able to clearly see the scene, he stopped everything, stunned. Where he stood was already the end of the food street, and 50 meters ahead of him was a green forest. This forest looked completely untouched. Tall trees exceeding 20 meters stretched towards the skies. Withered leaves that had accumulated for who knows how many years made up the forest floor, and python-sized roots could be seen peeking out from time to time. A cool breeze brushed over, allowing Xiaobi to take in the fresh air. In actual fact, this was the first time he had seen such a lively scene in the dust world. The apartment street, Lake Kui, the reeds, everything was ash-grey colored. It had given Xiaobi the image of a ruined world. Even the air was filled with dust. As a result of seeing such beautiful scenery, Xiaobi's mood had become much better. However, his good mood did not signify that his situation was good. At this moment, more than 30 green dwarfs surrounded him in a half-circle while staring at him. Their mouths let out strange sounds, while more green dwarfs came out from within the forest. Xiaobi couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He had underestimated them, these green dwarfs. In reality, these green dwarfs were actually quite alert. When he had followed them, they had already noticed him. Chapter 58, Massacre. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Perhaps they felt that their numbers were not enough, or perhaps there was another reason they had lured him here. Facing so many enemies, Xiaobi tightly grasped the pitchfork in his hands. He spread his legs and stretched his body, as if he was a leopard preparing to attack. Fulassi. After facing each other for a while, or perhaps because their numbers were now enough, the green dwarf at the very end suddenly made an unintelligible shriek. This shriek appeared to be an attack command. The green dwarfs all began to charge towards Xiaobi with their weapons. The weapons that these green dwarfs wielded could be called primitive weapons. As for the rusted knives and daggers, there was nothing more to be said. But they had even wielded soup ladles, chair legs, thigh bones, and many others. Because their heights were below his knee, their attacks could only reach Xiaobi's lower leg. This gave Xiaobi the misconception of being attacked by kindergarteners. However, this did not mean he was willing to be injured by these green dwarfs. If these green dwarfs had totally surrounded him, even soup ladles, chair legs, thigh bones, could injure him. After retreating 10 steps backwards, he let his body disappear into the mist. To those green dwarfs, Xiaobi was a giant. Xiaobi's strategy was to make them think that he was afraid of them. As a result, they did not retreat, and on the contrary, they cheered as they entered the mist. Pop, pop. Following the sound of the pitchfork piercing flesh, the first 2 green dwarfs that entered the fog were flung out like a worn-out ball. They were sent flying towards the group of green dwarfs, making them alarmed. Xiaobi, who was hidden within the fog, was closely observing the other side. He was only able to see a certain distance ahead of him. As a result, when the first 2 green-skinned dwarfs entered the mist, they immediately met misfortune. They had been instantly pierced by Xiaobi's pitchfork and was sent flying. Seeing their 2 allies killed, the originally reckless green dwarfs immediately cowered a bit. Their mouths were shouting unintelligible words like Yugana and Zika Ziga. Yet none of the green dwarfs were willing to charge into the mist. After killing 2 of them, Xiaobi roughly understood their strength. The strength of these green dwarfs were equivalent to their heights. In other words, their strength were almost the same as a 10-year-old child. However, they were much more ferocious. At the very least, a 10-year-old child would not brandish their weapons at him. In any case, Xiaobi's worry had been dispelled. As a result, when these green dwarfs shrunk back in fear, he moved to a different side inside the mist and thrust out his pitchfork, directly running through another green dwarf. Soon after, he moved the pitchfork, dragging the green dwarf with it. Immediately, he swept the pitchfork at the rest of the green dwarfs, hitting them in succession. In one swing, 5 green dwarfs were sent flying. When they finally landed on the ground,
It could be seen that their limbs had been broken. It needed to be said that these Green Dwarfs were quite courageous. Even if they saw their comrades pierced to death by the pitchfork, more than 10 of them still raised their weapons and charged at Xiaobi. The remaining majority of them had shrunk back in fear, some even running back into the forest. Xiaobi couldn't help let out a smile after seeing the scene. If all 50 of them had decided to swarm him at the same time, then he would have been troubled. A single ant would not be a problem, but once they increased in numbers, even elephants, leopards, and other animals could not be their opponents. This was especially the case since these Green Dwarfs were much more difficult to deal with than just ants. Just by swiping at Xiaobi's legs a few times with their daggers, he would probably not be able to endure it for much longer, even with his strong recovery. Kill. Xiaobi had stopped hiding in the mist. He directly charged towards the Green Dwarfs that were coming over. When they were less than 50 meters apart, he shouted and pierced the enemy with his pitchfork. After thrusting out his pitchfork, 3 of the Green Dwarfs had been pierced to death. This heaven-defying attack that had instantly killed 3 of them, made the rest of them frightened stiff. They did not even dare to continue their attack. The bolder ones just threw their weapons at him, while the cowards turned their tails and ran. Facing the thrown weapons, Xiaobi did not even think of dodging them. He only waved his pitchfork to send the weapons to the ground. At this time, the Green Dwarfs had already lost their will to fight. Those who ran the fastest had already entered the forest. Those that were slower threw their weapons to the ground to increase their speed. One of them even directly jabbed their weapon into their comrade's leg. In short, the area was in chaos. Xiaobi did not hesitate at all. He raised his spear and chased after them. When compared to human, the disparity in their running speed was too great. Xiaobi effortlessly chased behind them. He continued to pierce them, killing them one by one. Only when they had all disappeared within the forest did Xiaobi stop chasing them and turn around, leaving quickly. If it was not because he was angry, he would have normally been very cautious, especially because he felt the danger coming from the forest. His first response was to leave immediately. For a normal person, their sense of danger would only be labeled as misconceptions. For Xiaobi, it was different. He knew that every premonition of danger in the dust world could not be ignored. Even if those Green Dwarfs, that were about to become his evolution points, ran away, he could do nothing but leave. His judgment was actually correct. As Xiaobi entered the mist, the ground immediately shook. The shaking started small, with the vibration the same as a car running by. Soon, the frequency of the shaking increased and became stronger, until it reached a Category 5 earthquake. However, it was the things that happened afterwards that really left Xiaobi stupefied. Chapter 59, Crisis. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The sound of blood-curdling screams came from behind him. Soon, more than 10 Green Dwarfs ran out of the forest, pale as they could ever be, as if they had seen ghosts. Chasing behind them were yellow tree roots as thick as arms. These tree roots were very agile. They moved along the ground and lunged out towards the Green Dwarfs. When the Green Dwarfs tried to dodge, the roots moved like a python, circling the Green Dwarfs. It did not even pay attention to their struggling as it pulled them back into the forest. When they were dragged into the forest, it seemed like they had already been strangled to death. Their blood dripped on the ground, creating a blood trail. Xiaobi was still able to cope seeing the tree roots, but the following scene left his legs trembling like a newborn duckling. The big trees inside the forest shook the ground. Countless roots rose up as if they were alive, making Xiaobi feel as if he was seeing the end of the world. Very quickly, the trees pulled up their roots, as if they were standing on the ground. The trees moved like octopuses with arms dancing in the sky. Kalazimu, Kalazatu, Kalaziu. The roots of the trees let out a strange sound as if they were singing to a rhythm and tempo. Xiaobi was now just dumbstruck. The entire forest came to life. The movements of the trees were completely similar to that of animals. In truth, Xiaobi had gained a bit of resistance to the strangeness of the dust world. After all, the fishmen, Fiendish Man Fish, black beetles, thousand-eyed devil and various monsters that he had encountered were things that would never appear in reality. However, these moving trees had gone out of his expectations. Luckily, This had happened before he made his plans of eliminating the Green Dwarfs and making the forest his safe house a reality. Naturally, he was now rejoicing. If he had entered the forest as he killed the Green Dwarfs, he might have become a corpse like the Green Dwarfs, becoming fertilizer along with them. CCC. The sound of something hard rubbing against the ground echoed. After that, Xiaobi's eyes suddenly widened. His pupils slightly pulled back as he ran back to where he came from without any hesitation. What kind of monster is that? A huge lighthouse-like tree stepped out from the forest with 2 legs. On the trunk of the tree, there were wicker-like eyes, looking directly at Xiaobi. When the huge tree looked at him, Xiaobi's heart violently jumped as if he could not breathe, as if there was a disaster approaching. Only then did Xiaobi run away for his life. Kelu, Kilusai, and a Mizzy. The sound of a 100-year-old grandpa came from the huge tree. Soon, a root that was the size of a human chased after Xiaobi. As he was running away, he took a quick glance behind him and immediately, his back let out a cold sweat. The previous arm-sized roots were already enough to easily kill off those Green Dwarfs. But now, a human-sized root was chasing him. A light touch from it would probably turn Xiaobi into a meat paste. Xiaobi was used all his strength to run away. His feet hit the ground making it sound like he was a rampaging rhinoceros. Despite this, the tree root still moved faster. Even a real rhinoceros would not be able to beat its speed. At first they were separated by 50 meters. In just 2 seconds, Xiaobi heard the sound of the root splitting through the air approach him. The tree root had already closed in 10 meters. The slim tree root appeared from the ground like a cobra, aiming behind Xiaobi, as if it was a spear that was about to be shot out. Time to risk it. Xiaobi knew that any mistake he made right now would sign him up for eternal damnation. If it were a normal human, they would have already gone limp from running. However, Xiaobi's left leg quickly tamped forward. He turned his waist and used the force from his charge to back away a bit. He used the pitchfork in his right hand to block the incoming attack. Soon after, Xiaobi made a horse stance and retreated 2 steps back. He readied himself to pierce the tree root, while the tree root also took the chance to charge after Xiaobi. Xiaobi's pitchfork blocked the attack and pierced the middle part of the root 3 times. This forced the tree root to evade his attacks. But Xiaobi still did not let go of the dominant position. He stamped his feet on the ground and took quick steps forwards. The pitchfork in his hands moved like a dragon as it continuously pierced holes in the root. This was the 6 Harmonies' Great Spear's sudden thrust. Pretending to escape while finding a chance to counter-attack. The tree root, however, suddenly rose up for a counter-attack. Its sharp tip moved like a water snake as it advanced towards Xiaobi. In that moment, it was yet again blocked by Xiaobi's pitchfork, unable to even approach him. The tree root seemed as if it was angry. Soon, it ignored Xiaobi's pitchfork. It stuck close to the ground and made a sweeping motion, attempting to trip Xiaobi and gain an advantage. However, Xiaobi completely ignored his own safety and wielded his pitchfork as if it was a great spear. He blocked above him and pierced below him. He would even retreat a few steps and let out sudden thrusts. The tree root's regenerative abilities were actually superior to Xiaobi's. After fighting for an amount of time, the initial holes he made on it had already returned back to its original condition. Xiaobi, on the other hand, was dripping with sweat. 2 more tree roots had appeared from the distance. If the 3 roots combined forces, Xiaobi would only have an end of being filled with 1,000 holes even after using all his strength. He needed to quickly get rid of this tree root. The tree root had a strong regenerative ability. Moreover, it was completely immune to Xiaobi's electric attacks. However, after a few more rounds, he found a chance to let out 5 continuous thrusts without missing. With a creaking sound, the tree root finally broke in the middle, and a sweet fragrance permeated the air. Xiaobi traced it back to the green sap that the tree root was spraying out, but before he could get a closer look, the tree root immediately pulled back. However, the other 2 tree roots were now quite close to him. Xiaobi's face turned gloomy as he looked at the approaching tree roots searching for vengeance. Although he had made 1 tree root return, dealing with 2 more tree roots was an impossible task. Even wanting to escape from the tree roots was too difficult with just his speed alone.
Chapter 60, Miss Draconic Horse. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi had now found himself in the most dangerous situation he had ever encountered since entering the Dust World. However, his previous battle with one of the roots had already left him dripping with sweat. He had expended so much energy that both his arms were already trembling. How could he fight two more tree roots? In this world, accidents were inevitable, especially in the Dust World. Unnoticed by Xiaobi, the cut-off root had been sent flying into the mist. Immediately, waves of vapor started to generate, spreading on all sides. Something strange was happening to the mist. The mist that had spread all around had gradually condensed, becoming a white horse made from mist. Xiaobi, however, had not noticed the changes to the mist. He was only waiting for the tree roots to arrive before he could sweep towards them. Ping! The sound of colliding wood and metal echoed again and again. After countless exchanges, Xiaobi felt his arms go numb. In the end, the pitchfork simply could not be compared to a great spear. He faintly sighed. If he had wielded a great spear, dealing with these two roots would have been a lot easier. A great spear was tough and flexible. It would have allowed him to fully display his spear skills in great detail. A pitchfork was different. He was unable to dampen the recoil whenever he attacks with it. Moreover, there were a lot of techniques from the 6 Harmonies great spear that he could not execute with it. If Xiaobi had difficulty in dealing with one root, then was so much more difficult to ward off two roots. After only 8 exchanges, his right arm had been pierced by one of the tree roots, creating a big hole. At this time, even if Xiaobi wanted to kill his enemies 1,000 times, he could only sigh, close his eyes, and await his death. However, as the root aimed towards Xiaobi's forehead, a gust of wind came from behind him. In an instant, the sand on the ground was blown up into the air and the mist filled everywhere. Xiaobi's vision was completely blocked by the mist. What is happening? Due to this unexpected incident, Xiaobi was able to escape. He did not dare stay anymore and ran back while holding the pitchfork in his left hand. After running for a bit, his eyes shone bright as he escaped the mist. Turning to take a look behind him, he saw that the mist had enveloped the two roots, faintly seeing a white horse made from the condensed mist running about. It used its hooves to kick the roots and destroy them in an instant. The mist continued to quickly move forwards. Not long after, it had charged towards the forest and spread throughout it. Once the white horse identified a huge tree, it immediately shrouded the huge tree with mist. Soon, a lot of noise came from the mist. While this was happening, Xiaobi noticed a fragrant scent spreading from the destroyed roots. This made Xiaobi hesitate in his steps. He clenched his teeth and quickly returned to the place where he fought with the tree root, opened his backpack and placed the broken tree roots inside. As soon as he finished, he did not stop and charged back towards the food street. The mist in the food street had already dissipated and Xiaobi had a perfect view. He could clearly see the ruined floor tiles and even the eerie bones of the Shangfu. What happened? Xiaobi ran as he kept thinking about what had happened. However, he quickly came to a conclusion. The mist that had covered the end of the food street was actually the white horse. This discovery had made him slightly frightened. After finding a random yard to hide in, he peeked his head out to watch the battle in the distance. The lingering fear in his heart grew the more he looked. The fight in the forest was gradually intensifying. The exceptionally beautiful white horse was incomparably robust. It was above the ground by 9 inches and its entire body bulged with muscles as it soared in the sky like a dragon. At this moment, the white horse merged with the mist as it charged towards the huge tree. The huge tree on the other hand used its thousands of roots to attack it like countless spears, turning the white horse into mist in an instant. However, it was not like Xiaobi, where he was unable to resist and resigned to his death. After dispersing, the mist left behind would wrap up the root that attacked it. In the end, the huge tree was bound by the mist, and soon, the sound of running water could be heard. In a few moments, the tree roots that had been bound vanished. In reality, the huge tree was still fine. Only a portion of its roots had corroded. The surrounding trees around the huge tree attempting to help it were also shrouded by the mist. At first, those trees quickly withered yellow and darkened. But soon, a black liquid flowed down the tree trunks. As the black liquid flowed, it had corroded the tree trunks,
leaving depressions on them. Those trees immediately let out painful groans. The condensed voices were so loud that even Xiaobi, who was hiding afar, could hear them. The voices had only started a little while ago, yet Xiaobi already felt his brain split in half. What a terrifying battle! Xiaobi looked at the struggling trees within the mist. Eventually, they had been corroded into a black liquid. He couldn't help but be shocked. Luckily, very luckily, the white horse did not appear when he entered the mist. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resist the opponent at all. With his strength, he would have simply been crushed by its sheer power. Xiaobi did not dare relax after thinking this. He did not even for once think that the white horse fighting the huge tree was his ally. This was basic knowledge in this world. The dust world was not reality. Common sense from reality could not simply be applied to this world. For example, in reality, to mingle with others, a person needed to be kind. Only then would they be able to establish a lot of connections, and become successful in business. Inside the dust world, it was pointless to be kind to the monsters. In short, he did not have any impulse to join the fray. After all, whether it was the white horse or the huge tree, they only needed one attack to smash him into meat paste. Even the other trees surrounding it were his enemies. Although their roots were not as thick as the huge tree, they were still as big as 2 fingers. A single attack from them would be enough to leave a bloody hole straight through him. When the surrounding trees attacked, it would not only be one root. A single movement from them would mean hundreds of tree roots attacking like a countless amount of spears raining down on him. For an attack like this, even a trained veteran, let alone Xiaobi, would have a hard time. Chapter 61, Big Tree Essence. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Thinking until this point, Xiaobi could only sigh at his good luck. If he wasn't so lucky, he would have already become a pile of bones. Meanwhile, the battle far away was still progressing. The tree root that had dispersed the mist began to corrode. Soon after, the mist had once again turned into a white horse, bringing the to attack the huge tree again. Seeing the mist's strength, the huge tree learned its lesson and did not dare let it approach. In an instant, countless roots shot out from the ground, piercing the white horse. The white horse once again shattered into mist. Similarly, the mist formed after it shattered and spread, killing countless of the big trees surrounding it. After countless similar exchanges, the big trees in the surroundings refused to stay any longer. They all moved their roots and crawled far away. However, even when they did so, a fifth of the big trees had already turned into the black liquid. Following the retreat of the trees, the huge tree suddenly didn't want to tangle with the white horse anymore. After shattering it once again, the huge tree also moved its roots and ran away into the distance. However, when the white horse recovered, it quickly chased after it and another fight with the huge tree started. The big trees, the huge tree, and the white horse fought as they moved further away. When they finally disappeared behind the building complexes, Xiaobi let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat. I can't stay here any longer. Xiaobi realized that although the huge tree and the white horse had disappeared into the distance, there was also a possibility that they might return. He did not want to become a part of these huge monsters' meal. Perhaps because of the fight's influence, he did run into any monsters while he returned to his apartment. After returning to his room, he laid down on the bed and looked at today's battle log. Battle log: encounter with 1-star normal creature, Green Dwarf. Green Dwarfs surround and attack. Killed 31 Green Dwarfs. Awoke 2-star terror creature, Tree Spirit. Awoke 3-star terror creature, Big Tree Spirit. Attacked by Big Tree Spirit. Destroyed a Big Tree Spirit root. Essence tree sap spurts out. Awoke 3-star terror creature, Mist Draconic Horse. Trigger Mist Draconic Horse and Big Tree Spirits battle. Completely escaped battle. It took a while for Xiaobi to finish looking at the long battle log. After looking at it, he felt that he was truly very lucky. After that 1,000-eyed devil, he actually encountered another 3-star terror creature, and not just one of them, but 2. The lucky thing though, was that he had escaped and survived. Whether it was the 1,000-eyed devil, Mist Draconic Horse, or the Big Tree Spirit, they were not creatures that could be compared to a 1-star like Xiaobi. Big Tree Spirit root. After thinking for a bit, Xiaobi opened his backpack, causing a thick fragrance to come out. stirring his glands to salivate. This smell was familiar yet strange. It made him think about things similar to the thunderworm electric ball. After taking out a few roots, the thick scent's assault intensified, urging him. Should I eat it? Xiaobi tried to resist the impulse floating in his mind. Who was willing to eat a tree root out of boredom? Items on hand: Big Tree Spirit Root, Big Tree Spirit Root, 3-star Terror Creature. Big Tree Spirit's root contains strong vitality. Its sap can cure medium wounds. Every drop will increase all sub-attributes by 0.01 points. What good stuff. After taking a look, he became a bit excited. He had a total of 19 sub-attributes. If all his attributes increased by 0.01 points, it was the same as placing 19 points into his attributes. His previous hesitance to eating it had quickly disappeared. He took out one of the roots and squeezed it, squeezing out the sap into his mouth. With every drop of tree sap, a warm feeling began to flow into his body. His entire body was being cleansed by this warm flow. With every drop, Xiaobi was able to sense the changes in his body. Xiaobi had only picked up 7 roots. Even if he desperately squeezed them, only 20 drops came out. I must extract all it's worth. There should still be a bit more tree sap in this root. From his point of view, having a juicer right now would be a great thing. However, this was only an unrealistic delusion. Xiaobi tried to search the apartment street, but he did not find anything that could help him. In this ruined-grey world, finding something useful was incredibly hard. Things that could be normally work were all broken. After hesitating, Xiaobi used his knife to cut a small tree root, stuffed it in his mouth, and chewed on it. The tree sap did not taste bad, but the tree root itself tasted bad, as if he was eating a type of sour grass. When he finished eating one of the roots, he let out a long sigh as if eating it was really too hard. If he did not want the remaining sap inside, he would not even eat something like this even if he was killed. This vile texture in his mouth, though, had actually brought him benefits. After eating the root, he was given points equivalent to 11 drops. Altogether, there were a total of 31 drops. This meant that his attributes had each increased by 0.31 points. From the start until now, this was the first time he felt frightened by the growth speed. 19 kinds of sub-attributes had each grown 0.31 points each. This was the same as Xiaobi placing 589 evolution points into his status. Following the growth of his sub-attributes, he was able to understand the changes to his body. Although it was not supposed to be a sharp increase in strength or agility, the obvious misconception of being born anew had still risen from within him. Before he was able to attempt to feel on his body changes, tiredness surged into his mind. Xiaobi half-consciously calculated. He had already been in the dust world for 5 hours. In the next instant, he lied down on his bed and fell asleep. Fight as we're ordered, do as we're told. Train in your guns, bayonets, and hand grenades. Take aim and shoot. Xiaobi extended his hand and turned off his alarm. It's already 6 a.m. Xiaobi stood up and stretched his aching body. The pick-pack sound of his bones sounded one after the other. He checked his surroundings and knew that he was back to reality. Outside, the aluminium window showed a sheet of darkness being driven away by the light. It was just at the time when the night changes to day, slightly resembling the dust world's grayness. However, the scene outside the window was much better than anything he had ever seen in the dust world. Chapter 62, The Dust World and Legends. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Woke up, took a bath, and went to the toilet. After finishing all of these, Xiaobi opened his apartment door and walked out the corridor. At this time, everyone inside the building was still in dreamland. Xiaobi carefully opened the courtyard gate, unwilling to wake the residents up. However, on the streets, those stalls that got up early had already finished their setup. The thick fragrance of soy milk spread through the air. The sound of deep-fried breadstick being made could be heard. The smell of the steam from the meat buns, mantou and other breakfast foods weaved together in the air. All of this made Xiaobi's empty stomach growl.
as he salivated from the smell. "This kind of life is the best." Xiaobi sat in front of a stall. He ordered meat buns and mantou as he waited for the noodles to be cooked by the owner. A certain thought popped out in his head. After witnessing the fight between the Mist Draconic Horse and the Big Tree Spirit, Xiaobi had felt how minuscule he was in front of those strong monsters. The dust world was indeed a cruel place. Just a slight bit of inattentiveness could get him killed. The psychological strain that this matter had created on his mind was not small. As a result, even just seeing the common and familiar everyday surrounding in the moment was enough to give his mind an indescribable feeling. It was like staying in the dry desert for half a year, and finally entering a hot spring. After eating, he headed towards the dojo. At this time, his master, senior apprentice brothers, and senior apprentice sister were training. Xiaobi felt his mood lift up. He greeted everyone and joined them. He searched for a vacant wooden pillar and began training. After morning training, everyone went to the kitchen to eat breakfast. Only Xiaobi returned to his room and turned on his computer. While the computer was booting up, Xiaobi boiled himself a cup of green tea. He loved green tea, coffee, red tea, and whatnot just did not suit his tastes. For him, being able to drink green tea after morning training was supreme bliss. Because of this, Xiaobi was really similar to a 60-70-year-old man. Naturally, because his funds were low, it was impossible for him to buy good tea leaves. He only bought the locally produced tea. However, in his eyes, this locally produced tea might not necessarily any worse than those well-known, high-grade tea leaves. Perhaps the only reason they were said to be better was only because of their fame and history. Xiaobi blew on the boiling hot tea and lightly took a sip. He moved the mouse and opened the internet. He tried searching for Shangfu. Soon after, rows of information about the Shangfu popped up. There was a lot of information. After looking at it, Xiaobi more or less understood what kind of monster this was. This was a monster that appeared in the classic of Mountain and Sea. Shangfu, bird, 3 heads, 6 eyes, 6 legs, 3 wings. Eating it would prevent nightmares. This was the word-for-word information on the web page. If spoken in verbal language, it meant that a Shangfu was a type of bird. Its appearance looked like a chicken, but it had grown 3 heads, 6 eyes, 6 legs, and 3 wings. If its meat was eaten, energy would flow inside the body and prevent nightmares from appearing. Whether it was the shape or the meat's effects, Xiaobi felt that the Shangfu in the dust world was the same as the Shangfu in the classic of Mountain and Sea. However, a question appeared in his mind. Why did the Shangfu in the classes of Mountain and Sea appear inside the dust world? What was the true identity of the dust world? Xiaobi rubbed his chin and drank the tea as his eyes lost focus. After quite a while, he finally came back to his senses. He shook his head and threw away the questions in his mind. Although Xiaobi's intelligence had risen to 7.31 points, it was still impossible for him to find the answers he wanted from these clues. Should I actually put more evolution points into my intelligence? Xiaobi bitterly smiled and shook his head. The question on where he should place his evolution points was a very difficult question. If he had enough evolution points, he would surely have already increased all of his attributes. However, this was only a delusion. From his current standpoint, he thought that he should not yet place any points into intelligence. At the very least he should not do so until his muscle reached 20 points. In a mysterious place like the dust world, placing his evolution points solely on status would probably get him killed by some monster before even being able to put it to good use. After thinking for a bit, he searched for the other monsters like the Green Dwarf, Thousand-Eyed Devil, Mist Draconic Horse, Big Tree Spirit, and other monsters that he had met. What made Xiaobi puzzled was that other than the Tree Spirit and the Fishman, which he could find in novels, games and manga, he could not find any of the other monsters. As for the Mist Draconic Horse, it only showed hits for Draconic Horse. As for what kind of creature the Draconic Horse was, it did not need to be explained further. It was basically in its name, a monster descended from a horse and a dragon. In the 5 assorted offerings, it was said that dragons were born obscene. When they procreated with a swine, an elephant was born. When they did it with a horse, a draconic horse was born. From a modern scientific standpoint,
Many points in the 5 assorted offerings were extremely ridiculous. Swines were how they used to call pigs. The ones pointed in the book were wild boars. If a dragon mated with a wild boar, an elephant would be born. Now, anyone who had elementary level education would know that an elephant was its own species. It was not born from a dragon mating with a wild boar. This was the misunderstanding born from ancient people who did not understand elephants. As a result, it could be concluded that a dragon mating with a horse to create a draconic horse might not even be real. Xiaobi bitterly smiled and shook his head. He had already seen the missed draconic horse. It looked like the fluid remains of a draconic horse. It was easy to understand how terrifying and strong a draconic horse was. Without a doubt, at least in the dust world, a draconic horse was something that really existed. After thinking for a bit, his mind was in confusion. In truth, everything he had seen in the dust world could topple a normal person's common sense. He did not think about it anymore. He withdrew his thoughts, sipped on tea, and continued searching. What he searched for this time was the classic of mountain and sea, ancient legends, myths from the West, and others. Xiaobi had a faint feeling that the monsters inside the dust world had a relationship with these legends and myths. As a result, finding out about these monsters that might appear in the dust world was not a bad thing. After aimlessly searching for a while, he heard his senior apprentice sister's voice outside. "Junior apprentice brother, quickly come out. We are about to open." Another important point to be mentioned was that Xiaobi's current job post inside the dojo was an instructor. Previously, Cheng Baiwu gasped in surprise at Xiaobi's training. He believed that Xiaobi was a 1 in 10,000 genius. Based on the amount of time Xiaobi trained and the level of his martial arts, the title of genius would naturally be placed over his head. Chapter 63, Cheng Clan Dojo. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Naturally, Xiaobi knew that he was only relying on the benefits from the status panel, so he did not act arrogantly. He treated his master, senior apprentice brothers, and senior apprentice sister with respect. As a result, their impression of Xiaobi was good. This was why Cheng Baiwu gave him the job of instructor. This position in the dojo was not to be looked down upon. In the entire dojo, his master, big apprentice brother, and second apprentice brothers were the only ones with this position. His third apprentice brother was only an assistant instructor, while his little senior apprentice sister was nothing but a cook. Although the Cheng Clan dojo was not big, since they were being paid by parents, then they should teach diligently, and not misguide them. Because of this, his little senior apprentice sister, whose martial talent was not that great, could never become an instructor. The most she could do was help check the students' attendance, watch over the gate after class to prevent the younger kids from leaving and wait for their parents to pick them up. His third senior apprentice brother's situation was a little different. Although he had been training for 11 years and was good enough to be an instructor, he does not speak as much and his appearance was not that good. If he were to teach the children, probably half of them would cry out of fright. As a result, his third senior apprentice was mostly a driver. He could not even check the attendance. In the past, opening the dojo doors was Cheng Si Si's job. Now that she has a junior apprentice brother, she would not let go of her authority. She planned to turn Xiaobi into her successor. When they opened the door, Xiaobi smiled at the 3 early junior high students, Wang Bocheng, Zhang Yilong, Huang Kun. "Why are you here so early? Have you eaten breakfast yet?" The 3 junior high students had different heights. Wang Bocheng was not too short as he had grown to around 170 centimeters. As he stood in front of Xiaobi felt a bit complex as he saw the student's white complexion which made him look like an electric pole. Zhang Yilong was a bit shorter than Wang Bocheng. He was from the Zhuang ethnic tribe, and one of the best students in the dojo. Unfortunately, his father was the owner of the store next door, so he had not yet allowed his son to walk the martial path. Even coming here to learn over the summer took Zhang Yilong begging a few times before he was permitted. As a result, Cheng Baiwu's plan to make him into a personal disciple had already failed. Huang Kun was different from the previous 2. His height was only 150 centimeters, but his weight surpassed 75 kilograms. He could already be considered as a fat person. The reason he came to the dojo was due to his interest and his desire to lose weight. However, from his current appearance, he did not lose weight. On the contrary, due to his hard work in training, he ate the most at home and become even fatter. Naturally, even if training did not decrease his weight, small muscles had already appeared on his body. It could be sort of counted as a gains. These three were always the earliest students in the dojo. They were also the most active and had the most questions about martial arts. As a result, Xiaobi had already become familiar with them. Good morning, instructor. The three of them were very respectful. Seeing Xiaobi, they immediately followed the rules and bowed as they greeted him. Xiaobi also calmly greeted them. In truth, most dojos did not have a strict regulation on these formalities. However, Cheng Baiwu had a different view. He believed that the reason why Taekwondo became famous around the world was because of its ceremonies, whether it was students and instructors meeting each other or exchanging blows with their opponents. The two sides would always bow respectfully. This intangible ceremony had elevated Taekwondo's quality. As for whether or not Taekwondo was cool or not, it was not part of the topic. Cheng Baiwu had no way to change other dojos, but he could implement it in his dojo. As a result, this was their everyday scene. After the three students entered, Xiaobi watched one side of the door while holding the attendance notebook. For every student that entered, Xiaobi would put a check mark beside their name, indicating that the student had reached the dojo. After the last student entered, he would close the doors, return back to the practice ground, and wait for Cheng Si Si to double-check the attendance. The instructors would then be separated based on the student's level of strength, and then bring them to the respective places to train. They practiced from morning to night, until 5:48 p.m., when the last student leaves, and Xiaobi closes the gates and slowly return inside. Cheng Clan Dojo was not big, but the amount of students it had was not small. Other than the fact that the tuition was not expensive, it was the rumor that the local hoodlums could not touch the Cheng Clan Dojo, which had allowed it to become famous. As a result, a lot of the neighbors would send their children to the dojo to learn. Naturally, the parents' thoughts were simple. They did not believe that their children would become martial experts. As long as nothing bad happened to their children, then everything was fine. In other words, they had turned the Cheng Clan Dojo into a nursery. If there was a guarantee on their children's safety and they could also learn a few things, then it was a good return. No matter what was said, the increase in students had made everyone in the dojo tired. Their dinner for that night was red braised pork, which made Xiaobi happy. After eating dinner, he took a walk around practice grounds to digest the food, and also took this chance to check his status panel. Name, Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 12.61. Muscle, 14.85. Sturdiness, 10.37. Agility, 10.11. Hand-eye coordination, 9.36. Flexibility, 11.36. Reflex, 11.36. Balance, 8.36. Vitality, 16.26. Health, 20.31. Elementary Regeneration, Endurance, 12.21. Intelligence, 7.31. Learning, 6.31. Reasoning, 8.31. Awareness, 9.56. Willpower, 12.31. Judgment, 8.31. Perception, 7.31. Intuition, 10.31. Charm, 7.75. Courage, 10.31. Persuasiveness, 7.31. Character, 7.91. Leadership, 5.31. Appearance, 7.91. Skills, shooting, intermediate. Military boxing, intermediate. Electrical work, beginner. Bajiquan, master. Fishing, beginner. 3 Emperor Cannon fist, beginner. Special skill, release electricity. Maximum strength 37 volts. maximum current 10 mA. This skill formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 251. Items on hand, none. Chapter 64, Muscle Strain. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Battle log, encounter with 1-star normal creature, Green Dwarf. Green Dwarfs ambushed and attack. Killed 31 Green Dwarfs. Awoke 2-star terror creature, Tree Spirit. Awoke 3-star terror creature, Big Tree Spirit. Attacked by Big Tree Spirit. Destroyed a Big Tree Spirit root. Essence Tree Sap spurted out. Awoke 3-star terror creature, Missed Draconic Horse. Trigger Missed Draconic Horse and Big Tree Spirits battle. Completely escaped battle. From his status panel, it could be seen that most of his attributes other than intelligence and charm had already surpassed an average person. This time, he did not even think about anything at all and placed all of his evolution points on muscle. The evolution points quickly disappeared and the numbers in his muscle attribute changed. 251 evolution points quickly disappeared, leaving behind just the 17.36 points in his muscle attribute. So much power. Xiaobi felt his body fill with power. Suddenly, a desire to vent out his feelings arose. While he was thinking this, Xiaobi had also timely passed by a wooden pillar. Xiaobi did not suppress his urges and quickly moved in front of it, fixing his stance. His fists brought forth strong winds and he smashed toward the pillar, with a loud splitting sound. The wooden pillar broke, sending the upper half flying. However, with this much power used, his desire to vent had only been reduced by a fraction. Bang! The sound of Xiaobi using his knee to smash the middle portion of the wooden pillar was so loud, it could be heard from the next room. With this move, the inner part of the pillar began letting out cracking sounds. In the end, it had split in half, exposing the steel pipe within. Exhale. It was still not enough. Xiaobi felt that the wooden pillar was not enough to rejuvenate him. His eyes looked at the big tree beside the dojo wall. These big trees were used in the dojo to train Iron Mountain Lean. He thought that, if anything, they should be able to handle his strength. Xiaobi walked in big strides, stirring up the air around him. He was like an angry buffalo. He positioned his left shoulder forward and concentrated his strength on it. With a loud bang, he knocked on the tree trunk. Immediately, the big tree violently shook. The speed of its shaking was quite fierce. A huge amount of leaves had even fallen down. An indent had appeared in the place he had knocked on. The tree bark just below had even been torn off. Xiaobi finally felt his desire to vent disappear. Even if he was wearing a weighted vest, it was not enough to hinder his explosive strength. Normally, the weighted vest was able to affect Xiaobi by a lot. However, after his muscle attribute increased, the weighted vest was nothing when he used all of his strength. At this time, the sounds from the practice grounds had shocked his master and fellow disciples. They had come out to take a look and saw the broken pillar and the big tree. Cheng Baiwu's eyes became even more passionate as he looked at Xiaobi. It's a martial arts genius. Previously, Cheng Baiwu did not think that Xiaobi's body was strong. He was even worried that his body might not be able to handle Bajiquan, since Bajiquan also relied on body strength. But now, he was not worried anymore. Most people would assume that Goshu did not need power. In reality, any killing martial art needed to be supported by power. It was not only boxing that needed power. This was especially true in Bajiquan, where there were a lot of moves that needed strong ferocity. For example, when using Iron Mountain Lean, a person without power would only be a laughing stock. In other words, those people who were naturally strong would gain a huge advantage when training in Goshu like Bajiquan. Cheng Baiwu was very moved. He believed that accepting Xiaobi as his personal disciple was the most fortunate thing in his life. Although Xiaobi's strength was still a bit far from his, he had already surpassed his second apprentice brother. Cheng Baiwu's eyes did not fool him. Xiaobi's master level Bajiquan had allowed him to be on the same level as Zhang Zilong. However, his 17.36 points in muscle had allowed him to completely surpass Zhang Zilong. As for fighting against his big senior apprentice brother Liu Jiansheng, Xiaobi might even be able to put up a fight. However, Cheng Baiwu's excitement did not last long. He had been startled by Wai Xiaobi's pained groaning. Wai Xiaobi himself was not willing to let out a pained sound in front of his master and fellow disciples. However, while venting out his excitement, he had accidentally strained his muscles. He sat down on the ground in his carelessness, and tried to move his injury, letting out a whelp of pain. Junior apprentice brother, what's wrong? Cheng Si Si would normally quarrel with Wai Xiaobi, but the one who was most worried when something happened to him was her. Cheng Baiwu observed a little more closely and assumed that Wai Xiaobi had strained his muscles. When he thought about it, there was no way he was wrong. With such a fierce explosive power, let alone the big tree, even the steel pipe inside the wooden pillar had almost broke. It was easy to imagine how much power Wai Xiaobi had used. Using power like that wasn't right, as it would naturally lead to a muscle strain. From a martial artist's point of view though, this was a common thing. If a person was not injured a few times while training, they would feel embarrassed to fight with people when going out. After judging that Wai Xiaobi had strained his muscles, Cheng Baiwu did not let him go to the hospital. He let Zhang Zilong and Liu Jiancheng carry him back inside and then brought out a medicinal liquid. He rubbed the medicine all over Wai Xiaobi's body. Only when Wai Xiaobi's body let out a red glow, looking like a cooked shrimp, did he stop. After his master applied the medicine, the two senior apprentice brothers carried him to his room to let him rest. After all, Wai Xiaobi's muscle strain was not that severe, so the two senior apprentice brothers also did not stay for long. Wai Xiaobi rejoiced when the two senior apprentice brothers did not decide to stay and look after him. His strong recovery abilities and his master's medicine had alleviated most of the pain, so at most 2 hours were enough for him to completely recover. If this scene had been seen by his two apprentice brothers, he did not know how to explain it to them. After his two senior apprentice brothers left, only Wai Xiaobi remained inside the room. Lying on the bed without sleeping, he thought about why his muscles had strained. Wai Xiaobi knew that it was actually not because he had misused his strength. His explosive display of power had not yet even hit the upper limit of his strength. However, why did his muscles strain? From his point of view, he needed to rely on his 7 points of intelligence for the answer. Chapter 65, Body Sturdiness. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, he did not have to think for much longer. He unconsciously looked at his status panel and paid attention to his sturdiness. The description of a body's sturdiness was much more detailed than he had thought, so Wai Xiaobi had to just briefly looked over it, and in the end, only had a rough understanding of it. In plain words, sturdiness was the question of body size. For example, a muscular person whose weight reached 100 kilograms would have very high sturdiness. He finally understood why, with his 17.63 muscles, he wasn't sturdy enough. Sturdiness encompassed the body's bones, muscles, ligaments, and others. Moreover, if he did not have enough sturdiness, even if he had a high vitality, it would not be able to prevent his muscles from straining. Even a fracture could possibly happen. Without a doubt, the attributes must be in balance as they were all related to each other. Other than sturdiness, he noticed that with his muscles at 17.36 points, his control over his own power had problems too. If his control wasn't as bad, then his muscles wouldn't strain as bad. Wai Xiaobi extended his hand and took down a sewing kit from the top of the bedside cabinet. Under the bright light, he began to insert a thread into a needle. After trying for more than 10 times, he let out a sigh. His control over his own power had indeed showed problems. Even the thread that he was able to easily insert before, took him more than 10 tries to get it in. After understanding this, Wai Xiaobi was slightly regretful. If he had known that this would happen, he would have placed a bit more of his evolution points into his agility. However, this kind of regret could only be solved by obtaining more evolution points. His evolution points had never been high enough after all, so he could only throw the regret to the back of his mind. In future battles and training, he could only just try to control his strength. His training in strength control could perhaps allow him to raise his agility. After calculating this, he tiredly lied back down on the bed and slowly fell asleep. Summer had already passed. Autumn quietly descended. However, The greenhouse effect caused by smoke had made autumn not that cold at all. Junior apprentice brother, hurry up. You are the slowest one. In the early morning, not yet 7 a.m., Cheng Si Si's loud voice sounded inside the dojo. Wai Xiaobi and the others couldn't help look at each other as they quickened their eating speed. Si, there's no need to rush. There is nothing to be worried about being a little late, right? Cheng Baiwu felt that her daughter was too rushed, so he spoke up for the rest of his disciples. Cheng Si Si did not retort back to his father's words. She stretched out her hand, grabbed a steamed bun, and took a bite. Her expression looking as if she wanted to bite her fellow disciples for being so slow. This made her fellow disciples have goosebumps. Today was the 12th of September. It was the day Qihu University began its new semester. As a new student, Cheng Si Si was obviously excited, so her attitude was understandable. They quickly ate their breakfast and left the dojo. Yao Wu had already parked the van in front of the alley. As today was the little senior apprentice sister's first day in college, Cheng Baiwu's dojo would all naturally go. Each person was tasked with different things to carry inside. After placing the bags, blankets, and other things inside the van, Cheng Baiwu sat in the front seat. Cheng Si Si sat in the first row alone, while the three other fellow disciples sat in the second row. Qihu University was at the northern district of Qihu City. The van needed to cross the entire city before reaching there. After about an hour, the van finally stopped at the side of the road. Everyone went down and saw, in front of them, a tall oriental memorial arch which acted as the school gate. The school gate had a rhyming couplet written on it. The left side said the sound of wind, rain, is the sound of studying. The right said the matters of family, of a country, are all matters under heaven. There were also 3 gold-plated words written on top of the arch, Qihu University. At this time, private cars, public cars were all stopping in front of the school gate as countless students gathered and entered the campus. Their own worn-down van was unremarkable in front of the other cars. There are so many good cars out here. Yao Wu looked at the magnificent cars as his eyes sparkled. From a driver's point of view, being able to drive a good car was undoubtedly one of the best things in their life. Hearing Yao Wu's words, Cheng Si Si smilingly said, "Enough. Third senior apprentice brother. You can keep grieving. Grieve until all your teeth fall out later." She grabbed a small bag and ran towards the gates. The others looked at each other and smiled as they followed behind her. In truth, Wai Xiaobi knew that his senior apprentice brothers were not ordinary people. If they were truly ordinary people, they would not have stayed in the Cheng Clan dojo. They would have already left to earn money after training for so many years. A bit beyond the gates was a plaza where they were receiving the new students. Countless new students congregated, searching for their enlisted courses. The receiving students' eyes shone brightly when Cheng Si Si, as a new student, appeared in front of him. Compared to normal beauties, Cheng Si Si possessed an aura of bravery which she had acquired from training. For the men who were used to seeing elegant and fragile women, her appearance had definitely shocked them. As a result, some of the seniors become restless. However, most of them quickly dispelled their thoughts. This was because when she entered, 5 men appeared behind her like bodyguards, protecting her. Among these 5 men, Wai Xiaobi looked the least remarkable as his body size was not that big. Yao Wu on the other hand was thinner and spoke less, so his presence had not been felt at all. When Cheng Baiwu saw the men's gazes, and thought about how her daughter would come home less and leave more often, he was rather unhappy. His aggressive appearance with his sturdy physique was truly frightening. Their big senior apprentice brother, on the other hand, looked even more sturdier than Cheng Baiwu. Their second apprentice brother, Zhang Zilong, was also quite close. The most important point was that all 4 of them were currently wearing the special Cheng Clan Dojo's training uniform. At a single glance, they looked like tigers that had just come down from the mountains, looking completely unapproachable. The distracted seniors finally came back to their senses when a soft fragrance blew past them as Cheng Si Si walked in front of the Chinese department's reception area. "Little sister, are you an incoming freshman?" "That's right. This is my admission notice." Cheng Si Si took out her admission notice. "Little sister Cheng. The cashier is at 30. This is your entrance notice. This is your bedroom number." A few of the seniors took note of her name,
but did not say anything more than the required information. Chapter 66. The Dust World's Qihu University. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Without trying, they only needed to look at the 5 men behind Cheng Si Si and know that she was not someone easy to provoke. With thick legs, muscular upper bodies, and face full of killing intent, they knew that they were stronger with their fists than with their brains. Who would dare poke the tiger? Naturally, they also thought more about the future. These seniors did not believe that these men would follow her everywhere. No matter what was said, Cheng Si Si had already paid for her tuition and finished the enrollment process. She was now a student of Qihu University. After sending Cheng Si Si to her dormitory and helping her clean the room, Cheng Baiwu and the others left the university. It would be bad if they didn't leave. Cheng Si Si initially wanted to go to school alone. She never thought that everyone would follow her. If she did not consider needing the help, she would have already sent them away. After all, the students' amazed gazes, more or less, made Cheng Si Si embarrassed. Junior apprentice sister, if anybody dares bully you, just tell your senior apprentice brothers. This was said by her big senior apprentice brother, Liu Jiancheng's words. Junior apprentice sister, if you do not have enough money, remember to call me. This was second apprentice brother's words. Junior sister, when weekend comes, I will come fetch you. This was third senior apprentice brother's words. Little senior apprentice sister, study well and stay positive every day. This was Wai Xiaobi's words. He did not believe that the students of Qihu University could bully her. Just inside the dojo, Wai Xiaobi's appearance after being bullied by Cheng Si Si from time to time was enough proof. If it was martial arts, Cheng Si Si was naturally inferior to Wai Xiaobi, but the amount of martial arts experts in Qihu University was questionable. After saying his departing words, Cheng Si Si glared at him. Wai Xiaobi knew the meaning behind the glare. Wait until the weekend, see how I will deal with you. Their master, Cheng Baiwu, did not speak. Only until they walked back to the van did he let out a sigh. Following Cheng Si Si's enrollment, Cheng Baiwu quickly appeared different from his usual self. For example, the kitchen was a mess. In the entire dojo, from master to disciple, no one could master the kitchen. Wai Xiaobi was slightly better. However, his skills were only limited to surviving in the wilderness, so his only skill was cooking barbecue. They could not always eat barbecue in the dojo. As a result, after eating plain water noodles for 2 days, they finally gave up and bought ingredients from the store. Their desire was pure, but the result was tragic. Seeing the black pork meat inside the pot, they looked at each other. In the end, Cheng Baiwu sighed, Yao Wu, go hire a cook tomorrow. The next day, Yao Wu went out to hire a cook, while Wai Xiaobi returned back to his apartment. Following the beginning of classes, the Cheng clan dojo became more peaceful. For the current time, the students would only come during the weekends. The rest of their time would be taken up by their school for their studies and tests. Just like that, the work inside the dojo had been cut down by a lot. Wai Xiaobi also gained a lot of free time. He felt a sense of urgency as he thought about the dust world's existence. As a result, when he finally had the time, he chose to once again enter the dust world, striving to kill more monsters and gain more evolution points. After opening his eyes, the scene in front of him was the familiar ruins. However, it somehow looked even more destroyed than before. Wai Xiaobi grabbed on the glass that had acquired a nick in it. He looked at it and sighed. In regards to the changes in the dust world, he did not know whether it was good or bad. After thinking about it and not reaching a conclusion, he had no choice but to put it to the back of his mind. He grabbed the jerky underneath his bed and placed a portion of it in his backpack. Then he left the room while carrying the backpack and the pitchfork. Just like the interior of the house, 2 more of fluorescent lights above the corridor had broken, and the wallpaper seemed even more crumpled up more. When he came to the street, the collapsed courtyard wall gave him a sense of oppression. He squinted his eyes while standing at the center of the street. He decided not to go back to Lake Kui for now. As for the food streets side, he did not know if the fight between the mist draconic horse and the big tree spirit was over. Should I go take a look? Wai Xiaobi pondered and made a decision. Going to take a look was fine. If there was anything strange, he would quickly run away. In truth,
He knew that he had more than one choice. If he just went over a few courtyard walls, he could choose a totally different direction. However, this decision was only caused by his own greed. The big tree spirit's sap had been constantly on his mind. After arriving at the food street, the skeletons of the Shangfu had already disappeared. This had immediately raised his guard. Moreover, the mist at the end of the street had disappeared. Xiaobi was able to look ahead. Tracks of those green dwarfs had also disappeared. The place that was originally a forest was left with holes of various sizes from where the roots had come out. Xiaobi was relieved and disappointed that those tree spirits did not return. What is that? Xiaobi swept his eyes over and could faintly see something that was blocked by the ruins left by the tree spirits. So he slowly walked there. He advanced while maintaining a normal pace while being vigilant of the surroundings. This was his best safety measure. However, Xiaobi was too cautious. Nothing had happened as he reached the ruins. What the fuck? When Xiaobi saw the building about 50 meters away from the ruins, he couldn't help cursing inside. What is actually going on? A tall memorial arch stood there. The gold-plated words on top of it were clear: Qihu University. The rhyming couplet on its two sides had already disappeared. That's right. This is Qihu University's entrance. Although the entrance was in ruins, Xiaobi had just seen the entrance yesterday, so his impression of it was quite deep and he would never forget it. Moreover, there was a ruined pavement behind the gate. The withered plants on the side of the pavement continued onwards till the school building, plaza, and other places. Every single one of them told him that this was Qihu University. Isn't Qihu University at the northern district of Qihu City? Why did it appear here? Although Xiaobi knew that things inside the dust world were not to be compared with reality, the appearance of Qihu University 400 meters away from his apartment had made him feel that there was something very wrong with space and time. After a while, he patted his head. In the dust world, everything is possible, let alone Qihu University's appearance. Even if Yangtze River or Yellow River appeared, he was now prepared that it would not surprise him. Chapter 67, My God. There is actually such a thing like this. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, Xiaobi had a faint inkling that it might have something to do with him going with Cheng Si Si to enroll in Qihu University. But with his 7 points of intelligence, this was too complex for him to think about, so he did not think about the ifs anymore. Paki. As he was slightly hesitating whether or not to go inside, he heard strange stepping noises. It was like a group of people walking with slippers, or probably with leather boots walking through the mud. Should I go in and look? This place seems to have nothing that I have to be vigilant about. Xiaobi was silent for a while, but his footsteps did not stop. He passed through the ruined gate, moved along the shattered pavement, passed through the plaza, followed through a fork on the side of the first educational building, and arrived at a Gothic-style building. Only then did he slow down. At that time, the sound of the footsteps became louder as he got closer. At the same time, he faintly smelled something stinky. He carefully stopped his breath and took a peek. His eyes shrunk and his back filled with cold sweat. Behind the Gothic-style building, there was a grass field. On the withered grass field, there were hundreds of humanoid objects walking slowly. There was one way to describe these humanoid objects. Zombies. They all had ash-gray skins, visible veins, lifeless eye, tattered clothes, and moved very slowly. Because of the slow movement, it was enough to identify them. The impact this had on Xiaobi's was not small. Although he knew that the dust world was very mysterious and that any kind of monster could appear, especially when zombies were monsters that often appeared in games, novel, and movies. However, seeing people who were once human appear before him made him slightly numb. Luckily his willpower was 12.31 points, so he was able to quickly harden his heart and, in reality, the movements of the zombies were very strange. Some of them even had broken arms and legs. Some had a hole in the middle of their bodies with their innards coming out. However, their zombies did not move out of a 1,300 square meter box. There were about 100 of them, both male and female. A portion of them had decayed greatly. Their eyes were falling out and maggots resided in their bodies, making anyone who saw them want to puke. However, The other portion of the zombies still had their bodies intact and appeared to be around quite young. A few of the zombies even had textbooks in their hands. Waixiaobi felt dizzy. He couldn't help cursing the dust world. Could this place be a fantasy world? There were even zombies appearing. When Waixiaobi prepared to probe out the zombies' strength, he could hear a female shriek from afar. There was a path across the grass field. A long-haired girl wearing a yellow long skirt sat weakly on the ground from fright. A few textbooks that she had been holding were dropped on the ground. Following her shriek, the slowly moving zombies on the grass field all turned around and looked at her, facing her direction. Without a doubt, the zombies had noticed her existence from her shriek. A girl's courage would normally be quite low. Moreover, with 100 frightening zombie stares, she immediately lost her reasoning, picked up a textbook, and threw it towards the grass field. This was the only way she could release a bit of her fear. The textbook flew mid-air, and finally landed a few meters in front. The zombies turned around and moved. Their slow movements became faster. However, their speeds did not exceed a normal person's walking speed. However, if a normal person saw hundreds of terrifying zombies walk towards them, they would not be able to move at all. Help. Her continuous shrieks made Waixiaobi, who was hiding behind the small building, frown. Seeing the girl, who still did not escape as the zombies approached her, made Waixiaobi hesitate a little. This was not the first time he entered the dust world. Although the dust world was a mysterious and dangerous place, it was still a huge treasure trove. A treasure trove where he could obtain a treasure called evolution points. Seeing other people enter the dust world made him feel somewhat unpleasant. He was not willing to share this treasure with others. It was easy to imagine that if the other person had a status panel as well, he would have another strong rival. They could even become a threat, both in reality and in the dust world. Waixiaobi did not regard himself as a saint, or even a good person. His personality was only a little kinder and gentler than others. However, if he encountered something that contradicted his benefit, he would not be so soft-hearted. His soft-heartedness was only for his family and close friends. Moreover, the girl in question was a stranger. Even if she was a beauty with snow-white skin, she was not his little senior apprentice sister, Cheng Si Si. Weak people were unable to live inside the dust world. After contemplating for a moment, his eyes landed on the girl. He decided that if she could stand back up and run away from the zombies in front of her, then he might consider lending a helping hand. If the opposite happened, then he could not be blamed for his cold-heartedness. After all, if she did not have any thoughts of saving herself, then even if she was saved this time, she might die the next time she entered the dust world. Looking at it from different angle, Waixiaobi was just unwilling to have another rival. The zombies approached the girl, moving closer and closer, while the girl's face became paler and paler. In the end, when the leading zombie was around 10 meters from her, she finally moved. Perhaps her fear had already gone past the limit that she stopped being afraid, or, perhaps, her courage welled up from desperation. The girl struggled to get up from the floor. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. The zombie swayed as it continued to approach. After reaching 5 meters away, it could be viewed as within reach. The zombies that had been attracted by the girl's scream extended their dirty, ash-gray hands to catch the girl. Die, die. The girl finally stood up from the ground, attacking the zombie with the textbook in her hand. Chapter 68, Damn. Even these monstrous things appeared. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Naturally, if this continued on, then the girl was without a doubt going to die. The zombies were currently surrounding the girl in a half-circle, were about to completely encircle her if she did not start running away. Since she is willing to struggle, then I should make my move. Waixiaobi thought and immediately leapt out from behind the building. Circle around from the side. Waixiaobi's shout had immediately attracted the zombies' attention. They extended their hands and grabbed the air a few times. Since they could not grab the girl, they decided to slowly turn around towards Waixiaobi. The girl seemed to be too frightened. When she saw the zombies turn around, she unhesitantly took a few steps back, turned around, and ran. as if she did not hear Xiaobi at all. Most probably, the girl's current speed was the fastest speed she had ever ran in her lifetime. In just a few seconds, the girl had charged towards the end of the pavement, turned around the corner, and disappeared within the dormitory. Xiaobi's thoughts slightly darkened. He did not know whether the girl ran away due to fear of zombies, or was treating him as zombie bait. However, he did not have the energy to pay attention to this anymore. Kill! Xiaobi lightly shouted. He strengthened his arms and attacked using the pitchfork with lightning speed. In an instant, a male zombie had been pierced through. He kicked the zombie with his left leg while strongly pulling out the pitchfork, causing a kind of black liquid to flow out. The zombie staggered a bit before crumpling on the ground. Upon seeing this, Xiaobi immediately relaxed. He felt that the zombies were too weak. They had only half the strength of a normal human. In the following fight, Xiaobi kept using his hand and pitchfork to pierce through the zombies while slightly taking steps backwards to prevent the zombies from surrounding him. The zombies fell at his hands one by one. The zombies were without a doubt a treasure trove of evolution points. Eliminating 100 zombies would only take him 5-6 minutes. The only question left was if his stamina could hold on. Something feels wrong. He unconsciously swept his status panel a glance, looking at how much evolution points he gained from killing zombies. However, his evolution points still remained at 1 point. This meant that killing the zombies would not give him a single point. Could it be due to increasing my strength, that these weak monsters won't give me evolution points anymore? Xiaobi frowned. He couldn't help think about a game that he had played. In that game, if the hero exceeded the monster's level by 1, the monster would not give experience, money, nor treasure anymore. Could it be the same in the Dust World? However, he quickly understood the problem. The zombies that he had previously pierced through had slowly climbed back up, rejoining the zombies that were circling him. Luckily, thanks to modern movies and the internet, Xiaobi quickly understood why these zombies stood back up again. These zombies did not come back from the dead. It was only because he did not hit their weak points. Thinking about this, he clenched the pitchfork in his hands. With a fierce thrust, he pierced through the zombie's eye socket. However, this might not have been able to kill the zombies. As a result, he twisted his hands to mix up the inside of the eye socket. The currently struggling zombie finally stopped moving. Its entire body limply fell on the ground. After pulling out, he beat back the incoming zombies and retreated a bit. Then he looked at his status panel. Success. It was really like that. At this time, the one evolution point in his status panel had become 9. Killing a zombie gave him 8 evolution points. It was not that different from killing the Green Dwarfs. The zombies' strength was even weaker than the Green Dwarfs. However, their only weakness was their brain. By subtracting the pros and the cons, they were on the same level. Xiaobi couldn't help become happy, and the pitchfork in his hands hastened. The pressure in his heart had greatly decreased after finding out the zombies' weakness. The pitchfork continuously pierced through the zombies' heads. Pierce, twist, pull out. One by one, their zombies fell to the pitchfork and Xiaobi's evolution points kept increasing. However, his stamina had its limits. Under the encirclement, he could not always accurately pierce through the zombies' brains. This had quickly drained his stamina. After all, his endurance was only a bit more outstanding than a normal person. It still hadn't exceeded a human's limit. After killing more than 50 zombies, he began to feel tired. He had probably thrusted his pitchfork more than 80 times. Moreover, while aiming at the zombies' weak point, he had to retreat bit by bit. Xiaobi had already retreated to the side of the Gothic-style building while panting for air. With his current stamina, the remaining 50 zombies would give him the same pressure as the previous 100. When he was thinking of a strategy to recover his stamina a bit before continuing, he heard a shriek from the distance. "Help me! Is that the girl that ran away?" Hearing the familiar voice, he swung his pitchfork to repel the encircling zombies. His eyes looked towards the direction of the voice. Without a doubt, it was the girl with the eye-grabbing yellow long skirt. Damn. However, when he saw the 2 zombies chasing behind her, he couldn't help but curse angrily. The two zombies were different from the zombies he was killing. Their entire body was without a single thread and their ash-grey skin seemed as if they were going to erupt. The exposed muscles on their bodies made them look like leopards as they crawled on the destroyed limbs. They also did not have a skull, so the brains were on clear display. These were definitely not normal zombies. They should be the Lickers from the Resident Evil series. Although Xiaobi had not yet watched the show, he had played the games before. The impressions that the Lickers left in him was deep. He was able to instantly recognize them. Without a choice, anyone who faced it and died countless times to them would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Why did such a monstrous thing appear here? Xiaobi knew that the Lickers could not see. They relied on their hearing to kill people. Walking, running, breathing, even the beat of the heart, could be heard by their ears. Chapter 69. Powerful Strength. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A Licker could not walk upright, but they relied on their forelimbs to climb onto walls and ceilings. With their strong leaps and fast movements, it would be hard for even machine guns to accurately hit them. The most frightening thing was their tongue. They could instantly shoot it out and pierce through people's body as fast and strong as a bullet. At the very least, it was like that in the game. If the two Lickers were the same as the game, let alone the yellow skirt girl, even he would be in danger. Even if Xiaobi was quite powerful, he did not dare face them head-on. He retreated 3 steps and charged towards the entrance of the Gothic-style building without any hesitation. The Lickers were so fast that even Xiaobi would not be able to escape them. At this time, the yellow-skirt long-haired girl saw Xiaobi and pancaked. Help! She was running quite fast, but her shout had made her speed decrease a little. The Lickers that were more than 10 meters behind her instantly closed into less than 3 meters behind her. Whoosh! A sharp sound came out as the two Lickers shot out their long, slender, tough tongues from their mouths. Plop, plop. The two tongues pierced through the girl's chest and neck. Her warm blood sprayed out, creating a mist of blood in the air. In the next moment, her body had been dragged back by the two tongues. Their mouths opened like a blooming chrysanthemum and bit down on the girl's soft body with their sharp teeth. Xiaobi saw the scene, but his footsteps did not stop. With a leap he entered the building. The Gothic-style building seemed to be a building where students conducted experiments. The reinforced glass of the building had already been shattered due to age, allowing Xiaobi to freely enter. He swept the entire building with a glance, and immediately moved towards the spiral stairs in the innermost part. The first floor was where the laboratories were located, and every room had a nameplate. While he was moving up to the second floor, Xiaobi concentrated on the status panel. Evolution points, 441. I killed 55 zombies. Xiaobi did not count the amount of zombies he had killed, but this was the answer he got after calculating it. He had previously seen the speed of the two Lickers and it had exceeded his. As for their strength, he was not that sure of it because he had not fought with them head-on. However, their bullet-like tongues would definitely inflict heavy injuries on him. Because of this, he decided to use up all of his evolution points. He needed to use them all up and cover for his weak points. At this moment, Xiaobi was feeling a slight regret. If only he could find a suitable great spear right now, dealing with those two Lickers would be easier. What if I go kill one of those tree spirits? They were quite huge, so I don't know how long they have lived for. But I could definitely use their trunks to produce lumber. His second regret was not having enough evolution points. Thinking this, he had reached the second floor. The second floor appeared to be storage rooms for materials. Xiaobi looked at the nameplates beside the doors and began to slow down while still going upwards. Speed. The biggest difference between him and the Lickers was speed. Should I place my evolution points in my agility? Xiaobi hesitated as he looked at his status panel. Hand-eye coordination, 9.36, flexibility, 11.36, reflex, 11.36, balance, 8.36. There were 4 sub-attributes below agility. From a certain point of view, these 4 sub-attributes determined a person's agility. Xiaobi only had 441 evolution points. If he placed them inside the 4 sub-attributes, his agility would only increase by 1.1 points. According to his distance from the lickers, 1.1 points was simply too insignificant. It was like planting a tree in the desert and watering it once. The tree would live for at most 2 more days, but it would still wither in the end. A splash of water was not enough to make a tree live. From his point of view, placing the evolution points in agility was useless. Muscle. Xiaobi slightly pondered and firmly decided to put it in his muscle. His evolution points quickly decreased, while his muscle attribute quickly increased. 17.37, 17.38, 17.39, 17.40. While he was still moving up the stairs, his muscle attribute increased from 17.36 points to 20 points. At this time, Xiaobi staggered and kneeled down on the stairs. The muscles in his entire body began to wriggle, breaking down and reorganizing. This kind of autonomous muscle breakdown and restoration was extremely painful. It was like being cut by 1,000 swords, or being torn apart by an itch caused by 10 million ants. Xiaobi accepted the pain throughout the process. He did not allow himself to faint as the pain came one wave after the other, making his entire body shake and spasm. Sweat poured out like a tide from his entire body, dripping onto the stairs. 5 seconds had not yet gone by, but Xiaobi's entire body was covered in sweat. Fuck. The pain was still continuing, so Xiaobi could only curse in his mind. He did not know whether to curse himself or the status panel. While Xiaobi was enduring the pain, a smashing sound came from the 3rd floor. Boom. Following the loud sound, countless wooden fragments rained down below from the 3rd floor. Plunk. Plunk. 2 wood fragments smashed onto Xiaobi's body. With that much force, a normal person would already be screaming from the pain. But when it hit Xiaobi's body, he felt that the pain decreased. Bring in a few more pieces. His muscles continuously broke down and reorganized. He was not even able to move, but he still wished that more wooden fragments would smash down on him. The heavens seemed to have heard his plea, because in the next moment, a rotten wooden cupboard immediately flew downwards from the 3rd floor and hit Xiaobi. The impact this time was not small, as scarlet blood had even come out from his mouth from the blow. Enough. The pain from his body suddenly stopped, making Xiaobi, who was familiar with the pain, feel a certain sense of bliss. The feeling of pleasure was so extensive it had, for just a moment, even surpassed his own physical needs. Chapter 70. Muscle Reconstruction. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What power! Xiaobi clenched his hands. The muscles in his entire body did not appear to have any changes, but the slight bulge was enough to make Xiaobi feel a sense of invincibility. Xiaobi felt that he could even lift up the entire building. Naturally, he knew that this was only a misconception. His strength had increased by a lot after his muscles reached 20 points. This strength simply should have already been at the apex of a human's power. But just as he had concluded before, a new ability appeared after his muscle reached 20 points. Elementary Power Burst. From the name, this ability would increase his strength. As for how much, he had to try it to know. Did my weight decrease? He noticed this question while walking up the stairs and carrying the pitchfork. Without a doubt, the sweat he produced from the muscle construction had decreased his weight by more than 5 kilograms. He felt that this weight decrease was not a bad thing, and on the contrary, he felt even more nimble than before. This was definitely a good thing for his next battle. Naturally, this nimble feeling was only caused by losing weight. Xiaobi's nimbleness attribute was still at 11.36. He was now left with 117 evolution points. This time Xiaobi did not hesitate and placed the rest of the evolution points on endurance. His stamina had already been drained by a lot, but the endurance attribute would allow him to fight longer. After placing in the evolution points, his endurance attribute increased to 13.98. allowing him to quickly recover the stamina that he lost. At the very end, Xiaobi was able to feel his power increase. Another thing was that, Xiaobi's injury after being hit by the cabinet also quickly recovered. This meant that there were attributes that were linked with each other. Even if he was walking up, his mind was still filled with a jumble of information that he could not process quick enough. This distracted him, as he concentrated on the information. When he just stepped on the third floor's corridor, a 1-meter-long white monster pounced at him, frightening him since he was not paying attention. He immediately came back to his senses and pierced his pitchfork towards the white monster. The white monster leapt toward him, but because its strength fell short, it ran onto the tip of the pitchfork. The white monster had a very strong vitality. Even though the pitchfork had pierced through its body, it still kept on screeching and struggling with its forelimbs. Xiaobi felt that it was a rare sight, as it could even contend against an adult. After being pierced by the pitchfork, the white monster's white fur was dyed red. Its appearance was very frightening, but Xiaobi was not afraid at all. He lifted the pitchfork and strongly smashed the monster into the cement floor. Once, twice, thrice. The white monster that was smashed against the cement floor quickly met its end. Xiaobi pulled out the pitchfork and looked at his battle log. Battle log: you have reached Qihu University's Pathology Laboratory's 3rd floor. A normal class mutated white mouse attacks. Counterattack successful. Mutated white mouse dies. Earn 30 evolution points. This was actually a mutated white mouse. Xiaobi looked at the unmoving white monster on the ground. Just as expected, the white monster had a pointed mouth, mouse tail, claws. These indeed made up a mouse's characteristics. When Xiaobi inspected the white mouse, a smashing sound appeared from above him. Whoosh! The sound of the wind passed by. A lick appeared at the very end of the corridor. However, it disappeared in the next moment, and instead, a violent sound came from the rooftop. Seeing the licker appear, Xiaobi lost the mood to inspect the mutated white mouse. He raised the pitchfork and ran towards the end of the corridor. At the same time, he placed the 30 evolution points from the mutated white mouse in his sturdiness attribute. He did this, he was not just randomly placing his evolution points. While he was in the dojo, he had strained his muscles from using too much force. From that, he understood that his sturdiness was not enough and that there was actually a relationship between muscle and sturdiness. After placing 100 points into endurance and recovering 90% of his stamina from it, he was now confident enough to face the next battle. To further increase his fighting strength, he placed evolution points into his sturdiness. It was a must in his current state. The change from putting 30 evolution points into sturdiness was not visible. However, Xiaobi still felt tighten his body. First, he felt his muscles swell a bit and then slowly expand. Xiaobi could even feel his joints forcefully pull apart. Luckily, this process only lasted for a single breath of time. Bang! When he reached the middle of the corridor, the doors on his left and right suddenly fell down. Then 2 mutated white mouse punched at him with their mouths open, exposing their sharp teeth as they tried to bite him. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive sounds of metal hitting flesh echoed. Although the mutated white mouse were not slow and they were in the right location, the sound of the doors falling down had already alerted Xiaobi of their presence. By swinging his pitchfork, the 2 mutated white mouse were beaten back. One of the mutated white mouse was lucky that it had been thrown back into the room, but the other mouse was sent smashing onto the wall and then pierced to death by Xiaobi. If it was the Xiaobi that had just entered the dust world, then the 2 white mouse would have probably bit him to death. However, Xiaobi was not his beginning self anymore. His strong strength and his Bajiquan had allowed him to deal with them much more easier than those fishmen. Whoosh! The mutated white mouse in the room once again pounced towards him, but was easily killed by Xiaobi. Chapter 71, Growing Taller. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Even with such a short distance between them, Xiaobi had enough confidence to kill the mutated white mouse, meaning he could probably do the same to a licker. Killing the 2 mutated white mouse had given Xiaobi 60 evolution points. He placed all of them in his sturdiness. Naturally, the benefits brought by 60 point was greater than the previous 30 points. The muscles in Xiaobi's entire body filled with an itching pain. He stabbed the end of the pitchfork into the ground and rested for a bit. It was clear that the change was not comfortable just by looking at how tight his grasp was on the pitchfork. Luckily, the pain was not as painful as when he placed 20 points into his muscle attribute. After 2 deep breaths, Xiaobi straightened his waist, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and searched through the rooms around him. Naturally, The appearance of the mutated white mouse had temporarily cancelled his plans of going up to the roof. After all, those lickers were without a doubt stronger than him. He knew just by looking at a small portion from his battle log. Battle log: encounter with 2-star elite creature, lickers. Battle has not begun. It was a 2-star elite creature. This was the second time he had met a 2-star creature. The other one was the dead Thunderworm. If the Thunderworm's weakness had not been utilized by Xiaobi, even 10 of him would be burned to the ground. However, it was easy to see the clear difference between a 2-star creature from a 1-star creature just by basing it on the Thunderworm. From any perspective, a 2-star creature was a lot stronger than a 1-star creature. The Thunderworm's lightning, the licker's speed and tongue, these were already enough to be a match against modern firearms. Therefore, Xiaobi did not hesitate to increase his power a little more before meeting a licker head-on. When he noticed that it was possible for more mutated white mouse to exist, he paid even more attention to them. Bang! He kicked down the rotten door in one move and immediately used his pitchfork to pierce inside. However, the room did not have a mutated white mouse. The rooms in the 3rd floor were filled with rows of medicinal compound, glass instruments, and even iron cages. Each room was quite wide, so it was easy to tell if there was a mutated white mouse. Bang! Xiaobi kicked down another room and thrust his pitchfork within. Puff! A mutated white mouse that had leapt as soon as the door opened was instantly pierced by the pitchfork. The pitchfork had pierced through the mutated white mouse's mouth and through its brain, causing blood and brain juice to spill out. The mutated white mouse struggled a bit before it completely stopped moving. 30 more evolution points. Xiaobi kicked off the mouse from his pitchfork and continued to search for his next target. In the 3rd floor where living creatures, chemical compounds, and lab tools were found, the amount of white mouse should not be too few. However, he was now in the dust world. The dust world that was very different from reality. After searching the entire 3rd floor, he had only killed 4 mutated white mice. All the evolution points he had gained were placed into his sturdiness. This time Xiaobi chose a room that was farthest from the corridor, hid inside, and placed his points. Luckily, he had foresight to consider this. As soon as he placed 120 evolution points into his sturdiness, the pain and change that he began going through was unimaginable fierce. Xiaobi's muscle began to expand as he placed in the evolution points. At this time, he could not control his body anymore and ended up lying down on the floor. In truth, at that point of time, the pain from the muscle swelling was still a lot more lighter compared to that of the muscle reconstruction. However, as he thought this, the most horrific thing happened. Xiaobi immediately felt his backbone being pulled apart while his joints were stretched further. He could even hear the cracking sound of all his bones, as if he was being pulled apart from both ends of his body by a machine. The pain was not at all inferior to the muscle reconstruction. Every time his joints were pulled, his muscles, ligaments, skin, and other parts of his body reorganized themselves, making him feel as if his body was being cut by a sword over and over again. If he had not experienced this kind of pain before, he would have probably fainted from the excruciating pain. The pain continued for 20 seconds and then abruptly disappeared. Afterwards, Xiaobi felt weak in his body. He struggled to even get a bottle of water from his backpack and chugged it all at once. After sweating so much twice, he felt that he was at his limits. He had no choice but to decrease his water reserves a bit. He felt the water flow down into his stomach, making him feel strangely happy. It was like his cells were happy after feeling his body reorganize. He felt pleasant and comfortable. At this time, he wanted to lie down on the floor and sleep for a few hours, using the feeling of comfort after being tired as a pretext. However, he knew that this place was not safe. Just the possibility that those lickers could appear in front of him did not allow him to let his guard down. Xiaobi climbed back up, tightly grasped his pitchfork, and walked back to the corridor. His expanded muscles had increased his weight by a bit, causing his footsteps to become a little heavier than before. After walking for a while, Xiaobi suddenly felt that there was something wrong. He immediately walked towards the wall and made a marker of his height on it using his fingers. So it was like that. I had actually grown taller. Xiaobi's fully grown height was 171 centimeters, but now, He could visually gauge that he had grown close to 180 centimeters. In such a short amount of time, I had actually grown by almost 10 centimeters. It was no wonder that I felt such severe pain. If it was another person that had grown 10 centimeters in such a short amount of time, they would have probably died from the pain. I have grown 10 centimeters. Just like a regular person, Xiaobi did not oppose having an increase in height. On the contrary, he even felt happy about it. After all, society was too materialistic. Their demand on a man's height was too much. Men must have money, talent, appearance, and the something that was most essential was height. Chapter 72, White Mice's Perfect Teamwork. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. These were what most women required and desired from their future partners. Xiaobi was still man, so he also had his own dreams and requests of his future partner. However, Xiaobi did not have money or talent. He might have a good personality, but he did not have any graduation certificates from famous universities. His looks were average, as his character and appearance were still only at 7.91 points, making it easy to understand how plain he looked. Finally, his height was only at 171 centimeters, so he was not really that tall. As a result, ever since he left the army until now, he had not yet had any relationship with women. Although he was not in a rush right now, an increase in height made him very happy. Moreover, with his sturdiness increasing, Xiaobi could sense that he could release more power than just from his increased muscle attribute. Additionally, the chance of straining his muscles felt lesser to him. This was, without a doubt, the confidence given by his bulging muscles. An increase in height and bulging muscles, this gave him the misconception that he was a giant walking along the corridor. But this was not without disadvantages. His increase in height and muscles caused by the muscle and sturdiness attribute had slowed down his movements a bit. His mere 10.11 points of agility was not able to support his increased strength. When he reached the end of the corridor, he discovered a single staircase, leading directly towards the rooftop. There originally should have been a wooden door there, but now all that remained were wooden fragments. The sound of flesh striking each other could be heard from above. Thump, thump, thump. Xiaobi stepped on the stairs and headed up. When he reached the door, he carefully took a peek, taking in everything that was happening on the rooftop with his eyes. The roof of the laboratory building was flat and covered with waterproofed asphalt. Naturally, this was not the important point. On the left side was a giant water tank, and to the right were 3 rows of solar panels. The laboratory building was a high-tech building in reality. However, in the dust world, the water tank had already corroded with rust. The middle part even had a big hole. Who knew if the water inside had also dried up? As for the solar panel, let alone considering whether it could work, the monsters fighting each other had already destroyed them. There were 2 lickers and 13 mutated white mice currently fighting in each other. This was what Xiaobi saw. That's wrong. How could the mutated white mouse confront the 2 lickers? This does not make any sense. Xiaobi had previously killed a few mutated white mice. If he had to gauge the mutated white mouse's strength, then they were equivalent to 3 fishmen. If the mutated white mice were fighting a normal human, there would definitely be no problems. However, they were fighting lickers, which were 2-star elite creatures. Xiaobi believed that the mutated white mice were only throwing their lives away in front of the lickers. However, when he carefully looked at the current scene between the mutated white mouse and the lickers, he could see that the lickers had suffered a lot of injuries, and one of them even had a broken back leg. As for the mutated white mice, only 3 of them had injuries. One of the 3 had serious injuries where there was a hole in its abdomen and its guts were spilling out. However, this mutated white mouse was very tenacious. Even if it was in such a situation, it did not go off to the side and rest. Instead, it joined its comrades, and bit and clawed at the lickers. The previous standstill was probably a small break, because in the blink of an eye, their battle began to heat up again. A white mouse that was slightly bigger than the heavily injured mutated white mice pounced with all its might towards the heavily injured licker. The licker would naturally not resign for its fate. It opened its mouth and shoot its tongue, shooting towards the Pound Kong white mouse with a speed faster than the naked eye could see. Xiaobi became cautious when he saw the speed which the licker shot out its tongue. It moved so fast as if it had reached the speed of sound. The sound of it piercing through the air made him shiver. Bang! With a loud sound, the tongue landed on the ground, breaking the cement floor into pieces. The white mouse was too agile. It seemed to have anticipated the path of the tongue and jumped from the ground as the tongue was shot out. However, the white mouse seemed to underestimate the lickers. The injured licker's attack did not hit, but the other licker's tongue also shot out. It was visible that the white mouse could not evade the tongue's attack. When it was about to be pierced through, another white mouse appeared and knocked against the first white mouse. No, it's not knocking towards its comrade. Bang! Although Xiaobi could not see the tongue, he could see the second white mouse knock against the tongue, diverting its trajectory. The first white mouse did not hesitate at all and continued to pounce towards the heavily injured licker. If the licker had not evaded on time, its exposed brain would have probably been clawed apart by the white mouse. From this, it could be seen that the white mice knew about the licker's weakness, probably from previous battles. Xiaobi felt dazzled from what he just saw. The white mice strived to be first in attacking the two lickers, while coordinating with each other. The figures of the white mice swayed, let alone Xiaobi. Even the lickers may not have been able to clearly see them. Puff, puff, puff. The licker's tongue kept shooting out. However, every time they missed, giving the opportunity for the white mice to claw at them, and even let them aim at their brains. Under the white mice's teamwork, if the lickers did not have outstanding speed, then the white mice would have probably torn their brains to shreds. However, the white mice were smart enough to start with the injured licker and even aim at their weak points. It was no wonder that the white mice were able to confront the lickers, and even have the advantage. This was the result of perfect teamwork. Chapter 73. Both sides suffer. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Seeing this scene, Xiaobi couldn't help but be affected. If it was him facing the white mice, he would have probably fallen earlier. However, compared to the lickers, Xiaobi had a method to deal with them by releasing electricity. Should I join in and assist? Xiaobi plotted. The white mice were definitely enemies with the lickers. Wasn't there a quote that says the enemy of my enemy is a friend? Xiaobi shook his head. If it was a creature with even a bit of intelligence, he would not think too much about it. However, the white mice were wild animals. Even if he extended the symbol of peace, they would probably bite back at him. It would be better for him to wait until both sides suffer, before picking up the peaches off the ground. After thinking of a countermeasure, Xiaobi relaxed his tense body. He treated the time he took watching the fight as his resting time. The white mice had the advantage, but the opponent was stronger, so the white mice were actually carrying a huge risk. The white mice attacked countless times, but as long as they did not hit the licker's brains, then the lickers would still be able to fight like normal. On the other hand, if the white mice were hit only once, the impact would be more than just a simple injury. The next instance had shown this logic. The injured white mouse that had its guts spilling out, had its vitality greatly decrease as it continued to fight. Because of that, it had been too slow in dodging one of the tongues and got killed instantly by a licker. The licker was able to kill the white mouse in one move because it reacted slower. The lickers were still zombies in the end, even if they were faster and stronger than normal zombies. They still did not have the ability to think. After killing the white mouse, the licker pulled back its tongue, attempting to drag back the mouse with it. The speed at which the lickers shot out their tongue was fast, but the speed at which it dragged its kill was the opposite. In that instant, 6 of the white mice surrounded the licker and attacked it from all sides. Even if the other injured licker shot out its tongue, it would not be able to fend them off. The bewildering fight continued on. 2 of the white mice had been killed and another had suffered serious injuries. However, the licker had paid a high price for it. 3 of the white mice had bit off a licker's leg and had just torn off its other leg. Until now, the white mice were down to 10, one of them had simply retreated. However, the injured licker had completely lost its speed. Without its legs, it could only with the white mice in melee range. Seeing this, Xiaobi suddenly tightened his grasp on the pitchfork, gathered his high willpower, and almost directly charged out without any hesitation. From an observer's point of view, this was simply too great of an opportunity. But after a while, Xiaobi came back to his senses. Although the two lickers had lost their speed, fighting against the teamwork of 9 white mice was not easy to deal with. He slowed down a bit, calculated, and made his final decision. However, this decision would soon make him endlessly regret. This would soon cause him to prioritize increasing his intelligence. Only 50 seconds had passed since the opportune moment had come about. One of the white mice took advantage of a licker that was aiming towards another mouse, and leapt from at it from behind, jumping on its head. The next events need not be said. Even if the licker were to beg for mercy in front of the white mouse, it would not be able to stop its actions. The white mouse opened its mouth and bit the licker's exposed brain. Ash-gray brain juice splashed everywhere. Moreover, it was one of the stronger lickers that had been jumped and lost its ability to fight as it laid on the ground, losing its life. Roar! The white mouse proudly stood above the licker's corpse and roared. Its cry was different from the squeals of the white mice Xiaobi had previously encountered. The sound seemed to be stronger and louder, as if it was from a tiger coming down a mountain. One of the lickers died. Xiaobi was dumbstruck. He still did not know how many evolution points killing a licker would give, but he knew that its worth would not be lower than a thunderworm. It seems that he was slightly unlucky this time. I cannot wait anymore. Seeing that the white mouse was different from before, he understood that monsters in the dust world could also level up by killing. It was easy to imagine that if the remaining licker was killed too, then dealing with the stronger white mice that remained would be very hard. A strong group of bandits could never win against a strong army. As a former soldier, he understood this point. Kill! He shouted from his throat and threw wooden fragments that he had collected from the stairs. His 20 points in muscle and 12.47 points in sturdiness represented how powerful these wooden fragments were. With a whoosh, the wooden fragments shot out like a cannonball, startling the white mice, while allowing the licker to kill another white mice. These white mice had great cooperation, but in the end they were only a group of wild animals. Their swift and flowing attacks on the licker was like a well-trained army. However, now that a new opponent appeared, the white mice did not know how to deal with the situation. A few white mice continued their attacks on the licker. A few of them became frantic and ran to the edge as if they wanted to escape. The amount of white mice that charged towards him were only 2. However, Xiaobi did not underestimate them. This was because among the white mice attacking him, one of them was the evolved white mouse that had killed the first licker. The white mouse's speed had fully surpassed its previous speed, but perhaps because its evolution had still not finished, the white mouse was rapidly growing, looking almost obese. If little girls were to see it, they would probably shout and cheer in delight. Chapter 74, Intensifying Battle. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. No matter what was said, the white mouse currently looked adorable. Xiaobi knew that the white mouse was not only cute, but also had the strength to kill him in an instant. Ever since it killed the licker, Xiaobi felt that the threat coming from the white mouse had increased. Kill! Xiaobi shouted. His lungs expanded, then fiercely contracted. The air fiercely flowed through his narrow vocal cords, creating a loud voice that momentarily stopped the other white mouse, preventing it from following up. At the same time, the pitchfork in Xiaobi's hand thrust out, creating a black line as it pierced towards the evolved white mouse. Seeing Xiaobi's fierce momentum, the evolved mouse did not continue charging forward. Instead, it used its 4 paws to make an upward leap and nimbly evaded Xiaobi's thrust. Afterwards, the evolved white mouse took advantage of this moment to jump onto Xiaobi's forehead. This move was the move that it used to kill the licker. However, this move was useless in front of Xiaobi. Xiaobi simply lifted the pitchfork back up while continuously letting out electricity. As the pitchfork aimed at the evolved white mouse, it had wanted to escape, but its body suddenly stiffened. Xiaobi could release an electricity of 37 volts and 10 milliamperes, which made it effective when handling normal people. However, using it to deal with the evolved white mouse was not as effective. However, this was not really a problem since Xiaobi was an expert. Just a single moment was enough for him to gain victory. The evolved mouse was instantly sent flying away upwards like a golf ball. The height at which the evolved mouse flew was even higher than twice the length of the pitchfork. As a result, he did not rush to kill it. Instead, he swept the pitchfork on his left, sending the other white mouse back, while at the same time, the electricity flowed through the white mouse's body, causing it to be paralyzed in place. Xiaobi would naturally not let this opportunity go. With a big stride, he thrusted his pitchfork towards the white mouse. Puchy! The sharp iron weapon pierced through the white mouse. The white mouse that had attempted to ambush Xiaobi now hung at the tip of his pitchfork. Killing one white mouse granted Xiaobi 30 evolution points. But he did not immediately use the evolution points, and decided to save it up. Whoosh! The evolved mouse that had been sent flying upwards advanced towards Xiaobi after it fell to the ground. Xiaobi let out a smile and tilted the pitchfork upwards, softly poking it. The sharp sound from the mouse echoed as it was poked by the pitchfork in its abdomen. Electricity flowed, causing its body to stiffen, and immediately after, Xiaobi smashed the pitchfork to the ground, thoroughly piercing through the evolved mouse. These monsters did not have enough intelligence. As long as Xiaobi chose the correct method of attacking, dealing with them was not hard. The evolved mouse made a final struggle on the pitchfork, making a horrible screech that attracted the attention of several mutated white mice that were currently restricting the licker. Whoosh! 4 of the white mice gave up surrounding the licker, turned around and charged towards Xiaobi. Even 3 of the white mice that had escaped to the side had followed. Without a doubt, the white mice now viewed Xiaobi as a much more dangerous opponent compared to the lickers. Facing 7 white mice, Xiaobi did not retreat at all. He pulled out his pitchfork and thrust it a few times, killing the evolved white mouse. 90 evolution points. Without a doubt, the evolved white mouse had a higher worth than the normal mutated white mouse. However, it was still difficult to deal with this many of them. If Xiaobi had not found the right attacking method, it would have been much more difficult to deal with them. Dang! Out of the 7 charging white mice, 3 of them attacked from the front, while the other 4 moved to his left and right, attempting to attack Xiaobi from the sides and behind. However, Xiaobi used one hand to hold the pitchfork, pointed the tip outwards, and made a circular sweep, sending all 7 white mice jumping backwards. Xiaobi let out a smile as he waited for the time they jumped and thrusted the pitchfork at them. Die! The incoming pitchfork did not even give the mouse an opportunity to dodge, as it was immediately pierced through its head and died on the spot. This was not yet enough, as Xiaobi stomped the ground with his left foot. The ground shook as he made a somersault and thrust the pitchfork towards another mouse that had thought of ambushing him from behind. Blood flowers blossomed in midair. The death of this white mouse was much more tragic than the previous one. It had been pierced through the throat and was thrown down to the ground. From a white mouse's view, it was a lethal injury. Its throat and backbone had been pierced, but because of its tenacity, it still struggled on the ground, causing its injury to continuously leak out red bubbles. Whoosh! At this time, the 5 remaining white mouse decided to go all out. They ignored the Xiaobi's pitchfork and once again pounced towards him. Xiaobi was now in a bad position, because he had placed too much strength in his previous attack. He had strained the muscle in his left thigh. When he had just swept the pitchfork towards the 3 white mice, he felt pain in his left thigh as if it was being torn off from his body. This made him lose his posture, which caused the pitchfork to be in the wrong position. Because of this, 2 white mice were able to pounce on Xiaobi's chest and back. The white mice opened their mouths and bit him with their sharp teeth. Ah! Xiaobi screamed as the 2 white mice torn pieces of flesh from his body. Compared to a monster like the Shangfu, these white mice were smarter by leaps and bounds. After tearing his meat, the white mice tried to climb up Xiaobi's body, attempting to bite his throat and kill him. Although Xiaobi was not smart, he was not an idiot. How could he allow the 2 white mice to prevail? He decided to let go of his pitchfork and threw it towards one of the white mice. He didn't even care whether it had hit or not. He just continuously let out electricity and fiercely threw his back on the ground, just like Mount Tai that suppressed everything around it. The white mouse on Xiaobi's back slammed to the ground, causing blood to spray out of its mouth. At the same time, Xiaobi grabbed onto the throat of the white mouse that was on his chest. He stretched upwards, catching another white mouse in its mouth. He focused his strength in his hands and used the white mice he had to smash towards two more attacking white mice. Bang! The sound of bodies hitting bodies echoed. The two white mice that were attempting an ambush became disoriented. But at the same time, the two mice in Xiaobi's hands had recovered from the numbness of the electricity and began to struggle. Xiao at this point did not have much stamina left. Releasing electricity had also affected his stamina by a lot. As a result, he had to stop releasing electricity in order to preserve his stamina. Chapter 75, Crafty Licker. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What are you even struggling for? Xiaobi got up into a kneeling position and fiercely smashed the struggling white mice on his hands on the floor. Even if those white mice were tenacious, they would still turn into meat paste after being smashed on the ground countless times by Xiaobi's 20 points of muscle. When the two white mice finally died, he felt sharp pain in both his arms. When he took a look, his heart blazed up in fury. The two mice that he had sent flying had taken the chance when he was not paying attention to bite his arms, attempting to tear off his flesh. @ and at. In his rage, Xiaobi cursed in gibberish, but his hands did not slow down. With one move, he grasped on the necks of the two white mice and strongly pinched them, causing their voice boxes to shatter. At the same time, he fiercely smashed them onto the floor countless times, and in the process, carelessly torn apart their throat. The long throat and even a portion of their lungs were pulled out, making Xiaobi feel nauseous at the sight. After tossing the throat away, he walked 2 steps and retrieved the pitchfork that had buried itself into a white mouse. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. His entire body was currently felt numb all over. This was not caused by his special ability, but because he had strained his muscles in the fight, and also the effect of his elementary regeneration. 1, 2, 3. Each and every one of them, even those that were still struggling and the mouse that was heavily injured, all of them were killed in close range by Xiaobi. Something is wrong. Xiaobi suddenly remembered. Where is the licker? Xiaobi looked around him, but the roof did not have any signs of the licker. Fuck. Xiaobi cursed. Only now did he feel the effect of his pitiful intelligence. He had actually forgotten the most dangerous opponent. Could it be that I am really all brawns and no brains? Xiaobi did not have time to consider this question anymore. He carefully approached the place where the licker fought and inspected the place. The ground was covered in black blood that had already started drying and a scratch that remained from the previous battle. He did not believe that the licker could escape the roof that easily. It would be possible if it had been in good condition. After all, lickers had the ability to climb up walls. However, after having its leg broken, leaping onto different roofs would be a hard thing to do. It was the same if a normal person had one of their legs broken. Running as if flying would be impossible for them. The wall on the roof had traces of blood which continued outwards. Could it be that the licker jumped off the roof to escape? Now this was possible. Xiaobi did not think about it anymore and walked in front of the wall. Then he extended his head to take a look. He never imagined that when he took a look, his small life had almost ended. As he extended his head, his heart almost stopped beating. The last licker was actually hiding below a cement protrusion under the wall. When a sharp ear-piercing sound approached, Xiaobi could only see the black line. I can't dodge this. Xiaobi could only block it with the pitchfork. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The long tongue struck on the pitchfork, causing it to shake. Xiaobi's left chest started to ache. Then blood sprouting like a blooming flower appeared. He had been hit. Taking advantage of the pain and the time the tongue took to be pulled go, Xiaobi stepped on the wall and kicked himself more than 10 meters backward. In this gap, he looked at the pitchfork in his hands and became surprised. The pitchfork had actually bent after being hit by the tongue. The force of the impact was enough to tell how strong the licker's tongue was. Although the pitchfork was a bit overused and had rusted here and there, an iron weapon being bent by just a tongue was supposed to be an exaggeration. If Xiaobi did not block the tongue with his pitchfork and the tongue hit his body, his throat and back would have probably been pierced through. Xiaobi felt incredibly lucky as he rubbed his left chest. Only a small hole appeared after being hit by the tongue because he had blocked it with the pitchfork. This was something that he did not imagine. A wild beast like the Licker was actually capable of performing ambushes. The Licker that had attacked him climbed up the wall. Its ash-grey eyes looked at Xiaobi as it swayed, its tongue hanging out its mouth. The distance that its tongue could reach was 3 meters. Xiaobi's distance from the Licker was more than 5 meters. The Licker looked at the pitchfork in Xiaobi's hand and hesitated. It not seemed to be willing to climb down the wall. It was actually treating Xiaobi as a huge threat. After all, one of its legs was broken, affecting its flexibility and speed. However, Xiaobi's condition was also not that good. The injuries that he had received from the fight against the white mice were quickly recovering, but it would take at least 2 days to fully recover. Moreover, the blood that he had lost greatly decreased his stamina. If the two of them continued this deadlock, Xiaobi's disadvantage would only get worse. At this time, Xiaobi felt his throat burn, as if it was a dry desert. After staying in deadlock for a while, Xiaobi slowly retreated. The Licker finally came down from the wall after he retreated a few meters. After seeing Xiaobi retreat, the Licker finally regained its predatory instincts. In the Licker's eyes, creatures like Xiaobi could only be their prey. Whoosh! When the Licker jumped down from the wall, the pitchfork in Xiaobi's hand shot out, leaving a black trail behind it. Facing Xiaobi's attack, the Licker quickly reacted. It opened its mouth and sent its tongue shooting out like a bullet. Bang! The pitchfork was hit by the tongue and was sent flying upwards. Xiaobi was like a tiger that had come down the mountain. When he threw out the pitchfork, he planted his feet on the ground and took huge booming strides towards the Licker. He used all the strength in his body, placing all the strength from his legs and waist to his shoulders. Bang! The reaction time of the Licker was not slow. It immediately tried to retreat with its all semicolon. Even though it only had one good leg left, it still jumped onto the wall. From the looks of it, the Licker wanted to hide back under the cement protrusion under the parapet wall. Chapter 76. Killing the Licker. Rewards. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi decided to go all out. He gritted his teeth and made a decision as he shouted in his heart, "Elementary power burst." Whoosh! In an instant, Xiaobi's muscles swelled. His dashing power increased as if a mad horse running towards the edge of a cliff. With the increase in his speed, the Licker could not react quick enough, allowing Xiaobi's shoulder to hit its head. First, the Licker's exposed brain was smashed by Xiaobi's shoulder, then it was sent flying to the wall from the force of Xiaobi's charge. With a loud bang, they both flew off the roof of the building like an out-of-control car. Xiaobi knew that this final Iron Mountain lean had contained all of his stamina. It could even be said to be at the point of no return. If he let the Licker escape, then what would happen next was easy to guess. Without any strength to resist, he would be killed on the spot by the Licker. However, he was now falling to his death with the Licker, but at the very least he was not alone. Small pieces of cement rocks flew everywhere. A man and a terrifying Licker were pressed against each other like a pair of lovers committing suicide. If the scene was seen by a big-name director, he would probably create a sensational sadomasochism film that was filled with passion. However, in the dust world, let alone a big-name director, even the people to film the scene were all absent. After charging out for 10 meters, Xiaobi and the Licker flew down the roof in a parabolic arc. The Licker was already dead. Even when he was about to die, Xiaobi still had the mood to look at his rewards. Battle log. Used skill elementary power burst. Strength increased by 2 folds. Muscles have been torn apart and 3 bones fractured. You have successfully killed 2-star elite creature. Licker. Gain 250 evolution points. 250 evolution points. Xiaobi felt his heart ache. The white mouse had killed one of the 2 Lickers. It was not wonder that the white mouse was able to evolve. Plop. Before Xiaobi was able to imagine how much evolution points he could have gained after killing both the Lickers, he and the Licker had strongly hit the grass field below. Because of their landing angle, the impact on the ground was not as serious. but still caused them both to roll away. Xiaobi became slightly disoriented after hitting the ground as he laid on top of the licker's corpse while panting. He never imagined that his luck would be so good that he had stayed alive from that fall. Naturally, this chance was probably added with the licker's luck. The licker under Xiaobi's body was now full of fractures. Its black blood leaked out from one of the protruding bones. After resting a bit, Xiaobi endured the sharp pain in his entire body and tried to support himself, in an attempt to inspect his injuries. Luckily, the black blood did not enter his wounds. In truth, Xiaobi was worried that he had been infected with some A, B, C, D virus. If that had truly happened, he would rather kill himself. However, Xiaobi began cursing in the next moment. A group of zombies were slowly walking over. Fuck. How unlucky could I be? However, before praying to the gods, Xiaobi knew that he needed to save himself first, or else the river Styx would be in front of him in the next minute. Cough, cough. Perhaps due to overusing his strength, his lungs were also injured. After coughing out blood, Xiaobi forcefully supported his body as he staggered towards the college gates. He was slightly regretful from parting with the zombies. At !Xiaobi looked behind him with unwillingness. If his pitchfork had not been bent by the licker and left on the roof, he would have staked his life on killing the group of zombies. After all, running away like this gave him a sense of defeat, as if he was a soldier running away from battle. However, he knew that he was at the edge of life. If he truly charged in and brandished his fists, then he would end up dead. Thinking about this, he struggled forward while looking at his status panel. After killing the licker, he had a total of 610 evolution points. For Xiaobi, this was not a small amount. Xiaobi began to calculate whether to put it into his learning or in his reasoning. Should I put it in learning or reasoning? For Xiaobi, this was indeed a difficult choice. Learning was not only the ability to learn from school. If it was just that, it would be too shallow. What it truly meant was the ability to absorb knowledge and understand it. On the other hand, reasoning referred to taking in outside information and creating an accurate judgment based on the information. The two of them combined made up intelligence. Without a doubt, if he placed evolution points in learning earlier on, then raising his skills would have been easier. Moreover, if he had placed it in his reasoning, then the next time he encountered an emergency situation, he would have been able to prepare better countermeasures. Naturally, these two sub-attributes were not independent entities, but they complemented each other. Putting points in any of them would naturally make Xiaobi a bit more smarter. After hesitating for a while, he finally made a decision. However, the damned zombies were still chasing behind him. This made him stop blindly acting without thinking. Xiaobi finally relaxed after running to the gates and making sure that he had lost the zombies. When he finally reached the food street, the zombies were already far away from him. Xiaobi's luck was truly not bad. On his return trip back to his apartment T0, the point where he lied down on his bed to rest, not a single mishap happened. For who knows what reason, no monsters had not appeared before Xiaobi. He stopped caring about it anymore and decided to go to sleep. The fully injured Xiaobi did not even have the mind to think about his evolution points anymore. When he laid down on the bed, the feeling of pain and recovery mixed and soon sent him to his dreams. A thread of light penetrated his eyelids, forcing him to wake up. He had returned to reality and slowly opened his eyes, waking up from his dazed state. He looked at the light shining from outside the window and grabbed his phone to take a look. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had slept of at least 5 hours after returning from the dust world. Xiaobi slowly got up. The pain from his wounds was still painfully burning. However, other than the strained muscle in his thighs, most of the other strains had almost disappeared. Chapter 77, Learning and Reasoning Attribute. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Looking at the weight vest and leg weights at the corner of the bed, Xiaobi couldn't help but sigh. In the dust world, he had completely relied on his elementary regeneration. If he didn't have it, his life would have been extinguished to the point that he would never be able to get up anymore. For now, he would not be able to use the weight vest and leg weights. This was not because he was not diligent, but because with his current muscle attribute, trying to increase in muscle mass would be too hard. Moreover, A heavier weight vest and leg weight would create inconveniences due to the size. After going to the toilet, Xiaobi looked in the bathroom mirror. He began to fix his appearance and check the condition of his recovering injuries. Looking at the condition of his recovering injuries, just like what he felt before, his thighs, where he focused the most force, were still swelling. The wound on his chest had already closed up while still a little swollen. His back was probably the same. According to his healing speed, he would need at most 2 days before the wounds would stop affecting his daily life and training. While after 3 days, the effect would be almost non-existent. Grumble, grumble, grumble. His stomach continuously cried out as an alarm of hunger. The speed at which his elementary regeneration recovers was not baseless. It meant that his injuries were not light. A normal person would probably need more than 20 days to recover. These 20 days that a person needed to recover had been concentrated into such a short amount of time, meaning that Xiaobi's body was almost out of nutrients. I should go eat first. Xiaobi quickly washed up and wore his clothes before going out. From the room until the food stall, his blushing face did not disappear at all. An increase in sturdiness did not only mean that he grew taller, his muscles also expanded and his joints were lengthened, making his current appearance a bit comical. Try imagining it. A 180 centimeters tall guy wearing an extremely tight t-shirt and shorts to the point that people could clearly see his underwear. It was easy to imagine how much shame he was feeling. Just as he came out of the room, Li Lanxing, who was also preparing to leave, looked at him as if she was looking at a rare gem. Xiaobi had never been looked at by a woman like this before. His muscles tensed and quickly ran out. If he was caught by her, he did not know how much she would tease him. He decided to ignore his situation now and look for a clothing store later. Even if no one stared at him with an amazed gaze, he still felt that his clothes were too tight, so tight that he felt he was buried underground. He pulled on the suffocating collar and stared at the big wok, yelling, "Boss, hurry up. I'm starving to death." What he never imagined was when he shouted, his pectoral muscles moved, resulting in a tearing sound. The cheap t-shirt that he bought from a street stall tore from the collar down, until his entire chest was exposed. Xiaobi awkwardly looked at his exposed chest and pulled it a bit, attempting to conceal the tear. Puchy. A girl who happened to see this scene had the milk tea that she was drinking spray out from her nose. She choked to the point that her eyes rolled backwards, scaring her friends into quickly patting her back, afraid that she might just choke to death. Xiaomeng, what's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Take a look at that. After wiping her face clean with great difficulty, the girl still had the mindset to point towards Xiaobi and quietly invite her friends to take a look. Wow, my god. That handsome man is awesome. His clothes even burst open due to his muscles. The plump girl looked at Xiaobi's current appearance and opened her mouth to the point that saliva almost flowed down. Xiaobi felt powerless. Could it be that girls nowadays don't even know the meaning of shame? With that said, Xiaobi wanted to bury himself underground due to the stares of these two girls. Luckily, the owner finally finished and gave Xiaobi his bowl of noodles. Seeing the noodles arrive, Xiaobi ignored the two girls and the stares of other people. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to eat in big bites. He acted as if there was nobody around him. The observers only took a look at the spectacle and, in the end, they still walked their own ways. After a while, the surrounding stares had decreased. Xiaobi ate while he perspired greatly. He simply just tore off his shirt and placed it on the bench, exposing his upper body. After eating an entire bowl of noodles, he waited for the owner to cook more noodles. He placed his hands on the table and looked at the chopstick rack, but in reality he was looking at his status panel and thinking, I should just spread out the 610 points into learning and reasoning. After deciding this, Xiaobi concentrated on his learning attribute. His learning attribute quickly rose from 6.31 points to 9 points. Xiaobi then moved his attention to his reasoning attribute. After increasing it to 10 points, he finally stopped. Actually, Xiaobi was forced to stop. After increasing his learning and reasoning attributes, his brain began to be filled with a violent dizziness. This feeling felt like he had been sent inside a centrifuge for more than 10 minutes. Wai Xiaobi couldn't help lie down on the table to try to stop the dizziness. Even when the boss placed down the freshly cooked noodles in front of Wai Xiaobi, the fragrance of the noodles were not enough to make him raise his head. This scared the stall owner out of his wits, and even thought that Wai Xiaobi was in need of immediate medical assistance. Wai Xiaobi could only wave his hand to shoo the owner away, but the owner did not dare move too far. He stood beside the big wok and looked in Wai Xiaobi's direction. After a while, Wai Xiaobi's dizziness disappeared. Wai Xiaobi secretly sighed and propped himself up. He continued to eat noodles, dispelling the stall owner's worries. Wai Xiaobi never imagined that placing evolution points in his learning and reasoning attributes would cause this kind of effect. Luckily, he did not rashly place evolution points in them while he was in the dust world, or else, he would not know how he would die inside Qihu University. His evolution points had decreased from 610 to 172. However, the effects of losing the 400 or so points had greatly satisfied Wai Xiaobi. Chapter 78, Intelligence Increase. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At this time, Wai Xiaobi felt that his mind became very clear. Now, he felt like he could make clear inferences on things that he had never paid attention to before. 9 points in learning and 10 points in reasoning gave him a total of 9.5 points in intelligence. 9.5 points was not a small amount. Although the average intelligence of the adult male population was 10 points. This was an average based on the entire population of Earth. It did not mean that an adult male would necessarily have 10 points of intelligence. That was just a common misconception. In simpler terms, an outstanding university science department graduate would have intelligence of 9 points. A normal university graduate would have around 6 to 8 points. After removing most of the geniuses and mentally disabled, a mediocre adult male should have around 7 points of intelligence. A 9.5 in intelligence was around the level of a specialized accountant with more than 3 years of experience. Naturally, this also was not the most accurate comparison. However, it was enough for Wai Xiaobi to use. I have 172 evolution points left. What should I do with them? Because of the increase in his intelligence, Wai Xiaobi was able to develop a basic idea on where to place them. As a result, he did not hesitate and placed the points into balance. His balance was only 8.36 points and it was the lowest out of his agility attribute. Balance was not a simple attribute. He already noticed that with his height and size, his body would sway whenever he runs. This had led to a decrease in his speed and even weakened his own martial power. If his balance was bad, he should not even think about attacking an enemy. His evolution points quickly decreased to 8 points, which in turn increased his balance to 10 points. Wai Xiaobi was extremely satisfied with how he used his evolution points. He did not only eliminate his lack of intelligence, he had also slightly made up for the weakness that appeared with his increase in muscle density. As a result, many changes happened to his status panel. Name, Wai Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 16.24. Muscle, 20. Elementary power burst, sturdiness, 12.47. Agility, 10.52. Hand-eye coordination, 9.36. Flexibility, 11.36. Reflex, 11.36. Balance, 10. Vitality, 17.15. Health, 20.31. Elementary Regeneration, Endurance, 13.98. Intelligence, 9.5. Learning, 9. Reasoning, 10. Awareness, 9.56. Willpower, 12.31. Judgment, 8.31. Perception, 7.31. Intuition, 10.31. Charm, 7.75. Courage, 10.31. Persuasiveness, 7.31. Character, 7.91. Leadership, 5.31. Appearance, 7.91. Skills, shooting, intermediate. Military boxing, intermediate. Electrical work,
Beginner, Bajiquan, Master, Fishing, Beginner, 3 Emperor Canon Fist, Beginner. Special Skill, Release Electricity, Maximum Strength 37 volts. Maximum current 10 mA. This skill formed after Xiaobi ate the Thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 8. Items on hand, none. Other than his charm attribute, most of his attributes had exceeded a normal man's standard. His strength and vitality had even surpassed them by a large distance. Gulp. Here's the payment, boss. Xiaobi gulped down the last mouthful, which left him full and satisfied. He took out the money from his wallet and paid up. Then he stood up and walked to a distant clothing store. It was easy to imagine that there were no famous brands close to the apartment street. He chose a clothing store that was currently holding a sale. Now that it was autumn, the weather was not blistering hot, so people from the clothing industry knew that there was already no market for summer clothes. With Xiaobi's current physique, he could not wear his past clothes, pants, or even shoes anymore. He tried on the store's largest size t-shirt. Since it was comfortable and cheap, 20 yuan for a shirt and 25 yuan for a pair of shorts. He bought 3 sets and paid 135 yuan. After leaving the store, he turned right and walked 10 steps, reaching a store that specializes in shoes. The shoes were 100 yuan a pair. Xiaobi bought 2 pairs, one, size 43 and another, size 44. This was because he was afraid that when his sturdiness increased in the future, he might need a new pair. This should be good enough. Today's purchases should be enough to cover the bare minimum. Xiaobi wore the imitation Jordan t-shirt he had just bought and got on the bus. His money was once again in a dire situation. He extended his hands and grabbed onto the rings, as he sent himself into a daze while thinking about the many things that happened. He planned to go speak to his master after, about fighting once more in an underground arena. His previous earnings in the underground fighting arena was like a sandhill on the beach. With just the blow of a wave, they would immediately disappear. Moreover, he had not even had the chance to spend the money on luxury items. The more he thought about this, the more passionate he became. Why are you like this? Suddenly, a beautiful female voice came from the front of the bus. A hoodlum-like male voice sounded after, "What do you mean, why am I like this? Let me tell you this, little missy. Do not falsely accuse a good person. Tell me. If you can't even say anything, I will bring you to the local police station. I am someone with status." The voice sounded very familiar. Xiaobi immediately dispersed his thoughts and came back to reality. It was the male voice that was familiar and not the female one. You hoodlum. You touched my butt." Following the girl's accusation, the bus was filled with whispers, believing that it was indeed the man who was in the wrong. However, society was too detached. Most of the spectators would only whisper to each other, but no one would stand out to help catch the molester. The molester seemed to be worried at first, but after seeing that no one came out to uphold justice, his guts became bigger. Soon, the sounds from the front of the bus were filled with curses and slander, and even the laughing sound of the molester. Fuck. Xiaobi, whose thoughts were interrupted by the man, became angry. He released his grip on the rings and began to advance towards the commotion. Chapter 79, Meeting with the Bus Pervert Again. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When the other passengers were pushed away by Xiaobi, they were slightly aggravated, but when they saw his size, they did not dare say anything and could only inwardly curse. When he reached the front of the bus, his eyes cannot help but shine. He saw a frail girl holding onto the handrail with tears on her eyes, while angrily staring at the man. Xiaobi did not recognize the girl, but he recognized the man. Isn't that the molester from last time? Previously, Xiaobi had electrocuted him during the crucial moment. Someone had truly sent him a pillow as he was falling asleep. Xiaobi was already a little unhappy, so seeing the man had made him a bit delighted. "Hey, do you still recognize me?" Xiaobi smiled wholeheartedly as he pointed at the man. "Who are you?" "I don't." "Ah, it's you." The man had completely placed his attention on the frail girl. He was currently wondering whether or not he should follow the girl as she gets off. However,
When Xiaobi pointed at him, his memories of the previous bus incident floated up as he looked at Xiaobi's face. Why did I meet this guy again? However, before the man was able to continue speaking, Xiaobi had already grabbed onto his neck. Xiaobi's palm was now bigger than before. Although it was not big enough to grab a basketball in one hand, grabbing onto the man's neck was easy enough. Cough, cough. Save without waiting for the man to even shout for help. Xiaobi tightened his grip, sending him coughing and preventing him from asking for help. Dervia, open the door. Xiaobi looked around once and stared at the driver. Right now, Xiaobi could be counted as a veteran in the dust world. The amount of blood that he had spilled gave him an air of power. The driver did not have any plans to stop the bus before reaching the next stop at all, but when he saw Xiaobi's stare, his head became drenched in cold sweat. He had a premonition that if he did not stop the bus, his end would not be any better than the molester. Caca. The bus stopped beside a flower bed and its doors opened. Xiaobi did not rush to go down, and smiled at the girl. If you meet this guy in the future, ruthlessly beating him up should do the trick. After saying all this, Xiaobi carried the man with him and walked out of the bus. The man wanted to struggle, but every time he struggled, Xiaobi's grip tightened, forcing him into a coughing fit, while strands of electric current surged through his body, making him weak. With just this, the man became well behaved as he was dragged down by Xiaobi down the bus. The girl was really frightened. Even as the bus started moving again, she did not even dare try to follow Xiaobi. Xiaobi didn't really care. Although he was a hero who saved the beauty, he did not have any plans to flirt with the beauty. Moreover, the girl was not his type, so he only let out a sigh. Parter. He threw the man on the flower bed. The man took a while to steady his breath and was about to call for help, when Xiaobi suddenly kicked his chin. Oh, the man was not able to call out as he bit on his tongue. He immediately closed his mouth and cried. A man actually cried? Isn't he too weak? Just like that, Xiaobi's plans to sort the man out had decreased by a lot. Pa. He slapped the man on the face, making the man's face look like a pig head and making him confused and disoriented. I'll leave it at that for today. The next time I see you do that again on a bus, Xiaobi coldly laughed and left the place. The man stayed down on the flower bed for a while before getting up. He covered his pig-like face with his hands and left. Naturally, there was no need to mention what will happen to that man if he was ever caught by Xiaobi again. When Xiaobi got down the bus, he was already quite close to the dojo, so he did not try to take the bus again, and simply walked there, albeit a little slowly. This was his first time walking the streets this leisurely. He looked at the bustling stores along the roadside, looked at the gorgeously dressed women, and enjoyed the scene. Before he entered the alley, he saw that the door was wide open and there were loud voices coming from inside. He walked in the dojo and saw that there were more than 30 people standing in a row, forming a square formation as they trained. His second senior apprentice brother was the guiding them. On the other hand, his master and big senior apprentice brother were accompanying a middle-aged man in a suit who was observing. Xiaobi, come here. Xiaobi's mind was currently thinking of how he was going to explain his growth, when his master Cheng Bai-Wu suddenly called him over. Greetings master, greetings big apprentice brother. Xiaobi could not think about it anymore. He quickly walked in front of them and greeted. This is Dahao Security Firm's Chief Zhu. Cheng Bai-Wu introduced the suited man as Chief Zhu. Xiaobi was not an undisciplined idiot, so he also greeted Chief Zhu. Chief Zhu seemed to be quite busy, so after exchanging a few words, he hurriedly left. After that, Xiaobi found out from his big senior apprentice brother that Chief Zhu's name was Zhu Xingyuan and was the executive of Dahao Security Firm. According to him, Chief Zhu was one of the most trusted aides of Dahao Group's chairman of the board. One Dahao? The 30 people that were training in the practice grounds were Dahao Security Firm's security guards. It was said that they needed to increase the security firm's service quality when guaranteeing the customer's safety. As a result, They had sent the guards to come to the Cheng clan dojo to train. For the Cheng clan dojo, this was not just a small business deal. A person training for a month would need to pay 30,000 yuan. Adding all of them up would cost close to 1 million. It was greater than the amount elementary school students would. So it was like that. Wai Xiaobi felt that it was a bit funny. He had originally worked for Dahao Real Estate, and the Dahao security firm was also part of Dahao group of companies. It was only that he never really cared about these things, so he did not recognize Zuxing Yuan or the fact that he was one Dahao's close aide. These matters had actually turned out to be quite long when discussed. As one of the richest and most powerful person in Qihu City, information about one Dahao was endless. Although there were all kinds of information and there were many people spreading them, there was one common thing in all of them. Before one Dahao became rich, he was just a hoodlum. Moreover, when he became rich, he became the one of the most powerful in Qihu City. Right now it was said that he had partially withdrawn from the scenes and beginning to wipe their slate clean. However, even the Dahao security firm might not necessarily be a real security firm. Chapter 80, Underground Fighting. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wai Xiaobi could not help shake his head. Zuxing Yuan did have the slight aura of a martial artist, but the security guards did not display any eccentric behavior, though they did seem to have a bit of foundation. Wai Xiaobi had an inkling as to why Zuxing Yuan made this deal with the Cheng clan dojo. It was probably due to the dojo's fame, or perhaps it had something to do with the Black Tiger gang. However, how much could they really learn in just a month? Wai Xiaobi did not think too highly of this. After all, not everyone was a 1 in 10,000 genius. Master, is something the matter? After eating dinner, Wai Xiaobi walked around the practice grounds to ease his digestion. Seeing that Cheng Baiwu was waving at him from the central hall door, he hurriedly walked towards him. Tomorrow, you and Yao Wu will go to Qihu University and help me deliver some things to Cheng Si Si. Cheng Baiwu's mood lightened up when he looked at this proud disciple. Wai Xiaobi nodded in consent. Xiaobi, if you have any problems, remember to tell your apprentice brothers. You are all apprentice brothers, so you should help each other. Cheng Baiwu laughed and returned back inside. Wai Xiaobi knew that his master had found out about his money problems. He stood on the same spot for a while before walking towards Liu Jiancheng's room. Big senior apprentice brother, is second senior apprentice brother there? Wai Xiaobi knocked on the door, but no one responded. He had not seen his second senior apprentice brother since they had ate dinner. He wanted to ask him during dinner, but because his master had a rule of not talking while eating, he did not ask. After knocking a few more times, his big senior apprentice brother Liu Jiancheng finally opened the door. Xiaobi, is something the matter? Liu Jiancheng's face appeared from the darkness with a smile. Ah, hello big senior apprentice brother, I am here to find second senior apprentice brother for some business. Wai Xiaobi was caught unprepared. His relationship with his second apprentice brother Zhang Zilong was the closest compared to the other apprentices. Because his big senior apprentice brother had his heart set on training, he did not talk with him much. So the relationship between them was much more shallow compared with the untalkative third senior apprentice brother. Zilong was called back by his family. If you have any problems, you can tell this senior apprentice brother. Although Liu Jiancheng was not as uncommunicative as third senior apprentice brother, Yao Wu, all his energy had been placed on following the martial path, so he normally did not talk too much. Wai Xiaobi was now suddenly overwhelmed by his words. It made him feel like his big senior apprentice brother had been replaced by someone else. When he thought about it, Wai Xiaobi did not hide anything and directly spoke. I don't have any more money left, so I wanted to ask second senior apprentice brother to bring me to an underground fighting arena. He did not need to say much. A few words were enough. After finishing his words, he finally understood the meaning behind his master's words. If his intelligence was still at 7 points, he would still not have understood. Now, Wai Xiaobi was able to respond in hindsight. It goes to show that his 9.5 points of intelligence was not useless. Ah, so it was about that. Okay, you should go back first. If there is any news, I will call you. Liu Jiansheng did not say that he would lend Wai Xiaobi money, but his words were enough to tell that he was not an illogical person. Soon, Liu Jiancheng went to find Wai Xiaobi with a security guard walking behind him. They did not go find Yao Wu, and instead, the three of them left the dojo and hailed a cab. He told the driver, Beita Road, Lulan Club. The driver drove towards the west side of Qihu City. Wai Xiaobi knew that saying too much would cause slip-ups, so he did not ask Liu Jiancheng anything. His eyes landed on the security guard sitting in the front passenger seat. The guard was approximately 27 years old with a height of 175 centimeters. From Liu Jiancheng's introduction, he was one of the captains of Dahao security firm named Xing Zheng. He was also temporarily in charge of the security guards that were there for training. Looking at his smooth muscles without any clear bulges, it was clear that he probably studied a bit of inner body fists. As for how high the guards' martial attainments were, Wai Xiaobi had not yet reached the level of being able to see through it at a glance. With the arrival of autumn, the amount of time the sun was out had already started decreasing. It was now completely dusky, and the car's lights were already turned on. From time to time, the traffic jam had made the cabs slow down quite a lot, and only after an hour had the cab reached a bustling business street. It stopped in front of a gorgeously decorated classical Chinese-style construct. It had a huge arch with golden characters written on top, Lulan Club. No matter what was said, Wai Xiaobi had lived in Qihu City for a few months already, so he knew a bit about Beita Road. In this road, there stood a tall white tower. It was said that the tower was built during the Tang dynasty. During that time, it was also one of the 6 Feng Shui towers that were famous tourist spots in Qihu City. The 6 Feng Shui towers were divided into 6 colors: red, blue, green, cyan, black, and white. Moreover, it was also the place where they transplanted 12 banyan trees, creating a magnificent spectacle for people to see. However, time passed and the flames of war spread. The 6 towers and 12 trees had been left with only 1 tower and 2 trees. Moreover, with the waves of modernization, the former had been submerged among taller constructs. If a person was not close enough, it would be hard to see even just its shape. After getting down the car, Wai Xiaobi looked at the European-style building that had glass doors and 6 servers standing outside. From time to time, luxury cars passed through the arch. When they stopped in front of the huge doors, the servers would quickly walk forward to accept the car keys and substitute the driver in parking. For those car owners, paying a small tip to be able to experience this kind of service was worth it. It was visible from the outside that this place was not a children's play area but a gambling den. However, Wai Xiaobi's party did not have the chance to enter from the front door. At this time, Captain Zheng led the way. After passing the arch, they headed towards the left side of the place. Passing by the parking lot, they reached a place with a path going down while trucks would also pass by from time to time. They entered the underground passage, turned a few corners, and saw some patrolling guards on battery-powered vehicles. It was very clear that the people patrolling were from Dahao security firm. The people stopped and greeted Captain Zheng when they saw him. Captain Zheng simply borrowed a battery-powered vehicle and took Wai Xiaobi and Liu Jiancheng inside. Wai Xiaobi could see that below the so-called Lulan Club was a scary excavation. Countless roads intertwined and guards patrolled everywhere, making the entire place seem like a military base. Now that they were there, Captain Zheng finally relaxed a bit and began introducing the place. It turns out that the Lulan Club was one of the properties of Dahao Entertainment Company. It placed a system of bronze, silver, and gold memberships with annual fees that were not small at all. Chapter 81, Underground Fighting. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This place was also the most famous entertainment place of the Southwest District. In the eyes of high officials, its status was quite high. The floor above was mostly a nightclub, but the place that truly attracted the members was what lied below, an underground casino. This place even invited a top-notch dealer from Macau to oversee the place. Normal experts who came here were only courting death. However, the most dazzling place here was the huge underground arena. This place was the most important place in the entire club. For those high officials, they had already normally enjoyed beautiful women, famous wine, etc. Everything was already in their hands, but the scent of blood, and excitement from underground fighting made them unable to stop coming back. This place would regularly have experts from Southeast Asia to fight in their rings. Captain Zheng threw down these words before he left Wai Xiaobi and Liu Jiancheng to a lounge and helped Wai Xiaobi register. Experts from Southeast Asia. Was this a kind reminder or a warning? Wai Xiaobi smiled and looked at his big senior apprentice brother. Xiaobi, when you go up, remember this: if you really can't handle it, give up. Giving up is not really that humiliating. Compared to Wai Xiaobi's carefree appearance, his senior apprentice brother was somewhat serious. He was not like Wai Xiaobi. Ever since he had entered the Cheng clan dojo, he had already fought in many different levels of underground fighting. If it was Liu Jiancheng himself who went up, there would be nothing to worry about. However, the person going up this time was his junior apprentice brother, so Liu Jiancheng was a bit worried. Although his junior apprentice brother was a martial genius, the amount of time he trained was far too short. His junior apprentice brother should still be a little disadvantaged in terms of real fighting experience. If he were to face real underground experts, then a split second of hesitation was equivalent to death. Since this was the case, Liu Jiancheng once again hastily reminded his junior, Xiaobi, you are not weak. Your senior apprentice brother only wants to warn you. When you go up there, do not be lenient. While saying this, Liu Jiancheng's face darkened as his muscles twitched with ferocity and his tone was filled with killing intent. Wai Xiaobi never could have imagined that the martial arts maniac, his big senior apprentice brother, would care this much about him. For a moment, his eyes moistened and hastily replied, big senior apprentice brother should not worry, your junior apprentice brother understands. It was a lie to say that Wai Xiaobi had the power to sweep across everyone. Since Captain Zheng was one of the Southeast Asia's experts, one could tell that the level of people in this underground arena was not low. Wai Xiaobi's attributes were also unbalanced right now. This had caused him to be weaker than what his attributes seemed to portray. But Wai Xiaobi had a fatal move: releasing electricity. Even if the opponent's strength far surpassed his, once he releases electricity, he would be able to easily turn the tables around. With their feelings out of the way, they began to talk more, improving their relationship a lot. Approximately 20 minutes had passed. When their conversation just started warming up, the lounge door opened and Captain Zheng entered with a bag. The bag contained a tight-fitting sports underwear and a nightgown that was not at all bad quality. It was tough and durable, which signified that this underground arena truly followed the rules. Talking about whether an underground arena followed the rules or not is kinda funny. This is? Seeing Captain Zheng hand an A4 paper to him, Wai Xiaobi was slightly confused. However, his big senior apprentice brother received it and looked over it once and said, this is a life and death contract. After looking at it one more time, perhaps checking that there was nothing wrong, his big senior apprentice brother passed the life and death contract to Wai Xiaobi, signifying that he should take a look. Wai Xiaobi was stunned when he heard the words life and death contract, but he was not the slightest bit afraid. He received it and excitedly looked over it. However, when he saw it, there were two black words on top, dual contract. And below it was a space for both contestants to sign. Below that, were the clauses of the contract such as, injuries, disabilities, or deaths caused by the duel were the participants' own responsibilities. Wai Xiaobi was silent, but when he thought about it, there was nothing wrong. In reality, this was indeed a life and death contract, but they only changed the name. There were no words like Lulan Club, or underground fighting in the contract. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they could not use the contract to do anything. He looked over it again. Since the contents of the contract was simple, he found no problems in it. Moreover, the contract did not even have any effect in front of the law and it was only used as a cover-up. Wai Xiaobi signed the contract and returned it back to Captain Zheng. He quickly left since he still needed to let Wai Xiaobi's opponent sign it. As for appearance fee, shares, and other things, those had already been set. Although Wai Xiaobi was a newbie that was strongly recommended by the Cheng Clan Dojo, the appearance fee would still be 50,000 yuan and the share was 2%. Every victory would increase the appearance fee by 10,000 and the share would increase by 1%, until it reached the limit of 5%. However, Xiaobi was already satisfied with this amount. How much did he earn the last time he participated in underground fighting? This time's amount had increased by several folds. As long as he won a battle, he did not need to worry about his expenses for half a year. After Xiaobi worn the underwear and draped on the nightgown, Captain Zheng returned with the contract signed by both parties. In the underground world, this signified that both participants were ready. Any attempts at backing out would receive heavy beating from the management. Naturally, this kind of circumstance rarely appeared. After all, the income in this underground fighting arena was not small. Any person who would enter into this kind of business had already made ample preparation. Let's go. 2 more matches and it's your turn. Captain Zheng passed Xiaobi to a young attendant and left with his big senior apprentice brother. After all, only the fighter and the guide could walk in the corridor leading to the stage, while the fighter's mentor, friends, etc. must walk through a different corridor. Mr. Y, your opponent is a Muay Thai fighter from Thailand. His name is Kakong, nickname is Flying Demon, 27 years old. Ever since he started fighting, he had won 78 times and lost 31 times. He is also an expert in leg skills. The young guide introduced the opponent to Xiaobi while walking with him. Xiaobi nodded at the young man. He had already examined a few sources about underground fighting on the internet. The young man introducing him the opponent beforehand was already a great show of deference. Even if the man had just introduced the opponent's name, it was seen as good enough. From this introduction, Xiaobi was able to deduce a lot of things. 27 years old meant that the person named Kakong was in his golden phase. Because Muay Thai's training method severely ruins one's body, a Muay Thai expert would be at their peak from the ages 22 to 28. Chapter 82, Expert. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Without a doubt, at the age of 27 years old, a person's stamina was at its peak, and after experiencing more than 10 years of fighting, their experience was also at the peak. 78 wins and 31 losses were no small feat. Many people might think that 31 losses meant that the person was weak, but this was underground fighting, an arena where you either die or become disabled. Being able to lose 31 times while keeping your life was already an incredible feat. This proved that Kakong was extremely shrewd. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would not be able to live the extravagant career of underground fighting. The other point was that he was an expert in leg skills. With his nickname Flying Demon, it could probably mean that Kakong liked to use flying knee to dispatch his opponent. Xiaobi slowly walked on the red carpet as he thought about it. Fuck him up, twist his neck, kill him. At the end of the corridor were 2 thick curtains, but the curtains were not able to block out the crazy howls of the audience. The current match is between German Shepherd and White Hegemon. One of them is a black American and the other a white Russian. The next match will be your turn. Seeing Xiaobi attempting to peek past the curtain, the young man gave him information. In the end, unpenetrating blood-curdling scream penetrated through the loud cheers, through the curtain and to his ears. Xiaobi's eyes slightly pulled back as he heard the clear sound of bones breaking straight after. Without a doubt, the winner was inhumanely torturing the loser. Although Xiaobi had spilled quite a bit of blood, he still hadn't spilled the blood of humans. This made him slightly nervous, but he was not worried about being defeated by his opponent. However, he became uncertain about something. He was worried that he might also become that cruel and unfeeling in the future. Very quickly, the curtains flapped open and a few young men were carrying a horribly distorted body inside. The black man whose body was full of blood was rushed away. Xiaobi slightly retreated to let them pass. The young man beside him, on the other hand, became silent. For him, although he had seen many underground fighting matches before, his heart would still cramp up every time he saw this tragic scenario. The blood that dripped on the carpet was quickly soaked up, disappearing from sight, just like a dewdrop meeting the morning sun. Respected gentlemen, beautiful ladies, after a fierce fight, the great white hegemon has obtained victory. Let us give a heated round of applause to this king. The host's voice immediately sounded, inviting the audience to clap once more. The next period was a small amount of time allocated for a break. Those who needed to go to the toilet went to the toilet. Those who needed to drink water went to drink water. However, The names of the next participants were already announced to let some of the audience place their bets earlier. Thailand fighter Flying Demon vs Chinese fighter Iron Mountain Lean. The name Iron Mountain Lean was the nickname that Xiaobi chose, based on the same powerful skill Iron Mountain Lean. On one side was a terrifying demon that could fly, and on the other was a mountain made of iron. Who knew what the outcome would be when both sides clashed? After 15 minutes, the host's high voice rung throughout the arena. Respected gentlemen and beautiful ladies, the 8th round of our unrestricted fighting match is about to begin. Our friends who have not yet placed their bets should hurry up. After this was a long speech to stir up the audience. In short, as long as the bets had not yet reached a certain level, then the host would not stop shooting out his saliva. Luckily, the audience members who could come here and watch the show were not the poor or misers. They had huge amounts of money with no place to spend it, and this was a place where they could obtain excitement. Thus they had no qualms about spending them here. Time passed and the host finally stopped. However, he was only drinking water and began to speak up again. Next, let us invite the 48th rank in Thailand, Flying Demon. Immediately, a round of heated cheers erupted from the building. Next, let us invite the disciple of Bajiquan, Iron Mountain Lean. Compared to Kakong's introduction, Xiaobi's introduction was bland and tasteless. After all, Xiaobi was not famous enough like Kakong, who had previously fought 7 rounds in the place. As a result, the people who cheered for him were non-existent. This, however, was nothing. If Xiaobi knew that all the bets were placed on Kakong, he might also let out a bitter laugh. Mr. Y, it's your turn to go up. The young man was still respectful towards Xiaobi. In fact, every staff member were very respectful towards these underground fighters. One must know that any underground fighter may have probably taken lives before. Being respectful to them was better than bringing trouble unto themselves. The curtain opened and Xiaobi followed the red carpet while surveying his surroundings. The Lulan Club was truly a rich and imposing place. Just the chandelier at the rooftop was enough to tell how much income the place made. The elevated stage at the center was the lowest place in the area. Around it was a field of sand, and outside the sand was a steel cage. The audience seat was like a lecture theater, surrounding the stage in a circular elevation. Most of the seats were filled with well-groomed gentlemen and gorgeously dressed ladies, who were laying down their bets in a betting machine. They would use their eyes to observe Xiaobi and pretend to pull out a cigar. Some of them were even eating steaks and drinking wine with bunny girls serving beside them. It was very clear that as long as one had enough money, anything that they asked for could be realized. Finally, Xiaobi's eyes passed through the steel cage and landed on Kakong, who was currently warming up. Kakong was thin with a height less than 170 centimeters. He was currently baring his naked upper body, jumping up and down, while practicing his punches. To a normal person, they would be oblivious to the fact that he was a fighter. Just with this alone, could he already be considered an expert? Xiaobi quickly judged the strength of his opponents. From just his movements, it was clear that he was not weak. However, they needed to fight for Xiaobi to get a concrete measure. There was a TV screen that was displaying numbers on top of the gauge. This was the amount of bets each fighter had. Kakong's had already reached 5 million, while Xiaobi's had not even reached 100,000. This was also the reality of the underground fighting ring. As long as a person had not yet shown their abilities, then the audience would not easily place their bets on the person. When he arrived in front of the steel cage, an attendant was already waiting while holding the door open. When Xiaobi entered and the door closed, he felt as if he was trapped inside a cage. Swine, you have come. Without waiting for Xiaobi to approach the stage, Kakong was already there and staring at Xiaobi like a tiger looking at their prey. As soon as Xiaobi entered, he started spitting out harsh words from his mouth. Chapter 83, Fierce Fight. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Following Kakong's provocation, the people who bet on Kakong became more excited. They started to continuously hurl insults at Xiaobi. Kill him, hang him, deflower his anus, and whatnot. Without a doubt, Kakong understood psychological warfare. If it was another newbie who was provoked by Kakong and the audience's voices, then there was a chance that they could be psychologically affected. and which could cause various problems in the fight. It would mean that Kakong's chances of victory would increase by a lot. Naturally, if Xiaobi knew that Kakong would normally not use this move, he would have felt honored. Only opponents that made Kakong feel pressure were subjected to this move. Blockhead. Fuck off. Xiaobi stared at Kakong, tore apart the nightgown he was wearing and fiercely shouted. His muscles attribute did not only affect the muscles in his legs and arms, even internal muscles such as the diaphragm were also included. Internal muscles were very difficult to train. Some Goshi experts were even able to use their thunderous voice to cleanse their internal organs and strengthen them. However, a majority of martial artists could only rely on their large physique to support their internal organs. Just like that, it was easy to imagine how loud Xiaobi's roar was. Kakong had miscalculated. He never imagined that Xiaobi's lung capacity was that good or his windpipe to be that big. Standing at a distance of less than 2 meters away from Xiaobi, the sound attack had almost damaged Kakong's eardrums. This had shocked Kakong, forcing him to retreat. In a single breath, Kakong had been sent to one side of the stage. Only then did he stop retreating. Xiaobi smiled. His left hand patted the side of the stage. He let out enough strength to use a single hand to push him up the stage. Perhaps because of his bulging muscles, perhaps because of his loud world-shaking voice that shook Kakong, or perhaps because he used one hand to get up the stage. The eyes of the audience all gravitated towards him. From less than 100,000, his bid immediately increased to 2 million, greatly surpassing the quota, but the speed of its increase quickly slowed down. After all, Xiaobi was still a newbie. Although he left a wonderful first impression, Flying Demon had already displayed his strength before and seemed to be stronger in the audience's eyes. As a result, the majority of the people still made the rational choice of choosing Kakong. Most of the people who decided to bid on Xiaobi were younger men. Flying Demon. Good luck. Eliminate him. The continuous roars of voices seemed to give Kakong encouragement. The two participants, please take note that I am this match's referee. A voice came from above them, attracting Xiaobi's attention. Above the steel cage was hung a steel platform. A man wearing a swallow-tailed coat was standing on top of it, speaking into a microphone. This match will follow the usual practice. Participants can choose to fight with weapons or hand-to-hand. If the other party objects, then we will use a computer to decide. The swallow-tailed coat referee wore a serious face as his voice echoed throughout the arena. Moreover, he even used English to say it one more time, so that there was no need for the fighters to worry about miscommunication. Naturally, this was unless the fighter was deaf or could not speak English or Chinese. However, such a mistake was hard to notice. Weapons. Xiaobi was not an idiot. He would not pretend to be strong and choose hand-to-hand, which he knew was Kakong's expertise. Moreover, if he could fight with weapons, he would be able to earn the experience of fighting another person with weapons. Hand-to-hand. Kakong's choice naturally did not need to be said. The two people are opposing each other. We are now going to have the computer randomize it. The computer let out an amusing voice and declared that the match will be hand-to-hand combat. Begin. The referee did not give the two people time. When his voice came out, he left the stage from above. Unless one side gave up, was unable to fight, or died in the following battle, the steel cage would not open. Do not think that your loud shout weighs enough to scare me. Kakong's light footsteps charged towards Xiaobi, while his mouth still had not stopped provoking him. It was clear that Kakong's psychological adjustment was stronger. In just a few moments, he was able to disperse most of the psychological pressure from Xiaobi's shout. It was also impossible for Xiaobi to shout every time. The shout was indeed mighty, but after last time, he felt a stabbing pain in his lungs. Cough. His lungs had been slightly strained. Xiaobi couldn't help but cough. The large gap between his muscle and sturdiness attributes made his body prone to strains and even cracks in his bones. The most annoying thing was that the injuries in his chest and back were still present as scabs. It would probably take him at least 2 days before it would not affect his fighting ability. Luckily, his health was high. Even if his muscles were strained and his bones become cracked, he would still be able to recover from them in a short amount of time. Otherwise, he would have to just give up rather than fight the strong Kakong. Whoosh, whoosh. Kakong's foot was firmly planted on the ground as he let loose some punches from his Muay Thai bandage-wrapped hands. Wai Xiaobi easily retreated 2 steps to evade the punch. Kakong was also trying to test the waters as Wai Xiaobi's fist came at him. After testing out the waters countless times, the audience became noisy. They were not satisfied with the fight on stage. From their viewpoints, the two of them should be fighting closely till one of them was bleeding streams straight from the beginning of the match. If it was a normal person, the audience's howling would have already influenced their judgment. For Wai Xiaobi and Kakong, the voices of the audience had already been filtered out. They were wholeheartedly paying attention to their opponent, trying to find a crack in their opponent's defense. However, even if that was the case, the fight between them was also gradually becoming more and more fierce. When Wai Xiaobi missed a knee kick, Kakong immediately charged over. His left punch was dodged by Wai Xiaobi, but following the punch was a continuous combo of left knees and right knees. Kakong felt that he had completely understood Wai Xiaobi. He felt that this Wai Xiaobi was strong. When he had defended against a punch, his hardened arms from punching wooden pillars had suddenly become numb. He even felt a strong impact that brought great pain. From his own judgment, this Chinese's strength was already at the level of a heavyweight boxer. However, he also felt that Wai Xiaobi was not fast and even his form was slightly clumsy. Chapter 84, Conclusion. The Human Shape on the Steel Cage. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After a series of exchanges and testing, Kakong was fairly confident that he could rely on his speed to suppress his opponent. As a result, he made a series of fierce attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Wai Xiaobi used both of his hands to smack down the incoming knee attacks with great difficulty. The sound of palm and knee colliding together echoed. The sound passed through a microphone that transmitted the sounds to the audience. It immediately sent the audience into cheers. Compared to the probing phase before, the audience loved to watch fierce attacks. The power behind the Muay Thai fighter's knees had exceeded Wai Xiaobi's imagination. Although Bajiquan was specialized in power techniques, his hands still began to numb as he blocked the opponent's attacks countless times. Fights between experts were not like those in Wuxia stories where 2 people would fight for 3 days and 3 nights. In reality, in an underground fighting stage, once a person grasped the opponent's weakness, victory was immediately at hand. No matter how valiant a person was, their bodies were still mortal. Once they receive an attack in the vitals from their opponents, defeat was the only thing that could be expected. After continuously kneeing, Kakong had pushed Wai Xiaobi to the edge of the stage. As a person experienced in the world of underground fighting, Kakong loved to handle opponents like this. As long as his opponents lose dodging space, then they could only block his fists with their arms. However, in an underground fight, no one could continue blocking for an indefinite amount of time. Once Kakong made full use of both his legs, it could even break the opponent's arms. Bang, bang, bang. Beautiful and fast leg movement once again assaulted Wai Xiaobi. The spectators could almost not see Kakong's legs. Wai Xiaobi continuously received the leg attacks and punches that came at him. His arms had bruises from the fierce leg attacks. His legs, shoulders, and other parts of his body were also heavily injured. Even the injury on his back and chest had been torn to the point of bleeding. However, Wai Xiaobi was not flustered at all. His eyes rigidly watched Kakong's eyes. Eliminate him. Kill him. Perhaps because the audience was a bit partial towards the fighter of their own country, they had increased their bets. When they saw Wai Xiaobi's battered and exhausted appearance, some of them even shouted, and some even encouraged him. The fight was coming to a close. Kakong rearranged his thoughts. After successive attacks, a lot of his stamina had been spent and his opponent had been forced to one corner of the ring. Bang, bang. Kakong moved towards Wai Xiaobi's slightly forward left knee and stepped on it. This was in preparation for Kakong's finishing move, Flying Knee Strike. He would use his opponent's knee to control the opponent's lower body. He would then take the opportunity to use it to jump upwards while concentrating all his power into his knee to fiercely hit his opponent's chin, killing the opponent in one move. Any person who trained in Muay Thai knew this move. Its style would look to be extremely beautiful in the audience's eyes. However, In a standard fight, this move was rarely used. The move's killing power was too high. Once it hits the opponent's chin, the opponent would lose his consciousness and die, making this one of the forbidden moves in official fights. Other than this reason, this move was also difficult to pull off. If both people were Muay Thai fighters, both would be so agile that it would be very hard to even enter the preparation phase. However, his opponent this time was Xiaobi with an awkward posture. This was the reason he decided to have this move as his finisher. Underground fighters needed fame to promote themselves and increase their appearance fees. Using the flying knee strike on his opponent would undoubtedly make his name spread in the underground fighting world. This kind of fame was much more effective than winning countless battles. After all, for the majority of the audience, a beautiful attack incomparable to anything else. When Kakong was about to step on Xiaobi's knee, Xiaobi suddenly smiled like a child who had picked up candy. Kakong suddenly shuddered, thinking that he might have made a mistake in his judgment. Could it be that this bastard can still defend? However, before Kakong was able to step on Xiaobi's knee, Xiaobi, who had been sullen the entire time, suddenly shouted, "Kill!" Instantly, loud sound waves assaulted Kakong's ears, shaking HS brain numb to the point that he could not hear anything. However, this was just a minor thing. The most vital point was that Xiaobi charged towards him like a raging bull. With a loud roar, he supported Kakong's right leg and closed in on his chest. Iron Mountain lean. He planted his feet, took a deep breath, and concentrated his energy. All of his strength instantly pooled to his shoulders and he fiercely knocked on Kakong's chest. Bang! Kakong could not even fix his posture for defense. He only felt a strong striking force and then pain in his chest. The sound of his bones breaking echoed and he fainted, not knowing what happened after. In just one move, Kakong was like a kite that had its strings cut. He spat out blood as he flew backwards. Xiaobi's Iron Mountain lean, after all, had already reached a certain peak of Bajiquan for a while. Kakong instantly flew off the stage and loudly knocked against the steel cage. What made the audience speechless was that Kakong's body had dented the steel cage. After he dropped down the ground and he bled out, what was revealed was the dent on the steel cage in the shape of a human figure. This scene had made even Liu Jiancheng, who was watching the match in the spectators' seats, widen his eyes. Although Liu Jiancheng had faith in his junior apprentice brother, he became worried when he saw his junior being cornered by his opponent. But now, he began to think everything over. He never imagined that his junior apprentice brother's martial skills had reached the point where he could send the opponent flying. The way he looked at it, this Iron Mountain lean of his junior apprentice brother was equivalent to more than 15 years of training. Seeing the battle conclude, the doors of the steel cage opened. 4 staff members brought in a stretcher, and placed the deformed Kakong on it, quickly leaving the cage towards the opposite passage and leaving the arena. As for whether Kakong was still alive or not, Xiaobi did not know. However, he knew that his attack had probably crippled Kakong for life, even if he was lucky enough to survive. Chapter 85. So much money. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This was the fate of underground fighters. Winning meant getting money and women. Defeat meant losing everything. However, Xiaobi only sighed for Kakong and placed his attention on his status panel. When he had used Iron Mountain lean to send Kakong flying, he felt that his own Bajiquan skill had a very obvious breakthrough. However, he decided to confirm it with his status panel. Xiaobi looked at the Bajiquan skill, but it was still at the realm of mastery. The only thing different was that the color of the text had become deeper shade. As Xiaobi's intelligence was not the same as before, he only needed to turn on his brain a bit and could roughly understand why this was the case. Other than using evolution points to level up his Bajiquan skill, he could also train it on his own. Using Bajiquan in battle could also level it up. Although the amount of time he had trained in Bajiquan was only for 3 months, the amount of life and death battles he had in the dust world had compensated for it. In reality, for martial arts like Goshu, training at home for a month was by far inferior to fighting actual battles. What's more, he had fought a lot of life and death battles, and gained victory by using Bajiquan every single time. After accumulating experience for such a long period of time, his Bajiquan finally had a breakthrough during this fight. Naturally, This tiny breakthrough only had a small effect in the realm of mastery. If he wanted to truly level up his Bajiquan from the mastery realm, he had to work very hard for it. However, even if that was so, he still felt the benefits it brought. Although his agility did not increase, he felt that it was a bit easier to control his strength. The pain from his muscles training finally caught up with Xiaobi, making him slightly grimace. He shook his head. If he wanted to fully deal with this problem, the best way still was to put evolution points into his sturdiness or even agility. The victor for this match is Iron Mountain Lean. Following the referee's roaring announcement from above the steel cage, the people who placed their bets on Xiaobi immediately cheered. Moreover, Xiaobi could not help raising both his hands and greet the audience under the host's reminder. Without a doubt, Xiaobi was now worth a bit more in the eyes of the audience. From outside the steel cage, the voices of women could be heard in the mix. Iron Mountain Lean, I love you. Let me give birth to your child. Iron Mountain Lean, come lean on me. Fiercely lean on me. Iron Mountain Lean, your muscles are so strong. Xiaobi's vision was not weak. He was able to easily identify these ladies who all stood out. That's right. They were really ladies. They were wearing expensive high-quality dresses and their necks, hands, ears were all adorned with precious jewels. However, their age was not small. Just their thick amount of makeup was enough to frighten Xiaobi. What birth a child? Even if you had money, I would still only apologize. Even after he left the Lulan Club, he could still remember those crazy ladies and shivers went down his back. In the return trip, Liu Jiancheng beside Xiaobi made rare teas. Junior apprentice brother, your luck with women today wasn't bad. You might as well agree to them. They could even be willing to buy you a house and a car, you know. Looking at his big senior apprentice brother's smile and looking at the driver's amazed look, Xiaobi, for the first time, wanted to punch his big senior apprentice brother's face. Today was truly just bad luck. While leaving the underground arena, one of the ladies even chased over to where he was and tried to negotiate. Let alone a house and a car, she would even pay for his daily living. If it was another poor and destitute person, they might just have agreed to it. After all, the lady was not ugly. Although she was more than 40 years old, she had the money to back her up. Rich people were truly headstrong. Xiaobi sighed in his heart. He glared at Liu Jiancheng and smiled. Since senior apprentice brother is so interested, then let me give the opportunity to you. Without waiting for Xiaobi to finish speaking, Liu Jiancheng's face darkened. How could a senior apprentice brother take a junior apprentice brother's things? It's out of the question. Helplessly, Liu Jiancheng couldn't do much to refute him, only able to say this much. The two of them crossed words with Xiaobi holding the upper hand. However, this was only them joking with each other, improving the relationship between the two apprentice brothers. The only problem was that the driver who was listening to them had his hair stand on its ends. The two people got down the car and paid the fee. As he drove away, the driver's facial expression was as if he had seen a wolf. He even muttered, "Fuck. Even male prostitutes have to enter into discipleships now? Fuck. What the hell is wrong with this society?" Xiaobi did not fully understand why the driver tried to leave quickly, but what he knew was that right now was the prime time for cabs to earn money. However, if Xiaobi and his senior apprentice brother knew what the driver was muttering, they might have just torn the cab into pieces. It was now 11 o'clock night time. His master had already retired early. The only person left awake was his third senior apprentice brother, who was looking at light novels with his phone while waiting for the two of them by the door. After entering the dojo, Liu Jiancheng let Xiaobi wait inside the inner practice ground, while grabbing the medicine kit in a panic. However, when Xiaobi had removed his shirt, his big senior apprentice brother was slightly dumbstruck. Junior apprentice brother should not have been injured in the fight, right? Where did this injury come from? Naturally, his big senior apprentice brother knew that everyone had their own secrets. Since his junior apprentice brother was not willing to say it, then he would not ask. He only wrapped up the injury and said, "Your injury looks like it has been there for a while already. Eat less spicy food and be careful not to let it get wet." After a short talk, the three people returned to their respective rooms. Xiaobi washed himself and laid down on the bed. While he was feeling the pain from the healing injury, he used his hand to touch his bank card. feeling happy. In just this match, he had earned a total of 110,000 yuan. Other than the 50,000 appearance fee, the 60,000 was from the 3 million yuan bid on his name. In reality, it was the first time he ever had this much money in his bank card. He did not even have a bank card while studying in school. The most he had back then was a 10 yuan allowance. When he was in the army, his home did not give him that much money, so he only had 80 yuan a month. Chapter 86. Wooing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Only when Xiaobi was discharged did he obtain a discharge payment. But even with that, he had given it to his mom to use at home. After that, he became a part of the workforce. However, his wages and expenses were close to being equal. After removing the rental fee and living expenses, he was only be able to save 200 yuan every month. From this, it was easy to imagine how much of an impact 110,000 yuan was to Xiaobi. However, he was now different from his past self. Although he had a lot of money, from his point of view, if he could earn this much money once, then how much could he earn the second time? As a result, he became happy but not to the point that he could not go to sleep. After thinking about how to use the money, he finally laid down on the pillow and fell asleep. In the morning, Xiaobi woke up at 5 o'clock, washed his face, did morning training, and ate breakfast. The only thing he could not do was take a bath due to his injuries and only wiped himself down with a towel. It was already 7:30 when he finished all this, and then started his day doing what his master had previously asked of him, picking up the things his master wanted to give to Cheng Si Si. "Master, I'll go on first." Xiaobi greeted his master and his big senior apprentice brother, then went out to the alley and saw that his third senior apprentice was already there waiting in the old van. "Third apprentice brother, don't you think that it's time we should change cars?" Xiaobi's mood was currently very good. With yesterday's money, he felt very happy. "No need. This car is sturdy, so I'm not afraid of playing crazy with it." His third senior apprentice brother Yao Wu made a rare response, but after they set out, the silence returned. Xiaobi's face was a bit red, so he opened a window to let air in. He finally came over himself and realized that he was too excited. Saying that the dojo could not buy a new car was a joke, let alone his master. Just his big apprentice brother and second apprentice brother alone would treat buying a new car as a mere trifle. They did not even mention about buying a new car. But he as the junior apprentice brother actually said it. It was indeed too excessive. Sigh. It seems that I am still young, so I was a bit thoughtless. Once his brain was sober, his thought process would not make such a mistake. Just as Yao Wu said, the van was very sturdy. When the car had been accidentally hit from behind by a Mazda 6 on the way, there were no problems at all. However, because of this, Yao Wu was not able to accompany Xiaobi to look for their apprentice sister. After consulting with each other, Yao Wu decided to wait for the cops to deal with the problem, and Xiaobi would just directly go to the university. Come out. Come out. Your car hit mine. Tell me how you will settle it." Xiaobi had not yet got down from the car when 5 people came out from the Mazda 6. Every one of them had small builds. The one who walked to the front was a man with short hair, biting on a toothpick. He walked over the van's driver's side and slapping the window. When his big mouth went off, the people who did not know the situation thought that their car had hit the Mazda 6. Xiaobi and Yao Wu couldn't help but look at each other in the eye. The current way of the world was too fickle. When a person did not want to find trouble, trouble would come find them. They opened the doors and got down. Perhaps because they saw that Yao Wu looked like a monkey, the leader pushed Yao Wu and overbearingly asked, "Bro, your old van hit my newly bought Mazda 6. I will not make things difficult for you. You can just give me 50,000 yuan to fix the car, or else young bro, do you still remember the reckless bastard who wanted to run away after hitting my car? What happened to him in the end?" When the leader asked, he looked at the 190 centimeters guy wearing black sleeveless shirt behind him. "What happened?" "He was sent to the hospital for 3 months. The guy spoke like a hooligan. 50,000 yuan? Xiaobi wanted to go up and speak, but he never imagined that the untalkative Yao Wu suddenly laughed and charged forward like a panther. In an instant, The 190 centimeters guy was sent flying and took advantage of the moment to knock down the two closest people. This sudden attack had stunned the remaining two people that they could not even respond. Yao Wu charged in front of them and sent them kissing the ground with one kick. In an instant, the five aggressive men were all laying down on the ground. When the people who were about to park their cars saw the scene, they did not even dare to stop. They restarted their cars and parked a bit more further away. 50,000 yuan? Yao Wu laughed. With a big stride, he walked in front of the Mazda 6 and raised his right leg. Bang! With a loud sound, the car's security alarm kept going off. On the side of the Mazda 6's door, there appeared a deep footprint. Wai Xiaobi was finally able to see it. His usually quiet third senior apprentice brother was inexplicably enraged by these people. Just looking at the struggling people on the ground, he found out that his third senior apprentice brother's legs were not to be easily provoked, seeing that they could even break bones. "All right, you go first." Wai Xiaobi considered for a moment and agreed with a small voice. He did not even call out to his third senior apprentice brother, afraid that he might say something wrong. "Okay, you should just go in first. You don't have to care about any of this." In normal cases, this kind of situation needed local police intervention and even court intervention. However, Yao Wu did not seem worried at all, displayed by his confident appearance. Seeing this, Wai Xiaobi did not worry anymore and nodded his head. The sound of a rumbling car came from behind him, causing him to look back. He saw that the van had already melded into the sea of cars, leaving the men on the ground. After entering the gates, Wai Xiaobi dialed Cheng Si Si's phone. Luckily, although the military training for the new students had not yet ended, it still had not begun for the day, so Cheng Si Si was still in her room, taking a bath. After hanging up the phone, Wai Xiaobi quickened his footsteps and looked all around him. The campus was brimming with youthful energy. For Wai Xiaobi, who had never been to college, everything around him felt new and fresh. A group of sleeveless men were sweating away in the basketball court. A pair of lovers were walking slowly in the campus forest. There was also students diligently studying on benches. The female dormitory was not far, so as Wai Xiaobi walked, the snow-white building quickly came into view. At this time, a few men who were standing below made Wai Xiaobi's eyes widen. A tall, smart-looking male student held out a bouquet of red roses and shouted, "Cheng Si Si, I love you. I will love you for my entire life. Give me a chance. I will definitely treat you well." Chapter 87, Spit. Shameful Brute Strength. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wai Xiaobi's mouth couldn't help frown as he saw his little senior apprentice sister gaining popularity in college. He still remembered how when she had strongly pressed down on him, he told her that if a woman was too fierce then she might not find a boyfriend. As a result, he had been beaten by her that day. The scene in front of his eyes was simply a slap to his face. However, facing this situation, he was much more curious about her response and whether he should tell the master or not. If his master, who had treated his daughter as a treasure, knew that someone dared look at her daughter, the conclusion would be too terrible to imagine. "Manj, forgive me already. I only want to study right now and not go on dates." Cheng Si Si appeared from the window above and immediately rejected him. Without a doubt, Cheng Si Si looked down on Manj's toughness. "Even if you don't want to go steady, you cannot stop my love for you." World-shaking words immediately came out from Manj's mouth. On the other hand, the girls in the dormitory, who were watching the scene, were shouting, giving Manj encouragement. Obtaining support, Manj became more proud. "Cheng Si Si, I will wait for you down here. If you don't come down, I will not leave." No matter what was said, Wai Xiaobi admired the handsome guy's brazenness. If it was him, it would have been impossible for him to shout out these words under the gaze of everyone present. Without a doubt, Manj's plan was sound. Cheng Si Si would have to leave the building to eat, so guarding below was a good decision. If she came down, it would be equivalent to her agreeing to dating him, and the next situations from then on would be within Manj's plans. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of sneakers came from the dormitory stairs. In a short moment, a beautiful girl wearing camouflage came out from the girls' dormitory with a phone in her hand. Seeing Cheng Si Si like that, Wai Xiaobi couldn't help clapping in admiration. Cheng Si Si was not a frail girl. She had trained in martial arts from a small age. As a result, she carried a heroic aura. The camouflage that she wore at this moment boosted that aura, giving others a strange sense of beauty. In the eyes of men who have only seen frail beautiful women, this kind of destructive power was too strong. Seeing that Cheng Si Si truly came down, Mawanj became emotional and charged ahead with his bouquet. "Si, don't come near me. Wait for me to make a phone call." Cheng Si Si was a girl who did not know how to refuse a guy's advances. She extended her left hand to block Mawanj in the bouquet and her right hand dialed a number. In reality, Cheng Si Si extending her hand made Mawanj startled. As a student from the physical education department with great ability, he had actually been blocked by Cheng Si Si. Naturally, Mawanj was not here to force her, so when he was blocked by Cheng Si Si, he could only patiently wait. Seeing Cheng Si Si dial on her phone, Wai Xiaobi, who was hiding behind a tree, let out a bitter laugh. He walked out and hung up his phone that had just rang. When he was about to talk, Cheng Si Si, who saw him, immediately came over and embraced his left arm. Then she whispered, "Junior apprentice brother, become a shield for you senior apprentice sister." Wai Xiaobi stared blankly. The warm feeling on his arm made his face blush a bit and whispered back, "Senior apprentice sister, please let me off this time. I don't want to receive 10,000 beatings and die." "Stop spouting rubbish." Cheng Si Si already felt a headache coming from Mawanj, so she ignored Wai Xiaobi's embarrassment and dragged him towards Mawanj. "Si, this is?" Suddenly seeing Cheng Si Si drag back a man with such intimacy, Mawanj was dumbstruck and couldn't help ask her, albeit with a stunned appearance. From the moment Cheng Si Si enrolled, her pretty face had already attracted many houseflies. These houseflies would buzz around her every day, disturbing her studies. Cheng Si Si finally used her killing move under the gaze of these houseflies. "I am already engaged to my boyfriend. When I graduate, I will marry him. So please stop disturbing me in the future, or else my boyfriend will get angry." Cheng Si Si smilingly said this while pinching Wai Xiaobi's waist. Wai Xiaobi was in so much pain that he could almost fly away. No matter how strong his muscles were, it was impossible to stop an attack on the soft meat of the waist. Moreover, he was not an idiot. His intelligence that had reached 9.5 points allowed him to understand what Cheng Si Si wanted him to do. He held back the pain from showing on his face with great difficulty. He immediately stared at Mawanj with great ferocity. "That's right. Cheng Si Si is my girlfriend. Please don't disturb her in the future, or else." Wai Xiaobi took this chance to throw off Cheng Si Si's hold. He walked towards the front of the tree and struck it with his right hand. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. The leaves fluttered down, while the thick tree trunk kept shaking as if it had been affected by a strong earthquake. Seeing this scene, Mawanj felt his back drench with sweat. Fuck, this guy is too abnormal. As a physical education department student, Mawanj was also pursuing strength. When he had nothing to do, he would also hit a strat along the pathway. However, being able to create a sound was enough for him. Wai Xiaobi's fist that was able to shake the tree while breaking it, was already out of his imagination. I understand. Mawanj, who loved to show off his strength in front of people, had been completely suppressed by Wai Xiaobi. He felt that Cheng Si Si's boyfriend was like a brown bear that had spent time accumulating power. If he said no, then it would be his body that would be shattered to pieces. "It's good that you understand. Let's go Si." Seeing that Mawanj surrendered, Wai Xiaobi felt like he had achieved something. However, he quickly erased it in his mind. Bullying a normal person was too childish. After waiting for Wai Xiaobi and Cheng Si Si to leave far away, the petrified Mawanj finally came back to his senses. Seeing that many people were looking at him, he couldn't help but blush a little. He turned around and walked away, but his mouth was unwilling to accept defeat. That was nothing. It's only brute force. Chapter 88, Verification. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When he despised Wai Xiaobi for showing his brute strength, he had forgotten that he, himself, also loved to show off in the same way. From this, it can be seen that a man's thoughts and words did not depend on their brain but on where their butts were sitting. When the two people finally arrived at the cafeteria, Xiaobi finally came back to his sense. Little senior apprentice sister, these are the things that master wanted me to give you. Cheng Si Si also returned to her senses. She extended her hand and took the bag while complaining. My junior apprentice brother's head is getting dumber. Carrying such a big bag here in vain. Why don't we eat breakfast first and then let your junior apprentice brother send you back? Xiaobi was careful with his words. He knew that his little senior apprentice sister's temper was about to erupt in any moment, even though she had just swatted away a disgusting housefly. Okay, then let's go into this store. Cheng Si Si carried the bag and hurriedly walked in. They both sat down and ordered a lot of food, but the air between them remained dull. After the waiter delivered 2 bowls of soy milk to their table, Cheng Si Si finally sobered up from the atmosphere. She fiercely stared at Xiaobi. Xiaobi, you absolutely cannot tell the dojo about the matter before. Everything was fake. Do you understand? By the end of her sentence, Cheng Si Si's voice had softened a bit. No matter what was said, Xiaobi was older than Cheng Si Si by a few years. He was able to understand Cheng Si Si's thoughts just by looking at her and made a bitter smile. Little senior apprentice sister, even if you didn't ask me, I would not dare. Then all is good. Eat. At the exact same time, 2 bowls of soup dumplings were delivered to their tables, and Cheng Si Si picked one up to eat. Her table manners seemed to be at least 3 times more fierce than Xiaobi's. Xiaobi naturally knew that her little senior apprentice sister was still a virgin. When she had done those things to get rid of the green-haired fly, she did not think much about it at that time. However, once the matter passed and she remembered them, she would naturally become embarrassed, and as a result, become a little more restless. Another thing was that Xiaobi did not have any intentions towards her. After all, the master had treated him very well. If he had any ideas about her, then that would be quite a wild ambition. Although this wild ambition may not necessarily be a bad thing, Xiaobi's energy was currently divided into 2. Training and the dust world. He did not have the energy to do anything apart from this, let alone having a love affair. After they ate for a while, Xiaobi suddenly thought of something and pretended to accidentally find a subject to talk about. Cheng Si Si was not the sort of a bashful maiden. Once matters passed, she wouldn't think about them anymore. After talking a bit, Xiaobi slowly moved the subject to matters about Qihu University. What made him gratified was that his hard work was not wasted. Cheng Si Si immediately entered into a talking mood. She jabbered on and described the 10 great mysteries of Qihu University. Naturally, the so-called 10 great mysteries were about some female students committing suicide in some places and then becoming ghosts. Then at 10 o'clock night time, if you go to those places, you would see a blooded female student, and so on. These supernatural rumors had probably been circulating there for more than 10 years already, so Xiaobi did not care much about it. Right, I also heard that during military training period, a few new students had disappeared. They had mysteriously vanished from their rooms. The strangest thing was that their rooms were locked. Their roommates had verified that before they had turned the lights off for the night, everyone was in the room. However, the morning of the next day, they discovered that their roommate had disappeared. Their beds still had traces that they had been slept in, but no one had found them until now. Thinking about it is kinda scary. Saying this, Cheng Si Si's face let out a small trace of fear. Although Cheng Si Si had trained since young, she was still a girl. If it were things like bugs and snakes, she was not scared of them. However, this kind of supernatural thing slightly shook her. This was a human's innate nature. They were afraid of things that they could not understand. Oh, Xiaobi couldn't help frown as he made an inference. After asking a few more questions, he had a rough understanding of the situation. According to the time of events, the disappearance of the girls and Xiaobi's adventure to the dust world the night before were not consistent. However, this was normal since people who had just disappeared would not have spread as much. After eating breakfast, Cheng Si Si's time for military training was approaching. As a result, she did not talk with Xiaobi anymore and hurriedly left. After Xiaobi left the gates, the 5 men and their Mazda 6 had disappeared. Perhaps because they were also not good people, they did not report it to the police and just left. In the next few days, Wai Xiaobi concentrated on treating his injuries and did not rush to go into the dust world. He also talked with Cheng Si Si twice on the phone during this time. She had obtained a bit more information about the matters inside the university. On the night that Wai Xiaobi entered the dust world, there was indeed a third-year girl named Li Shan who disappeared. The times she had gone missing and had appeared in the dust world had a close correlation. Moreover, the girl named Li Shan's disappearance was different from the few students before her. She was studying in the library on that night, and did not return back to the dormitory afterwards. The library computer still had information on the books she borrowed. Without a doubt, the girl named Li Shan was the female student that Wai Xiaobi met. This was the reason why Wai Xiaobi had paid attention to her. He did not have any regret or guilt, but rather, he wanted to find out how they entered the dust world. How come I can enter the dust world? Why do I have such an unimaginable thing as a status panel? Wai Xiaobi felt that he would not be able to sleep comfortably until these matters were cleared up. However, he knew that this matter was not such an easy thing to ask. Perhaps he would only understand it once he died in the dust world. Bang, bang, bang. He stood at one corner of the outer practice ground and struck a tree continuously. The tree continuously shook and its leaves kept falling. He was carrying out recovery training. He calculated that his previous training was not fruitless, but its effect on the status panel was weak. After all, according to normal training, the strength and agility attributes would need at least half a month to increase by 0.01 point. Moreover, by increasing his attributes with the status panel, his training results became worse. This was also the reason why he given up on the weighted vest. However, even if that was so, he still carried out recovery training. He believed that there were benefits to his body in doing so. Moreover, it would allow him to grasp the limits of his strength, so that in the future, he would not go over the limits of what his body could handle. Chapter 89, Terrifying Giant Leg. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Naturally, his limited force made his fists slow down a bit. However, the security guards that were training around him watched on dumbfoundedly until he finished training. After, Wai Xiaobi greeted his big senior apprentice brother and left the dojo, hailing a cab and returned to his apartment. In reality, those security guards looked down on the Cheng clan dojo. After all, they were the elites of a security firm, but they were still sent there to train. Most of the security guards were either trained in martial arts, retired army soldiers, former hoodlums, or even attained their own family's martial arts. From their point of view, the Cheng clan dojo was only a place that fooled people. However, in these few days, they were convinced of his big senior apprentice brother's strength. Anyone who dared to challenge him were met with fierce retaliation. Moreover, Wai Xiaobi had brought them great fear. Wai Xiaobi was injured but still followed Captain Zheng to fight in an underground arena. Moreover, he defeated the one called Flying Demon in one hit. This kind of matter was hard to keep as a secret between them. As they saw Wai Xiaobi continuously knocking on the tree today, they considered things carefully. If they were the ones that were knocked against, what kind of result would occur? Shortly after considering it, these security guards went limp in their knees. If they tried to block in front of Wai Xiaobi, their bones would break and they would immediately spit out blood as they died in an instant. This was not a joke. Just by looking at the tree shake, they were able to tell that Wai Xiaobi was very strong. He was simply a bull. Wai Xiaobi naturally did not know that what he did had made the security guards much more sincere. After getting down the cab, Wai Xiaobi went to the Fat Mama store and bought 2 bottles of white wine. He also bought a few stewed dishes and returned. As he entered the apartment building, he heard the sound of a man and a woman arguing in the corridor. What is happening? Wai Xiaobi looked at the time. It was 3:07 in the afternoon. Other than the shut-in Zili June, who else could be here at this time? It was not a Saturday, nor was it a Sunday. Other than the people with special circumstances, everyone should be at work. After passing through half the corridor, he found that the sound came from Li Lanxing and Huang Diejun's room. Huang Diejun, are you worthy of me? The door was not able to block out Li Lanxing's sobbing voice at all. What do you mean worthy of you? I have been with you for such a long time, yet I can't even be intimate with you. I am a man, not a robot. Following Huang Daejun's loud roar and a loud slap in the face, the door opened. What came out was Huang Daejun with a handprint on his face. He raised his head and saw Wai Xiaobi. Xiaobi, you've returned? Perhaps he wanted to hide things. He forced a smile. Ah, yes. Wanna come drink at my place? Although he was not willing, he had no choice but to raise the food and wine in his hands and invite the other person after being called out. I still have matters to attend to at the company. Maybe next time. How could Huang Daejun go over to Wai Xiaobi's place to have a drink at this time? Moreover, they were not that close compared to how close Wai Xiaobi was with Lilan Crossing. After throwing down some words, he ran out of the building as if he was being chased by wild dogs. Wai Xiaobi sighed. When he turned around, Li Lanxing appeared by the door. Sister Lan, are you okay? Wai Xiaobi was much more willing to comfort Li Lanxing than Huang Daejun. No problem. Li Lanxing's hair covered her tear-stained face as she spoke with a hoarse voice. She did not talk to Wai Xiaobi anymore, and went back in and closed the door, her suppressed weeping voice echoing through the walls. What actually happened here? Wai Xiaobi entered his room and closed the door with a sigh. Wai Xiaobi more or less liked Lilan Crossing. He even had a wet dream of her back in the dust world when he killed the Fiendish Man Fish. However, this did not mean that he was willing to break other people's relationships. This was his principle. From any angle you looked at it, he treated Li Lanxing, who took care of him many times, as his big sister, so he wished to her happiness. Sigh, let's put that aside for now. Wai Xiaobi sat on his bed and temporarily forget about Li Lanxing's matter. He opened the wine bottle and took a mouthful of it while eating the stewed dishes. So good. It's been so long since I've enjoyed this taste. If it was Wai Xiaobi before, he would not be willing to spend more than 100 yuan on buying the 250 grams stewed beef, stewed duck, and the 1 kilogram of walnut stewed meat. But now, he was different. With more than 10,000 yuan in his bank card, spending this much for the time being, was a small matter. After all, eating stewed dishes was better than just drinking down the wine. Wai Xiaobi devoured the food clean and drank down the wine to the last drop. With a bang, the wine bottle fell down the floor and Wai Xiaobi fell asleep. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking ground of the loud sound had woken up Wai Xiaobi. What is happening? Wai Xiaobi hurriedly opened his eyes and looked around him. I have already entered the dust world. Boom. What's going on? Wai Xiaobi felt the ground shaking and heard the loud booming sound from his window. Not good. Whether it was the shaking or the loud sound, both were, without a doubt, approaching his direction. After discovering this, he did not dare stay inside the room. He extended his hands to take his backpack and slung it behind him. His feet did not stop moving at all as he kicked open the door and left the building. When he was at the courtyard, he looked at where the sound and the shaking was coming from. His eyes became dull, and his mouth was wide open. Two big thick legs were coming towards the building. Moreover, he could only see 2 legs. Anything above the legs was hidden by the clouds. The length of the legs were more than 600 meters. Every step the thing took closed a distance of more than 400 meters. Just the powerful presence of the thing was enough to stop Wai Xiaobi from taking another step. Danger. Extreme danger. Whether it was the length of the legs, the shaking ground, or the imposing aura that came from it, all of them gave Wai Xiaobi a sense of danger that he had never felt before. I cannot stop here. Wai Xiaobi struggled for his life. It took him a while before he set himself free from the powerful presence and charged out of the courtyard, heading towards the food street. The food street was at a 90-degree angle from the trajectory of the huge legs. It was the only place he could safely escape to. Chapter 90, Giant Legs Stepping Down. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wai Xiaobi reached the food street, but suddenly stopped and cursed. What the fuck? The mist that had disappeared from the food street had once again appeared. Worse of all, those green dwarfs appeared from the mist and started charging towards him. In just a few seconds, more than 100 green dwarfs came out from the mist. His pitchfork had been scrapped on the laboratory building's rooftop. Dealing with the green dwarfs was much harder than before. However, Xiaobi did not think much about it anymore at this point. He stomped on the ground and charged towards the Green Dwarfs. Iron Mountain lean. Although he could slowly defeat the Green Dwarfs, the two legs from the distance were continuously closing in. Xiaobi did not dare bet his luck, so he killed the Green Dwarfs, leaving a trail of blood. With his fastest speed, he quickly knocked against a Green Dwarf. The Green Dwarf could not even respond, and flew off like a golf ball from impact. In an instant, the Green Dwarfs behind it fell down like dominoes. As for the Green Dwarf that flew off, it had already died from its breastbone shattering. Xiaobi's strength did not diminish after that. He opened his arms and grasped onto two Green Dwarfs that were running towards him. He spun like a windmill, turning the two Green Dwarfs into weapons and killing through the crowd. Xiaobi massacred through the Green Dwarfs. Every Green Dwarf that was hit died as they were sent flying with their bones broken. When Xiaobi finally left the encirclement, the only thing remaining from the two Green Dwarfs in his hands were two thighs. Exhale. Xiaobi panted, the feeling of excitement welled up on his face. The Green Dwarfs seemed to not be blocking him at all. Even when he was already behind them, they did not look back at all. On the contrary, they ran away to a different part of the food street. What's going on? When he was still hesitating on whether to pass through the mist, he saw the mist condense into the mist Draconic horse. The horse bellowed out and wildly charged at him. It's coming. Although Xiaobi was able to judge that the mist Draconic horse was not fully targeting him, dealing with something that could match the big tree spirit made him tense up to the point that he could not speak. Xiaobi took big strides and charged towards one of the stores at the side. From his point of view, this was already the most he could do. If the mist Draconic horse had a sudden change of mood, not wanting to eat tree bark and instead human meat, Xiaobi would probably just have to die inside the mist. The wind spilled inside the room and the mist pervaded it. However, in the next instant the mist disappeared. Xiaobi carefully peeked his head out. The mist Draconic horse had disappeared, but at the end of the food street, a field of green could be seen. The forest appeared again. While Xiaobi was thinking, the ground suddenly shook. Soon after, the roots of the trees in the forest appeared one after the other. The smaller trees were the fastest. When their roots were out, they escaped to the distance. What does this mean? Seeing the tree spirits suddenly appear frightened, Xiaobi did not hesitate. He finally understood what was going on in the next moment. Boom, boom. The loud booming sound echoed. He could feel the ground beneath him shake like ocean tide. The shaking was so strong that he could not even stand still. He staggered, falling to the ground. He could not even stand nor sit as he laid horizontal to the ground. It only during this time that Xiaobi thought about the benefits of the sub-attributes under agility. If his balance and other agility sub-attributes increased to above 13, he could have dealt with the shaking easier. He exerted all his effort to prop himself up and raise his head. When he looked, most of the tree spirits had already escaped to the distance. In their terrified state, these tree spirits pulled out their own roots and ran away quickly. What came to Xiaobi's mind was a scene of turmoil and chaos. However, the big tree spirit was too huge. With its 100-meter tall height, let alone escape in such a small amount of time, it had not yet even pulled out most of its roots. The 30-40 meter tall tree spirits around it were also quite slow. After they had pulled out their roots, they started to slowly crawl away. However, what Xiaobi saw next had shocked him to the core. Boom, boom. One of the huge legs suddenly descended from the skies, stepping towards the direction of the big tree spirit. It was the first time that Xiaobi was able to clearly see what the huge legs actually looked like. It was not that different from a human's legs. However, it was big beyond reasonable limits. The hair on it was more than 10 meters long and was so thick and solid, each one looked like an electric pole. There were foreign matter of different sizes and shapes that fell down as the giant leg moved. However, Xiaobi could not clearly see them from a distance. The big tree spirit that was under the shadow of the foot seemed to have finally understood that danger was about to descend. With loud boom, it quickly pulled out its roots and stabbed towards the skies like a forest of spears. The big tree spirit's roots were tenacious. Xiaobi knew that the sharpness of the roots could even turn an armored car into a beehive. Slish. The speed of the leg's descent was extremely fast. Moreover, the speed at which the roots pierced up was not slow. In an instant, the two collided, creating a sharp ear-piercing sound, as if steel was hitting steel. However, the tree roots were still just tree roots. No matter how much force there was, it was not even on par with the huge leg. In a flash, the huge leg continued its descent. The roots that hit the huge foot were all crushed. However, the big tree spirit did not admit defeat. At the junction of life and death, it sent even more roots and avoided the sole of the foot. Instead, it targeted the weaker points of the foot, like the heel. However, the defense of the huge leg surpassed the big tree spirit's imagination. No matter how much its roots pierced the huge leg, it was only able to leave a few red marks on it. Chapter 91, Crushed Big Tree Spirit. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Seeing this scene, Xiaobi opened his mouth. So strong. The huge leg above the big tree spirit seemed to be completely casted from an indestructible alloy. Zlagaza. The foot landed on top of the big tree spirit, causing the big tree spirit to suddenly let out a strange sound. Along with the echo of its voice, a green brilliance exuded out from the big tree spirit's trunk. In the next moment, it concentrated everything it had on the thickest root. Like a viper charging its power, it moved towards the exposed blue vein on the back of the foot, and fiercely pierced it. It was not that the big tree spirit had never targeted the vein before, but rather, the huge leg's defense was too high, so it simply could not pierce through it. However, it was different this time. The tree root that was carrying the green brilliance unexpectedly pierced through the vein. Soon after, a green-colored liquid sprinkled everywhere. But the big tree spirit's struggle was only until this point. In the next moment, the injured leg suddenly sped up its descent, and in an instant, the big tree spirit was stomped. Boom! The foot was like an atomic bomb as it trampled the big tree spirit. Dust rose from the ground and a shockwave spread throughout the area. The strength of the shockwave had even turned over the last remaining few tree spirits. Even Xiaobi, who was in the food street, was able to feel the force of the shockwave. A dust storm spread, almost suffocating Xiaobi. However, the huge leg did not just stop there. Xiaobi was able to faintly see the other leg pass another 300-400 meters and landed on a ruined building. With a loud boom, the building was stomped to the ground. The leg that stomped the big tree spirit raised itself again and finally disappeared in the distance. The wind slowly stopped, and the dust began to settle. Is it over? Xiaobi stuck his ear on the ground to carefully listen for any shaking. Without a doubt, the huge legs were moving into the distance as the sound of the shaking became smaller. Xiaobi paid attention to his status panel and looked at the battle log. He did not need to look at the battle log with the Green Dwarfs anymore. The most important point was what was after it. Battle log. Encounter with 3-star terror creature Mist Draconic Horse. Mist Draconic Horse withdrew from the battle. Battle end. Witnessed the fight between 4-star terror creature Citizen of Longbow and 3-star terror creature Big Tree Spirit. Receive aftermath effects from the battle. The most important showed by the battle log was the 4-star terror creature, Citizen of Longbow. 4-star terror creature, Citizen of Longbow. Xiaobi's heart sped up as he recalled the two huge legs. Just 2 legs was already so big. Considering the whole body, its height probably would not be short of 1,000 meters. A 4-star terror creature is truly terrifying. While Xiaobi was thinking of which myth the monster came from, he heard footsteps approach from behind, making noise in the background. When he turned around, he saw that the green dwarfs that had retreated, once again charged towards him. He did not want to fight with the green dwarfs yet. He retreated a few steps and guarded the door. If he stood there was no chance that the green dwarfs could surround him. However, Xiaobi never imagined that when the green dwarfs saw him, their footsteps would slow down. However, after the sharp whistle of one of the green dwarfs, the other green dwarfs started to move faster. They ignored Xiaobi and immediately moved towards the original place of the dead big tree spirit. The movements of the green dwarfs had roused Xiaobi. His intelligence was not low, so he was at the very least able to understand why these green dwarfs were so excited. I was too focused on the Citizen of Longbow that I forgot about the big tree spirit that was killed by the Citizen of Longbow. Without a doubt, those green dwarfs were heading to the big tree spirit. Xiaobi knew that although the monsters of the dust world did not have a status panel, they could evolve by killing other creatures. Moreover, the effects of their evolution were better than his. However, the dead big tree spirit was without a doubt a treasure trove in their eyes. Just the 0.1 increase in all attributes was enough to make people go crazy with excitement. Chase. After understanding this, Xiaobi did not hesitate. He strode out the door and chased after the green dwarfs. Blocking other people's livelihood was without a doubt the same as killing their parents. Although these words should be directed towards Xiaobi by the green dwarfs, he did not even care about the green dwarfs' feelings at all. In his eyes, these bastards had already snatched away his previous loot, so they were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. With a loud roar, Xiaobi charged towards the green dwarfs like a bull. In an instant, the green dwarfs were knocked flying. When they landed, they all vomited blood and were left close to their deathbeds. Although the green dwarfs were not slow, they were too short. Even if they wanted to run fast, they had their limits. From a human's point of view, they moved only a little bit faster than a jogging pace. Xiaobi punched and kicked without paying attention to his form at all. As long as a green dwarf was in front of him, he would send it flying with either his kicks or his punches. When he had finally passed through the green dwarfs lost their previous excitement. They quickly dispersed to the sides, running away. I finally drove away those bastards. Xiaobi's mind was focused on the big tree spirit. He did not chase after the green dwarfs and continued to move forward. However, soon enough, Xiaobi's eyes reddened. A huge footprint was left behind at the original location of the tree. Broken branches had spread on all sides like disordered trash. His speed was not slow, but he never could have imagined that around the giant footprint, there were already countless green dwarfs stooping down in search for something. Chapter 92, Rob. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. These bastards are too fast. When he thought about it, the green dwarfs were just normal one-star creatures. They were at the bottom of all the creatures in the dust world. If they met any danger and escaped in only a single direction, then they would probably be cleansed off from the dust world. When Xiaobi had reached the edge of the giant footprint, there were already green dwarfs excitedly shouting. It was holding on to something and was about to place it in its mouth. Xiaobi noticed that the tree root was still dripping sap. Without a care, he charged ahead. He quickly grabbed onto the tree root and punched the green dwarf's head. Bang! There was no chance that the green dwarf could handle the heavy punch. In an instant, its head sunk down from the break in its neck bone, and died. Up to this point, Xiaobi did not care about how bad the root tasted. He immediately placed the root in his mouth and continuously chewed as he headed to another green dwarf that was cheering. Those green dwarfs were originally fighting over the tree root, but now that Xiaobi entered the fray, everything became even more chaotic. The green dwarfs that had picked up the good stuff were not stupid. They would take the opportunity to sneak away when no one was paying attention, and continuously chew. After busying himself for a while, he had robbed over 10 tree roots. However, continuously chewing this many tree roots was enough to make his mouth go numb. During this time, Xiaobi also looked at the pit that made the shape of a giant footprint. The big tree spirit had already been crushed to pieces by the huge foot. Large amounts of tree sap leaked out, turning the pit into a mess. In actual fact, Xiaobi had the impulse to jump down. There was not only a large amount of tree sap, there were also big tree spirit branches that were in a good condition. These branches could also be used to make the handle of a great spear. There were also countless branches around the pit, but they were too short. However, Xiaobi also tested the branches' durability and flexibility. They had far exceeded the one that he had been using in the dojo. Perhaps it was an even better material than the most superior spear handle out there. However, the pit that was created by the huge foot was at least 20 meters deep. Moreover, the walls of the pit were straight. Xiaobi was worried that once he jumped in, let alone getting injured, climbing back up would be a difficult thing. Moreover, The monsters who smelled the sap were going to increase in numbers. It was too dangerous. He could easily imagine that once he jumped down, the probability of him surviving was less than 20%. If his chances of surviving was 50%, then he would just directly jump down. He would also jump down if the amount of tree sap could directly increase all his attributes to 20. However, the tree sap had mostly been soaked in by the soil. Even if Xiaobi jumped down, the tree sap was not worth the effort. The gains and the risks were not equal. What is that? When Xiaobi was hesitating to jump down, he had also still been quite cautious and alert. After all, his life was much more important than anything else. He saw that one of the Green Dwarfs was lying down on the ground and licking something. As soon as the Green Dwarf saw that Xiaobi was coming over, it was startled. It did not even care about the thing it was licking and ran away. However, in just 10 steps, it fell to the ground and spasmed. This scene looks familiar. Xiaobi's brain turned. He recalled the time when he was at the laboratory building. When he placed points into his sturdiness attribute, his body also spasmed and his muscles reconstructed. That scene was the same as what he was seeing with the Green Dwarf. Xiaobi then looked at the thing that the Green Dwarf was licking. It was a small puddle of blood, and looked as if it had been half drunk by the Green Dwarf. At this moment, the Green Dwarf cried in pain. The muscles in its body continued to expand. In a short amount of time, the Green Dwarf's original knee level height had increased. Its body size also increased as its muscle swelled. If the previous Green Dwarf was a 3-4-year-old child, then the current one was a 7-8-year-old child. The Green Dwarf's body that had swelled was filled with bulging muscles. When it opened its eyes, it charged at Xiaobi. Its former weak expression was replaced with an extreme ferocity. Lower the shoulder, drop the elbow, stamp the feet, inhale deeply. Xiaobi reacted in an instant. His entire body lowered, and his right hand formed a fist. He then sent his fist flying with great strength. Even if the Green Dwarf had grown stronger, its brain did not become smarter. Seeing Xiaobi's fist coming, it had not even dodged, only relying on its sturdy body to resist it. In a flash, Xiaobi's fist made contact with its chest. Its body flew back, while it spat out blood. The Green Dwarf easily died. Xiaobi looked at his battle log. He knew that the Green Dwarf had become a 1-star elite creature, Elite Green Dwarf. After it died, it gave Xiaobi a total of 50 evolution points. From this, it was easy to understand that the puddle of blood was not something simple. Seeing that there was not much blood left, Xiaobi hesitated. He had eaten many kinds of things when he was in the army's survival training: earthworms, snakes, sparrows, bugs and many others. However, when he thought about drinking the blood that had been licked by the smelly Green Dwarf, he had a psychological barrier. Xiaobi hesitated for a bit. He looked around and saw that the Green Dwarfs were staying away from him, probably due to fear of death. Soon Xiaobi did not hesitate anymore and lied on the ground to lick. The taste was not that good, let alone the fishy smell of blood. When Xiaobi had stuck his tongue on the puddle, his tongue felt hot, as if it was under a flame. This should be the blood of the citizen of Longbow. Xiaobi already had a slight feelings, and it was confirmed by the flickering blood of the citizen of Longbow in his status panel's items on hand section. The only thing that was there before was the fight between the big tree spirit and the citizen of Longbow. The big tree spirit's blood was the tree sap that could increase all of his status with a bitter taste. Other than the big tree spirit, there was the citizen of Longbow that had been injured by the tree roots. Chapter 93, Terror of the Mist Draconic Horse. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. While enduring the burning feeling, Xiaobi licked up the remaining blood, but some of it was still soaked up by the soil. Seeing that the blood had been licked as clean as it could, Xiaobi swallowed all of it down. Rumble. This sound was not something that came from afar, but it was Xiaobi's stomach after swallowing the blood. He felt as if his body had turned into an erupting volcano, as if his mind blew up. However, the bad feeling did not last long. After a few seconds, he finally came back to his sense. Seeing his muscle slightly swell, he was skeptical. The effects of the blood ended. He shook his head and did not waste time thinking about it. He directly looked at his status panel. None of his attributes had increased. The only attribute that increased was his sturdiness,
which increased from 12.47 to 13.07. It increased by 0.6 points. What a strong effect. It needed to be known that a drop of the big tree spirit's tree sap would increase all of his attributes by 0.01 points, or an equivalent to 19 evolution points. On the other hand, the blood had increased his sturdiness by 0.6 points, making its effect was better than the tree sap. Waxiabi exercised his arms and legs. He was able to feel that his body was somewhat capable of handling his power now. What good stuff! Waxiabi's eyes sparkled and began searching. Naturally, even if he could find such a thing, there would not be much left. After all, he only had 2 eyes. But there were more than 100 green dwarfs out there. In the following time, Waxiabi found more blood puddles, but they had already all been used by the green dwarfs. Moreover, Waxiabi was only noticed it as the green dwarfs started to evolve. However, Waxiabi felt that it was still not that bad. Killing an elite green dwarf was still able to merit him 50 evolution points. However, when calculated carefully, it was still a loss. If Waxiabi was able to drink all of the blood, his sturdiness would increase by more than 2 points, which was much more than 50 evolution points. The amount of Longbow citizens' blood was too few at that place. A huge amount had probably been sent flying away by the shockwave from its stomp. After killing more than 10 green dwarfs and robbing them of the blood of the citizen of Longbow, Waxiabi's sturdiness increased by 1.8 points. He was also glad that killing those green dwarfs had given him a total of more than 200 points. Most of the green dwarfs had been in their evolved form due to drinking the blood. In the next moment, Waxiabi could only rob the green dwarfs of the big tree spirit's tree roots. While he was observing the green dwarfs around him, Waxiabi saw one of the green dwarfs dragging something away. Waxiabi had been focusing on the green dwarfs that would suddenly become happy, so he had slightly neglected the green dwarfs that displayed different actions. The green dwarf's movements were slow and not too obvious. If it was not because the thing it was dragging was long and black, Waxiabi would have probably missed it. Seeing Waxiabi charge over, the green dwarf hesitated for a bit. In the end, it left the thing behind and ran away. Waxiabi did not chase after it and looked at the thing. It was a black rod-like thing with a length of 4 meters. It was about as thick as an arm and carried a certain gloss. Waxiabi felt that it was slightly familiar, but he still did not know what it is. At this moment, he unconsciously saw the fog from the food street coming over. His heart skipped a beat. The mist draconic horse is coming back. Waxiabi knew that when the big tree spirit died, the mist draconic horse would definitely come back. At this point, he did not hesitate anymore. He extended his hand on the black rod and charged towards Qihu University. Neigh! A high horse sound echoed. The mist became a running white horse, and it was headed his way. In an instant, most of the green dwarfs threw down what they were holding and ran away on their short legs. The mist draconic horse was extremely fast. As it ran, it left a trail of mist behind it. It looked like a jet-propelled fighter plane, sweeping across the skies. The green dwarfs that the mist draconic horse passed by became wet from the mist. The mist acted like aqua regia, a mixture of nitric and hydrochloric acid. When it touched the skin corroded, causing the green dwarfs to roll on the ground in pain. However, this kind of struggle was futile. In just a few breaths' time, the green dwarf's entire body had corroded, to the point that only their bones were left. However, Waxiabi did not have time to observe the miserable green dwarfs. He could only run for his life. Even if his muscles became strained afterwards, he did not care. Before Waxiabi ran to a safe distance, the mist draconic horse passed through from his left side and then disappeared into the pit created by the huge foot. Waxiabi did not bother looking back to see what the mist draconic horse was doing. However, when the mist draconic horse passed by, the mist followed too. Even when Waxiabi dodged with his all, his left arm had still been moistened a bit. Waxiabi could only feel the unbearable pain from his arm. The mist seemed to be alive as it dug deeper into his arm. At the same time, the place where the mist touched, corroded, exposing his red muscles to the air. He knew how terrifying the mist was. Even the 3-star terror creature, Big Tree Spirit,
had been corroded by the mist. Without any hesitation, Xiaobi rolled on the ground to evade the mist. At the same time, he rubbed his left arm on the ground, attempting to rub off the mist. Although the mist had decreased a bit after rubbing a few times, the mist that had seeped into his flesh was not that easily deterred. Xiaobi had no choice but to pull out the knife on his waist and decisively peel off his flesh. The knife was extremely sharp. In just one move, the affected parts and the rotting parts of his arm were all peeled off. The only problem was that the knife had also been moistened by the mist. Even if it was a knife that had been corroded by the thunderworm, its refined material was still easily corroded by the mist's power. Chapter 94, Leg Hair of the Citizen of Longbow. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, Xiaobi was unable to change anything now. He placed the knife inside his backpack and made a mad rush towards Qihu University. Only when he hid behind the walls did he let out a sigh of relief. The mist Draconic horse was too terrifying. Although the Citizen of Longbow was much more terrifying, it would probably not waste any energy to try and find him with its large body. The mist Draconic horse was different. If it just passed by, it was already enough to cause a lot of problems. White mist rising up from the pit of the giant footprint could be seen even from where he was. Xiaobi couldn't help but shiver. He dispelled any thoughts remaining of wanting to go back to check it out. He would rather check his own bounty. He also took notice that the flesh he had peeled off his arm was gradually staunching. He immediately looked at the black rod-like thing that he had acquired with great difficulty. What is this anyways? When he tried feeling it, a name appeared in the items on hand section of the status panel. It was Leg Hair of the Citizen of Longbow. No wonder Xiaobi felt like he had seen it before. Compared to the countless 10-meter long hair on the thick, electric pole-like leg, it was a lot shorter. It's very flexible and very durable. Xiaobi picked up the leg hair and moved it like a great spear. He couldn't help but be filled with happiness. The leg hair of the Citizen of Longbow was much better than any broken branch from the big tree spirit. Xiaobi held the arm-thick leg hair at one end and found that it was just the right length and size. The expression "you plant a garden and the flowers do not bloom, you poke a stick in the mud and it grows into a tree" truly matched his current situation. The only problematic thing was that the pointed end of the leg hair was too soft, so he could not use it as a spearhead, and it was also too long. As a result, he needed to find an actual spearhead and find a way to decrease its length. After thinking for a while, he began making his move. He found a sharp rock from behind the school gate and chose the best position to cut the leg hair. Xiaobi planned to cut off a part of the leg hair, but after 20 minutes of attempting to do so, he gave up. The leg hair was too tough. The sharp rock was not even able to leave a single mark on it. Next, Xiaobi thought of burning off a part of the leg hair, so he went to get decomposing wood and started a fire. However, his plan had backfired. After being burned under 300-400 degree flame, the leg hair did not burn off. Instead, its luster increased further. This had most likely increased the hair's value, but he could only give up on using it now. He was temporarily unable to change it into a great spear, but even using it as a rod was also not too bad. Xiaobi suddenly thought of the knife that he had. If it was the sharpness of the knife, Xiaobi had never seen a knife that sharp before. Could I use it to cut off the leg hair? Xiaobi retrieved that knife in his backpack. The mist on it had already disappeared, with there had been no harm done to the things inside his backpack. However, evidence of corrosion left on the knife was not few. He used the rock to grind it a bit and the corroded parts fell off. The knife suddenly became incomparably reflective to the point that he could see his own face on it. This knife seemed to have changed. Xiaobi then noticed that a change happened on his status panel. Item on hand: white mist knife, sharp, slightly corrosive property, Citizen of Longbow's leg hair, tough, flexible. It was the first time Xiaobi had seen this kind of description. Without a doubt, the knife in his hands was the white mist knife on the description. Sharp, slightly corrosive property, tough, flexible. Xiaobi thought for a bit and picked up a branch. He used the knife to peel it. The knife had instantly shaved it into a smooth plane. Moreover, black marks were left behind on it. The black mark was carbon powder. In just one cut, a layer of the branch had started corroding. The strength of the corrosion was not that small at all. Soon, Xiaobi used the white mist knife to cut the leg hair of the citizen of Longbo. The results did not go beyond his expectations. The white mist knife was indeed able to leave a mark on the leg hair, but cutting it off would take a long amount of time. Moreover, cutting it off would not enough. He also needed to polish the cut off a point which would take a lot more time. Xiaobi decided that for the moment, he had to put away this matter. He placed back the white mist dagger on his waist and walked towards the laboratory building while dragging the leg hair. He did not need to worry about the friction on the leg hair. If the friction was enough to destroy it, Xiaobi would not have need to take so much time to think of a way to cut it. The places Xiaobi passed by were still dusty. The ruined buildings, roads, flower gardens and other places had all accumulated a thick amount of dust. Creak, crunch. Before he even reached the building, he could already hear the footsteps of the zombies. Without a doubt, this was the sound of the zombies' footsteps. As a result of muscle deterioration, the movements of the zombies were slow. They could not even raise their feet by more than 15 centimeters, so their footsteps were also very different from a normal person's, creating the sound of friction between their foot and the floor. Xiaobi did not have a decent weapon on hand, so he did not dare simply strut towards them. Being surrounded by the zombies, or being ambushed by lickers was something that Xiaobi was not willing to encounter. A group of zombies were wandering around behind the laboratory building. Their numbers were 10 times more than the amount that he had seen before he left. From his visual estimate, the group of zombies were at least 500. This group of zombies crowded themselves in a small area, making it seem incredibly jam-packed. It was to the point that the zombies were knocking on each other and falling on the ground, taking them a long time before being able to get back up. Xiaobi walked around the perimeter. It was lucky that he did not find any women, men or lickers around. After slightly eliminating his worry, he returned to the entrance of the laboratory building while dragging the leg hair. The sound created from dragging the leg hair was not loud, but it was enough to catch the attention of a few zombies. Seeing the zombies slowly move towards him, Xiaobi let out a mischievous laughter and swung the 4-meter-long leg hair. Puff, pop, puff. The leg hair was very flexible. As he brandished it, he felt that it was similar to a lengthened kaimai stick. With just one swing, 5 of the zombies at the very front row fell to the ground. Chapter 95, Side Effect of a 20-point Attribute. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Whoosh. Xiaobi swung the rod again, and the zombies fell down again. The scene was like a sickle cutting through wheat. After swinging the leg hair a few more times, Xiaobi felt invigorated. The gloominess from encountering the citizen of Longbo and the mist Draconic horse had decreased by around 80%. As your dragon tail swing, triple strike, winding spear, Xiaobi unleashed a series of spear techniques. The more Xiaobi killed, the better he felt. Other than being a bit glossy, the leg hair was really too suitable of an equipment for him. The only thing that was needed was a spearhead, so he had no way of killing the zombies. In his excitement, after sending a few more zombies to the ground, he grabbed both ends of the leg hair and used all of his strength to bend it into a U shape. He then moved towards two zombies and loosened his right hand. Whoosh! The extremely bent leg hair suddenly rebounded and lashed towards the group of the zombies. The unexpected thing was that it had whipped the zombies in half. The amount of zombies that Xiaobi sent to the ground was not small. There already were about 100 of them, but even if the zombies did not have legs or hands, they would still start crawling towards Xiaobi. The leg hair was simply unable to kill them. Seeing that more zombies were moving towards him, Xiaobi let out a light sigh. He pulled out the white mist knife and attacked the zombies one by one. He would stab them with his white mist knife, strongly cut through their skulls, preventing them from staying alive. However, this had taken too much time. Before he knew it, Xiaobi was almost surrounded by the zombies, but was only able to kill 27 of them. He couldn't help but retreat. With a light sigh, he looked at the zombies that had their arms and legs broken, crawl on the ground. His eyes showed regret. After all, those were 700-800 evolution points. Soon, Xiaobi turned around and left while dragging the leg hair. In reality, Xiaobi could not escape. At this moment, His mind was slowly becoming more and more muddled. After calculating the time, he had been inside the dust world for more than 4 hours. It was almost time for him to leave the dust world. Thinking this, Xiaobi increased his running speed. When he arrived at the school gate, he probed the surroundings, and his heart darkened. The mist that was previously occupying the footprint had already returned back to blocking the route. Xiaobi did not dare wager his life to check if the mist draconic horse was asleep. If the mist draconic horse was asleep, moving ahead was safe, but if it was awake, going over there was suicide. Since it was like this, Xiaobi could only take a detour. This detour, however, made him suffer a bit. Although he did not run into any monsters, dragging the 4-meter-long leg hair to climb walls and pass through ruined houses was truly harsh. This was especially hard as his dizziness was increasing. With great difficulty, he finally returned to his apartment and let out a sigh. However, before he even reached the bedside, he could not endure dizziness anymore. His vision filled with darkness and he fell on the floor. Time passed by bit. Xiaobi let out a groan as he woke up from losing consciousness. Looking at the snow-white ceilings, he knew he had returned to reality. Xiaobi propped up his heavy body and bounced up from the ground. Ouch! When Xiaobi stood up, he felt his back ache, so he massaged his back with his hands. It was true that Xiaobi's health had reached 20 points. But having a backache after sleeping on the cold hard floor for a long time was not a strange thing. The leg hair of the citizen of Longbow was also on the floor. Xiaobi did not pay any more attention to it. He picked up the water pitcher and poured himself a glass of water. When taking a sip, he felt that it had a strange taste. After thinking about it though, he realized he had not boiled water for a few days now. Boiled water that tasted strange after being left out in the open was not weird. The fact that it was not growing green algae was already good enough. After taking another drink, he relieved the dryness in his throat. Xiaobi lied down on the bed and closed his eyes again while placing his attention on the status panel. His visit to the dust world this time did not lack danger and thrill at all. Just seeing the citizen of Longbow was enough to scare him half dead. It was, after all, a monster that could not be opposed. As for the mist draconic horse, Xiaobi felt that its threat was even slightly greater. As for rewards, it was not just a small amount. Other than the leg hair of the citizen of Longbow and the white mist knife, he had also gained an increase in attributes from eating the tree roots and drinking the citizen of Longbow's blood. Moreover, he had also gained a lot of evolution points. His evolution points had increased to 592 points. Something is wrong? Xiaobi looked at his status panel and noticed that something was wrong with his muscle attribute's growth. After reverse calculating it, his muscle attribute had only increased by half the amount compared to the other attributes after eating the tree roots. Could it be that after increasing the attribute to 20, it would need twice the evolution points to level up? Xiaobi looked at his muscle attribute carefully. He used 2 evolution points, and his muscle attribute increased by 0.01 points. So it was like this. Xiaobi was right. When an attribute reached 20 points, the necessary amount of evolutions points to increase it would double. This also meant that the effect of items that could increase his attributes would be halved. It was good that he had noticed this, since he would have probably placed all of his evolution points into sturdiness, trying to make it reach 20 points. However, after noticing this, his choice became a little more prudent. Although increasing an attribute to 20 points would give him a special ability, encountering treasures that could directly increase his attributes like the blood of the citizen of Longbow, would then become a waste. Moreover, his current sturdiness was enough for him. If he increased it further and it triggered a change to his body, it would attract other people's attention. Xiaobi did not want his master and apprentice brothers to notice anything. After deeply thinking, he looked at the hand-eye coordination attribute. Chapter 96. Catching a Housefly. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaobi's evolution points quickly decreased and his hand-eye coordination increased. 9.44, 9.45, 9.46, 9.47. Xiaobi felt something warm flow into his eyes. It was slightly painful, but he knew that these were the effects of putting in his evolution points. As such, his attention did not go anywhere. When his hand-eye coordination reached 12 points, Only 334 evolution points remained. Wai Xiaobi stopped putting in evolution points, opened his eyes and stood up. He looked around his room, then suddenly, he extended his right hand and pinched. A housefly that had just landed on his bedside was quickly grasped between Wai Xiaobi's fingers. The poor housefly was then squeezed to death. However, Wai Xiaobi couldn't help become happy knowing that placing his points into hand-eye coordination had brought him this kind of benefit. When he was in the army, he liked to hide behind the shelter and read light novels with a flashlight. As a result, he became a bit short-sighted with a bit of astigmatism. If he were to give an estimate, he would say that it was at least have a grade of 200. However, he was still able to see things, so he did not get a bear. However, as soon as his hand-eye coordination reached 12 points, his myopia disappeared. His vision had even became sharper than before. Even when the lighting inside the room was not good, he was still able to clearly identify the hairs on the housefly. Moreover, his eye movement, hand movement, and the cooperation between them became extremely precise. If it hadn't, he would not have been able to simply catch the housefly. The takeoff speed of the housefly was fast. As soon as he had extended his hand, the housefly took off. If he had not clearly seen the direction of where the housefly had taken off, catching the housefly would have only been a dream. After this experience, Wai Xiaobi now clearly understood that every sub-attribute truly had their benefits. Next, Wai Xiaobi increased his flexibility, reflex, and balance, raising them all up to 12 points, costing him a total of 304 evolution points and leaving him with 30 evolution points. He did not bother using the final 30 points as it would not have created any huge changes, deciding to save them instead, because these sub-attributes increased to 12 points. His agility also increased to 12 points. Name, Wai Xiaobi. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 21. Creature rank, 1 star. Status, the average adult male's status value is 10. Strength, 17.5. Muscle, 20.05. Elementary power burst, sturdiness, 14.95. Agility, 12. Hand-eye coordination, 12. Flexibility, 12, reflex, 12, balance, 12, vitality, 17.21, health, 20.35, elementary regeneration, endurance, 14.06, intelligence, 9.58, learning, 9.08, reasoning, 10.08, awareness, 9.64, willpower, 12.39. Judgment, 8.39, perception, 7.39, intuition, 10.39, charm, 7.83, courage, 10.39, persuasiveness, 7.39, character, 7.99, leadership, 5.39, appearance, 7.99, skills, shooting, intermediate, military boxing, intermediate, electrical work, beginner, Bajiquan, master, fishing, beginner, 3 emperor Canon fist, beginner, special skill, release electricity, maximum strength 37 volts, maximum current 10 mA. This skill formed after Wai Xiaobi ate the thunderworm electric ball. Maintaining a constant output for a long period could allow this skill to level up. Using this while exercising would stimulate strength and slowly increase agility. Evolution points, 30. Item on hand, white mist knife, sharp, slightly corrosive property, citizen of long bow's leg hair, tough, flexible. Wai Xiaobi moved his arms and legs to feel the changes in his body. He now had a better grasp on his own strength, but it was a pity he was not able to test it out because he was inside the room. He removed his tattered clothes and threw them on the bed, changing into a sleeveless shirt and a pair of shorts before he left. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. When he left the room, he noticed that all the doors along the corridor were closed. The sounds from the thin walls of the rooms could all be heard. There were sounds of fake fighting from TV shows, people playing games, and even sounds of flirting. Wai Xiaobi laughed as he walked to the courtyard. If at that moment, he was a 10-year-old, he would have probably knocked on all their doors to prank them, but now that stage was only a fleeting memory. In reality, When he approached the gate, he had an impulse to just jump over the wall. Since he had increased his agility attribute, he was confident that it would have been easy. However, it was already too late at night. If he truly did this, people who saw him in the streets would think he was a thief. After leaving the courtyard, Xiaobi ran east. As it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, the amount of cars passing by the apartment street had decreased. On the other hand, the amount of people doing night runs had increased thanks to Qihu City becoming a major city. As a result, no one would look at Xiaobi and think there was anything strange. A turn at the end of the apartment street lied a residential district. The living conditions at this place was a lot better than the living conditions in the apartment street. This was also the place where people who had achieved a small amount of success in their lives made their homes. Further ahead was a farmer's market and Quilan Park. Inside the dust world, the residential district, farmer's market, and Quilan Park did not exist. At the very least, Xiaobi had not yet seen any signs of them existing. Quilan Park was a public park. Since it was free to enter, there were naturally no Ferris wheels, rocket bungees, or anything in that category. The only thing this place provided was a place to train, clean air, and greenery all around. Xiaobi had been here on a walk in the past, so he was quite familiar with the place. 8 o'clock in the evening was also the golden time when most of the nearby residents would come out to exercise. Entering the place and going forward, you could already see the old and young. Some of them were playing chess, some were jogging, some were even training martial arts, sword arts, and other practices. After going a full round of the park, Xiaobi came to a stop near the rock garden, where there were fewer people. Xiaobi took a huge stride and charged towards one of the rocks. When he was reached to about 5-6 meters away, he suddenly increased his speed and leapt on the rock. After taking 3 steps, he somersaulted to another rock 3 meters away. Chapter 97, Long Tao. Parker. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Rocks, trees, fences, benches, anywhere he could find, Xiaobi did somersaults. After a series of these, many people close by had started gathering around. This young man should be part of the Beijing opera, right? It's as good as watching the Long Taos. A grey-haired old man stared wide-eyed and exclaimed with praise. Hearing the old man's praise, a senior high school student was not as pleased. Gramps, you're out. This is not some Long Tao Beijing opera. This is Parker. It is the most popular and coolest exercise method. If I could do that, how great would it be? Hearing the senior high schooler's voice, young people who had never seen Parker before took out their phones and began taking pictures of Xiaobi's movements, some even taking videos. In short, from their point of view, coming to the park tonight was worth it. Just a picture alone would be more than enough to increase their followers on Weibo. Nowadays, anyone could be a newscaster. As long as they found something appealing, interesting, or fun, anyone could become famous and popular. As for Parker, Xiaobi had only previously glanced at it, never truly learning anything about Parker beforehand. Parker was originally an extreme sport that made everyday environments a sports field. People would rely just on their physical capabilities and quick speed to perform various feats. This sport did not only train the body, it also trained a person's flexibility and reaction time, which was needed in order to minimize the risks. According to some studies, people who learned Parker would have 20 times the survival rate of a normal person during fires, earthquakes, attacks, car accidents, etc. In reality, Xiaobi's current movements were not that different from Parker. The only thing different was that he had not tied it to Parker at all. Naturally, Xiaobi was currently using the monkey style of Bajiquan. He borrowed the monkey style's nimbleness, speed, movements, strikes, reaction and other intents. After moving around the park a few times, Xiaobi felt that the people around him was still increasing. How could he still continue? In a flash, he leapt up to the trees using the branches as footholds, and quickly disappeared from everyone's view. When he disappeared, the people watching regretfully left, but they did not cause any disturbance. Xiaobi returned to his apartment. He took a bath to clean off the sweat and laid down on his bed to think. In his run or so-called Parker, He had fully used his all. It was truly different from his previous self. The speed that had decreased due to increasing his muscle and sturdiness had increased further. If it was the previous Xiaobi who wanted to run around the park and perform somersaults, he would have quickly become a laughing stock. Whether it was his flexibility, reaction time, balance, or eye strength, everything had increased. If Xiaobi was previously a brown bear, he was now an orangutan that could climb up trees. When he was doing parkour in the park before, Xiaobi had also made a few mistakes. Luckily, he was able to use his strength to make up for it, adjusting his position when needed. However, if he wanted to take another step to grasp his strength, he needed to increase the sub-attributes under agility to at least 15 points. This was not a small number. Xiaobi sighed. He got up the bed, thinking that now was not yet the time for sleep. Moreover, he had just slept. Even if he wanted to sleep again, he was not sleepy at all. He picked up the leg hair on the ground, opened the room door, and walked out. It was late at night, so even if the neighbors saw what he was holding, it would only create a small problem. Xiaobi was worried that the glossy leg hair that shone under the light would be seen by everyone. However, leaving it in the room was not good either. After thinking about it, he pressed the thicker end of the leg hair on his waist and used his strength to bend the leg hair around his waist. The 4-meter-long leg hair was enough to wrap around his waist a few times, leaving the soft end which was used to tie a knot. At first glance, people would only think that Xiaobi had a big belly, or a hula hoop. He returned back inside the apartment and changed the black sleeveless shirt for a jacket, making his best attempt to hide it. It was already autumn and cold air was continuously blowing into the city. As a result, wearing a jacket would not be strange. After leaving the gate, Xiaobi patted his belly and smiled with satisfaction. Luckily, the leg hair was very flexible, else, it would not have been as convenient to bring it with him. When he reached the road, he hailed a cab with an excited expression. Once his great spear is finished, bringing it around would also be convenient. Xiaobi got down once he reached the dojo. The doors were closed, but he did not want to disturb his master and senior apprentice brothers with a phone call. He retreated 10 steps and then used all his leg strength to stride forward. When he reached the wall, he stepped on it with his left foot and jumped up. His form was like a monkey jumping up, and once he was over the wall, he lightly supported himself and landed like a bird. What he never imagined was that when he had not yet even landed, a familiar voice sounded. Soon a shadow charged over. Third senior apprentice brother, it's me. Following Xiaobi's voice, the shadow stopped. The fist that he was brandishing had almost hit Xiaobi's nose. Why didn't you call? His third senior apprentice brother, Yao Wu, withdrew his fists. He threw away his usual reserved state while fixing his eyes on Xiaobi's fattened appearance. I was afraid of disturbing your sleep. When Xiaobi answered, 2 more shadows leapt out from the central hall. Yao Wu's question and alertness had startled the master and the big senior apprentice brother who were playing chess. As a result, they both came. Seeing Xiaobi return, Cheng Bai-Wu nodded his head. There are still leftovers in the kitchen. If you are hungry you can heat it up. After saying this, Cheng Bai-Wu turned around and prepared to continue his match with Liu Jiancheng. He never imagined that Xiaobi had brought him a pleasant surprise. Master, do you know anyone who would be able to make a great spear? Xiaobi pulled his master and apprentice brothers into the indoor practice ground and awkwardly asked. In reality, Xiaobi did not want to expose the leg hair of the citizen of Longbo, but other than his master and apprentice brothers, he did not know who to ask for help. Chapter 98, Using Leg Hair to Make a Spear. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Oh? I do know someone, but a newly made spear might not suit you right now. I have a few great spears back home. I'll bring a few back when I return there. Cheng Bai-Wu thought that Xiaobi wanted to custom make a spear, so he smiled. Xiaobi did not say anything and removed his clothes. The leg hair tied around his waist had attracted Cheng Bai-Wu's attention. This is, without waiting for Cheng Bai-Wu to finish speaking, Xiaobi turned around and gently pulled on the tip of the leg hair. Following after, the binding unraveled, letting out a sound while shooting outwards. Because of the force, it hit against the weapon rack, knocking all the weapons to the ground. Landing on the ground,
The hair bounced on the rubber mat a few times before stopping. In reality, the scene had almost made Cheng Bai Wu dumbfounded, even thinking that it was an extremely elastic rubber stick. However, he knew that Wai Xiaobi was not the kind of person that loved to play tricks. He moved towards the leg hair and picked it up with his hands. As he felt it with his hands, he immediately knew that it was not a rubber stick. It was glossy to the touch and extremely elastic. When he used both hands to smash down on it, he found that it was very tough. Cheng Bai Wu's eyes couldn't help but shine. He turned his head and asked, "Is this the material that you prepared for making the spear?" Wai Xiaobi nodded his head and replied, "I picked it up outside." He never expected that his master's next words almost made him puke blood. "Can you pick up another?" "Only this one," Wai Xiaobi replied bitterly. Master seems to have taken fancy to this leg hair. When he thought about it, any martial practitioner would love to have a good weapon. Even his master was the same. Cheng Bai Wu stared at Wai Xiaobi's eyes. He did not ask any more. In any case, Wai Xiaobi had been very mysterious for these last few periods of time, so he did not bother asking any further on this matter. If this was made into a spear, it would without a doubt be better than a spear made from Chinese ash. Cheng Bai Wu shook the leg hair a few times before carrying it back into the central hall. Wai Xiaobi and the others naturally followed after him. The back of the central hall was the place where everyone lived. Further inside was a tiny storehouse. Cheng Bai Wu let Liu Jiancheng open the storehouse. Then he opened the lights, and they walked in a single file. It was the first time Wai Xiaobi entered this storehouse, so he was curious about it. There were a lot of things inside the storehouse, such as broken equipment, prototype weapons, deformed weapons, wooden sticks, flags, and whatnot. It was also easy to see that even Yao Wu, his senior apprentice brother, had only been in there a few times. When Wai Xiaobi thought about it, it wasn't strange. The only reason needed to come in the storehouse would be when equipment breaks. Cheng Bai Wu threw the leg hair on a wooden desk and took out a tape measure to measure the leg hair. Then he made Wai Xiaobi widen his stance to measure Wai Xiaobi's height, arm, thigh, and many other body parts. Afterwards, Cheng Bai Wu stared at the ceiling as if thinking about something. Nobody dared to disturb him, so they also followed suit and stood in a daze. Soon, Cheng Bai Wu seemed to have finished calculating something and used a writing brush dipped in yellow ink to draw a draft of the spearhead. He also made a few marks on the leg hair. This should be correct. Cheng Bai Wu nodded his head as he looked at the leg hair. He then placed the leg hair in front of a cutting machine, planning to cut the marked parts. As a safety measure, he let Wai Xiaobi hold down one end, while his left hand held another end. His right hand then operated the cutting machine and pressed the rotating wheel down the leg hair. Yao Wu was sent to make tea, while Liu Jiancheng was sent to make the spearhead using the milling machine. Wai Xiaobi wanted to use the white mist knife as the spearhead, but its corrosive property was too conspicuous. Moreover, when he saw Cheng Bai Wu draft the spearhead, the length was more than 30 centimeters. The white mist knife was shorter, so it did not match. As a result, Wai Xiaobi did not say anything anymore. Wu. The grinding wheel slowly pressed on the leg hair and immediately let out sloshing sounds. The cutting machine was almost thrown off by the leg hair, so Wai Xiaobi used his awl to hold it down. After letting the machine cut for a while, Cheng Bai Wu stopped the machine and took a look at the situation. Wai Xiaobi also took a look. After cutting for half an hour, only a white mark was left on the leg hair. Cheng Bai Wu couldn't help scratch his head in puzzlement. Isn't this thing too sturdy? Seeing his master's puzzlement, Wai Xiaobi could only smile. In truth, he was much more surprised. Although the cutting machine was not a dedicated model used in factories, cutting steel reinforced bars and iron plates was but a trivial matter for it. At the very least, it would only use up one grinding wheel. However, the leg hair of the citizen of Longbo was too startling. After being grinded for half an hour, only a white mark was left. Cheng Bai Wu moved his hand on the white mark and rubbed it a bit. He let out a sigh. Luckily, the white mark was rough. This meant that the cutting machine had some effect on it. Master? Seeing that Cheng Bai Wu did not move for a while, Wai Xiaobi called out, "Nothing. Let us continue." Wu. Slish, slish. A strange sound once again broke the silence of the night.
attracting the neighbors' protest. Yao Wu brought in a few cups of tea and closed the door. Although the storehouse was not able to completely block out the sound, it was enough to stop the protest that would otherwise occur. Glang. After cutting for minutes, a brittle sound was made. The grinding wheel that had already started reddening burst. A large fragment had shot out and stuck itself to the wall. Master, how about changing a method? Wai Xiaobi was startled by the event. No need, Cheng Baiwu was not a person who gave up easily. He changed the grinding wheel and the humming resumed. Glang. The new grinding wheel broke after using it for a while. Cheng Baiwu rubbed the white mark again. After breaking 2 grinding wheels, the white mark had become a little deeper. However, if this continued on, even breaking the 5 remaining grinding wheels would not finish the job. Cheng Baiwu thought for a moment before taking out 2 steel containers. On the milky white container, it was written, acetylene. On the yellow container, industry use oxygen was written. After putting on a double-end nozzle and opening the valves, Cheng Baiwu used a lighter, and with a whoosh, a pure white flame came out from the end of the nozzle. Cheng Baiwu adjusted the size of the flame and then placed the flame on the leg hair. Chapter 99, Treasure. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wai Xiaobi couldn't help becoming tongue-tied speechless. This was an oxyacetylene flame with a temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius. He was slightly worried that the leg hair might just ignite and burn to nothing. However, the next thing that occurred had made him notice how magical the leg hair truly was. The pure white 3000 degrees Celsius oxyacetylene flame licked the leg hair. However, the leg hair did not burn up at all. It only reddened quickly as if it was a metal rod placed on a stove. The only thing was that if it was a real metal rod it would have already softened at this point. Yao Wu, come to the cutting table, Cheng Baiwu instructed. Then Cheng Baiwu used the oxyacetylene flame to heat up the leg hair, while Yao Wu operated the cutting machine and pressed down on the grinding wheel. The result of this had been a lot better than solely just using the cutting machine. After repeating this 30 times, the leg hair was finally cut off. The leg was slightly too glossy, so Cheng Baiwu took a steel file to file the leg hair while it was still red. This was done to increase friction, allowing it to be easier to wield. However, this was not the end. His big senior apprentice brother had also finally finished the spearhead. It was a simple shape without any motifs or design. You could only see a rhombus on all 4 sides with a concave shape which, when using it on the enemy, would cause a cross-shaped wound that would surely be difficult to heal. The inside of the spearhead was a screw to make it easier to fasten it to the pole. As a result, they needed to drill a screw shape into the leg hair in order to fasten the spearhead. Compared to cutting the spearhead, this was a finer task. Currently, the spearhead was still reddened, so it was quickly placed on a screw machine. This was also not a task that could be accomplished in one go. After trying for more than 100 times, a screw shape was made. Cheng Baiwu took the spearhead and a bit or red yarn and covered the screw with it. Afterwards, the spearhead was rotated into the spear pole. From just one look, it seemed that the finished product turned out to be a pretty good spear. Wai Xiaobi couldn't help being ecstatic, but as he was about to take it, his master suddenly carried the spear and went out the door. Wai Xiaobi and the others also hurriedly chased after him. After seeing a good spear, let alone Cheng Baiwu, even Liu Jiancheng and Yao Wu would want to play with it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When they reached the outer practice ground, they borrowed the light of the moon and danced with the spear. It was the first time Wai Xiaobi saw his master use the spear like this. He couldn't help but stop and take a look at the spear techniques. There was no other choice but to admire it. Although, compared to Wai Xiaobi, his master's strength and vitality were below his master's spear techniques and fighting techniques were a lot better than his. Cheng Baiwu did the routine for the 6 Harmonies Great Spear twice before stopping. Next, his master passed it on to his big senior apprentice brother to try. Then his big senior apprentice brother passed it on to his 3rd senior apprentice brother to try. When Wai Xiaobi had finally impatiently took hold of it, it was already 1:30 in the wee hours of morning. Sleep earlier. No one would steal your spear. His master regretfully looked at the spear in Wai Xiaobi's hands and sighed as he returned to his room. Seeing his master leave, and his apprentice brothers also following him back inside, Wai Xiaobi was still unwilling to return without doing anything, so he tried a few moves. When he returned to the room, he was reluctant to let go of the spear even when he needed to take a bath. He felt that the spear was easy to use. It made him feel as if it was an extension of his hand. After taking a bath, he lied down on the bed while the great spear was erected on his bedside. He looked at his status panel while holding the spear to see if there were any changes. Items on hand: white mist knife, sharp, slightly corrosive property, long bow leg hair great spear, tough, flexible, can cause bleeding. The leg hair of the citizen of Longbow had turned into Longbow leg hair great spear. There was even the property of causing bleeding. Wai Xiaobi was able to guess that this was caused by the unique shape of the spearhead. However, the name Longbow leg hair great spear was a disgusting sounding name. If the words leg hair were removed, it would have been better. However, he was lucky that his big senior apprentice brother's spearhead could still be brought into the dust world. When he thought about it now, he felt that he is just overthinking it. When the spearhead and the leg hair turned into a great spear, changes had appeared. Wai Xiaobi was able to understand why this happened thanks to his higher-than-average intelligence. In simpler terms, if a person ate their fill before entering the dust world, then saying that they were not able to bring that food would be a joke. This meant that if an object in reality was influenced by a product of the dust world, then it would be possible to bring them in. Wai Xiaobi committed this point to memory. He planned to try it the next time he entered the dust world. In the early morning, Wai Xiaobi woke up early and carried the long bow leg hair great spear to the outer practice field. After training his spear techniques, his master and the others appeared one after the other. Wai Xiaobi greeted his master and apprentice brother before relaxing. His master and apprentice brothers still looked normal for the day. However, not soon after, his master asked, "Xiaobi, do you still need the excess material after creating the spear?" When Wai Xiaobi heard this, he knew that his master was still hung up about the leg hair and generously spoke, "Master, I don't need it anymore." "Good. There is still about 130 centimeters left. If I mix it with stainless steel, it should be possible to make another great spear." "Xiaobi, you should train a bit more." "Jian Cheng, Yao Wu, let's go to the storehouse." After saying this, his master hurriedly went to the storehouse. Looking at his master and senior apprentice brothers going to the storehouse, Wai Xiaobi lost the mood to continue training. As a disciple, he knew that he should help his master when his master was undertaking a task. When he entered the storehouse, everyone became busy. They carried the gas containers, operated the cutting machine, created the spearhead. They were busy until it was lunchtime, and a hot great spear was freshly taken out of the furnace. The spearhead was no different from the long bow leg hair great spears. Moreover, the leg hair was cut into 3 parts and fastened together by stainless steel to act as the pole. When he tried using it, the feeling from the great spear was too different from the long bow leg hair great spear. However, it was much better than the spears inside the dojo. The other thing was that when Wai Xiaobi held the spear and looked at his status panel, no new information appeared. He was slightly suspicious. There was no doubt that the status panel did not acknowledge the spear, so it could not be brought into the dust world. What could be the reason for this? Even Wai Xiaobi's improved intelligence could not deduce the reason. Could it be that the proportion of leg hair was too low? Or is it a random probability? No matter what was said, Cheng Baiwu was very happy. From his viewpoint, the number treasures of the Cheng clan dojo had increased. Chapter 100, Energy at the Middle of the Branch. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. If the Great Spear was not compared to the long bow leg hair Great Spear, then it was without a doubt a precious spear among all the spears there. Leg hair, leg hair, leg hair. 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Wai Xiaobi had encountered leg hair in his dreams on both days. There were ones that were thousands of feet long along with short ones. There were even ones that had grown faces. Wai Xiaobi felt that leg hair almost became his greatest nightmare. Luckily, he had been training his spear techniques these few days with his master. Cheng Baiwu was already 45 years old. He had been training for 38 years and was now at the peak of his life. His martial arts skills were also approaching the peak. Wai Xiaobi remembered one time when Cheng Baiwu got drunk. He had proudly said that when he was 26 years old, He had understood negative Jing. Everyone who knew Goshu were aware that a person's energy was divided into parts. They were roughly known as positive Jing, negative Jing, and neutral Jing. In rough terms, this was how a person used their body's energy. In more accurate words, this was a category of chi usage. Positive Jing was a person's strength, which was expressed through their fists and kicks. This was the foundation of a martial artist, using their own energy to attack, and making the amount of force they used to be the same as the force applied. As a result, positive Jing was also called the energy at the tip of the branch, which means the energy that was released. However, a normal person could use 30% of their body's potential. If they punched with their fists, they could exert 40% of their arm strength, while kicking would exert 50% of their leg strength. On the other hand, those who have trained their bodies before, like soldiers and amateur boxers, could use at most 50% of their body's potential. They were individuals who were able to exert energy on multiple parts of their bodies at the same time, such as using both forces of the waist and legs simultaneously. Another step further would be those who could use 80% of their bodies. They were people who could combine 3 different energies on various parts of their bodies at the same time, such as combining the forces of the waist, legs, and fists simultaneously. With such a combination, their fists would be able to make whistling sounds in the air. The highest realm of positive Jing would be a person who could use their body's full potential. They would not only combine the forces of their legs, waist, and fists, but also use special techniques such as Iron Mountain Lean, which utilized the neck and the lower legs. After positive Jing was negative Jing. In terms of Goshu, negative Jing was also called lowered elbow fighting. What did this mean? In general, it meant that a person must hide the positive Jing in the middle section of their body, such as the arms and thighs. In this way, a person would be able to attack and defend during fights. It was different from positive Jing, which only focused on attacking and not defending. As a result, negative Jing was also called the energy at the middle section of the branch. However, negative Jing did not increase a person's strength. A person's strength still relied on their positive Jing. If a master of negative Jing fought with a master of positive Jing, it would without a doubt look like a Tji expert fighting a muscle-headed brute. Finally, there was neutral Jing. Neutral Jing was called the energy at the root of the branch. It could bring out a person's energy from the root section to the middle section and from the middle section to the tip. In order to master neutral Jing, a person must store energy all over the body. It could also be counted as an advanced version of negative Jing. A person who trained in neutral Jing could store energy anywhere in their body and could release the energy at any time. By being able to store and release energy at one's will, birds should not even think of leaving if they landed on the individual's body. The energy released by the person's body would be able to counteract the force of a bird's upward movement. When a person reached this level, even if the opponent hit them, they would be able to easily release energy to counter the incoming punch. This entirety was called the Great Way of Martial Arts. In truth, when a person reached the level of neutral Jing, they would be able to feel the similarities in different martial arts such as Qi and Bajiquan. An example of a martial art that utilizes neutral Jing is Zhang Yi 18 drops. As a result, this kind of martial arts was only a type of martial arts and could not be considered a realm of martial arts. From this, it was easy to tell how bad it was to fight against a master of negative Jing. Wei Xiaobi was not able to see the realm his own master was in, but by training with him, he was able to feel a certain level of oppression that prevented him from exerting energy outward. Every time Wei Xiaobi thrusted his spear, Cheng Baiwu was able to easily ward off the attack and made a counter-attack, forcing Wei Xiaobi into a tragic state. Even the parts of the body where Wei Xiaobi focused his energy on was easily seen through by his master. Wei Xiaobi was not an idiot. He knew that this was not only because his master was happy in obtaining the treasure but also because he wanted to train him. Wei Xiaobi's strength that was formed by his muscles and sturdiness gave him a total of 17.5 points. This meant that he was already very strong. If the possibility of muscle strain was ignored and Wei Xiaobi used his full strength to the limit, the power in his fists would far surpass the power of the world heavyweight champion. However, he was only able to use positive Jing. After training for a round, Wei Xiaobi boldly asked his master this question. Cheng Baiwu spoke without any trace of politeness.
Xiaobi, your understanding towards Bajiquan has far surpassed your third brother. Your second brother is also close to being unable to catch up. However, you are only at the middle level of positive Jing. This makes you quite far apart from your big brother. This was the reality. Xiaobi also slightly understood this about himself. He was indeed at the level of mastery in Bajiquan, but in reality, the way he used energy was substandard. However, sparring with his master in these few days had allowed him to understand ways to use energy more effectively. He wouldn't be able to immediately reach a high level in positive Jing, but he was able to understand things that he did not understand before. Apart from this, Xiaobi had also searched through the internet and found out what the citizen of Longbo that he encountered in the dust world actually was. There were adult citizens of Longbo whose heights reached 300 meters. The adults of their race were giants. The classic of Mountain and Sea had also mentioned them. In ancient times, there was a country called the country of Longbo. Every single citizen of the country was an incredibly tall giant. They could walk very far in just a few steps, and their breaths created clouds. Their heads were above the clouds, and the northern seas were their bathtubs. One day, a citizen of that country went to the sea to fish, but that person carelessly fished out a giant turtle that supported the 5 mountains of immortals. As a result, 2 of those mountains sunk, leaving countless immortals homeless. The Celestial Emperor was furious after this event and shrunk the amount of land in their country. This had caused the giants to shrink. However, during the era of the legendary Chinese Emperor and the Farmer God, these giants were taller than 300 meters. From this, it was easy to tell that a citizen of Longbo was a giant. After looking at this information, Xiaobi was shocked. It seems that the dust world truly had a relation with myths and legends. After this, Xiaobi searched the web every day for an hour before going to sleep. He used this time to familiarize himself with various myths and legends of China. These works included the classic of Mountain and Sea, Lies in Search of the Supernatural, Huainanzi, and other Chinese literary works. Every one of them was read by Xiaobi once.